A world teeming with crisis. The celestial arrival system has been activated. Awakening host. Host has awakened. Commencing memory upload. The cold, mechanical, synthesized voice roused Kier from his slumber. The damp and chilly atmosphere compelled him to shiver involuntarily, instinctively tightening the blanket around him. As his consciousness fully returned, Kier surveyed his surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. Outside, the tempest raged with ferocious wind and rain. He found himself lying on a damp, musty wooden bed, the ceiling marred by water stains of black and yellow. A rusted iron table, less than half a meter away from the bed, bore a bowl of thick soup that had presumably sat there for an indeterminate duration, emanating a nauseating odor. Two rats scurried along the corner of the wall, disappearing into a drain, from which peculiar thuds echoed intermittently. Memory upload complete. With the cessation of the mechanical voice, a torrent of memories surged into Kier's consciousness. Overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, he pinched the bridge of his nose and sat up, his hands and legs rendered numb by the cold. Kier Wolker, a fourth-year student at the Royal Demon Hunter Academy of the Munsy Empire, a nation strikingly reminiscent of the 19th century British Empire. The jumbled memories took him considerable time to decipher the connections between the disparate fragments. However, one certainty emerged quite clearly. He had traversed worlds. Moreover, he possessed a celestial arrival system that enabled him to enter other realms, embark on quests, and acquire various extraordinary abilities. But he removed the damp, musty blanket from his frail body, finding it arduous to reach for the mirror perched on the windowsill. Now, his dark hair clung wetly to his scalp, and his azure eyes held a profound depth. His high nose and pallid complexion rendered him more ghostly than a corpse. Thus, this unfortunate soul who succumbed to typhoid fever had undergone a transformation, more precisely, a change of spirit. The calendar on the wall had halted at October 9th, 1835. Analyzing the absence of rigor mortis in Cole Walker's cadaver, it could be deduced that he had traversed into this realm within an hour of his demise. System, confirm the current time. New calendar year, October 9th, 1835, 3:17 p.m. He extracted a pocket watch to calibrate the time. This meant he had but one day remaining until the graduation ceremony of the Monster Hunter Academy. Time was of the essence. He rummaged through the pockets of his coat, uncovering a crumpled roll of banknotes, totaling 213 coins, sufficient to procure a clean and presentable outfit for the impending ceremony. The intent behind acquiring new attire was not merely for superficial appearances or fear of disapproval from the Empire's Royal Monster Hunters Review personnel, but rather due to the fact that, in this world, there existed no circumstance under which even the most powerful of the Munsy Empire's Monster Hunter students could fail to graduate. Indeed, even if one were to cling desperately to remain, the Academy would forcibly assign them to one of the subordinate institutions of the Monster Hunter Corps. According to official statistics, the survival rate of demon hunter interns within the first 3 years of joining the Demon Hunting Guild is a mere 20%. To embellish these figures, the statistics also include students who have yet to graduate that year. A mere glance at the survival rate makes it abundantly clear what sort of profession demon hunting entails. However, in stark contrast, every officially certified demon hunter belongs to the privileged elite of the Munsy Empire and indeed the entire world. They are exempt from taxation. They enjoy immunity from serious crimes. They receive substantial annual subsidies. Regardless of whether one hails from the impoverished corners of the streets or is born with a silver spoon in a noble family, once one becomes an official demon hunter, they ascend to the ranks of this world's sole privileged class. Kerr Walker is evidently a product of the former. Had it not been for his courageous act of saving a demon hunter, he would not have been recommended to the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Academy, a place where countless individuals strive fervently, disregarding their own lives, to gain entry. With a firm pat on his cheek, he retrieved his mud-stained raincoat, carelessly tossed beneath his bed, and opened the iron door of his dilapidated apartment, taking his first step into this perilous world. Devils, witches, malevolent spirits, and dark creatures lurk in every corner of this realm, inhabiting the earth and rivers, concealed within the most commonplace objects, perhaps a pocket watch or an antique mirror. Each one poses a grave threat to humanity. Arriving at a tailor's shop, he sought to alter a pure black wool overcoat and purchase a pair of sturdy, versatile boots suitable for various terrains. Just as he was about to pay the proprietor, a soft, melodious voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Cole, are you also preparing new attire for the graduation ceremony?" The speaker was his classmate, a rebellious girl named Celia Finley, hailing from the Finley demon-hunting family, characterized by her golden hair and azure eyes. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her personality often proved troublesome. Cole noticed the two giggling friends standing beside Celia. It was no surprise that she had happened upon him. What a coincidence! "Celia, are you here to order a gown as well?" The girl's right hand glided slowly across a row of garments. "Well, I just happened to pass by. There's a private play at Kate's place at 5. Would you be interested in joining me?" Cole smiled, replying, "I'm afraid I have other pressing matters to attend to, so I must decline." "Is that so?" Celia slightly raised her chin. "This is your third refusal, Cole Walker. Perhaps I shall consider persuading my father to assign your internship to the intelligence division instead of logistics. So, are you truly not willing to reconsider?" It was common knowledge that within the Imperial Royal Demon Hunters, the intelligence division boasted the highest casualty rate, with the survival rate for interns being less than imperfect. Conversely, the logistics division, known for its stability and generous benefits, was not easily accessible without strong connections. Cole narrowed his eyes. An overt threat? Grasping the bag handed to him by his superior, Cole's expression turned frosty as he remarked, "Currently, out of the 13 esteemed judges in the highest tribunal, 12 hail from the intelligence division. Perhaps joining the intelligence division could prove to be a worthwhile opportunity." Celia and her two friends erupted into laughter. "Oh my, how pitiable is our unfortunate, destitute Cole, aspiring to become a member of the Supreme Judgment Order." "Ha ha, Celia, what on earth do you see in him? Is it his talent for boasting?" "Face reality, Cole Walker. A wretch like you, utterly lacking in merit, who stumbled into the Demon Hunter Academy by sheer luck, could never survive even 3 days in the Intelligence Division. The Supreme Judgment Order? I must share this absurdity with everyone. Ha ha." The three flamboyantly dressed, yet ill-tempered girls linked arms and departed from the tailor shop. Through the expansive display window, Celia raised her middle finger at Cole, her lips silently forming the words, "Just wait and see, you ungrateful wretch." Chapter 2. Preparing to enter the world. Summoning Souls 1. The Demon Hunter. As the name suggests, this is a perilous occupation, with the shadow of death hanging like a noose around their necks at every moment. Not only the novices, but even the seasoned demon hunters, with their wealth of experience, cannot ascertain whether they will survive the next mission. Wisdom, composure, and talent are the 3 essential elements that constitute a demon hunter's strength. This world has never lacked for reckless individuals. However, when confronted with demons and malevolent spirits that can affect the 5 senses of humanity, succumbing to terror, collapsing in fear, or losing one's sanity on the spot is merely the mildest of reactions. Cole Walker's admission to the Demon Hunter Academy can be attributed not only to the element of recommendation, but, more importantly, to the semblance of calm he displayed in the face of evil beings. Given Celia's vengeful nature and her father's status as a lower-tier predator in the hierarchy of demon hunters, it is predictable that, during the graduation ceremony, he would undoubtedly find himself among the unfortunate souls selected by the intelligence team. As he himself articulated, while the intelligence team is fraught with danger, it is equally rife with opportunities. Those interns who manage to survive within the intelligence unit, upon becoming full-fledged members, will ascend to the status of formal demon hunters in the lower exiled tier, and as long as they do not meet an untimely end, their path to promotion will be unobstructed. After stuffing the drenched raincoat beneath the bed and discarding the foul-smelling plate from the table, it becomes evident that within the intelligence team, a particular ability is exceedingly valuable, the medium. Even within the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Corps, fewer than half possess the gift of mediumship, and each of them is a core member of various departments, organizations, and groups. According to Cole's understanding, the current head of the Demon Hunting Organization's intelligence agency is an upper-tier demon hunter endowed with the 7th sight ability. Although this rank is relatively low, placing him at the bottom among the leaders of various institutions, it does not diminish the immense power he wields. Furthermore, he maintains close ties with the 13 highest-ranking judges and has had the honor of a personal audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Thus, whether for the sake of survival or the enhancement of his strength to secure future advancements. It is imperative to seize the ability of a medium within the single day leading up to the graduation ceremony. System. Filter the worlds where I can obtain the medium ability. Ability selected, 7th sight, filtering in progress. Optimal option, Level 1 world The Conjuring 1, where you will assume the role of Officer Colewalker, accompanying the Warren couple into the Braun household. Fixed reward, 7th sight. With additional rewards possible upon the completion of randomly generated side quests. Cole has watched all the films in the Conjuring series, and if it is the first installment, the challenge it presents is not overly daunting for him at this moment. He prompts the system to begin playing The Conjuring 1. Cole retrieves the bread he purchased downstairs and, alongside the chilling tap water, fills his stomach while contemplating his future. Since traversing to this new realm is now a certainty, any lamentations regarding homesickness or discomfort are utterly futile. The focus must be on surviving in this world teeming with demons and monsters, maintaining his identity as a demon hunter. At present, successfully navigating through the internship phase of a demon hunter and swiftly obtaining a permanent position is of utmost priority. As long as he remains an intern demon hunter, he will be deprived of the privileges that come with being a full-fledged demon hunter, and his survival will remain precarious. In the Imperial Royal Demon Hunting Corps, to rise above the rest, an intern must claw their way out from the heap of the deceased. This is the inevitable path that every demon hunter must traverse, without exception. The criteria for promotion are equally straightforward, regardless of the department one belongs to. They must obtain the approval of their direct superior and independently lead a small team to complete a task within a lower-tier banishment sequence. There are no additional requirements. The success rate, or rather, the survival rate, hovers below 20%. System. Is there any preparation necessary before entering the world? Exploration Guide. The specific world selected by the host cannot alter the role played. To ensure the difficulty of exploration, the main quests will be randomly generated upon entry, and the original plot cannot be viewed prior to entering the world. Upon first entering the world, the system will customize a beginner's weapon for the host. The time in each world is independent of one another. After meticulously reading the exploration guide, he noted that the randomly generated main quests, designed to ensure exploration difficulty, align well with the demands of a demon hunter's profession, requiring adaptability and swift analysis of existing intelligence. The independence of time implies that no matter how long he spends in the cinematic world, the flow of time in the real world will remain unaffected. However, what piqued his interest the most was the complimentary beginner's weapon bestowed by the system. A novice benefit, perhaps? Having comprehended the exploration guide, Kier did not hasten to enter the world of soul summoning one. Given the independence of time, he resolved to review the material multiple times, ensuring absolute preparedness. After all, with only one day remaining since the graduation ceremony to report directly to the intelligence team, failure was not an option. As night fell, thunder rumbled and lightning illuminated the sky. While Kier was engrossed in his 6th viewing of the original film, a red-eyed raven suddenly alighted upon his window, relentlessly pecking at the glass. The raven? He halted the film and rose to open the window. The raven dropped the parcel onto the ground, flapped its wings, and vanished into the pitch-black, rain-soaked night. Kier was perplexed. At such a moment, who would send him a letter? The handwriting on the parcel was hasty, with some ink diluted by the rain, yet it did not hinder the comprehension of its contents. The letter was from Penny Saranda, the mid-tier demon hunter whom Kier had previously rescued. It conveyed that she had intended to recommend Kier for a position in the execution team, as her Razor Squad was commencing its internship, but she had been informed that Kier had already been selected by the intelligence group. Besides expressing her apologies and wishing him luck, the envelope contained a vial of concentrated potion. This alchemical concoction was designed to maintain one's senses against complete domination by malevolent entities, with effects lasting for an hour. Its market value was approximately $1,000 per vial. It appeared that the demon hunter held high hopes for his future, for otherwise, she would not have bestowed upon him such a lavish gift. He carefully tucked the iron vial away. After tidying his greasy, damp hair in front of the mirror, Kier's expression grew increasingly impassive. Given Cecilia's strong desire for control, she would undoubtedly follow through on her words. If he was not mistaken, upon entering the intelligence group, he would be subjected to special attention. A flash of lightning tore through the darkness. In the mirror, a cerulean light reflected upon Kier's face, rendering it even more chilling and profound. Indecisiveness and an overabundance of compassion were qualities that would never manifest in a demon hunter even one who had only just graduated as an intern. Since she has chosen to court death, it is imperative to make the necessary arrangements for her. He must present himself well, so as not to appear like a destitute wanderer. System: initiate entry into the realm of soul summoning. Chapter 3. Officer Cole Walker detecting vital signs. Commencing host data integration. Generating customized initial equipment. Information embedding complete. Officer Cole Walker, affiliated with the Harrisville Police Department of Rhode Island. Accompanying the Warren couple into the home of the Brown family for the first time. Preparing to enter Level 1 world, soul summoning. The chilling mechanical voice abruptly ceased. Cole slowly opened his eyes, the roar of the car engine resonating in his ears, while the idyllic countryside scenery unfolded outside the window. A soothing sight for the soul. Have we arrived? Specialized equipment generation complete. The hour has struck. Your mission: ensure no casualties, eliminate Bathsheba. Reward: 7th sight. The hour has struck. M500 revolver, a product of specialized modification, requires no ammunition, drawing upon the user's mental energy to inflict harm upon supernatural entities. 7th sight. Only when demons and malevolent spirits wish to be seen will you perceive them. Possessing 7th sight grants you the ability to glimpse potential futures, rendering any wickedness unable to escape your scrutiny. At the end of the country road, 2 vehicles had come to a halt. The Warren couple and their assistant, the young Asian man Drew, were preparing to gather evidence at the home of the Longbow family before the exorcism. Cole pressed down on the brake. His gaze lingered on the ominous house not far away. Now donning the guise of an officer, he realized that half of the original plot had already transpired. He lowered his head, his right hand gliding over the holster. The weapon, now at noon, felt chillingly cool to the touch. Its cylinder and hammer etched with the image of a scythe-wielding, loathsome executioner. A smile spread across Colton's face. Indeed, the system was well attuned to his heart's desires. The Smith Wesson M500, behold this imposing 50 caliber barrel, a quintessential emblem of rugged masculinity. Moreover, it possessed the formidable capacity to harm malevolent specters and other supernatural entities. The man was elated as he swung open the car door. The afternoon sun shone with a piercing brightness, causing Ed to furrow his brow. Is the route easy to navigate? He inquired. Colton removed his sunglasses and replied, it's manageable. Lorraine, adorned with a silk scarf, introduced them to their aide, Drew. This is Officer Colton. Colton Walker, officer of the Harrisville Police Department in Rhode Island, he stated. Drew, holding a cookie, exchanged pleasantries with a smirk. So, you are the fortunate officer? Ignoring the young Asian's jest, Colton assessed the distant house and remarked, I suppose so. You ought to know that bullets cannot harm ghosts. Enough of that, Drew. Help me carry the equipment inside. According to the Codex of Demons, the malevolent witch Bathsheba, who haunted the Brown family, possessed a standard first-degree murderous attribute. In the Empire of Munsy, dealing with demons of such caliber necessitated the dispatch of a mid-tier exorcist team. A properly assembled squad of 5 was essential to ensure the utmost minimization of losses. In the original film's narrative trajectory, the conclusion unfolds with the assistance of the Warrens, wherein Carolyn's maternal love dispels the demon's hold over her soul. As Cole aids the Warrens in setting up the necessary temperature-sensitive cameras and recording devices within the haunted house, he begins to contemplate strategies. The objectives are distinctly outlined. Under the condition of ensuring everyone's survival, one must eliminate Baphomet. It is imperative to note that this entails killing rather than merely expelling the entity, as success would grant the clairvoyant abilities of Lorraine Warren, referred to as the 7th sight. However, vanquishing a demon is not as straightforward as pulling a trigger. Typically, these malevolent beings are anchored within specific vessels: humans, animals, flora, inconspicuous objects, or even an entire dwelling. Merely destroying these containers does not annihilate them. In fact, it may provoke these brutal entities, resulting in uncontrollable repercussions. The sole method for exterminating them is to wait until they can no longer restrain themselves and reveal their true form. Given that the mission stipulates survival for all, the fundamental strategy must involve minimal alterations to the film's plot to prevent the situation from spiraling beyond control. Should the narrative deviate excessively, Cole cannot guarantee the safety of the Braun family or the Warrens. Nevertheless, one aspect weighs heavily on his mind: the main mission stipulation that no one should perish. Does this include Lorraine Warren's daughter? At this moment, Cole stands beneath the tree outside the haunted house, the very one from which Baphomet hanged, while assisting Ed Warren in setting up a camera and engaging in idle conversation, his gaze drifting toward Lorraine in the distance. It appears imperative to identify an opportune moment to neutralize this potential threat. Half an hour later, after tidying up the instruments, Cole settled into a chair and opened his notebook. In the film, Bathsheba made two notable appearances, once when Lorraine Warren fell into the basement, and again when the malevolent witch prepared to possess Carolyn Perron. A commonality between these two manifestations was the presence of Mrs. Warren, the sole medium. After a brief contemplation, Cole devised a strategy for the forthcoming confrontation. However, this plan bore an inherent flaw. Apart from the medium, Mrs. Warren, no one could perceive Bathsheba, including Cole himself. Utilizing the imperative prerequisite of the witching hour, it was essential to ascertain the witch's precise location to have any chance of harming or vanquishing her. Otherwise, aimlessly firing into the void would merely squander their spiritual energy. What was he contemplating? At that moment, the Asian gentleman Drew approached, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee, and handed one to Cole. Everything was proceeding smoothly. As night fell, the Warren couple, having yielded no results, busied themselves in the kitchen with their equipment. Exhausted Mrs. Perron curled up on the living room sofa, whispering to her beloved little daughter, who occasionally erupted into heartwarming laughter. Drew continued to engage Cole in discussions about the absurdity of whether bullets could indeed strike a demon. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered by a faint, yet piercing ding that echoed through the silent mansion. Everyone hurriedly rushed towards the sound, only to witness the door leading to the cellar creak open of its own accord, revealing a 30-degree gap, with a bell hanging from the handle gently swaying. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, triggering the thermal imaging camera to automatically capture the moment. Kerr stood behind Ed, his right hand caressing the gun that had reached its midday hour, silently gazing ahead, devoid of fear, even lacking any surprise. The pitiful specter, coerced by the witch, was none other than the true essence of Bathsheba. To fire recklessly would undoubtedly lead to an irreversible alteration in the unfolding narrative, contradicting the very premise of survival for all. After a brief contemplation, Kerr slowly released his grip. The demon hunter was never short of patience. Even though Kerr was merely a novice, an excessively calm novice at that, he resolved to continue waiting for the opportune moment to strike, ensuring a fatal blow. Chapter 4. The Curse of Bathsheba. Following a brief discussion, Ed prepared to take the equipment into the cellar, seeking potential clues that might be present. The role of photographer and witness naturally fell to Officer Kerr, who possessed an official background. In the frame, Ed donned headphones, carrying an old-fashioned tape recorder and microphone. After adjusting the equipment, he glanced at his watch and remarked, "It is now 9:18. We are ready to enter the cellar, which just opened its door by itself. Accompanying me are Lorraine and Officer Kerr Walker. The cellar remains unlit." Kerr bore an old camera on his shoulder, trailing behind the Warrens as they descended into the cellar. The space was exceedingly dilapidated, cluttered with useless furniture and remnants of the past, dust swirling in the air. The frigid atmosphere was laced with the acrid stench of mold and decay. Positioned opposite the staircase, an antiquated piano loomed like a malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, quietly observing the gathered company. Ed raised the microphone and addressed the void, requesting any signs of communication. Yet, the only sounds emanating from the recorder were the whispers of the wind and the creaking of the pipes. Meanwhile, Lorraine leaned against a support beam, bending slightly, her expression tinged with discomfort. "There must be something here. My hands are so cold." Ed furrowed his brow and called out to his assistant, Drew, who stood by the door. "All right, close the door and make some noise." A minute later, Lorraine shook her head, murmuring, "It's gone. It's gone." Regrettably, they had achieved nothing. He set down the camera and followed the Warrens upstairs. Cole was quite convinced that until breakfast the following day, when Bathsheba would loom over Caroline, the haunted house posed minimal danger. In the film, it was only after the officer with the handheld camera exited the cellar that the front door would slam shut on its own. Later, while resting with a cup of coffee, he would share a cold joke about automatic doors created by drafts with the Asian fellow. As night fell, Cole and Drew kept vigil in the living room of the desolate mansion nestled in the outskirts of Rhode Island. The silence was unnerving, broken only by Drew's snores as he succumbed to slumber. Despite the heating being repaired, the house remained as frigid as a tomb. Even knowing that no peril awaited until noon the next day, he maintained a heightened state of alertness. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare a cup of hot tea to warm himself. However, as he passed through the hallway, the distant clock caught his attention, causing him to frown. It read 3:07. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that it too had halted at 3:07. Earlier, he and the Warren couple had kept vigil until 3 o'clock and 8 minutes, ensuring that no supernatural occurrences transpired before arranging for everyone to take turns resting. However, if time were to stand still at this moment, it would undoubtedly signify that a malevolent spirit was at work within this haunted abode, or that Bathsheba was secretly tormenting the matriarch of the Braun family, eroding her will and ultimately culminating in possession. Should he ascend to investigate? His right hand instinctively brushed against the grip of his firearm, adhering to the fundamental survival principle of never acting alone in high-risk areas. Cole dismissed any thoughts that might alter the course of events and render the situation uncontrollable. Boiling water. The tea leaves swirled rapidly within the cup before gradually coming to rest. It was in this very moment that Cole, through the reflection on the surface of the tea, beheld a pair of feet that hung down from the roof, caked in filthy black mud, emaciated and skeletal, belonging to the wicked witch Bathsheba, who had been hanged from the old tree at the entrance. As his gaze detected the anomaly, the witch, her heels initially turned away from him, began to rotate slowly towards his rear. Had Officer Braden stood in his place, he might have been seized by terror and cried out. Yet, regrettably, it was the demon hunter Cole who stood there. Rather than succumbing to fear, he contemplated whether he should take a shot. The peril of demons lies in their ability to disrupt the senses of mortals, compelling them to perceive what they most desire to see within the depths of their souls, much like a fishing hook adorned with succulent bait. Undoubtedly, Cole's purpose in coming here was to eliminate Bathsheba and fulfill his primary mission. He was not a medium, thus. The manifestation of the devil through the bed sheets at noon tomorrow, appearing before Lorraine Warren as it entered Carolyn's room and leaned down, would not occur. A blatant provocation and disdain. It was as if to say, "Here I am, come and strike me, come on." Yet, it was unmistakable that at that moment, the witch manifesting in Lorraine's perception was none other than the true form of Bathsheba. In the realm of horror films steeped in mystique, any act that alters the trajectory of the narrative may invoke unpredictable and perilous consequences. A skilled hunter possesses an abundance of patience at all times. Thus, Cole feigned ignorance. As if nothing had transpired, he lifted his teacup and turned away. Yet, time seemed to freeze in that instance. Before him loomed Bathsheba, her hair disheveled, her visage a terrifying, skeletal countenance, staring unblinkingly into his eyes with her hollow, dark sockets, save for a solitary, lifeless white pupil. The air was thick with the stench of decay, reminiscent of a putrid fish left to rot in a refuse bin for days. The devil's customary tactic is to instill fear in mortals. Could it truly be an illusion? Holding the teacup, Cole furrowed his brow. Even though these wretched souls, ensnared within the haunted dwelling, were under Bathsheba's dominion, the young boy's spirit reaching out indicated that he had triggered Bathsheba's curse. He paused and glanced behind him. The kitchen was utterly barren, save for the flickering chandelier, casting shadows that danced like phantoms. According to the subsequent investigation conducted by the Warrens, anyone who entered this accursed house with intentions of occupation or invasion would invoke Bathsheba's malevolent curse, ensnaring them for life, tormenting them until madness ensued, followed by death. In a certain sense, both the Warrens and he were intruders. It appeared that the devil had commenced the first step in his pursuit. Ordinary individuals might be startled by the sudden emergence of a voice. Cole merely shrugged, unimpressed, and took a sip of his steaming tea, his right hand resting upon his holstered weapon, feeling a twinge of regret. The malevolent spirits and wicked which believed they held dominion over all who inhabited this house. TSK. If not for the mission target being Bathsheba, perhaps he would have engaged with the 50 caliber exorcism round. Chapter 5. The nuclear flashlight. The torment from the malevolent spirit towards Cole was far from over. Accompanied by a piercing, youthful laughter, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the corridor, gradually fading into the distance. The prearranged thermal imaging cameras snapped their shutters in unison. The noise of exposure resonated sharply in the eerie silence of the sinister abode. Drew, the Asian youth, was the first to be roused by the commotion and the blinding white light. He threw off the blanket, his gaze landing on the sofa where Cole had previously been seated, and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Officer Cole, are you all right?" "Officer Cole." The Warrens and the Browns hastened down from upstairs upon hearing the commotion. Lorraine furrowed her brow, clutching the blanket wrapped around her, her gaze shifting from the kitchen to the back door. It had vanished. Roger Brown appeared haggard, vigorously rubbing his hands together and stamping his feet, inhaling sharply. Hiss. Is the heating broken again? It's freezing, Ed remarked. This is a localized drop in temperature often associated with the appearance of demons or malevolent spirits. I hope the camera captured something useful. Drew, did you find anything on the recorder? Mr. Warren, it's the boy Roy that Apple mentioned. At this moment, Cole emerged from the kitchen, holding a teacup and feigning a bewildered expression as if startled. Ed, did I hear incorrectly? It seems someone just dashed out through the back door. Ed, standing with his hands on his hips and a serious demeanor, replied, as an atheist. It may be difficult for you to accept, but the evidence lies before us, Officer Cole. Just then, a sudden shout echoed from upstairs. Roger, Cindy is missing. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps descended from above. Andrea, the eldest daughter of the Brown family, cried out. I saw Cindy sleepwalking and jumping out of the window. I wanted to stop her, but sob, sob. Caroline embraced her tightly, whispering words of comfort. Ed declared loudly, All right, Drew. You stay behind to protect the ladies. Officer Cole, please contact the Rhode Island Police Department for backup. Roger and I will search the woods behind the house. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Side quest activated. Search for the missing Cindy Brown. Completion reward. Permanent access to the nuclear flashlight. Nuclear flashlight. Behold what we have acquired. The essence of horror gaming. Whether underwater or in space, it shall bring you a glimmer of light and hope. Cole furrowed his brow slightly while holding the teacup. It seemed that his arrival had triggered a series of chain reactions, propelling the situation toward a state of chaos. Clearly, intervention had become imperative. Just as Ed and Roger were about to depart, Cole suddenly proclaimed, This is a malicious trick played by the devil upon the human heart, Mr. Warren, Mr. Brown. The demon that has long resided within this house has begun to consume Caroline. No one would have anticipated that an atheist officer with an official background would utter such words. Lorraine gazed at Cole in astonishment, shaking her head slightly, and said, Officer Cole, I do not comprehend. Could it be that you are like me? Cole set his teacup aside and calmly replied, Mrs. Warren. Mediumship is a rare and precious gift, and I, of course, am not one. However, I cannot yet reveal my true identity, as it may lead to uncontrollable consequences. At this juncture, he cast a meaningful glance at Caroline and added, Especially you, Mrs. Brown. The devil prefers fear and despair over mere slaughter. Remember, your profound maternal love for these children is enough to conquer any evil. Extracting the hourglass from his pocket, Cole stepped toward the door, declaring, Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Shall we leave Cindy to spend the night alone in the woods? Mrs. Lorraine, you must accompany us, without the aid of a medium. By the time we find her, Cindy may already. At this moment, Ed grasped Cole's shoulder and pushed him aside, warning, Hey, I do not care who you are. I will not allow Lorraine to be in danger. I hope you understand my point. Ed, do not speak. Kerr remarked, Ed Warren. This land has been cursed by her. From the very moment you set foot here, she had already set her sights on you. At this juncture, Kerr gestured towards the pendant around Lorraine's neck, shaking his head to indicate she should remain silent. The Warren family, renowned for their expertise in handling supernatural occurrences, required but the slightest hint to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Why had Cindy vanished? Why would the demon choose to prey upon Caroline Brown? Undoubtedly, they shared a common trait, motherhood. Fortunately, Bathsheba was yet unaware of the specifics concerning the Warren family. Had she glimpsed the photograph of Lorraine's daughter hanging around her neck, the curse's power would have instantly surged towards her. What are you still doing? Drew, safeguard the ladies. Ed, you three come with me into the woods. Roger, desperate to rescue his daughter, followed Kerr out of the room without hesitation. The Warrens exchanged glances. Lorraine clutched the pendant around her neck tightly, pleading, Ed, we must help him. All right, Drew, this area is in your hands. Rest assured, Mr. Warren. Meanwhile, from the moment Kerr exited the haunted house, he received a notification regarding a side quest in progress. Subsequently, a flashlight, the size of a beverage bottle, materialized in the pocket of his coat. It gleamed silver, adorned with intricate cross patterns. However, a damned nuclear flashlight. The four entered the woods. Due to the overcast sky, visibility was utterly devoid of light. Lorraine, do you sense anything? Utilizing the seventh sight to peer into the woods of the past and present, Lady Warren soon turned pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. After a scream filled with sheer terror, she collapsed weakly into Ed's arms. Clearly shaken by the horrifying events that had transpired here, Her voice trembled with a hint of weeping. Many dreadful occurrences have taken place here. Officer Cole is correct. The devil curses all who intrude upon this land. Cindy went in that direction. You must act swiftly, for it aims to take her to a place where no one can find her. Just as has happened before. Cole remarked, Lady Warren, are you able to proceed? I can, she replied, halting Ed's speech as she gripped his hand tightly. No mother would abandon her child. Ed, Roger, a mere truck driver, kicked a small stone aside in frustration, exclaiming, damn it. If anything happens to Cindy, I will set this cursed forest ablaze. Calm down, Ed, support her and keep moving forward. I will ensure she remains safe here. Chapter 6, The More Professional Mr. Cole. A few minutes later, as the group ventured deeper into the woods, Lady Warren's expression grew increasingly tense, pressing closely against Ed as if countless evils lurked in the surrounding darkness. The looks on Roger and Ed's faces were equally grim. Even as professionals in supernatural occurrences, the Warrens had never ventured into a desolate wilderness where malevolent spirits roamed at night. Roger and Ed are not mediums. Yet, the stench that permeates the air, reminiscent of a frigid cellar, with a chilling temperature that is almost suffocating, signals to them that something is lurking around them. A bone-deep coldness mingles with fear. Suddenly, Ed's lantern in his hand bursts with a loud bang, extinguishing the only source of light for the four in the woods. Mrs. Warren, endowed with mediumistic abilities, is the first to succumb to the torment of the malevolent spirit, which manifests as a symphony of anguished wails from countless souls. She shuts her eyes, thrashing about in a frenzy, screaming, "Stay away. Do not come near." Ed tightly embraces her, his expression fraught with tension as he reassures her. Hey, my dear. I am here. I'm with you. Roger, in a sudden outburst, cries, Cindy, wait for me. Roger, don't go, no? Driven by paternal instinct and overwhelmed by the interference of the evil spirit on his senses, Roger disregards Ed's attempts to stop him and bolts. Alas, he barely takes 2 steps before he screams and crashes heavily to the ground. Cole pulls out the concentrated medication that Penny had given him and delivers a firm punch to Roger's face to calm him down, forcing him to swallow a dose. He then retrieves a nuclear flashlight from his pocket. This extraordinary device, rightly revered as the essence of horror gaming, remains lit in this haunted place, though its glow is faint and flickering. In this critical moment, Ed, without the luxury of inquiring about the substance Cole administered to Lorraine, grabs the flashlight, wipes the cold sweat from his brow, and urgently casts light around them, hoping that these feeble beams might dispel the encroaching darkness and malevolence. Kerr grasped Lorraine's flailing right hand, unfazed by the malevolent spirits surrounding them, and calmly inquired, Mrs. Warren, do you feel any better now? She gasped for breath, her hair drenched in sweat, her gaze filled with confusion as she scanned the area. Ed, my dear, I am right here. At that moment, Roger regained his composure, gingerly covering the bruised corner of his mouth inflicted by Kerr, and slowly rose from the ground, calling out, Cindy, where are you? Cindy. Ed, having witnessed the entire ordeal, regarded Kerr with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Officer Kerr, what you had them consume was, Mr. Warren, I must admit, your composure has earned my respect. Few can maintain their awareness when confronted by malevolent entities. Supporting Lorraine to her feet, Ed furrowed his brow, no longer viewing Kerr with the same wariness and hostility as before. Initially, he believed that this Rhode Island officer would surely dismiss their research on supernatural occurrences, and his presence was merely to serve as a witness, ensuring that the couple could defend themselves should a tragedy ensue. Yet now, this Officer Kerr displayed not only greater expertise in dealing with the malevolent spirits, but also a calmness that rendered Ed and Lorraine as amateurs in comparison. Officer Kerr, who exactly are you? A demon hunter. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, the three exchanged bewildered glances. Lorraine offered an awkward smile to ease the tension, saying, Mr. Kerr, I thought demon hunters only existed in novels. Ed's brow furrowed in confusion. Demon hunter? Are you not under the jurisdiction of the Vatican? Cole deftly spun the clock hand to mark the hour, sheathed his weapon, and remarked, The Vatican? Are you referring to those individuals who, when confronted by the devil, merely clutch their Bibles and beseech God's assistance? In comparison to God, I place my faith in this. With that, he patted his holster. Now, everyone, let us first locate Cindy before delving into matters concerning the demon hunter. Mrs. Warren, the next step rests upon you. Utilize your mediumistic abilities for the search. Lorraine indicated. In that direction. On their way, Ed returned the flashlight to Cole, his expression unusually grave, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Cole. Had it not been for you, we might have faced considerable peril this evening." Cole replied, "No need for gratitude. To eliminate that entity, I still require your assistance. I have no desire for the charming misses of the Braun family to come to harm." Lorraine appeared to recollect something, stating, earlier, within the house. "It seemed you were apprehensive about something, Mr. Cole. I was indeed concerned about the necklace around your neck, Mrs. Warren. Had you researched the history of the house where the Brauns currently reside, you would know that this entity delights in compelling desperate mothers to slay their own children. It was precisely what she did, casting her child into the hearth to be burned alive, and then hanging herself from the old tree outside, proclaiming her soul belonged to Satan. The difference, however, is that her state of mind at that time was certainly not one of despair." Ed's brow furrowed even deeper at this revelation. Every child of a mother is a divine gift bestowed upon her. To harm one's own child is to insult God, resonating profoundly with the humiliation of the Trinity that Caroline mentioned. Indeed, Mrs. Warren has witnessed events from the past. The human spirit cannot endure direct contact with the devil. At this juncture, Cole cast a furtive glance at the visibly weakened Lorraine. Prior to this incident, Mrs. Warren must have encountered something, mustn't she? The Warrens exchanged a knowing look. Previously, during an exorcism for a farmer in Canada who was besieged by malevolent spirits, an unexpected event transpired. It was because of that incident that Lorraine locked herself in a room for several days, which heightened Ed's sensitivity regarding his wife's safety. They could hardly fathom that such matters could be discerned so readily by Cole. Lorraine's smile was strained. Indeed, some events had transpired. However, at this moment, their belief in Cole's true identity as a demon hunter grew stronger. For those who have never confronted absolute darkness and evil can never comprehend the anguish and torment that the afflicted endure. With a more seasoned individual present, they continued their search for Cindy deeper into the woods, feeling somewhat more at ease than before. Only Roger intermittently shouted Cindy's name into the pitch-black forest. Cole observed the beam of the flashlight stabilizing and remarked, "You are remarkably strong, Mrs. Warren." "Thank you." Just then, the group caught sight of a small figure clad in white pajamas, slowly vanishing into the nocturnal woods. Madame Warren's previously composed demeanor transformed in an instant. Chapter 7. Good heavens, is this the demon hunter? It is Cindy. Something has taken possession of her. Hey, Cindy. Roger. Damn it, wait for us. As a frantic father, Roger disregarded the lurking evils and dangers, racing madly into the distance. Ed followed closely behind. Lorraine and Cole brought up the rear. "Mr. Cole, I saw a maid. She is the one possessing Cindy and keeps uttering something." In the thicket, the flashlight's beam swayed up and down. The cacophony of hurried footsteps and anxious cries echoed through the air. "Cindy, where are you?" "Roger, wait for us. Soon." The first two to arrive found the unconscious Cindy beneath a gnarled tree. Roger tightly embraced his beloved daughter, caressing her face and calling her name. "Dear God, Cindy, please wake up. Ed, find a way to help her. She is as cold as ice." Meanwhile, Lorraine's gaze drifted elsewhere, as if she were listening intently. She occasionally remarked, "Ed, the maid keeps saying she forced them to do this. Judgment, slaughter, plunder, imprisonment, exile. This sequence, from highest to lowest, corresponds to the rank of the demon hunter. Although his current abilities allowed him only to employ the common techniques of the exile sequence, he was still capable of confronting a human soul tainted by the dark powers of an enslaved, vengeful spirit. Approaching Roger, he tested the little girl's temperature with the back of his hand. Cole furrowed his brow. The phenomenon of the dark room. The Warrens exchanged glances. And Ed inquired, "The dark room phenomenon? Cole, are you referring to?" Cole elucidated, "It is a peculiar condition beset by dark forces, manifesting solely in children with heightened inspiration, as they possess an innate, medium-like ability. However, as they mature, this gift tends to wane. In simpler terms, the souls of ordinary individuals resemble a tightly locked door. Even if malevolent entities seek to invade, they must incessantly harass and exert pressure to compel the door to open." As he spoke, Cole instructed Roger to lay Cindy flat upon the ground, retrieving a short dagger concealed within his boot. He pricked his finger, allowing his blood to flow as he began to anoint Cindy's face. "Ah, if only we had the blood of a medium, the efficacy might be enhanced, Mrs. Warren." Lorraine knelt beside Ed and asked, "Do you require my blood?" Cole, observing Ed's expression, which suggested he was on the verge of delivering a punch, chuckled. A single drop will suffice. I trust Mr. Warren would not mind? Ed furrowed his brow and replied, I do mind, Mr. Cole. Regrettably, unable to resist Lorraine's insistence, he allowed the small knife to make a minuscule incision on the index finger of his beloved wife. A single drop of blood fell upon Cindy's forehead. Ed then continued, what comes next? What exactly is this dark room phenomenon? Kerr carefully applied Lorraine's blood from Cindy's forehead to her nose, stating, the souls of mediums, such as your lady, inherently lack that door. However, due to their extraordinary strength, if I may employ a vivid metaphor, they resemble a blazing sun. As such, it is rare for demons to entertain the notion of targeting a medium under the glaring sunlight. In contrast, young children like Cindy often unwittingly open that door, which is why the events of this evening transpired. Moreover, the feeble radiance of their souls allows the lingering dark forces to remain unbanished, resulting in the current predicament you see before you. Kerr's explanation left even the Warren couple, seasoned in supernatural studies for many years, utterly astonished. This was the true essence of an exorcist. Oh no, a figure shrouded in enigma. In comparison, the Warrens, once perceived as mysterious by the common folk, now appeared as mere novices in the field. After a moment of silence, Ed spoke with a hint of reverence, solemnly suggesting, Mr. Kerr, perhaps after this matter concludes, we could engage in a meaningful discussion regarding collaboration. Following this, under the watchful gaze of the three, they remained unaware of what Kerr had achieved with the blood, only faintly hearing the wails of the vengeful spirits. The blood on Cindy's face emitted a soft glow before transforming into powder and cascading down. As the little girl gradually awakened, Roger excitedly embraced her, exclaiming, Cindy, thank heavens, you are safe. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Kerr's ear. Side quest completed. Permanent access to the nuclear flashlight has been activated. Cradling the little girl, Roger gazed at the trio, utterly at a loss as to how to express his gratitude. At that moment, he was still contemplating the potential twists that the film's plot might take. Initially, only the Warren couple had been perceived as a threat by Bathsheba upon entering the haunted house, which is why it wasn't until the third day that she resorted to violence. Now, however, an uninvited demon hunter had joined the fray, suggesting that further developments were likely. The only recourse lay in seizing the right moment to deliver a decisive blow. Upon returning to the haunted residence, Mrs. Brown excitedly embraced the father and daughter. Ed inquired, Drew, did anything transpire after we departed? The Asian young man, hands on his hips, replied, all the clocks have stopped at 3:07, and I can't shake the feeling that something is lurking in the house. Also, the door in the living room has been incessantly rattling. What about the camera and the recorder? He asked. No response, Cole shrugged. I am not a medium, Mr. Ed. If you can coax out that elusive entity, the subsequent matters can be entrusted to me. The Warrens exchanged glances, and Lorraine remarked, in that case, I shall inform you immediately should I make any discoveries. It would be best to bind it with a rope. Mr. Cole, are you jesting? Indeed, he replied. Drew, standing to the side, chuckled quietly. Officer Cole, I must admit that my earlier jest at your expense was inappropriate, but his words trailed off. The crucifixes adorning the room all tumbled to the ground, while a chair screeched against the floor, hurtling towards Cole with a fierce rush. He deftly evaded the chair's assault, entirely unfazed. Upon speaking, Cole not only astonished Drew, but also left the Warren couple in utter disbelief. Goodness, is this what it means to be a demon hunter? While others recoiled in fear from the malevolent spirits and demons, Mr. Cole's words brimmed with disdain, even bordering on provocation, as if he were eager for the spirits to engage him. Chapter 8. Successful fishing. After a night of turmoil, the group found little solace in sleep. As dawn broke, Mrs. Caroline busied herself in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, pancakes, bacon, slightly charred toast, and a steaming cup of coffee, a classic American breakfast. The daughters of the Brown family gathered around the table, vibrant and filled with laughter. The Asian youth, Drew, sat beside Andrea, recounting his past encounters with the supernatural. Their conversation, though casual, carried an undercurrent of unspoken affection. To alleviate the fright of the previous night, Roger suggested they take the girls out for ice cream during the day, instantly uplifting the atmosphere at the table. As Caroline prepared the last fried egg, she appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion wan. I must take a nap. I haven't slept well for several nights. Ed remarked, go rest. Lauren and I will handle things. Is that truly all right? In stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor of the others, Mrs. Warren sat alone at the table, her expression far from pleasant. Meanwhile, Cole reclined on the sofa in the living room, holding yesterday's newspaper in his hands. Everything at the dining table was observed by him. It seemed that the trajectory of the film's plot had not altered significantly. Undoubtedly, when Roger departed with the girls, Lorraine would be outside hanging the sheets, and it would be the first time that Bathsheba revealed her true form. He raised his coffee cup, the bitter taste causing him to furrow his brow. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly. Cole, feigning sleep beneath a newspaper, caught a glimpse of Lorraine emerging from the laundry room with a basin of clothes. Was it finally time? He retrieved the concentrated potion, taking a small sip in case of emergencies. Setting down the newspaper, he followed Mrs. Warren out of the ominous house. He could have informed the Warrens about the demon possessing Caroline at noon today, urging them to be more cautious. However, such an action would not align with the purpose of his arrival in the realm of the ants. The objective was for everyone to survive, with no absolute prohibition against injury or disability. The midday sun shone particularly bright. Leaning against the doorway's column, the wind chimes above him were eerily silent. In the distance, he observed the Warrens, who were hanging sheets while expressing their affection openly. Cole's right hand rested on his holster. Having feasted on enough affection, Ed finally turned to leave for the garage to repair Roger's broken Chevrolet. As the first breeze stirred the dry leaves on the ground, dark clouds loomed ominously from afar. Suddenly, the wind chimes began to clatter as a fierce gust arose, causing the white sheets hanging on the line to flutter like malevolent spirits eager to claim a victim. It was at that moment that Cole, ready to draw his weapon, sensed an overwhelming stench of decay without any forewarning. Immediately, whispers from the abyss crept into his ear, resonating like the grating of rusty iron sheets. Laughter, akin to the hollow creaks of a marionette, filled the air. The chaotic murmurs scorched his soul like a searing iron brand, echoing with relentless repetition. Everyone must perish, cawed the sinister refrain. In the distance, Lorraine Warren, witnessing the harrowing scene, was nearly paralyzed with terror. Recalling Carl's earlier warning, she dropped the sheet in her hands and rushed towards him, her voice a frantic cry, "Ed! Ed! Carl! It stands before you." At that moment, Carl beheld a woman clad in a tattered white nightgown, her hair disheveled, resembling a cadaver, who offered him a mocking and disdainful smile. She leaned in closer, whispering ominously, "You are next." Following her words, Bathsheba, with a thick rope around her neck, advanced step by step into the darkness. In the realm of spirit summoning, no mortal could confront the encroachment of demons with composure, not even Lorraine Warren, endowed with the seventh sight. Yet Bathsheba remained oblivious to the identity of her intended victim, a prospective demon hunter, a graduate of the Royal Demon Hunter Academy of the Munsy Empire. From the very first year, students endured daily encounters with the standard Level 1 demon code, enduring its onslaught and oppression, fortified by innate resistance and supportive potions. Bathsheba's form flickered unpredictably. "Mr. Carl, she began, but was halted by Mrs. Warren, who deftly extracted a crumpled cigarette from her coat pocket, adopting the same technique as the raven, and placed it between her lips. Bathsheba, as he bowed his head and uttered the true name of the devil, Mrs. Warren and Ed, who had rushed in upon hearing the sound, were suddenly struck with an overwhelming terror upon hearing Cole speak the demon's true name. However, this revelation did not imply that knowing the true name would guarantee success. In most instances, the true name of a demon embodies a potent dark power, akin to an incantation. The one who pronounces it resembles a summoner rather than an exorcist. It is reminiscent of the old adage, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. In an exorcism, the exorcist daring to utter the demon's true name merely substitutes the abyss with the gaze of God. The gaze of a true master. Under such scrutiny, even the abyss must retract and comport itself. Therefore, in the eyes of the Warrens, Cole was courting disaster at that very moment. Suddenly, a piercing wail from the devil echoed throughout the haunted house. Every piece of furniture and every floorboard groaned under the weight of supernatural forces, emitting sorrowful cries of distress. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the demon hunter, Cole Walker, who was frantically searching for a lighter. "Ed, I nearly forgot that you do not smoke." "Mr. Cole, remain calm. It is merely a trivial affair. Do not panic." The sole medium, Lorraine Warren, was so horrified by the events unfolding in the room that beads of cold sweat streamed down her face. The terrifying apparitions, enslaved by Baphomet, began to manifest before her. She clutched Ed's arm tightly, for the overwhelming sensation of coldness, a result of too much contact with dark forces, rendered her body numb, preventing her from articulating a single coherent thought. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. The moment the foul stench pervaded the air once more, Cole, seemingly unprepared, suddenly let out a cold chuckle and raised his gun to fire. The .50 caliber's thunderous roar reverberated, leaving the heads of the three men buzzing. Cole lowered his gaze, resting a cigarette on the heated barrel, inhaling deeply. His demeanor was composed, clad in a black trench coat, with wisps of smoke curling around him, complementing his meticulously slicked-back hair. In contrast to a demon hunter, at that moment, Cole resembled a ruthless bounty hunter from the desolate West, exuding a cold indifference. As if he were not hunting a devil that struck fear into the hearts of men, but rather a mere beast. In Lorraine's vision, she beheld the approaching Bathsheba, whose grotesque, filthy, emaciated head, with its gaping fangs, resembled a shattered watermelon. With a resounding bang, dark forces erupted. The tormented spirits enslaved by her had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. Their mistress, the malevolent witch Bathsheba, serving Satan, had her head blown apart with a single shot. They were paralyzed with terror, unable to move. Was this not utterly absurd? Cole was not particularly fond of smoking. He simply believed that lighting a cigarette after dispatching a demon was undeniably cool, undeniably stylish, a display of bravado. As a mysterious and formidable demon hunter in the eyes of ordinary people, he had to possess a certain flair. In the brief moment it took to light a cigarette, he had laid bare the machinations of the devil that had tormented the Brown family for so long, making it clear to the professionals, the Warrens, how to proceed. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, Cole tucked the high noon into his holster. He tilted his chin slightly and inquired, "How long do you intend to observe me like this?" "Of course, Mrs. Warren, if your husband does not mind, you may gaze for as long as you wish." Lorraine Warren, a woman not conventionally beautiful, yet exuding an exquisite grace. As an industry expert, she was acutely aware that dealing with the devil was far more formidable than Cole let on, fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could ignite disaster, with dire consequences. "Mr. Cole, that gun. Are you referring to this?" He responded, "I prefer to call it high noon." Ed inhaled deeply, although he could not directly perceive the unfolding events. The moment the gunshot rang out, the haunted house fell into an eerie silence. He recalled the jest made during their first encounter, when Drew and Cole remarked, "You know, bullets cannot harm spirits and demons." There was no need for meticulous documentation to be submitted to the Vatican for approval. All he did was pull the trigger. After the shot, tranquility ensued. Overwhelmed by the shock, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He exchanged a glance with his wife, hands on hips, furrowing his brow as if to alleviate the awkwardness. In a feigned effort to scrutinize the scene, he jested, "Mr. Cole, if you have any surplus firearms, perhaps you might consider selling one to me. It would certainly be more efficient than traditional exorcism rituals." Upon hearing the gunshot, Caroline, who was just roused from her slumber, hurried downstairs and found three individuals standing at the door. With a perplexed expression, she inquired, "Ed, I could have sworn I heard gunfire just now." Ed shrugged and replied, "Such matters are better directed towards Officer Cole." Cole, holding a cigarette, spoke slowly, "Everyone requires rest. That is beyond dispute. However, Mrs. Brown, it does not seem wise to sleep alone at such a time." Caroline gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. "Is that true?" "My goodness, Do not worry. I have temporarily intervened on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee what will happen next time," Cole remarked, extinguishing his cigarette against the doorpost. Internally, Cole was seething, cursing his luck. How could it be that a .500 Smith Wesson, a revolver capable of taking down an elephant with a single shot, failed to deliver a fatal blow? At such close range, even with two level 3 helmets, it should have been effective. How could one shot not suffice? Lorraine had assumed that after a single gunshot, the matter concerning the Browns would conclude. Yet upon hearing Cole's words, she paused, confused. "I do not quite understand." Its head was already. As she spoke, she gestured dramatically, mimicking an explosion. Boom. Like that. Utilizing her mediumistic abilities to discern the current state of the haunted house, she found it utterly devoid of presence. Whether it was the deceased Bathsheba or the malevolent spirit, all had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Cole then said, "Mrs. Brown, if you would, please roll up your left sleeve and check if the bruise remains." She rolled up her sleeves and gently touched the bruise, remarking that the doctor had suggested it might be a symptom of iron deficiency, and that she had been taking medication recently. "All right, Please come here, she continued. Mrs. Warren, use your hand to feel that bruise. Perhaps you will discern something. After seeking Ed's approval with her gaze, Lorraine placed her hand on the bruise. Before long, she slowly opened her eyes, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Mrs. Brown, her expression grave. Caroline, Cole was right. This is the mark left by its corrosion. Ed, we must report this to the Vatican without delay. If we prolong this, I fear it will complete its possession unbeknownst to us. Perhaps I could consider conducting an exorcism. Last time in. His words were interrupted as Lorraine grasped his arm, signaling him to refrain from continuing. I cannot allow you to take such risks again, Ed. I cannot lose you. Lorraine, do we not have Cole? He will assist Caroline, Ed replied. Mr. Cole, you surely will not stand idly by, will you? The gazes of the three fixated on Cole. Caroline hastily interjected. I can offer a certain remuneration, Mr. Cole. I only hope you will help me. Help my child. I beg you. Leaning against the doorpost, Cole crossed his arms and scoffed. Remuneration? How much can you offer? More than your child's life? Seeing this, Ed remarked, Caroline, many things cannot be simply measured in material terms. If it were merely for money, Cole would not have concealed his identity and come here voluntarily. Moreover, he uttered the true name of the devil, signifying that he had forcibly drawn the creature's attention upon himself. This is exceedingly perilous, and I hope you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Chapter 10, Faction Incident. Additional rewards. Speaking of vulnerabilities, Caroline, who was on the brink of collapse from the torment inflicted by Bathsheba, felt tears welling up in her eyes as she covered her mouth and murmured, I do not know what to say to you all. Lorraine embraced her gently, offering solace. As long as we are here, we will ensure that nothing befalls you and the children. Rest easy. Mrs. Brown nodded in agreement. At that moment, Cole remarked with a smile. If we are to discuss rewards, perhaps once all is said and done, I might be granted a hug from Apple. Wiping away her tears, Caroline exclaimed with fervor, Thank you. I am truly grateful, Mr. Cole. As they watched Mrs. Warren assist her inside, a sudden system notification chimed in Cole's ear. Faction event has been triggered. Every choice you make will alter the trajectory of the narrative. Upholding justice, remaining detached, or embracing evil, these are your options. Distinct choices will yield additional rewards as the story unfolds. Current faction, chaotic good. Officer Cole Walker acts solely in accordance with his moral compass. While you may choose to sacrifice others to achieve your ends, it is imperative to uphold a suitable ethical boundary. Additional rewards are being calculated. The malevolent witch, the devilish Bathsheba, who serves Satan, has been grievously wounded by you. You have stripped her of the ability to enslave vengeful spirits, liberating a portion of the souls imprisoned by the Brolon family, and your own soul has attained redemption. Reward 1. You have acquired the ghostly maid Sylvie. Reward 2. The strength of your soul has increased. Ghostly maid Sylvie. She is an exceptional tea specialist, beloved by all as a charming household assistant. Yet she is woefully inept in combat. While she may share names with certain virtual characters, should you subject her to undue torment, this adorable and obedient specter may undergo unspeakable transformations that will drastically diminish your sanity. Increase soul strength. Let us raise a toast, Demon Hunter. From this moment forward, you have transcended the ranks of novices. The oppression of level 1 malevolent spirits and demons poses no threat to you. Even if you unleash 3 high noon bullets in quick succession, you shall not be fatigued to the point of collapse, and the damage inflicted by high noon bullets has been slightly enhanced. Initiating novice protection mechanism. The current scenario does not permit the summoning of ghostly maid Sylvie, as she is merely a homebody maid. At this moment, your maid is grumbling. I absolutely detest fighting. Having perused all the descriptions of the rewards, Cole sniffles slightly, his nose congested. The activation of the protection mechanism prevents him from summoning the ghostly maid, meaning she may very well perish in the face of Bathsheba. It seems she is merely a cute tea-serving entity, utterly ineffectual in battle, considering his dismal, doghouse-like apartment in the main world. Having a ghostly maid who tirelessly serves without pay throughout the year is indeed a rather pleasant circumstance. The notion of increased soul strength is more easily comprehended through the lens of RPG games. Resistance 1, damage at noon 1. After all these events, Ed's attitude towards the enigmatic demon hunter, Mr. Cole, has undergone a complete transformation. Cole, if you are a demon hunter, then where has Officer Cole truly gone? Is your badge a mere fabrication? Does such a flimsy piece of paper even require counterfeiting? At this moment, Cole appears increasingly inscrutable in Ed's eyes. How could he effortlessly acquire official credentials from the state police department? What is the true nature of the organization behind these demon hunters, that it holds such profound influence? Almost forgot. I need to head into town to deliver the photographs I captured yesterday of the occurrences here to the priest, and while I'm at it, purchase a new component for that Chevrolet. Cole, are you certain that fellow won't reappear anytime soon? Cole reclined on the sofa, casually resting his legs on the coffee table. Remarked nonchalantly, perhaps he is presently cowering within some trinket, trembling in fear. Have you forgotten who I am? Ed, hands on his hips, replied ambiguously, a demon hunter. No wonder you seem so unfazed. Speaking of which, I too enjoy taking my shotgun into the woods for hunting each autumn. Since that is the case, I leave this matter in your hands. Take good care of them. Cole covered his face with the newspaper and slowly stated, Go ahead, but do not forget. We have always been at odds with the church. Ed waved goodbye and departed from the house. Upon hearing the sound of a car engine outside, Cole prepared himself for a much-needed slumber. After a night of turmoil, anyone would be unable to withstand it. Moreover, with the devil's penchant for disturbing humanity during their slumber, he resembled a fisherman, rod in hand, waiting for the moment when that entity could no longer contain its impatience and would come forth to meet its demise. With an increase in soul strength, the first-level killing demon, Bathsheba, appeared to him as nothing more than a farcical performance. When Cole awoke, it was already evening. The day's amusements seemed to have allowed them to forget the unpleasant events of the previous day. Removing the newspaper from his face, he was rather surprised to find that Bathsheba had not ensnared him while he slept. Could it be that it was afraid? Or perhaps Caroline had already been quietly compromised. He had begun to harbor suspicions when Ed went out to procure old parts for the Chevrolet. Although the movie's plot had taken an unexpected turn, the subsequent developments had not deviated significantly. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, steadily advancing forward. In this light, suspicion remained merely suspicion, lacking sufficient information to ascertain its validity. From another perspective, if Bathsheba sought to evade confrontation, then Caroline, who had been eroded for so long, would serve as the perfect vessel. Should she fall under its control, Caroline could begin to slay the girls of the Brown family. The despair and anguish siphoned from the soul of that mother would surely restore Bathsheba's injuries and strength. Demons are never foolish. On the contrary, they are often more cunning and malevolent than humans. If this were indeed the case, the forthcoming challenges might prove troublesome, but such is the nature of existence. Currently, Cole is no longer the novice who has just entered the world of Conjuring. The time has come, granting him significant immunity against the incursions of first-level demons and malevolent spirits. As Ed has stated, they conceal themselves within a vessel, rendering themselves impervious to attacks from others. Yet is this not, in another sense, a form of imprisonment? What remains now is to await an opportunity for Bathsheba to make her presence known, at which point Ed will conduct the exorcism. When that moment arrives, the fate of the malevolent witch lurking within Caroline will no longer be hers to determine. Chapter 11. The Seasoned Demon Hunter Nightfall. The young Asian man, having heard of the events that transpired at noon, approached Cole uninvited, taking a seat beside him. His eyes frequently darted toward the now iconic revolver, as if yearning to grasp this legendary weapon capable of vanquishing evil spirits. Hey, have you seen Red Dead Redemption? Cole remarked, cradling his coffee. The vast wilderness and the cowboy ethos, the romantic notion of personal heroism. Who could possibly dislike it? What I mean is, I've heard you refer to this as the time has come, the revolver that injured that fellow in broad daylight. Personally, I don't know much about firearms, but the beast you hold is certainly far more impressive than a state trooper's standard issue. The time setting of Conjuring is 1971. While the prototype of the time has come, the Smith Wesson M500 did not emerge until 2003, a product of technological advancement by 30 years. Naturally, it is far more striking than the antiquated wooden-gripped revolvers carried by state troopers. Placing his coffee cup on the table, Cole turned to him with a smile. I know what you're thinking, Drew, but alas, I cannot lend it to you. God knows when Bathsheba might suddenly make her entrance. Unfazed by the revelation of his thoughts, Drew chuckled heartily and rose to pour another cup of steaming coffee. I am merely curious, Mr. Cole. I wish to know if your demon hunting organization still admits newcomers. I have heard of your exploits during the day from Mr. Ed, and it is simply marvelous. Do you truly feel that way? Of course, protecting others and vanquishing demons. What could possibly be cooler than that? If given the chance, I would gladly apprentice by your side. Cole smiled and shook his head. For ignorance breeds courage. Even in the Empire of Munsy, the survival rate of demon hunting apprentices, who have undergone 4 years of rigorous training, is less than 20%. With his talent and mindset, engaging in such a profession would inevitably lead to a tormenting reality that could drive one to despair. Patting the young man's shoulder, Cole prepared to deliver a sobering truth to this Na'vi lad. Let me ponder this. 5 years ago, there were 26 apprentices training under the same mentor as I. What do you suppose has become of them? The optimistic young man replied, Mr. Cole, I am not entirely oblivious. In our line of work, facing these malevolent and terrifying beings daily, it is entirely normal to find the mental strain too great and choose to withdraw. But I am different. Having studied under Mr. Warren for so long, I have personally encountered 3 supernatural events. How could I possibly consider stepping back from the chance to become a formidable and dashing demon hunter? Sipping his coffee, he shrugged, seemingly proud of his experiences, and continued, So, where are the others now? Dead, including my mentor. Often, a calm demeanor paired with the revelation of a gruesome truth proves to be more shocking and terrifying. This is the essence of a seasoned demon hunter, whose soul, weathered by countless farewells and reunions, has come to regard everything with indifference. At least, in the eyes of the young Asian man Drew. Cole Walker embodies the enigmatic and experienced persona of a master demon hunter. Gradually, Drew's optimistic outlook morphed into an awkward chuckle. Mr. Cole? That joke is hardly amusing. Cole, with a slight elevation of his chin, scrutinized him with the gravitas of a mentor and replied nonchalantly, Do you truly believe I am jesting? The Warren couple, seated in the restaurant, inevitably overheard the exchange. Ed exclaimed, Drew, if you have nothing pressing to attend to, you should prepare your paper and refrain from disturbing Mr. Cole. With a resigned shrug, Drew lifted his coffee cup and moved to a different seat. At that moment, the recording equipment on the table emitted a faint whisper. Sure, don't let her discover us. Drew glanced at Cole, hastily seated himself, donned the headphones, and shouted, Ed, there's a new development. The Warren couple hurried over at the sound. Lorraine put on another pair of headphones, listened for a moment, and furrowed her brow, murmuring, It seems to be Roy, mentioned by Apple. What does he intend to do? Cole sat silently beside them, sipping his coffee, pondering. Has she indeed concealed herself within Caroline's body? In the film, the ghost of the young boy never exhibited overt aggression. Rather, his penchant for mischievous hide-and-seek was genuinely unsettling. Given that he chose to conceal Cindy in the dim chamber behind the wardrobe at such a critical moment, it indicates that soon enough, Bathsheba would manipulate Caroline into initiating the act of taking her child's life. However, Cole was not inclined to alert anyone, for such an action might provoke suspicion, prompting Bathsheba to seek refuge in a different vessel. In that case, unforeseen complications could arise. It is not only humans who prey on the weak, demons do as well. The gunshot she endured made her acutely aware of who the truly formidable presence was within that house. At that moment, Cindy, clad in a white nightgown, ambled through the corridor, akin to her usual somnambulism, while the temperature-sensitive camera positioned at the entrance captured her fleeting image. Aroused from slumber, Caroline and Roger hurried forth. Ed halted their attempts to intercept Cindy, stating, Wait, we require this. As Cindy ascended the staircase, each temperature-sensitive camera along her path snapped a photo. The skeptical Roger, arms akimbo, questioned, Cindy is merely sleepwalking. How could the camera have captured her? Ed elucidated, It is not Cindy who triggered the camera. Something else is following her. Something? The group stood at the foot of the stairs, witnessing Cindy enter the heavily haunted bedroom, where the wardrobe was ominously placed. Bang! The white wooden door slammed shut. Observing this, Ed cursed under his breath. Damn. Roger was the first to rush forward, yet no effort could pry open the door. Ultimately, it was Ed who, with a remarkable display of strength, kicked the door down. But alas, by the time they entered, Cindy had vanished without a trace. The windows were tightly shut. Unlike the last time when they had jumped out and found themselves in the woods. Drew, bring the ultraviolet lamp. Roger rubbed the back of his head, gazing vacantly at the empty house. Ed, what do we need the ultraviolet lamp for? You will find out soon enough, Drew. Hurry. At that moment, Cole, who had been leisurely walking at the back, leaned against the doorframe with a cup of coffee and remarked, Based on my years of experience in such situations, it is highly likely that Cindy has been hidden in the wardrobe. There may even be a secret chamber behind it, where terrible events have transpired. However, there is no need for haste. I overheard a conversation on the tape. It seems someone is trying to help Cindy evade the prying eyes of certain unsavory entities. Nevertheless, He can only express this indirectly, as to predict the future would be rather exaggerated. Even so, the expressions of those in the room reflected sheer astonishment. Ed, in particular, was momentarily engulfed in existential doubt. How could he have inferred such a thing? Previously in Canada, a misstep had left an indelible mark of terror in both his and Lorraine's minds. How many supernatural occurrences had he investigated? Or how many demons and malevolent spirits had he hunted to amass such extensive experience? Is this what it means to be a seasoned demon hunter? Chapter 12. It began to shake. Without waiting for Drew to deliver the ultraviolet lamp, Ed hastily opened the wardrobe, pushed aside the garments within, and tapped on the wooden panel at the back. The thudding sound seemed to corroborate Cole's assertion. After a series of attempts to push and pull, a wooden board was slid to the right, revealing an opening just large enough for a person to curl up and pass through. Ed leaned in and discovered Cindy sleeping in the corner, which brought him a sense of relief. Roger, Cindy's inside. The father, tormented by supernatural events for days, held his forehead and exclaimed, "Good heavens." As they settled Cindy, the group gradually departed. The youngest daughter of the Braun family, Apple, cradled the music box that revealed the ghostly boy Roy through the mirror. She gazed at the gaping hole behind the wardrobe and, in a tender voice, remarked to Lorraine, "Roy hides in here when he's scared." Following her gaze, Lorraine looked at the opening and then took the flashlight from Drew, bending down to peer inside. Cole quietly observed the unfolding events from outside the door. The hollow Lorraine entered was an abandoned flue leading to the basement. Though it had been covered with a thin layer of wooden planks, it seemed to be a secret base for the children during their playtime. With a few dusty toy cars resting on a simple shelf, all draped in cobwebs. "Ed, may I see Apple's music box?" Upon hearing Lorraine's voice from within, Cole placed his coffee cup on the floral cabinet in the hallway and made his way toward the basement. Without a doubt, within 2 minutes, the entire house would echo with Lorraine's scream as she fell through the broken wooden planks. The cause was her discovery of a rope, a noose soaked in dark power, belonging to Bathsheba. Cole sat quietly in the chair opposite the wooden door of the basement, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. However, one matter weighed heavily on his mind. He had previously warned the Warren couple to be wary of the curse that could seep through the pendant around Lorraine's neck and afflict their daughter. Regrettably, Lorraine had yet to remove the pendant adorned with her daughter's photograph. He could only conclude that the couple was truly obstinate. Furthermore, Bathsheba was now lurking within Caroline's body. Did it truly have the audacity to manifest itself in the basement? A minute later, a resounding crash echoed from upstairs, intertwined with Lorraine's anguished scream, followed by Ed's frantic cries of Lorraine. Observing Ed frantically searching the house for his wife, Cole felt no stirrings of emotion. If his memory served him correctly, approximately 2 minutes elapsed from Lorraine Warren's fall to Bathsheba's emergence. Thus, he refrained from immediately descending into the basement, opting instead to await the opportune moment, one precise enough to seize the fleeting chance to fire as he breached the basement door. The sole variable in this scenario was his prior concern. Did that malevolent witch, in service to Satan, possess the audacity to slip out from Caroline's body? In the basement, having fallen from the second floor, Lorraine Warren was left disoriented and weak, despite the many obstacles she encountered along the way. Struggling to rise, the dust suspended in the air rendered the beam of her flashlight ghostly pale, illuminating the old, cluttered, and eerily silent basement. Suddenly, a faint, eerie laughter, seemingly emanating from a distant shore, yet feeling unnervingly close, began to resonate, only to abruptly cease. Perhaps due to her inherent sensitivity and years of battling malevolent forces, Mrs. Warren exhibited an unsettling calmness. She even had the presence of mind to retrieve the music box from the floor, winding its mechanism so that the clown figurine began to rotate slowly. Her gaze was fixed intently on the mirror, adorned with twisted patterns, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the terrifying truths of the haunted house. The cries echoed in her mind. "It is she who compelled me to do this. It is she who compelled me to do this." Through the mirror, she beheld a mother and daughter who were not meant to be in the basement. The plump mother cradled her servant daughter, a knife in one hand, blood pooling at their feet. When she glanced back at the mirror, she was confronted by the wretched ghost of that mother, mere inches from her face, seemingly gripped by fear. The ghostly mother's visage was streaked with tears, as she lowered her voice cautiously, as if imparting a dire warning. "It is she who compelled me to do this." The ghost spoke, her pallid eyes gazing upward. Following her gaze, Lorraine looked up as well, but found nothing but the wooden beams above her head, devoid of any presence. Yet, in that moment, the creaking sound of a heavy object swaying from a rope pierced the silence of the basement. Lorraine shone her flashlight around, and suddenly, a pair of filthy, emaciated feet dangled down from above. No one knew better than she the identity of their owner. The twisted agony from the depths of hell. The omnipresent wails of despair, incessantly gnawed at her psyche and soul like a dull blade. The soul of an ordinary person could scarcely endure the chilling oppression of confronting the devil, and even a medium was not exempt from this torment. As she uttered her first heart-wrenching scream, all semblance of calm dissolved into an indescribable, extreme terror, compelling her to flee recklessly. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The wooden door of the basement was forcefully kicked open by a large foot clad in low-top boots. In that moment, Lorraine Warren looked up, and there stood a figure illuminated by the light at the doorway, resembling a savior sent by God. The silhouette, shrouded in darkness, bore only a hint of crimson and a wisp of smoke. "You truly dare to emerge, Baphomet." Bang! The hour had struck, and a deafening gunshot reverberated within the confines of the basement, causing Lorraine's necklace to be yanked violently. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet before the pendant could be opened, another gunshot rang out. Boom! The tremendous roar left her ears ringing. Following this, Baphomet let out a shrill, vengeful wail, the chaotic timbre vanishing in an instant within the basement's walls. Ed rushed into the basement, enveloping Lorraine in a tight embrace. Hey, Lorraine, I am here." Cole stood frozen in place, gun in hand, for at least 3 seconds, as a profound shock coursed through him, an unsettling jolt that felt almost surreal. The scene he had just witnessed was beyond absurd. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Do you know what Baphomet was before?" Ed assisted Lorraine in rising and moving towards the exit, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Before? Cole, I do not comprehend your meaning." At that moment, Drew and the Brown family also gathered around. "Cole, did you not hit her?" "In a certain sense, she evaded my bullets in an uncanny manner." "Dancing? Mr. Kerr, are you implying?" "I fired twice. She first swayed her head to the right, narrowly avoiding the first shot, and then, as they conversed, they made their way to the living room." Drew inquired curiously, "And then?" "Then she executed a glide to the right in midair, ceaselessly shaking her head side to side to dodge the second bullet. It may sound exceedingly abstract, but it just swayed. If you have an affinity for popular music, remember to purchase an album at the end of '82. Once you listen to it, you will comprehend what I just witnessed." "Ha, Mr. Kerr, are you jesting? It is now 1971. Well, what is the name of that album?" "Thriller. Chapter 13. How audacious, is it not?" Lorraine handed the broken pendant to Ed, cautioning him to keep it safe. A cold sweat of shock adorned her forehead as she steadied herself against her knees. Taking deep breaths, she raised her head, her brow furrowed, and addressed Caroline, stating, "I witnessed the truth in the basement. Kerr was correct. It has been eroding you. And now, there is no time left. We must take you to the church in town immediately." The Brown couple exchanged glances. Bang! As the cross positioned behind Caroline fell to the ground, it was as if a domino had been toppled. The crosses arranged throughout the house were all jolted to the floor, producing a series of crisp collisions. In that moment of bewilderment, everyone stood in shock. The eldest daughter of the Brown family suddenly emitted a piercing scream. It appeared that her hair had been seized by some unseen force, which violently yanked and dragged her, causing this girl, who had been exchanging glances with an Asian boy, to crash heavily against the wall. Subsequently, that same force continued to pull her body across the floor. "Oh, Andrea, damn it." Ed and Roger, disregarding everything else, rushed forward in an attempt to grasp Andrea. Yet, the invisible power was overwhelmingly strong, causing both of them to tumble onto the floor. "Andrea, you bastard. Let her go." "Daddy." The other young daughters of the Brown family were profoundly startled by the scene before them. Drew also dashed forward to lend assistance, but just a few steps in, he was thrown to the ground by the immense, invisible force. The impact left even this vigorous young man momentarily incapacitated. He groaned softly, clutching his waist, and shouted in agony, "Mr. Cole, think of something." Meanwhile, Roger and Ed were also being tossed about by the supernatural force, rolling on the ground as Andrea continued to scream in terror. Ed, who had fallen hard onto the floor, managed to push himself up with his hands while shouting, "Cole, don't just stand there. Come help." The girls huddled behind Caroline, intermittently calling out Andrea's name with quavering voices. In the midst of such unexpected chaos, Cole found himself taken aback, for this situation had strayed far beyond the bounds of their cinematic narrative, as if certain plot elements had been prematurely unleashed. Rather than offering assistance, his gaze fell upon Caroline, whose expression was anything but natural. A shift in focus? His right hand brushed against the holster. In other words, prior to this moment, Bathsheba's power had amounted to little more than moving chairs, shattering picture frames, or barricading doors. It now appeared that his suspicions had been entirely confirmed. That fiend was lurking within Caroline, gradually seizing control over her mind and senses. As if sensing Cole's scrutinizing gaze, the mother suddenly displayed a remarkably cruel smile. Seemingly mocking his impotence and frailty, she retrieved a pair of scissors, which she had concealed, and with a swift turn, lunged towards Apple. Witnessing this alarming turn of events, Cole's expression darkened. How dare she attempt murder in his presence? Thus, amidst the horrified and terrified gazes of the Brown girls and Mrs. Warren's incredulous screams, Cole stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the possessed Caroline, along with the weapon, flying over 2 meters away. "Cole, are you out of your mind?" exclaimed Lorraine in shock. The girls screamed in unison, startled by the sudden upheaval. At that moment, the supernatural force controlling Andrea quietly dissipated, while the commotion drew the attention of Ed and Roger. Cole pressed his knee against Caroline's arm, restraining the other with his left hand, and, with his gun pointed at her forehead, he panted, "You old bastard. If you dare to target them again, I swear I will blow your head off. Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding inside." Caroline gazed into Cole's eyes, a strange smile creeping across her face, before she screamed in a tone of sheer terror, "Roger! Roger! Cole has gone mad. Come save me." Anyone in her position, confronted with a stranger pressing a gun against their wife's temple, would find it impossible to remain composed. Ed restrained the frenzied Roger, incredulously exclaiming, "Cole, have you lost your mind? You scoundrel! Release her at once." "Hey, Roger, look at me. For Caroline and your child, do not make any sudden moves. Do you understand? I know, but do not worry. Lorraine and I will handle everything." Cole's demeanor remained cold as he remarked, "Caroline? Huh. Perhaps we should refer to her by another name. Bathsheba, shall we?" "You old fool." Seemingly intent on inciting discord among them, Caroline disregarded Cole's words, repeatedly shouting, "Roger, save me. He has lost his mind." "Is that so?" Cole paid no heed to the words of the Warrens or Roger behind him, yanking her hair and allowing her to struggle futilely as he stepped outside with a stoic expression. "Roger, Ed. He will surely kill me. Call the state police." "Mom. Cole. Where are you taking her?" Cole, with an air of cultured nonchalance, delivered 2 swift punches to the disobedient Caroline's face, turning coldly to the Warrens and stating, "Take her to the church in town for a glass of holy water lemonade. The priest there. Be honest. The priest will undoubtedly be most welcoming. He is far from being a sentimental do-gooder, were it not for the fact that this is his inaugural venture into the realm of horror films. Bound by the constraints of a main quest, he would have long since obliterated all the malevolent spirits and demons haunting the house. That wicked witch, Bathsheba, whose malevolence lingers even in death, delights in provoking him with her condescending and infuriatingly smug gaze. How dare she hide? This very night, if I do not force-feed you a gallon of holy water, you shall remain oblivious to the unyielding might of the demon hunter's righteous fist. Initially filled with terror and struggling desperately, Caroline's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the term holy water lemonade. Marks resembling scalds erupted upon her skin, her eyes glinting with a fierce light as she bellowed in a deep, menacing tone, "If you leave this house, I will kill her." Cole Walker. Hey, Cole. Though not particularly slight, and indeed among the most robust of his peers, was nevertheless toppled to the ground by Caroline's sudden outburst. In the midst of the horrified gazes of onlookers, she snatched a pair of scissors from the floor and, in a frenzy, charged towards the daughters of the Brown family. Chapter 14. Faction Reward. Spellcraft. As chaos unraveled, Ed shouted, "Roger, stop him. Drew, protect Lorraine and the others." The Asian young man scrambled to his feet, managing to reach Apple and Cindy before Caroline could, swiftly grabbing them and fleeing in opposite directions. The other girls screamed and scattered in all directions. Roger and Ed rushed forward in an attempt to intercept her, only to be hurled against the wall by Caroline's formidable force. At that moment, her eyes were veiled in a pallid gray, wielding scissors, her expression a terrifying smile reminiscent of a maniac. Yet her voice was gentle as she beckoned, "Cindy, Apple, come to mommy." As she strode past Mrs. Warren, she was enveloped by a fetid aura, reminiscent of a decaying coffin, emanating from the depths of hell, accompanied by distorted, wailing phantoms. Lorraine clasped her head in despair, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Lori. At that instant, Caroline, now entirely under the control of Bathsheba, slowly turned her head towards Lorraine Warren, emitting a low, indistinct laughter akin to that of a night raven. You cannot help her, medium. Nor can you. Ha ha ha. As Drew ushered the two little girls into the bedroom, the door slammed with a resounding thud. Caroline suddenly lifted her head, letting out a bone-chilling shriek as she lunged forward. Cole rubbed the painful back of his head, gasping, even with the witching hour upon them. These ghastly beings proved to be formidable adversaries. It was not merely the formidable power of the first-tier demon, but rather the unnerving speed of these creatures, which should have been resting in their coffins, darting about like rabbits and delighting in hiding within various vessels. After securing his firearm in its holster, he followed Ed up the stairs, both exerting every ounce of strength to restrain the now mad Caroline. Ed's neck was visibly strained as he struggled to grip Caroline's arm, while also guarding against her attempts to bite. Cole, do you have any clever ideas? Kerr pressed his left hand against Caroline's neck to prevent her from biting, stating that if the one possessed were a notorious villain sought by the police, he would not hesitate to eliminate him first and then, once the devil appeared, blow its head off with a single shot. All right, Lorraine, open the basement door. We need to find a place to secure her. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Faction event, the second. Current faction, chaotic good. You acknowledge that this is driven by self-interest, yet your true thoughts reveal that despite the furious rage compelling you to pull the trigger, to relish the sight of blood splattering and the exquisite sounds of the devil's pleas, you could never bring yourself to shoot an innocent mother of 5. For she is not the one who deserves to descend into hell. Reward 1. Your resistance to the devil's temptations has slightly increased. Reward 2. Spellcasting techniques. Resistance increased. You possess the iron will of a true warrior. Even when embraced by a stunningly beautiful succubus, you remain unfazed, engaging in jovial banter. The ordinary devil's tricks to seduce mortals appear to you as a farcical display of incompetence. Spellcasting techniques unlocked. Exile sequence technique requires a container filled with mud capable of holding a human body, 20 milliliters of the caster's blood, and an object tainted by the essence of a devil to activate the spell. Upon successful determination of soul strength, the devil can be forcibly extracted from the possessed. Following the conclusion of the system prompt, an unusual sensation enveloped him, akin to having a heavy stone lodged within his mind. He firmly pressed against Caroline's neck, preventing her from biting off her own ear. Kerr took a deep breath, pondering whether this was indeed the case. In the primary realm, a demon hunter apprentice is only entitled to learn the first genuine sequence arcana after successfully completing a lower-level banishment task under the guidance of a mentor. This is distinct from the hierarchical classification of the demon hunting order. Judgment, slaughter, plunder, imprisonment, and banishment, these 5 sequences possess no intrinsic ranking. Each sequence is endowed with its own unique arcana, focusing on entirely different aspects. The arcana related to banishment and imprisonment predominantly target malevolent spirits or demons formed from evil forces. In contrast, the arcana of slaughter and plunder primarily address corporeal dark entities, such as vampires, mirror murderers, and corrupted fiends. However, to master these varied arcana, one must not only exchange contribution points within the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Corps, but also possess considerable personal strength. In other words, the potency of a demon hunter's soul and body dictates the maximum number of sequence arcana they can wield. Typically, a demon hunter of the banishment sequence can master no more than 6 arcana, which elucidates the heavy sensation residing within his soul. Yet, Kerr felt that this was not his current limit. Perhaps he could still accommodate a 2nd arcana, or even a 3rd, with great effort. He and Ed dragged Caroline to the basement. Together with Roger Brown, 3 brawny men found themselves successively overturned by her. Roger even received a punch to the face, nearly losing consciousness. At last, it was Lauren who draped a white cloth, which had been resting upon the old furniture, over her from behind, and procured a length of rope to bind her to the chair. Cole and Roger held Caroline's arms firmly against the armrests of the chair. Ed, drenched in sweat, tightened the ropes with urgency in his voice, insisting that he must call Father Gordon immediately to come over. Lauren, brushing aside the hair that obstructed her vision, furrowed her brow and remarked that it was too far, that she would not be able to endure, pointing out Caroline's current state. Ed looked at Caroline and slowly rose, retreating a few steps. The stark, pale light of the basement cast shadows across his face. Whether it was due to exhaustion or the severity of the fall, his mind felt somewhat disoriented at that moment. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Lauren, you must leave. What are you talking about at a time like this?" She replied, bewildered. Ed swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His expression tense as he insisted, "I will conduct the exorcism, but only if you leave." "Ed." Cole pressed down on Caroline's arm, crouching beside her and gasping for breath, while Roger restrained Caroline with one hand, the other covering her bruised cheek. "Isn't the exorcism supposed to be performed by a priest?" "You are not a priest." Lauren stood up, her face glistening with cold sweat, her voice frantic as she asked, "Then do you have a better plan?" "Ed can preside over the exorcism, but you must go outside." "I will not abandon you, damn it." "Lauren, I will not begin unless you leave." The sight of the Warrens bickering while simultaneously expressing affection was palpable. Kerr rose, exasperated, and said, "Ed, are you and your companion not at all concerned about the feelings of a single man like myself?" With a cigarette clamped between his lips and one hand resting on his holster, he furrowed his brow and continued, "Roger, go find a bathtub, or any container that can hold Caroline, and fill it with some dirt or whatever else you can find. Lorraine, please fetch the rope used to hang that base Sheba." Chapter 15, It was breached. Ed, with his hands on his hips, remarked, "Kerr, did you not just claim there was no other way?" "Did I say that?" The Warrens exchanged glances. "For heaven's sake, you can't possibly intend to shoot Caroline in the head, can you?" With a cigarette butt clenched in his mouth, Kerr pressed down on the restless Caroline, his brow knitted in concentration. "I am a demon hunter, Ed, not a priest devoutly serving in the church. To be frank, when I witnessed her nearly stab that youngest girl, Apple, was it? I almost lost control of my hand. Roger, you go tend to the preparations. Ed and I will keep watch here. By the way, have Drew gather the children together to prevent anyone from wandering off." The entire basement was steeped in terror. The Warrens were drenched in cold sweat, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Roger looked on in distress as his wife endured torment, feeling utterly helpless. Only Kerr remained resolute. Like a seasoned patron loitering in a Western saloon, a firearm holstered at his side, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a slight furrow etched upon his brow. He appeared to grapple not with a terrifying woman possessed by a demon, capable of effortlessly toppling 3 burly men, but rather with a wretched hand in a game of poker. At least, Roger and Warren exhibited no signs of anxiety or fear upon his countenance. Only the specter of the worst-case scenario loomed, akin to his perpetually dismal luck at cards, leaving him with but a paltry sum sufficient for a final drink. Observing Roger's disorientation, Cole clapped him on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Hey, you mustn't wander off alone. This is of utmost importance. Do you understand?" Oh. There's an old tub in the bathroom that Apple used for bathing." In a flurry, Roger dashed upstairs, calling out the names of other girls. His gaze fell upon the Warren couple, sharing a look of mutual bewilderment as he awaited Ed's arrival to help subdue Caroline. Every couple relishes the admiration of others for their relationship, and the Warren family was no exception. Cole's words simultaneously alleviated the tension that had permeated the basement. Lorraine smiled, brushing aside the strands of hair dampened by perspiration, clasping her hands together as she said, "In the midst of battling the devil, I doubt anyone but you, Cole, could manage to crack such cold jokes. I'm genuinely curious. How do you maintain such composure when facing the devil?" Cole replied nonchalantly, You mean this? A slaughterhouse worker must slaughter 1,000 cattle each day. Do you suppose they spend every day in terror and panic?" A pitiable and lamentable level 1 demon. She believed that by serving Satan, she could acquire the immense dark powers of hell and become a true fiend. Alas, in the eyes of those formidable entities, she was merely an audacious jester. Am I correct, Bathsheba? The Warrens, who were nearby, listened to Cole's conversation with Bathsheba, their preconceived notions once again shattered. Shock barely encapsulated the tumult of emotions they experienced. Setting aside the audacity of uttering the demon's true name, they had never witnessed anyone so brazenly mock a being endowed with malevolent power, as though ridiculing a hapless creature oblivious to its own insignificance. Furthermore, a level 1 demon, a powerful entity. Ed and Lorraine exchanged incredulous glances, pondering what this individual had encountered, for he dared not articulate the true names of such beings. As Cole's words settled, the previously thrashing and wailing Caroline gradually quieted, sensing the anomalies occurring outside. Cole squinted slightly. From the perspective of the world of summoning eye, the crow symbolized death and served as a messenger of Satan. In other words, at this very moment, certain individuals perched atop the infernal hierarchy were lurking in the shadows, surveilling them. A cold scoff resonated within him. Whether they be malevolent spirits or demons, they were all indeed voyeuristic fiends. Suddenly, a crow collided with the flat window above the basement, crashing to the ground and flapping its wings, seemingly having broken its neck and unable to survive. The Warrens were startled by the sudden intrusion of the crow. Caroline, or rather, Bathsheba, let out a hoarse laugh at that moment. Cough cough. A torrent of crimson blood was expelled by her onto the white cloth. At that moment, a visage, riddled with wrinkles, veins protruding, and skin resembling that of a desiccated corpse, gradually materialized behind the fabric. Upon witnessing this, Lorraine retreated in horror, while Ed's expression shifted dramatically. The entire process was fraught with peril, for when the demon revealed its true form, it was the most opportune moment for them to be attacked, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable. Not only was the officiant at risk of succumbing to a sudden death, but the possessed individual was also deemed a compromised vessel, at risk of being slain at any moment. At this juncture, they had not performed any exorcism. It was merely due to a mocking remark from Cole that the demon, concealed within Caroline, chose to unveil itself. Cole. Lorraine continued to back away until she was halted by a pillar, covering her mouth in terror. No, no, no. To them, it was evident that the creature would surely kill Caroline as an act of vengeance against Cole. Cole spat out the remnants of his cigarette onto the ground, locking eyes with Bathsheba without flinching, and said, "You wouldn't dare breach your defenses, would you, Bathsheba?" He chuckled. "If you dare to take her life, I assure you there are far more entertaining methods than merely blowing your head off." On the surface, Cole exhibited no signs of panic, even exuding a sense of provocation. In truth, his heart raced with alarm. The audacity of this bastard to disregard his own life was inconsequential. However, if Caroline were to be killed in a fit of rage, all of his efforts would be rendered futile. She turned to gaze at Cole, her laughter grating like sandpaper against itself, a cacophony of distress. If she is to die, then all must perish. Suddenly, a shotgun, carelessly discarded in the corner, was abruptly cocked and aimed at Cole. The crisp sound of a crack sent shivers down the spines of both him and Ed. Cole. Take cover. Upon hearing the ominous sound of a shotgun being loaded, Cole's expression darkened. This was dire. The earlier commotion had drained his focus. As he had exerted all his effort to subdue Caroline and decipher the arcane incantation, scattering his attention far too thin. Bang! Just before the gun fired, Ed successfully tackled him to the ground, narrowly escaping disaster. However, their momentary distraction allowed Caroline to free herself. Seizing a rope capable of lifting 4 to 5 tons from the corner of the basement, where she retrieved a rusty kitchen knife and dashed upstairs. Chapter 16. Stripped away, Ed. "I know," Drew shouted. "Whatever you do, do not open the door." Cole cursed under his breath and hurriedly followed Ed. Caroline, brandishing the rusted knife, launched a frenzied assault on the wooden door of the second-floor bedroom, where the terrified girl inside emitted piercing screams. "Cindy! Apple! Quickly! Open the door for your mother." Drew braced the door handle with a chair, speaking urgently to Andrea. "If Caroline bursts in, I'll hold her off. You take the others and hide in another house." The eldest daughter of the Brown family had been reduced to tears, her face streaked with anguish as she sobbed. "But what about you? She'll kill you. Now is not the time for such concerns. Remember what I said." Grabbing a clothes rod from a nearby cabinet, the Asian boy positioned himself protectively in front of the girls, his gaze fixed firmly on the door that was on the verge of being shattered. "Ed, I can barely hold on here." The sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs was followed by muffled grunts of struggle. Bang! With a resounding crash, Cole, along with the door, was hurled into the bedroom by Caroline. Ed, seizing her waist from behind, shouted, "Drew, take the girls and drive fast. Head to the police station in town." The Asian young man helped Cole to his feet, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Caroline's devilish countenance. Clutching a drying rack, he cried out, "Girls, all of you come with me to the car outside." "But Mom, I know. Hurry up and go." Ed was struck in the face by Caroline's kick, a cry escaping his lips as blood gushed from his nose. Cole, rising from the ground, seized a book and hurled it at Caroline's face to divert her attention. Drawing from his holster the weapon named Noon Has Arrived, he bellowed, "You bastard. Take another step and I'll smash your head." He turned and chased after her. Apple, Mom is here. All right. Cole had to concede that noon has arrived could inflict no harm upon a corporeal entity. He witnessed his wife, brandishing a kitchen knife, frantically striking the car door. Unmindful of the fact that Caroline was his beloved wife, he rushed forward, raising a shovel to strike her at the back of the head. Thud! The carbon steel struck a hard surface with a resonant clang. Subsequently, Caroline's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Oh heavens! Roger stepped back, hastily dropping the shovel as he cradled Caroline in his arms. Upon seeing the blood on his hands, this nearly 6'4" behemoth could no longer contain his emotions. And he wept uncontrollably. It was I who killed you. Oh God. Everything happening outside was witnessed by Cole. Caroline, of course, was not dead. If he were to crush her, the main quest would have long been deemed a failure. Rushing over, Cole pushed the weeping giant aside and pulled Caroline in. His expression icy as he spoke. If you continue to cry like this, even if Caroline survives, your tears will surely bring about her demise. Bring the dirt inside. And call the emergency center. Let us hope she can hold on until then. I've prepared the bathtub. It will suffice to place her directly in it. Cole, will one bucket be enough? The two hurried into the bathroom. Lorraine, supporting the bloodied Ed, also approached. Cole placed Caroline in the bathtub, took a handful of dirt from the bucket, and said, fill the bathtub with water. Roger, bring me a kitchen knife. And perhaps find a clear glass measuring cup or something else to contain the blood. Ed wiped his nose and chin with a tissue, frowning as he asked, are you going to injure yourself again? If you need help, Lorraine, I appreciate your kindness, but this time I can manage alone. When Roger brought the knife and a common glass cup, Cole set the cup on the ground, grasped the knife in one hand, and held the dirt tightly in the other. He then thrust the knife into the palm that clutched the dirt and pulled it sharply. Blood immediately gushed forth into the cup. A standard glass holds approximately 250 milliliters. We need merely to estimate filling a tenth of that. You guessed correctly, Mrs. Warren. Once the bathtub is filled, we will have but one opportunity. Do you understand? We cannot endure a second failure. Lorraine, are you ready? Entrusted with such a weighty task for the first time, Mrs. Warren appeared exceedingly anxious, tightly grasping Ed's right hand, and nodded, declaring, I am prepared. You may begin. It was not until Cole pressed his injured and mud-streaked left hand against Caroline's forehead that he comprehended why the incantation of the ritual, separation, required a determination of soul strength. The soul was as if fashioned into a rope with hooks, forcibly extracting Bathsheba, who lay concealed within the chambers of Caroline's spirit. Suddenly, Caroline's eyes flew open, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. The intense agony caused Cole to break into a cold sweat, the veins in his neck bulging. The frantic recitation of the incantation reverberated through the air. Supernatural forces caused the bathroom lights to flicker incessantly, while a tempest raged within the room. As though the entire house were at the epicenter of an earthquake, Roger braced himself against the wall, witnessing the swaying structure beneath his feet, and shouted, Ed, what on earth is happening in there? That entity is resisting Cole's power. This destructive supernatural force intensified as Cole relentlessly pulled Bathsheba from her hiding place. The walls crumbled, and the furniture lay in disarray. Every piece of crockery stored in the cabinet shattered upon the floor. Severed pipes gushed forth like severed arteries, spraying wildly. Chapter 17, Noon has arrived. A roar erupted, an anguished howl from the depths of hell, burdened with countless sins. Caroline's exterior began to fracture, black and red staining the bathtub. The white mist obscuring her eyes gradually dissipated, revealing pupils of black and yellow, akin to twin moons, violently torn apart by an unseen force. I will kill her. Each of you shall perish. Under the potent influence of the arcane incantations, Cole is grappling with the formidable force of Bathsheba, his soul entwined in a fierce struggle. One side exerts every ounce of strength in an endeavor to extricate the malevolent darkness from Caroline's soul chamber, while the other clings tenaciously to anything that might resist, defiantly opposing the encroaching torment. The devil's roar surpasses the frenzy of wild beasts, instilling terror in the hearts of those who hear it. The cacophony resonates like the mournful wails of countless tormented spirits, bound in sorrow. The bathroom walls seem to be assailed by a hammering force, tiles shatter, and wallpaper flutters wildly in the tempest. Cole's left hand, akin to a branding iron, presses firmly against Caroline's forehead. In the depths of his heightened perception, he realizes the dire consequence of the demonic possession. The lake's waters have turned murky and foul, once vibrant trees now withered and ghostly. The quaint yet aging wooden cabin stands in disrepair, inundated by pools of black mire, sufficient to submerge one's calves. The power of the incantation manifests as a chain, firmly binding Bathsheba, who clings desperately to Caroline's arm, intent on dragging her soul into the abyss alongside her. The agony of torn souls elicits a heart-wrenching cry from Cole. Even his resolute will faltering under the strain. Lorraine, we must compel her to resist the devil's might. If she ceases her struggle, even if I succeed in extricating Bathsheba, she shall perish. Remember Apple and Cindy. Courage is not in short supply, especially for Caroline, a mother. The formidable force of maternal love awakens her muddled spirit in an instant. At that moment, Caroline, who had long been enveloped in anguish, begins to find her voice, its intensity gradually diminishing. The tightly bound twin pupils, in that very moment, were completely overtaken by the dark hue of humanity, as if awakening from a profound dream. Caroline's voice emerged, raspy and strained. Apple. Cindy. Caroline, you must not yield. They need you as their mother. Resist its power. Do not allow it to dominate you. I am Caroline, Apple. Cindy. In that instant, a furious roar erupted from Cole. You wretched beast. Show yourself. Bathsheba. Lorraine's gaze darted towards the corner of the bathroom, her voice piercing through the air as she shouted, Cole, she is over there. Bang. Almost simultaneously with her words, 2 specially crafted bullets were discharged. Bathsheba attempted to retreat into the depths of the old mansion with great speed, yet even her swiftness could not surpass the bullets. At that moment, the tragic souls enslaved and imprisoned within Bathsheba's being began to escape, as the wicked witch serving Satan emitted a cacophony of anguished howls, a sound that was utterly inhuman, a blend of myriad voices. Like a deflated balloon, as the souls of humanity fled, her power rapidly diminished, leaving only a reluctant echo that dissipated into the ether. Main quest completed. You have acquired a special ability, Seventh Sight. Faction event concluded. You have successfully vanquished the wicked witch Bathsheba, rescuing the tormented souls she enslaved. This bounty is rightfully yours. You have earned 12,000 silver pounds. You may linger in the world of soul summoning Efarer 7 days. Upon the expiration of this time, you will be compelled to leave, though you may choose to depart voluntarily. At that moment, Roger burst through the door, enveloping the gradually regaining consciousness of Caroline in an embrace, his tone urgent. Are you all right? I am fine. What about the girls? Oh God. With a firm embrace, Drew had driven them to the police station in town and would call us once they were safe. Rising from the blood-stained bathtub, she gazed at the perspiring couple, Cole and Warren, suppressing her tears, covering her mouth with her hands as she gently shook her head. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to you. Lorraine held her close, offering gentle comfort. Cole pinched his bleeding left hand, and accompanied by Ed, whose nose had been broken, they exited the bathroom and stepped onto the porch of the haunted house. At this moment, the sky began to lighten with dawn. Ed pressed a napkin against his nose, gazing into the distance, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Now I understand why you all enjoy smoking. Cole rolled up his sleeves and chuckled. Perhaps we simply find that a cigarette afterward appears quite stylish. In the distance, the sirens of ambulances and police cars grew ever closer. Cole, after this matter concludes, are you truly not willing to collaborate with us? With your assistance, Lorraine and I could undoubtedly help many more people. Each person has their own mission. Ed, are you not a Christian? You should believe this notion more firmly than I. What a pity, for I had hoped you would teach me a few tricks. As an officer approached accompanied by medical personnel, the 2 individuals stood up. Ed remarked that the injured party was inside. Cole produced his badge, preemptively stating, Your superior will explain this matter to you. Are the children safe now? After confirming the authenticity of Cole's credentials, the officer returned the badge, grasping his belt while adjusting his cowboy hat. He replied, The daughter of the Brown family is currently safe. 3 of my colleagues are watching over them. His gaze fell upon the house, ravaged by some natural force. After a moment of hesitation, he expressed his astonishment. So, can you explain to me if an earthquake just occurred here? In a manner of speaking, yes. The medical personnel assisted Caroline into the ambulance, while Roger approached the 2, still visibly shaken. I informed the doctor of your injuries. He can provide initial emergency care, but you will need to go to the hospital for further treatment. Cole shrugged, patting Ed on the shoulder, and stepped back, saying, I shall refrain. It's merely a minor injury. Are you preparing to leave? Roger inquired. Caroline and I have yet to formally thank you. If possible, Cole, you could stay a couple more days. A true hero departs quietly, hiding his achievements and name. In the eyes of the Warrens and Roger, This uninvited demon hunter, Cole, seemed perpetually shrouded in an enigmatic aura, his presence consistently mysterious. In the distance, Ed called out to his retreating figure, "Cole, if you ever need my assistance, feel free to call me." With one hand resting on the car door, Cole offered him a smile. He started the vehicle, pressing down on the engine, and drove to a secluded area. "The program is initializing. Please wait." Commencing return. Chapter 18. Not a good man. Cole Walker after a brief moment of darkness. Cole opened his eyes to find his surroundings still familiar, damp, chaotic, and unkempt. Checking the time, he noted that, as the system indicated, there had been no change in the main world's time since he entered the realm of soul summoning. It was already late at night, approaching dawn. Outside, faint echoes of car horns mingled with the occasional laughter of early rising students passing by. He flexed his left hand, noticing that the scar had completely vanished. Rising to dispose of the paper bag left over from his bread, he was intrigued by his newfound abilities and activated his seventh sense. Surveying the dilapidated apartment shrouded in a persistent odor of mildew, after a brief, inexplicable silence, he swiftly deactivated the seventh sense, deciding to set off immediately to rent a luxurious single apartment in the heart of the capital. 12,000 West pounds, a sum equivalent to a small fortune given the purchasing power in this world. The over 200 pounds he had previously spent on clothing and shoes were the result of the original owner's 4 years of frugal living and part-time work, supplemented by poverty assistance while studying at the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Academy. The coat he currently wore, though not on par with the high-end goods favored by the elite, was still beyond the means of an impoverished student, a piece of pure handcrafted luxury. Otherwise, he would not have encountered the girl from the Finley family, for that fellow would never venture into the impoverished neighborhoods. As he walked along the street, Cole began to contemplate how to allocate his newfound income, taking into account safety and personal privacy. A luxurious apartment in the heart of the imperial capital would cost approximately £300 per month, a modest rental for 6 months presenting no issues. The remaining funds could be used to purchase a popular private vehicle for around £1,000, hire a chauffeur, and acquire a more formal wardrobe. After all, who does not aspire to be a respectable individual? Perhaps he could even humiliate that wretched Celia Finley at the graduation ceremony. With her disheveled appearance, on a rain-soaked morning, the streets were awash with water, and the sea breeze was particularly biting. Cole tightened his collar and purchased a freshly baked loaf of bread, filled with roasted meat and cheese. He paused before a grand building, gazing up at the enormous billboard emblazoned with Hoshi Automotive Company. After some deliberation, he selected a pure black vintage car, remarkably reminiscent of the Blue Star from the late 19th century. In the Munsy Empire, it could be referred to as a Hoshi luxury sedan, boasting a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour, its leather interior exquisitely crafted. Driving through the streets would undeniably signify his middle-class and upper-class status. He approached the sales manager of the company to inquire about a driver, and approximately an hour later, a tall, robust man clad in a black trench coat, wrapped in a gray scarf, and wearing a bowler hat with polished brown shoes approached him. Removing his hat, he politely asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Walker?" "Yes," Cole replied. "Hello, I am Ava Shaw. I understand you are in need of a driver." Cole sat on the bench in the automobile company lobby, a cigarette in hand, indifferent as he remarked, £15 a month. "You can take a break when I'm not around." The majority of drivers in the market earned around £10 a month, making Cole's offer of £15 quite generous. "Take me to Burton House." During the journey, the two engaged in brief conversation, during which Cole learned that this man had previously served as the personal chauffeur for the most formidable crime lord in the province of Falkland. After spending 6 years in prison, this was his first job upon release. It was no wonder Cole found the man's attire somewhat familiar. He epitomized the standard mafia style. He was just missing a trench coat concealing a Colt M1911 and a Chicago typewriter. So why would the owner of the car dealership recommend such a driver? The answer emerged through their subsequent dialogue, although Cole's appearance remained unchanged. He now emanated a unique aura that conveyed a sense of not a good person, starkly different from his previous guise as a destitute demon hunter apprentice. It was as if Lorraine Warren perceived him as a bounty hunter operating in lawless territories. Silent and perpetually stern, he donned a black overcoat reminiscent of the mafia, with polished shoes and a penchant for frowning while smoking. Most notably, his eyes held a story of their own. The manager of the automobile company may not have possessed many exceptional skills, yet he was astutely perceptive. A single glance into Cole's eyes revealed that this man was undoubtedly a formidable character. Unfortunately, he misinterpreted Cole's identity as a demon hunter, mistakenly believing him to be the emerging leader of the underground forces in the capital. This is how Ava Shaw, who shares a similar background, was introduced to him, a mere chauffeur. Who would dare to drive such a person? Upon learning of Cole's identity as an apprentice demon hunter, Ava's expression became decidedly uncomfortable. While the mafia is indeed comprised of desperate individuals, in this world, who does not fear demon hunters? Those who tread the line of death, engaging with phantoms and fiends daily. After a long pause, he awkwardly remarked, "No wonder you are willing to pay me £15 a month." In other words, no amount of money would entice anyone to undertake this job. Were it not for the need to provide for his family, he would have bolted before the car even reached the Burton building. Instructing Ava to pick him up at 8, Cole rented a luxurious apartment on the 16th floor, costing £299 per month, complete with 24-hour hot water and room service. Finally liberated from the confines of that filthy and dilapidated rental, he hung his coat on the rack, plunged his hands into his pockets, and gazed out at the city, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Sylvie. No need to hide, come out." "Ah, Mr. Cole, have you found me?" After exiting the world of spirit summoning eye, Cole had acquired the seventh sight, a medium's ability. This skill functioned like a passive ability that could be activated at will. He had attempted to use it in his former residence, and God knows how many souls had met their grim fate in that apartment. To sum it up in one phrase, a residence of the underworld. No wonder the previous Cole succumbed to illness within those walls, surrounded daily by a multitude of phantoms, even in their non-aggressive demeanor. The gradual erosion over time can lead to a decline in one's physical well-being. Cole requested Sylvie to prepare him a cup of black tea, then took a seat to scrutinize the spectral maid rewarded by the system. She donned an ensemble reminiscent of a modern maid CAF. Her gray hair gathered into a ponytail secured with a crimson ribbon, marked by 2 red blemishes on her face, perhaps birthmarks? As described within the system, she lacked combat prowess and exhibited a timid disposition. Noticing the absence of tasks, she activated her abilities, conjuring a cup of black tea for Cole from the void, then retreated into the folds of his coat, stammering, "If there's nothing else, I shan't emerge." As Cole sipped his tea, he remarked that there were no others present. I know. Though it may be improper to comment on my employer, Mr. Cole, your appearance and aura are quite intimidating." Chapter 19. The middle finger of friendship. Is it truly that frightening? It is, somewhat. Paying no heed to the concealed spectral maid, Cole propped his feet upon the table, preparing to rest briefly and recuperate before the graduation ceremony scheduled for 8:30. Or rather, the Empire's Royal Demon Hunting Corps compulsory job allocation for newcomers. An hour and a half later, after having Sylvie tidy his hair, iron his shirt, and retrieve a white scarf and coat from the rack by the door, Cole descended the staircase. In the elevator, he shared the compartment with a brown-skinned waitress. In the brief span of a minute, she occasionally cast a sidelong glance at Cole, who sported a slicked-back hairstyle and bore a cold demeanor, instinctively maintaining a distance to avoid any potential trouble. Outside the hall, Ava awaited him in the car. "Let us go?" On the way, Ava Shaw glanced at Cole through the rearview mirror and hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Mr. Walker, may I request an advance on a month's wages? I require some funds to take my son for medical treatment." With a cigarette clutched between his lips, Cole furrowed his brow as he retrieved 15 one-pound notes from the pocket of his coat. However, before handing over the money, he coldly remarked, "I trust that these funds will be allocated for the clinic rather than appearing at the gambling table. Do you comprehend my meaning?" He pressed the brakes and turned to accept the 15-pound notes. "Thank you for your generosity. My son Ryan has been suffering from a high fever since yesterday. If the opportunity arises, I would be pleased to introduce him to you." As he rolled down the car window, a wisp of smoke wafted out, and Cole, with an impassive expression, directed his gaze outside, responding, "If the opportunity presents itself." 25 minutes later, outside the gates of the Royal Demon Hunter Academy of the Munsy Empire, a sleek black Hochi luxury car came to a gradual halt, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students. In this world, a Hochi luxury vehicle valued at £1,000 was far beyond the means of the common folk. Families earning less than £20 a month would need to forego all expenses and save for 50 months, amounting to over 4 years, to afford such a luxury. Even the middle class would require a mortgage from the bank. Furthermore, the sum of £1,000 merely represents the sale price. To truly acquire it, one must also remit over £200 in taxes to the Imperial Tax Authority, along with approximately £20 for various administrative fees. Annual maintenance costs are also exceedingly steep. Thus, owning such a vehicle not only signifies being the most stylish presence on the street, but also embodies a symbol of status and wealth. Whistles. Wow. The luxurious model of Duke Hashii. I cannot recall anyone having driven such a machine to the academy. Could it be that scion of the AKS family? Young AKS? Huh. Don't be ridiculous. Though he is affluent, every time he rides, he seems to nearly regurgitate his own insides. There is no way it could be him. Who could it be then? Regardless of who it is, once I survive my internship and acquire wealth, I too shall purchase one. It seems to resonate with the saying about adversaries crossing paths. Ava had just parked the car, preparing to alight and open the door for Cole. The trio of Celia Finley and her friends, upon spotting the Duke Hashii, flitted around the vehicle like butterflies drawn to nectar. Ultimately, Celia pushed aside her two friends who wished to engage in conversation, tapped on the car window, and even deliberately accentuated her ample bosom. Given her disposition, it is likely that she has taken a keen interest in the owner's wealth, seizing this opportunity to flaunt her triumph like a victorious general before the other female students. Ava was no stranger to such occurrences. During his tenure as a chauffeur, he would often encounter a gaggle of flamboyantly dressed ladies who would approach him whenever he passed through the district. Mr. Walker, shall I chase them away? She evidently mistook Celia for a courtesan. I know her. She is the eldest daughter of the Finley family. As he rolled down the car window, Cole smiled and said, It seems we meet again, Celia. Upon seeing the simultaneously familiar yet strange face seated within the vehicle, she momentarily froze. Her gaze incredulously shifting towards the passenger seat beside Cole, as if searching for the true owner of the luxurious car. You are Cole Walker? Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. At your service, sir. With a gentle press on the accelerator, the sleek black sedan vanished down the street. Under the eager eyes of the observing students, Cole discarded his spent cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and approached Celia, raising his hand to playfully pat her cheek with a smirk. Amidst the astonished expressions of her two friends, he strode into the academy. Good heavens! He is indeed that miserly pauper Cole. Surely, their eyes must be deceiving them. Celia was rendered speechless by shock. She would never believe that the timid, mud-stained boy had the audacity to slap her in the face right at the academy's entrance, in front of so many onlookers. With a swift turn, she summoned every ounce of strength to roar the name that ignited her fury, Cole Walker. Although Cole was not a celebrity, many within the academy were familiar with one another. As Celia shouted his name, the demon-hunting students acquainted with Cole were left utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the same Cole Walker, the one who always carried an inexplicable odor, now transformed before their eyes? Had it not been for someone calling out his name, the crowd would have mistaken him for the departmental head dispatched by the demon-hunting guild to the academy. Poiré. A youth who had previously crossed paths with Coeur removed his hat and stared in astonishment as Coeur walked past him. Ignoring the myriad gazes directed his way, he could hardly be bothered to turn and exchange trivialities with Celia. He raised his arm, ensuring she caught sight of his right hand, where he held up an emblematic middle finger, a gesture of both friendship and disdain. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, when had the illustrious daughter of the Finley family ever endured such an affront? Enraged, she forcefully pushed away her close friend and bellowed in impotent fury. You will regret this, you filthy, foolish commoner. We shall see. In response, another middle finger was raised. Gossip is an innate aspect of human nature, particularly when someone dares to challenge Zelia and her privileged circle. During the dean's speech at the graduation ceremony, news of the incident spread like wildfire throughout the academy, with everyone aware that the impoverished Coeur had transformed into a nouveau riche. The clash between him and Zelia became a source of endless entertainment. After all, when the flames of conflict do not scorch one's own skin, who does not relish the spectacle and even stoke the fire further? Indeed, before the address concluded, rumors circulated that Zelia's distant cousin would assign the unfortunate Coeur Walker to the intelligence division. This news elicited sympathy from some, while others reveled in schadenfreude. The poor, reckless Coeur, what business did he have provoking a family of demon hunters? Now, he would face the consequences. Chapter 20. Someone must be punished today. Trev Moran, the Supreme Commander of the Paranormal Investigation Division, a subordinate agency of the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Corps, was a charismatic figure with golden hair and blue eyes, perpetually adorned with a charming smile. Once a demon hunter of the exiled ranks, he also happened to be a distant cousin of Celia Finley. After exchanging flirtatious glances with a female trainee assigned to the investigation team, he lifted his gaze to see Cole standing before his desk. With a smile, he gestured towards a chair and inquired, "Would you care to sit? Would you like some water?" "Thank you, but no," Cole replied. Trev rose to fetch a water jug, the sound of flowing water echoing sharply in the quiet room. "Celia mentioned you. It seems there was some unpleasantness between you two." "Huh. You needn't concern yourself with that foolish woman. The assignments of all trainees are determined by higher authorities. If she has offended you, I apologize on her behalf," he said, returning to his leather chair while holding a cup. Cole, holding the documents, replied coolly, "Celia is a good girl. No one truly harbors anger towards her. And there is no need for your apology. Is that so?" Cole tucked the documents into his coat and prepared to rise. With a smile, Trev reminded him, "Do not forget to report to the Corps. Your internship commences today." Outside the door, the other trainees assigned to the intelligence division wore somber expressions, their spirits visibly deflated. Even if they wished to mock Cole, they too were merely unfortunate souls standing in line. At that moment, their only contemplation was whether they could survive until the arrival of spring next year. As Cole walked along the path, his heart remained unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. Trev Moran, that smirking dandy, truly believes he can condescend to the naive youths of the academy with mere sweets? An apology? An equitable distribution? If such notions held any weight, he would be greeted by Penny Surlanda and her Razor Squad. Yet, these trivialities pose no challenge for him. The Demon Eye Squad, formerly known as the Supernatural Investigation Division's Special Operations Team for Intelligence on Demons and Malevolent Spirits, is but one of many units under the division, directly led by Trev Moran himself. It represents the most perilous branch within the intelligence group. Indeed, the unknown stands as humanity's gravest fear, far more than the tangible dark entities. By assigning him here, it is abundantly clear that Celia's intention is for him not to survive the night. The headquarters of the Imperial Royal Demon Hunters is an ancient structure steeped in religious fervor, adorned with reliefs, columns, and domes, resembling a grand palace. Situated in the northern part of the capital, merely a crossroad away from the Demon Hunter Academy. With his registration certificate in hand, he sought out the Supernatural Investigation Division. He was received by a petite girl with round glasses and playful twin tails, her freckled face seemingly perpetually adorned with a smile. Cole Walker, the new intern of the Demon Eye Squad. After traversing the corridor, he was directed to the third office on the left. Upon relaying the address to Cole, she adjusted her glasses and with a grin remarked, "I hope to see you alive the day after tomorrow. Go on in." The office door was unlatched, and Cole entered after knocking. Inside sat 4 men and 1 woman, each engrossed in their own affairs. Cole removed his hat, holding a registration certificate, and declared, "Cole Walker, reporting here as instructed by Commander Triff." No one paid heed to the sentiments of a newcomer, especially considering that they had been explicitly warned. Some among them would perish in the forthcoming mission. Who would wish to form ties with a potential casualty? 20 minutes later, the operation would commence, and one could only hope that the newcomer would not hinder their progress. If it were any other novice joining a team for the first time, regardless of the treatment received, the most prudent course would be to feign humility and strive for acceptance, thus ensuring survival in the ensuing task. Demonstrating initiative, such as unabashedly introducing oneself or presenting oneself to the veterans of the Magic Eye Squad in hopes of garnering a semblance of goodwill, could yield some measure of protection. Even if met with indifference or sarcastic ridicule, one must swallow their indignation and wear a smile for the sake of survival. As for Cole, the jarring sound of chair legs scraping against the floor drew attention. With a casual toss, his black top hat arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly on the coat rack. He then sat heavily, propping his leg on the table. Extracting his favored metallic flip-top windproof lighter, he ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the acrid smoke wafted through the corridor, reaching the nostrils of the 5 individuals present. Coughing slightly, he even retrieved his pack of cigarettes. Smiling at the pallid faces of the 5, and inquired, "Would anyone care for a cigarette?" One tall and gaunt man with deeply set eyes exclaimed in anger, "Newcomer, who permitted you to occupy Captain Moran's seat?" Another brawny figure, brimming with muscles, let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "Oh, come on, Jeff, since he enjoys sitting there. Let him have it. After all, if violence serves no purpose beyond bravado, it is utterly meaningless." Cole held this sentiment in unwavering belief. With the notion that someone must inevitably endure a beating today, he rose, one hand tucked into his trouser pocket, and ambled to the muscular man's table, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Furrowing his brow, he knocked on the table and gestured for him to hand over the documents. The brawny man glared up at him, his tone unfriendly as he inquired, "What do you want?" Exhaling gently, the smoke wafted like a cerulean cloud across his face. In an instant, the seemingly composed man's forehead was marred with the furious veins of rage. Cole replied apathetically, "Hand me the mission briefing, you bastard." The muscular man slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Pointing a finger at Cole's nose, he suppressed his fury and said, "Consider yourself fortunate this time, newcomer." He tossed a document at him, and, seizing the flat iron whiskey bottle from the table, stormed out. TSK. Upon reaching the doorway, the robust figure nearly lost his breath upon hearing the scornful remark from behind. He stood rigidly at the threshold for a full 2 seconds before slamming the door behind him. The remaining 4 individuals remained silent, their gazes toward Cole akin to that of observing a corpse. Grant refrained from striking him, undoubtedly concerned about sending him to the hospital, allowing this brat to evade a dire consequence. In a certain sense, Cole harbored a palpable disdain for the 5 individuals before him, particularly because their superior exuded an effeminate demeanor. His desire was simply to deliver a righteous thrashing to them. While they displayed an admirable aptitude for deceit, bullying, and settling personal scores, the principles of genuine scholarship eluded them. Chapter 21. Penny Surlanda. After the departure of the robust Grant, a chill enveloped the office, prompting Cole to whistle in delight. This was precisely the sensation he craved. At that moment, a sudden knock resonated from outside the door. "Is anyone there?" A woman's voice inquired, imbued with both strength and a melodious quality. Cole ceased his taunting whistle directed at the remaining 4, as the voice seemed oddly familiar. The woman from the Demon Eye Squad exchanged a glance with Jeff, who rose to cast a fierce glare at Cole, then opened the door and swiftly stepped aside, announcing, "Good morning, sir." The other 3 individuals in the room also stood up, illuminating the 3 corners of the hexagram, an emblem of their imprisoned status within the mid-tier hierarchy. Given their roles as team members and the lower-ranking exiled demon hunters, the newcomer held a position of authority at least 5 levels above theirs. As the woman entered, her tall, statuesque figure commanded attention. She donned a black and crimson demon hunter uniform, her skin a healthy, sun-kissed hue, and her long black hair was intricately braided, cascading over her left shoulder. Her eyes sparkled with a rare olive-green hue, bright and immaculate, leaving an indelible impression upon first glance. She gestured for everyone to relax, stating, "There is no need for such formality. I am here to find someone, Cole Walker. Has he reported yet? Kerr Walker?" The crowd fell silent. When did that audacious newcomer, who was even more arrogant than the highest-ranking officer of the intelligence team, become associated with a mid-tier execution squad leader? Their gazes converged on Kerr. Extinguishing his cigarette and hastily removing his feet from the table, Kerr cleared his throat, stood up, and awkwardly smiled. "Is there something you need from me? You, Mr. Walker?" Penny stared at the transformed Kerr before her, taking a moment to confirm her observation before voicing her question. "Of course, it's me. It seems we last met about a year ago. Has a year brought such a drastic change? I can hardly recognize you," she remarked, scrutinizing him from head to toe. In her memory, this young man had always radiated warmth. Though somewhat timid, he possessed a resilience of spirit and character that set him apart. What struck her most was the musty scent that lingered on his tattered brown coat. Yet now, his vintage slicked-back hairstyle and meticulously groomed appearance had replaced that musty odor with the distinctive scent of cigarettes. What puzzled her most, however, was the glint in Kerr's eyes. Regardless of how one's exterior might transform, the gaze remains constant. But compared to his previous vibrant enthusiasm and steadfastness, Kerr's current demeanor left Penny deeply unsettled. It exuded a potent aggression, brimming with untamed wildness, cruelty, and a chilling indifference. It seemed that the figure standing before her was no longer the charming young lad she once knew, but rather a cold-blooded mobster, akin to a gentleman of the underworld. Was it merely an illusion? His appearance remained unchanged, as did the timbre of his voice. Penny gazed intently at Cole for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Cole, you haven't joined any gang, have you?" Cole shoved his hands into his pockets, then withdrew them, clasping them together, and with an awkward yet courteous smile, replied, "Do I really seem that way?" "Indeed, you do." Penny then broke into a smile, opened her arms, and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Congratulations on officially joining the Demon Hunters." "My friend, thank you. Their exchange nearly left Jeff and the others aghast. A formidable demon hunter, ranked in the mid-tier of confinement, was actually his friend. The very newcomer whom Captain Triv had explicitly ordered to be eliminated. How could this be possible? In their instinctive line of thought, they immediately surmised that Cole Walker must have an extraordinary background, ensnared in some turbulent struggle. Alas, they could not fathom that the root of this predicament stemmed from a pool of unfulfilled desires and impotent rage. After the embrace, Penny, like a true comrade, draped her arm over Cole's shoulder and cheerfully inquired, "May I have a word with him privately? It won't interfere with your mission." With her arm around Cole, they made their way to the storage room at the end of the corridor. Upon closing the door, Penny's ever-present smile vanished the instant they entered. "Cole, have you offended someone?" Care extracted a cigarette but refrained from lighting it, saying, "Celia Finley, it must be her." "Finley? Are you referring to Axiom Finley from the intelligence unit? His daughter?" Penny furrowed her brows, crossing her arms, her right hand clenched against her lips. "So that's the case. Care, if you are willing, I can draft a request to have you forcibly reassigned to my team in the Paranormal Investigation Department. I fear you may not survive a week." Although she spoke lightly, Care understood that such a decision would entail significant consequences. Leaning against the wall, he jested deliberately. "A week? You are overly optimistic. To be precise, you might find my corpse by tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow? Care, are you not the slightest bit concerned? How can you still jest at a time like this?" Igniting the cigarette, Care remained silent for a moment before coldly stating, "Am I expected to undertake these actions merely because I saved your life? Of course, if I cannot protect a promising newcomer, I might as well resign from my position as the squad leader of the execution team." From her stubbornness, Care could ascertain that she had likely made previous assurances or boasts to others. Now, with the intelligence unit intervening, she found herself in a predicament. In the hierarchy of the Demon Hunting Corps, the squad leader of the Razor team was considered a middle-tier figure. It was no wonder Penny was so invested in his situation, even going out of her way to address it. "But where does your confidence stem from?" I recently inquired. "And the upcoming mission to gather intelligence is fraught with peril. It may well involve a Grade 1 demon or some vile spirit, entities that could easily extinguish the life of a novice. Is that not so?" Outside the office door, Cole chuckled and gave her a light pat on the back, remarking, "Perhaps in a few days, you shall address me as Mr. Demon Hunter of the next Exile Order." Gazing into his eyes and remaining silent for a considerable time, Penny removed a ring from her hand and presented it to Cole. "This is a concealment ring. Donning it will allow you to evade a single malevolent intrusion." This is where my assistance concludes. Before the 4 members of the Demon Eye Squad, the act of handing such a valuable item to Cole left Jeff and the others utterly astonished. The concealment ring. It is a premium artifact valued at over £1,000. Chapter 22. Internal strife. After bidding farewell to Penny, Cole cradled the ring in his palm and gave it a gentle shake. Crafted from pure silver, it bore a hexagonally polished fragment of a hanged man's bone. Compared to a typical ring, its thickness and breadth resembled more that of a band. The inner side was densely inscribed with a rusted script, an unknown language akin to arcane incantations. As he adorned the ring on the index finger of his left hand, Cole, with one hand in his pocket, approached Jeff. Habitually frowning, he resembled a gentlemanly thug as he clasped Jeff's shoulder and whispered, "Trevor Moran, your captain, is also a distant cousin of Celia. I surmise that he must have been persuaded by that coin pool to allow you to eliminate me in your inaugural mission." With a cigarette held between his fingers, he pointed at others and remarked, "However, nothing is absolute. If any of you are willing to follow me, I assure you that you shall not meet your demise in the tasks that lie ahead." Having spoken, Cole leaned against the door, exhaling a cloud of smoke with an air of indifference. "This opportunity is singular. Seize it wisely." A young man with chestnut hair followed closely behind. A woman cast a stoic glance at Cole before shifting her attention to the least conspicuous figure in the office, a diminutive young man. He appeared exceedingly anxious, trembling uncontrollably. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple as he clasped his hands together and stammered, "Lydia, I no longer wish to serve you. I am also a graduate of the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Academy. Why must I persist in being your lapdog?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "And then there's Turif, who has been stalling my promotion request for an entire year. Haven't I done enough? You lot are clearly seeking a free servant and a lackey. I quit." Lydia, with a frosty demeanor, elongated her voice in warning, haughty. Perhaps having reached a breaking point, the young man approached Cole, leaping up to berate him. enough with the nonsense. You insufferable charlatan. If it weren't for your nightly company, Turif would never have appointed you as deputy captain. I've wanted to curse you for months, you sycophantic fool. A verbal assault that struck deep. As a team member for a year, he was well acquainted with the other 4 members of the Eye of Magic operation team. Lydia, this woman, was nothing more than a master of pretense, adept at scheming and ordering others around, utterly lacking in any real skill. After 3 years in her position, she had failed to learn even a single secret technique, a feat he had managed to surpass. Lydia, possessing a modicum of beauty, wore a countenance that had darkened to an extreme, her chest heaving with fury, her voice contorted with rage. Hottie, well, very well. You have some nerve. Jeff and the others were taken aback when Hottie Bethany, who had always been the quiet, obedient little one they had bossed around, suddenly rebelled, furiously pointing his finger at the deputy leader Lydia and hurling insults. The tall, slender Jeff quickly rose, seething. Hottie, apologize to deputy leader Lydia immediately. Apologize? Get lost. You fool who only deserves to lick her boots. Hottie seemed to unleash all the pent-up frustration accumulated from a year of servitude within the Eye of Magic team. A broad grin spreading across his face as he animatedly extended his right hand towards Cole. Hottie Bethany, although I am your senior, if you manage to take down Turif and these 3 fools, you shall be my superior. In his view, Cole should embody the same youthful passion and friendliness he had possessed upon graduating from the academy. Alas, Hottie's outstretched hand lingered in the air for at least 5 seconds, and the exuberance on his face gradually morphed into a frozen expression. It was only then that Cole withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him, coldly remarking, "Care for a smoke?" Oh, abstaining from smoking is indeed a commendable choice. In truth, I have little fondness for those acrid paper rolls myself. Cole patted his back, extinguished the smoldering cigarette butt, and turned to Lydia, whose complexion was as unappealing as that of pig liver, saying, "Your name is Lydia, isn't it? What a pity for such a fine name." As the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense, it seemed that a mere spark could ignite a fierce confrontation. At that moment, the petite girl Cole had previously encountered, clutching a hefty stack of documents, adjusted her glasses perched on her nose, and cheerfully inquired, "Are you two preparing to brawl? Perhaps I have arrived at an inopportune time." The primary distinction between the intelligence unit and the execution team during missions lies in the former's lack of a reserve force, while the latter boasts a comprehensive logistical support system. This disparity not only arises from the necessity to avoid alarming potential adversaries during intelligence gathering, but also serves to safeguard the logistics team, whose combat capabilities are virtually non-existent. When confronting the unknown, the task assigned to the Eye of Magic operation team is to venture to the town of Base, located 100 kilometers outside the capital. This isolated area is shrouded in danger, enveloped in fog, and haunted by the Shu Church and unknown terrors. The incident originated a week prior when an Imperial Army infantry squad passing through that region vanished without a trace after a week. Subsequently, the Military Control Committee dispatched investigators and private detectives to probe the case, all of whom seemingly disappeared without a trace. With the determination that supernatural forces were at play in Base, the investigation was entrusted to the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Corps. Moreover, due to the peculiar geographical location of this operation, the Paranormal Investigation Department has only deployed another team for support. If no news emerges within a week, the support team will enter the area to reassess the dangers, while a higher-ranking team from the Demon Hunters will be dispatched. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a bus from a neighboring city gradually came to a halt at the station. The driver, approximately 50 years of age, with a portly figure and a receding hairline, observed the last 6 passengers disembark through the rearview mirror. Shaking his head, he lowered the window and addressed a small, youthful figure passing by. "Hello, young man." The young man, clad in a long, tattered brown overcoat and carrying a yellowed suitcase, wore a sorrowful expression that spoke volumes about his unfortunate circumstances. "Sir, are you calling me?" he inquired, lifting his gaze. The driver glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the mist-laden town in the distance, and cryptically warned, "If you've come here to seek out relatives, I advise you to reconsider." "Sir, I do not understand your meaning," the young man replied, confusion evident in his voice. The driver, casting a wary glance at his surroundings, hastily waved his hand to close the window, disregarding the young man's bewilderment, and swiftly pressed the accelerator, vanishing into the thick fog that enveloped the road ahead. Chapter 23. Base town, it was apparent that the 6 travelers who disembarked from the bus were no ordinary individuals. To facilitate their entry into the town, the Eye of Magic Task Force, including Cole, had all assumed new identities. They represented a real estate agent's envoy, a married couple, 2 retired veterans, and 2 down-and-out individuals seeking refuge with relatives. Kerr donned an exquisite striped suit, his hair meticulously coiffed and his face adorned with a hint of makeup, while he clutched a sleek, jet-black leather briefcase. As the bus departed, Hardy discreetly sidled up to him, while the other 4 cast indifferent glances at the pair before proceeding inside. The diminutive figure seemed to be encountering such a scenario for the first time. His expression taut as he inquired, "Mr. Kerr, what shall we do now?" Kerr, unfazed, lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "Haven't you been working in the paranormal investigation department for a year now?" Most of the time, I merely assist from behind. Seldom involved in the formulation of action plans." "Is that so?" Indeed. Deep down, Hardy had always felt uneasy about opposing Kerr and Turif. Were it not for being treated like a servant daily, he wouldn't have been swept up in fervor, finding himself unable to retreat now. He pondered why Kerr Walker, a mere intern fresh from the academy, exuded such calmness, even to the point of arrogance. He certainly lacked the audacity to exhale smoke into the face of the imposing Carter, let alone provoke him repeatedly. Stealing a sidelong glance at Kerr, Hardy mused, "Does this fellow truly possess the means to contend with Lydia and her ilk?" Although he scoffed at the notion that the woman had slept her way to the position of deputy captain. Surviving 4 years on the front lines of the paranormal investigation department surely indicated she was no lightweight. The other 3 were also seasoned veterans, each boasting over 2 years of experience. Even though Cole Walker shares a profound connection with Penny Surlanda, the commanding officer of the Median Prison Execution Squad, one must ponder whether a mere intern possesses any true leverage beyond that ring. The 2 of them strolled leisurely into the heart of the small town, enveloped in silence. Cole's satchel was burdensome, containing a compact radio, 2 pistols identical to the Browning M1900, and a substantial 50 rounds of ammunition. These bullets were prepared for potential armed conflict. As the presence of the Shoe Cult organization loomed over the town, the streets were shrouded in thick fog, limiting visibility to scarcely 5 meters. Amidst the haze, the town of Base resembled a desolate ghost town, barren and eerily quiet. The buildings lining the streets, uneven and dilapidated, stood like the remnants of a fading existence. Weathered and forlorn, they eventually located the inn where they were to rendezvous. Cole and Hardy paused outside, where a severely weathered metal sign creaked softly, and the wooden door, likely older than Cole's grandfather, appeared to have not welcomed a visitor in many days, cloaked in dust. Only the circular wrought iron door knocker bore marks of recent use, presumably by Jeff and his 3 companions who had arrived in the town ahead of them. The deeper they ventured into the town, the more Hardy's anxiety became palpable. After muttering to himself for a moment, he cautiously whispered, "Cole, do you truly have a plan to deal with them?" Cole observed the extinguished cigarette, snuffed out by the dampness and fog, his brow furrowing slightly as he replied, "The gun is tucked away in your luggage. If you feel afraid, you may fire a few rounds at them." The diminutive figure chuckled awkwardly, ruffling his hair. Deciding against it, he certainly did not wish to attract the attention of the Demon Hunter Tribunal. In this realm, the demise of any hunter during a mission triggers a rigorous review process. Inquiries into the deceased are merely standard procedure. Otherwise, a gunfight would have undoubtedly erupted before entering the town. Upon pushing open the door to the inn, a pungent odor of mildew assailed them, nearly driving them back. Good heavens, what manner of place is this? Hardy covered his nose, waving his hand as he approached the front desk. "Ahem. I require a room." The individual attending him was a gaunt old man, his bulging eyes and crumpled visage resembling a melting candle, with sparse hair akin to a tangle of weeds. Staring vacantly at Hardy, he swiftly flipped through a ledger before retrieving a key from a drawer and handing it to him. Room 206. It was not only Hardy who was taken aback by this peculiar old man. Cole, too, was startled by his appearance. Such a countenance was exceedingly grotesque. Were it not for the faintly discernible features, one might think this elderly fellow had stepped out from a Picasso painting. After Hardy ascended the stairs, Cole approached the eccentric old man to request a guest room of his own, room 207, directly across from Hardy's. Placing his briefcase on the bed, he extracted a handgun and a magazine filled with carefully loaded bullets. Upon entering the town, he had contemplated employing his seventh sight to probe for any peculiarities. Yet after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. Though such an analogy may seem rather inappropriate, it nonetheless approached the truth. In high-risk areas, the reckless use of the seventh sight may lead to an unfortunate predicament where one might be detected by the supernatural forces lurking nearby before even having the chance to seek refuge. The repercussions of such actions are exceedingly perilous. Concealing his pistol within the holster on the opposite side of his attire, Cole ignited a cigarette and, seated on the edge of the bed, inquired, "Sylvie, are you able to sense anything?" After a considerable pause, the timid voice of the girl emerged from within the folds of his coat. "It's very cold here." "And beyond that?" "In other words, there indeed exists some form of supernatural presence in this place." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Cole, come to the adjacent room." The voice belonged to the robust man, Carter. Concealing his briefcase beneath the bed, Cole proceeded to room 205 next door. The 5 members of the occult investigation team had already gathered, likely in preparation for their forthcoming operational plan. Even if they harbored intentions to eliminate Cole and Hardy, losing personnel at the onset of the mission in this perilous town would be an ill-advised decision. Lydia was acutely aware of this, which is why she summoned Cole and the others. The lurking malevolence poses a far greater threat than their personal grievances. All tactics are meticulously crafted by this woman. It is evident that her longevity in the Paranormal Investigation Division belies Hardy's claims of her ineptitude. The execution of the specific plan is not overly complex. Initially, they will form pairs to patrol the town according to a prearranged route before nightfall, familiarizing themselves with the surrounding terrain and notable structures. Once darkness descends, they will take turns keeping watch. Perhaps in the interest of both parties, she deliberately suggested that Cole and Hardy take turns keeping watch, to avert any potential circumstances that might lead to mutual betrayal. Chapter 24. The Insidious Evil. According to official statistics from a decade ago, the town of Bath boasts approximately 300 households and a population nearing 2,000, all while preserving the ancient customs of ritual sacrifice. Hardy, clutching a dossier, walked alongside Cole, incessantly chattering. "Cole, could it be that the object of their sacrifices is flawed? Historical records suggest that while Bath remains isolated, the lives of its residents have consistently been tranquil." As twilight approached, it felt as though they were navigating the desolate streets of Silent Hill, enveloped in an eerie silence. The fog thickened around them, visibility diminishing at a palpable rate, accompanied by an unbearable chill. Cole shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his coat and inquired, "Do you believe in the divine, Hardy?" "Not at all." Passing by a modest dwelling, the two approached and knocked on the door. Hardy stomped his feet vigorously, rubbing his hands together as he cursed, "This damned cursed weather. Is it already this cold in October?" Cole's gaze shifted to the gravel path leading to the house. Bending down to touch it, feeling the dampness and roughness of the dust against his skin. Furrowing his brow, he observed the indistinct footprints on the ground and stood up, declaring, "It seems no one has been here for quite some time." "Really?" Since leaving the inn, Hardy's demeanor had grown increasingly irritable, and as nightfall loomed, his impatience became ever more palpable. Uncertain whether it was fear or the biting cold that caused his body to tremble slightly, he glanced around with a pale, ashen face. Cole lit a cigarette, the ember flickering vividly in the dense fog. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled. Was it truly connected to the mists and chill of this place? It was not merely the unique malevolent spirits and demons of the soul-calling realm that brought about such profound cold. In other words, the existence of a multitude of malevolent entities in Base Town must be sufficient to maintain this unbearable low temperature. As nightfall gradually approached, the situation worsened. Lending credence to this hypothesis, sniffling, Cole scrutinized the thick fog enveloping him, realizing that at this very moment, numerous malevolent spirits might be lurking, watching him and Hardy. 10:20 TSK. Observing Hardy's current state, it was evident that his senses and judgment had been thoroughly compromised by the dark forces. No wonder an entire regiment of the Imperial Army could vanish without a trace in this place. Mortal contact with malevolent spirits and dark powers severely disrupts the senses and psyche. If the number of these entities were vast, or their power overwhelming, the time from disturbance to subjugation would drastically diminish, especially given the particularly suspicious fog that shrouded Base Town. Hardy clutched his arms, incessantly murmuring to himself. Yet, confronted with such dire circumstances and the terrifying conclusions drawn, Cole remained unfazed, even perceiving a peculiar rhythm interwoven within Hardy's mumbling. It was neither a human language nor an arcane incantation. At this moment, The sun had completely set, and nightfall descended like a dark shroud of death, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. The diminutive figure, whose consciousness had become hazy, remained oblivious to the recorder that Cole had extended before him, engaging in a continuous monologue. This state persisted for 5 long minutes until his murmurs abruptly ceased. He lifted his gaze to Cole, perplexed, and inquired, "Cole, why are you pointing the recorder at me?" In a state of disorientation, Hardy, confronted by Cole's gun aimed at his head, hastily raised his hands and retreated, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Hey, Cole. It's me, Hardy Bethany. Listen, I shouldn't have flaunted my seniority in front of Lydia. I acknowledge that was my mistake. From this moment forth, you are the boss. And I shall heed your every command. I truly mean it. Please, just remain calm." Cole, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, replied coldly, "So, are you lucid now?" Hardy, wearing an awkward grin, responded with confusion, "Lucid? I don't understand what you're saying. Where is your concentration medication? Take it out and consume it. Now, Cole, do you wish to see me perish?" Hardy exclaimed. Ouch! A punch landed squarely on his face, causing Hardy to cry out in pain, clutching his cheek. He was not particularly resilient. Faced with the threat of violence, he dared not utter another word of defiance. In a fluster, he fumbled through his pocket to retrieve the small vial containing his concentration medication and gulped it down in one swift motion. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, as he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. After a considerable while, he bent down to support his knee and spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto the ground, his voice hoarse as he said, "Kerr, you saved my life." Taking a deep breath, he coughed violently a couple of times, then chuckled, "Cough, cough. This stuff is indeed rather unpleasant. Cough, cough, cough." Exhaling a cloud of stale air, he warily surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. "How did you realize that my mind was severely disturbed?" Hardy shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "Well, this is my first encounter with such a situation, but why are you unscathed? Were you not affected by them?" Extinguishing the remnants of his cigarette with his fingers, Kerr patted Hardy on the back as they strolled towards the street, replying indifferently, "They fear me." "Are you serious?" Hardy found it hard to believe that someone could brazenly utter such words, especially a seemingly cold-hearted rogue like him. Indeed, even a first-rate killing demon cannot disrupt Kerr's senses, let alone mere ordinary malevolent spirits. However, his sardonic humor appeared to have startled Hardy. On the fog-laden street, the silhouettes of 2 figures, one tall and one short, gradually faded into the distance, becoming indistinct. Suddenly, after their departure, the cigarette but discarded by Kerr seemed to be tread upon by an unseen force. The gravel path where they had lingered began to writhe as if it were a living entity, while the low walls of the modest houses sagged like molten wax. It resembled the flaccid skin of the innkeeper. The windows on either side resembled the invisible eyes of a colossal beast, peering into the souls of passers-by. Beyond the automatically opening door lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness and distortion. A melody, seemingly emanating from an exceedingly distant realm, began to play softly. Upon closer scrutiny, one might discern that its tune bore a striking resemblance to Hardy's incessant murmurs. Chapter 25. Is this what it means to be a big shot? As night descended, the fog thickened, resembling the mournful clouds that drift above a graveyard at dawn, obscuring every corner of visibility. Were it not for the map in hand, navigating this terrain would be an insurmountable challenge. The town of Base is situated at a higher altitude, with paths and asphalt roads interweaving in a perplexing manner. The buildings, sharing an identical architectural style, are numerous, and even the rusted railway lights appear indistinguishable from one another. In the absence of reference points, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain one's location in this complex landscape with restricted visibility. The sole source of illumination in the entire town may be the nuclear flashlight that Cole clutches. Even so, the pale yellow light can barely penetrate 3 meters ahead. Beyond that, an abyss of darkness looms, where eerie mists swirl and unspoken whispers linger. How is it that I feel this town is devoid of any living souls apart from us? And that terrifying innkeeper. Cole, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, nonchalantly articulated a fact that nearly petrified Hardy with fear. If your suspicions are correct, the disappearance of over 2,000 living souls may well be beyond our concern. His mention of it prompted the little one to retract his neck, muttering, "Those imbeciles in the paranormal investigation department are as precious about their lives as gold. Unless a few more lives are sacrificed, Don't expect to sway those lofty gentlemen. If dawn arrives, and we still encounter no other living souls, let us depart. Oh, are you not afraid of repercussions? We are merely interns, Cole. Even if there are consequences, it would be Lydia, the vice-captain, who bears the brunt of it. Besides, who knows what malevolent entities lurk in this place? As the two conversed, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance, piercing the stillness of the desolate town of Base. Any unusual noise seemed especially jarring, drawing attention. Cole and Hardy exchanged glances, confirming that the sound did not originate from either of them. They extinguished the flashlight and concealed themselves beside a lamppost at the roadside. Hardy lowered his voice, tension evident in his demeanor. Why did you turn it off? It's so dark, we can't see anything. The unknown has always been humanity's greatest source of fear. In the pitch-black street, where visibility was utterly absent, the distant footsteps of an unidentified creature weighed heavily on anyone's psyche. Cole grasped Hardy's chattering face gently, shushing him. In the fog-enshrouded town of Base, sound could travel farther than light. Hearing footsteps did not guarantee that the entity could perceive the flashlight's glow through the thick mist. If the flashlight remained on, it would create a perilous advantage for the unseen adversary. The consequences could be dire. Thus, Cole awaited an opportune moment, anticipating when the footsteps would draw near enough to discern the figure in the light. However, it was apparent that not everyone possessed the fortitude to remain composed in this eerie place, confronting the unknown without flinching. Time, at this very moment, transformed into a viscous plasma, flowing forward at a languid pace. The heavy footsteps resonated like the ominous beat of a death knell, drawing ever closer. Hardy's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, while his bloodshot eyes fixated on the darkness ahead, desperately attempting to discern something within it. Finally, as the footsteps from afar passed before the two figures, Cole produced a flashlight, directing its beam toward the source of the sound. After a brief moment of silence, Hardy beheld the familiar silhouettes of the two individuals, exhaling a sigh of relief as he inquired, "So it's you. Have you lost your way as well?" Regrettably, the others did not halt in response to his question. Noticing this, Cole furrowed his brow. For the gait of these two peculiar beings diverged from that of an ordinary person. Their upper bodies leaned slightly forward, arms hanging limply by their sides, devoid of the customary swing associated with human movement. It felt eerily familiar, as if echoing in his ears. Like two lifeless husks, Lydia and Jeff, with their stilted and rigid forms, gradually vanished into the thick mist illuminated by the light, under Hardy's incredulous gaze. After a prolonged silence, Hardy, still in disbelief, uttered, "Cole, could it be that they have been possessed? That appearance." He bowed his head and lit a cigarette, the metallic snap of the lighter ringing sharply in the stillness. Cole, with an air of indifference, remarked, "They resemble your former self, Hardy." "Then Hardy began. But before he could finish, he watched in horror as Cole drew his pistol, aiming it at the retreating figures. Bang! Bang! Hardy's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Cole, are you out of your mind? Such actions will lead to a trial." Seizing the collar of the diminutive figure, Cole yanked him forward, his expression devoid of emotion. "I detest incessant chatter in my presence. Should there be a next time, I shall remove your tongue." Hardy stood a head shorter than Cole, resembling a frail chick grasped in his hand. The timid and cowardly little man gazed at the man before him in terror as the acrid smoke swirled between them. Meeting Cole's frosty blue gaze, he comprehended that the threat was no jest. If he dared to utter another word, he would undoubtedly lose his tongue. He nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. Cole released his grip, sheathed his firearm, and with a voice slightly hoarse and deep, stated, "I do not require your guidance on how to proceed. If you wish to survive, heed my words. Do you understand?" At that moment, in Hardy's eyes, the man speaking to him was no longer the demon-hunting intern he had perceived as a potential ally and protector. His demeanor and actions resembled those of a seasoned outlaw, familiar with the cycles of life and death. Such an aura was not characteristic of a mere demon-hunting intern. Nodding fervently, he dared not utter a word. Closely trailing behind Cole, fearful that a flicker of displeasure from him might result in abandonment. As he observed Cole's retreating figure, Hardy clenched his right fist tightly. Not out of indignation from humiliation, but rather because he believed he required an opportune moment, a chance to gain recognition. Only then could he truly be acknowledged by Cole Walker, a figure embodying all the formidable qualities of a demon hunter, as a competent teammate and subordinate. Undoubtedly, having been saved by the other party and witnessing various behaviors along the way, Cole had completely come to view him as a seasoned demon hunter, shrouded in mystery. Yet, he could not fathom why this adept had chosen to join the Eye of Magic team in the guise of a newcomer. At the very least, he did not believe that a novice could meander through this eerie, fog-laden, desolate town with such ease, even taking the time to indulge in a smoke. Chapter 26. A true man never looks back at explosions. The two arrived at the scene where Lydia and Jeff had been shot. Regrettably, apart from the bloodstain seeping into the fog, there was no sign of the anticipated fallen figures. Following the trail of blood, Cole was convinced he had struck the legs of both individuals. Not to mention the mysterious force that seemed to have manipulated their bodies and minds. No one could sustain silence after being shot. Not even a hardened warrior. Mr. Cole Hardy crouched down, dipping his fingers into some blood before tasting it, his eyes and tone betraying uncertainty. What is it? Lydia and Jeff may already be dead. I can discern the scent of death from their blood, akin to consuming a filthy rag. Dead? Cole furrowed his brow. The force he had attempted to penetrate Hardy with had been distinctly strange, entirely unlike the phenomena associated with ordinary malevolent spirits or demonic disturbances. Had it not been for the peculiar demeanor and speech of the diminutive figure, even he might have failed to perceive that Hardy's mind and body were being overtaken by some arcane power. However, the ability to be obscured by concentrated potions seems to indicate that the level of this mysterious force is not particularly high. After a brief silence, it was suggested to follow the trail of blood, as it might yield further discoveries. They stealthily trailed behind the bodies of Lydia and Jeff. Eventually, they arrived before an odd structure, which was not shrouded in dense fog. Its walls were marred with dense patches of gray mold, and its asymmetrical design resembled a grotesque embryo, evoking a profound sense of discomfort both physically and psychologically in those who beheld it. A haunting melody from a piano, akin to the tune that Cole and Hardy had previously encountered, wafted through the air from all directions, compelling all who heard it to venture into the house out of curiosity. The bodies of Lydia and Jeff seemed to be summoned as well. They ascended the steps to the door with a limping gait, moving in a mechanical manner like puppets. Suddenly, the piano's melody came to an abrupt halt. In Hardy's horrified gaze, two enormous, fuzzy appendages emerged from the window, piercing through the bodies of Lydia and Jeff. The gray mold unfurled like a blossoming flower, tearing apart their flesh and shattering their bones. The anguished wails of their souls shattered the silence of the small town, obliterating the last vestiges of Hardy's sanity. He beheld a monstrous entity, its elongated mouthparts extending from its body, devouring the souls of Jeff and Lydia in a manner reminiscent of a spider consuming its prey. The swirling essence of their souls was engulfed within it. Thereafter, upon its corpulent form, resembling a mountain of flesh composed of countless tormented souls, the visages of Lydia and Jeff appeared akin to oozing pus, contorting and twisting as they were drawn into the myriad faces of the anguished spirits that constituted this grotesque body. Yet, even amidst this grotesque spectacle, one could still faintly discern at the apex of this bloated figure an infantile countenance crafted from innumerable human faces, with protruding eyeballs and a skewed mouth, skin melting and collapsing like wax. The pervasive mist shrouding the small town emanated from its gaping maw, grotesquely adorned with human visages. Cole lowered his gaze, his hand trembling slightly as he lit a cigarette. What in the world is this abomination? In that moment, Hardy could no longer endure the horrifying entity manifesting within the realm of his mind. He screamed and turned to flee, vanishing into the thick, oppressive fog. The crimson ember of the cigarette began to glow steadily. Cole raised his eyes to confront the source of this malevolence. Was it a second-level malevolent spirit amalgamation? Or perhaps a third? If that were the case, he could not dismiss the possibility that his senses had been tampered with. Currently, he was immune to the intrusion of first-level demons and malevolent spirits, yet he could not entirely disregard the encroachment of such a colossal entity. Thus, he prepared to invoke the power of his seventh sight to unveil the true nature of this creature. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes and activated his seventh sight, akin to the first ray of light piercing through the infinite darkness. As if the world obscured by a black curtain was gradually drawn back. Within Cole's perception, the mist enveloping the air resembled dense, entwined vines, shrouding the entire town within its grasp. Once inhabited by humans, along with the missing army platoon, their souls are ensnared within the grotesque, hideous form of a monstrous spirit infant, emitting chilling wails. Was what he had previously witnessed truly its authentic visage? At that moment, a woman, illuminated by the flickering glow of candles in the parlor, appeared before his gaze, as though drawn in by a rapidly approaching lens. She donned a deep crimson backless gown, her long brown hair cascading gracefully, her alabaster skin pristine and unblemished, and her exquisite beauty capable of ensnaring any man's heart. It seemed as if an unseen force were regarding her. The soft hands that danced upon the piano keys gradually came to a halt. She lifted her gaze. Her obsidian-like eyes seemingly locked onto Cole. She smiled, a smile as sweet as freshly baked honey, infused with the allure of death, irresistible to any soul. "Am I beautiful?" she inquired. Alas, she encountered Cole, a man with an extraordinary resistance to the allure of dark forces. Perhaps to others, her smile radiated with sensuality, but to Cole, it appeared only as an ugly expression of disdain, a malicious intention to toy with a new plaything. Subsequently, her skin began to writhe, melting and drooping, resembling the appearance of the innkeeper, while emitting a laughter that was anything but human. "Is this the witch?" As he closed his seventh sense, he reopened his eyes to behold the sanity-shattering visage of the monstrous spirit infant. In that moment, all clues converged, and the secrets of Base Town were finally unveiled, dispelling the fog that had long shrouded them, starkly revealed within Cole's mind. This was not merely a supernatural event wrought by malevolent spirits and demons. The witch is indeed the architect of all tragedies. According to the Witch's Codex, these malevolent beings consort with demons, feasting upon human souls, while malevolent spirits and dark creatures serve as their most obedient minions. This wretch clearly nourishes her vile spirit servants with the living of the entire town. In her desperate bid to evade the scrutiny of the demon-hunting organization, she spares no expense to disguise this place as one ruled by demons and the heretical teachings of the Shu sect, by the regulations of the demon-hunting organization. To ensure the minimal rate of casualties, a comprehensive investigative team must be dispatched to handle witch-related incidents. The Ghost Eye Task Force, a banished unit from the Anomalous Investigation Department, handling such matters is akin to walking into a trap. Once the seventh sight is closed, the once tranquil town erupts into chaos. Kerr's gaze falls upon the grotesque figure of the malevolent spirit giant, writhing madly in its grotesque form, his expression devoid of emotion. Has the unveiling of secrets incited a murderous intent to silence him? With a cold exhale, he discards the cigarette from his lips and draws his weapon. High noon has arrived. Justice may arrive late, but it is never absent. Bang! Bang! The smoke of souls wafts from the muzzle of the gun as the malevolent spirit giant's body bursts like a deflated balloon, unleashing a deafening, shrill wail, intertwined with a cacophony of indistinct voices echoing in unison. Mama, 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 no one could have anticipated that someone would dare to shoot down a malevolent spirit. Neither could the witch, who lurked in the shadows. As the malevolent spirit giant emitted its frenzied cries of agony, countless imprisoned souls escaped from its bloated form. The dense fog enveloping the small town dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. A piercing shriek, akin to the sound of glass being scraped, suddenly echoed throughout the town. How dare you! It was the witch's shock and panic at the loss of her beloved pet. Cole, with a gun in one hand, lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow. Resembling a bloody gentleman of misfortune who had just assaulted his rival's territory, he flicked open a metal flip lighter, reigniting a cigarette, indifferent to the colossal malevolent spirit. A monstrous infant, wreaking havoc behind him, howling in madness. After taking so many lives, you still dare to boast? Activating the seventh sight to locate the witch. It was now your turn. Chapter 27. The tragedy of Base Town on the other side, as the monstrous infant, nourished by the lives of thousands, was obliterated by Cole's gunfire. A surge of formidable dark energy, mingled with the vengeful spirits, erupted like tumultuous and eerie waves, tumultuously crashing forth. That night, the high-ranking members of the Demon Hunter Guild's monitoring committee were left in shock. In Base Town, within the brightly lit and exquisitely adorned piano room seen through the seventh sight, the witch's beautiful facade and pretenses crumbled, much like the disintegrating form of the monstrous spirit. Her once snow-white skin rapidly cracked, peeling away like plaster from her dark, wrinkled essence. Her enchanting hair, flowing like gentle waves, gradually turned yellowed and gray, resembling withered wild grass. She knelt on the ground, desperately grasping at the air with her hands, yearning for things that were never hers. Her voice trembling with despair and rage. No, 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 at last, the witch revealed her true visage. A figure, hunched and emaciated, with skin clinging to her bones like asphalt, and sparse, brittle hair that had turned a sickly yellow, raised her head. Her visage was a ghastly mask of skeletal horror, with distorted features. Under I shall slay you," she shrieked. Without granting her a moment to retaliate, Kier shut off his senses. When he opened his eyes again, the town of Base had returned to its former tranquility. The thick fog had dissipated, revealing a still night adorned with sparse stars and a waning moon. Yet behind him lay a grim tableau. Heaps of stark white bones accumulated around the malevolent spirit's nursery, remnants of over 2,000 lives lost in this town. Hardy emerged from the shadows, his countenance paling as he beheld the hellish scene behind Kier. Trembling, he stammered, "Mr. Kier, did you vanquish that creature?" The fiend was merely a pet nurtured by the witch. "Come with me to the inn. There, we must meet a new acquaintance." "New acquaintance? Very well. You are the leader. I shall follow your lead." On the desolate, crumbling streets of the town, two figures, one tall and one short, strolled leisurely toward the inn. From their recent encounter, Kier surmised that the witch, disguised as a noblewoman, was undoubtedly hiding far from Base. The new acquaintance he was to meet at the inn was likely a puppet left behind by the witch to siphon power. In the Hunter Academy, every student is trained in the art of surviving encounters with dark forces, particularly against witches, who rank among the top 3 hunters' nemesis. If Kier's memory serves him correctly, the instructor who taught them merely inscribed a single word upon the blackboard: escape. Were it possible to incinerate her, an Imperial Army squad equipped with flamethrowers could easily dispatch her. Moreover, she excelled in camouflage and was adept at beguiling hearts. Indeed, aside from herself, no one knew the whereabouts of her reincarnated soul device. The incident in Base Town would have ensured that any demon hunter from the Paranormal Investigation Department would never see the dawn of the next day. The witch was acutely aware of this, emboldened in her attempts to ensnare as many human souls as possible to nurture her pets. Unfortunately for her, this time she encountered Kier. He kicked open the inn's door, revealing the other 2 surviving members of the Magical Eye Action team, the burly Carter and the brown-haired youth. At that moment, they resembled 2 dim-witted 3.5-year-olds. One squatted in the corner, his gaze vacant, plucking strands of his hair to consume. The other had soiled his trousers, the air thick with a foul stench, as he lay on the ground, swimming while incessantly repeating, "I am a fish. I am a fish." Hardy stared at them in disbelief. "Mr. Kier," he uttered. Kier, cigarette clenched between his teeth, approached the front desk with a firearm in hand. His voice icy as he remarked, "I see." At that moment, the grotesquely disfigured innkeeper, akin to a marionette severed from its strings, lay twisted and broken upon the floor. Upon hearing the footsteps, he struggled to shift his chin, his murky eyes rolling back. A pair of polished black leather shoes abruptly appeared within his line of sight. He smiled. The laughter was as dry as 2 sheets of sandpaper rubbing against each other. "Heh, Hunter, this matter is far from concluded." Kerr crouched down, grasped the hair, and lifted its head, frowning slightly. "Is that so?" The puppet's skin hung limply over its face, forming a grotesque, grim smile reminiscent of excrement. "Hunter, I shall find you and offer your flesh and blood as a tribute." Before it could finish, a half-burnt cigarette was pressed directly against its face, the acrid stench of burning flesh instantly permeating the air around them. With a forceful tug, Kerr pulled it up to face him, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "Oh, are you in a fit of rage now, witch? You." Bang. Kerr pulled out a chair, sat down, and propped his legs up on the table, lighting a cigarette and coldly stating, "Bind those 2 fools with bedsheets, and send a telegram to our contacts." Oh, Hardy, without any complaint, single-handedly dragged Carter and the other upstairs, and judging by the sounds, they were likely tied to the bed. After a brief span of 10 minutes, he returned with a bundle of beer, placing it on the table, his face alight with joy. "Boss, look at what I've brought." He opened a bottle and handed it to Kerr, who cast a sidelong glance at the witch puppet lying beside him, feeling a surge of emotions. Were it not for chance, he might either be dead by now or have his soul utterly drained. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the town of Base, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the inn. A loud bang resounded. The aged wooden door was thrust open with considerable force. Bathed in the sunlight spilling from outside, Cole lowered the newspaper that had been shielding his face, squinting slightly as he regarded the newcomers, languidly remarking, "You are late." Hardy, who had been slumped over the table in slumber, jolted upright, his expression shifting dramatically upon recognizing the visitors. He hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Morgan, what brings you here?" Chas Morgan, a tall and slender gentleman with graying hair, leaned upon a polished wooden cane. Clad in a black short cloak, he bore an austere demeanor. He was not only a member of the next tier of the Hunters Guild, but also a permanent council member of the Monitoring Committee, tasked with addressing various calamitous incidents. Accompanying him was a 10-member execution squad, led by an individual from the mid-tier of the confinement hierarchy. He removed his black leather gloves, his gaze sweeping over Cole, and with a stern countenance inquired, "Which of you is in charge of the Eye of Magic Operation Team?" Chapter 28. The impact of events and commendations confronted by the prominent figure from the Monitoring Committee, Hardy appeared notably apprehensive. Straightening his posture, he reported, "Sir, Vice Captain Lydia has fallen in action, and the team is now under the complete command of Hunter-Intern Cole Walker." Cole Walker? A name unfamiliar to me. Where is he? The diminutive figure swallowed nervously, discreetly gesturing towards the oblivious Cole, and sheepishly stated, "He is Cole Walker. He might be exhausted from last night, so." The sentence remained unfinished as Cole's languid voice emerged from beneath the newspaper. "There is no need for concealment, Hardy. They owe both you and me our lives. The tragic incident orchestrated by the witch has compelled the Paranormal Investigation Division's Exile Sequence Action Team to conduct a thorough inquiry. TSK, I had presumed that the Intelligence Analysis Department had taken a holiday." In response to the accusations, Chaz remained impassive, his expression unyielding as he inquired about the others in the team. Hardy replied, "Carter and Doyle are still alive, but their souls have been drained. I have them bound upstairs." The pitiable voice of the inconspicuous figure was once again ruthlessly interrupted. "Very well." Before departing the inn, Chaz cast a lingering glance at the witch's fallen puppet. Upon reaching a deserted street corner, the stern gentleman spoke first. "Firstly, I must extend my apologies on behalf of my colleagues in the Intelligence Division. Their preliminary analysis and research regarding the witch were far too hasty, resulting in this predicament." Cole leisurely fished a crumpled cigarette case from his pocket, revealing only 2 remaining cigarettes, and offered the case to Chaz. "Care for a smoke?" "No, thank you." The metallic click of the lighter resonated crisply, causing an involuntary twitch at the corner of the old gentleman's eye. It was his first encounter with an intern who exhibited complete disregard for his status and decorum. In the investigation team, even the most seasoned captain would show him utmost respect. The white smoke, exhaled after being inhaled, wafted lazily from Cole's lips as he frowned and coldly declared, "I killed them." "You?" At last, the venerable and somewhat austere figure of Chaz Morgan, renowned within the investigative circle, chuckled softly and shook his head in resignation. "I understand that you are currently in a rather dismal state, having narrowly escaped a dire situation. However, I can only permit such jesting on your part once. Now, do enlighten me on the demise of that puppet. And why, pray tell, did the witch spare you, the intern, Hal Hardy Bethany?" Chaz lifted his chin slightly, his words laced with the distinctive accent of the imperial capital. "This matter is of little consequence, Mr. Walker. Your intelligence is paramount to our handling of this incident." Kerr also smiled, though his scrutinizing gaze left Chaz feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Clearing his throat, Chaz adopted a stern expression, prepared to leverage his position and authority to compel Kerr to divulge the truth of the event. Before he could utter a word, a recorder was forcefully thrust into the pocket of his jacket. "Inside, you will find what you seek," Kerr stated, casually patting the old gentleman's attire. With a cigarette in hand, he added with a smirk, "Moreover, I have little patience for reiterating the same matter." Chaz maintained a stern visage as he retrieved the recorder and pressed the play button. After listening for a moment, he remained non-committal, replying, "Then why should I place my trust in your words, Mr. Kerr Walker? No one would believe that an intern possesses the capability to annihilate a witch's puppet." Kerr inhaled from his cigarette, his demeanor indifferent. "I am a medium." Upon hearing the term medium, Chaz momentarily froze. Yet, as a gentleman of dignity and decorum, a bureaucrat of the Demon Hunting Society, he managed to conceal his profound astonishment beneath a veneer of composure. "Should there be any new developments, I shall promptly dispatch someone to inform you." A day later, however, an exclusive report gracing the front page of the Latron's River Daily sent shockwaves throughout the Empire. The Empire's woe, the tragedy of Bath Town, reported by independent journalist John Jonah. The high-ranking bureaucrats of the Demon Hunters, faced with such a situation, merely needed to convene a press conference where the upper echelon of the organization would extend heartfelt apologies to the citizenry, subsequently selecting 2 officials to bear the blame within their ranks. The first to be held accountable was the head of the Intelligence Analysis Department, who was demoted by 3 ranks and placed under probation. Then, Turif Moran, the direct leader of the Demon Eye Squad, was caught red-handed by the patrol team in a lavish hotel on the very night his team was valiantly battling the forces of evil in Bathtown. He faced charges of gross dereliction of duty, reprehensible conduct, and resisting law enforcement. These three accusations not only led to the revocation of his captaincy, but also resulted in the court stripping him of his officially bestowed Demon Hunter title. The following day, another commendation for outstanding Demon Hunter interns Cole Walker and Hardy Bethany was directly dispatched from the upper echelons of the Demon Hunters to the Supernatural Investigation Department. The head of the department, Belle Foster, personally met with the two. Hardy Bethany, an exemplary graduate of the Demon Hunter Academy class of 1834. In light of your remarkable performance during the Bathtown incident, your application for permanent status has been specially approved. Kerr Walker, a distinguished graduate of the elite Demon Hunter Academy in 1835, has been awarded the title of mid-level exiled sequence Demon Hunter. This honor comes in recognition of your exemplary leadership and composure displayed during the incident in Bathtown. Following special deliberation, your position will be transferred to the Comprehensive Investigation Department, where you shall serve as the captain of the newly formed unit, codenamed Black Serpent Operation Team. Upon concluding the commendation, the female assistant adjusted her black-framed glasses and inquired, "Mr. Bell, do you have anything to add?" Belle Foster, a portly middle-aged gentleman adorned with a wig and perpetually perched round spectacles upon his nose, playfully remarked, "Kerr Walker, what an impressive young man you are. You should have informed me about the seventh vision sooner. Had it not been for your elimination of the witch's puppet, I would never have allowed old Barber to take you right under my nose." Chapter 29. Learning new sequence mysteries. Setting his pen down upon the table, he continued. There's one more thing, a morsel of gossip, if you will. It is said that a high-ranking individual has taken quite a liking to you, Mr. Walker. Had the situation in Bathtown lingered for another week, the casualties would have been far greater, leading to even more dire consequences. You not only acquired the most accurate intelligence, but also managed to carry out the tasks of the execution team. Those rascals must be regretting their decision not to assign you to the execution team yesterday. He gestured for the female assistant to present his personal business card to Kerr, smiling as he added, "If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out to me." After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation continued. By a twist of fate, Turif Moran, who was tidying up his office in preparation to leave, collided with two individuals in the corridor. This usually cheerful dandy appeared disheveled today, his hair in disarray and his complexion as wretched as if he had swallowed a fly. The animosity between foes was palpable. The more accolades Cole received and the greater the recognition from superiors, the more Turif felt overshadowed by his incompetence. Ironically, what was intended to be a deadlock had instead become a springboard for that young man, propelling him to the position of captain in the Comprehensive Investigation Unit. A mid-tier hunter exiled from the ranks. Just yesterday, he had merely been an intern under Turif's thumb. The stark disparity in the harshness of reality made Turif yearn to punch Cole's cold, smug face. Hardy whistled, spreading his arms to block Turif's path, mocking, "Wow, boss. Let's see who we have here. Turif Moran, the illustrious commander of the Eye of Magic Brigade. What a pity you've turned into a pitiful creature. You look quite distressed. Has your old flame thrown you out?" With a stern expression, Turif, utilizing his height to his advantage, warned from above, "Hardy, if you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to keep your distance." Cole casually flicked his cigarette case, lowered his gaze to retrieve a cigarette, and, as he lit it, remarked with a furrowed brow and indifference, "Do you regret it?" "Regret?" Turif replied with a forced smile, "If you mean for not having the pleasure of killing you myself, then yes." Taking a deep breath, Cole approached him, the white smoke slowly drifting between their gazes. "Please convey to Celia that this matter is far from over." "Huh? Are you threatening me?" "Indeed. Be gone." If we were in an uninhabited wilderness, Cole would undoubtedly shatter that insincere smile plastered on his face with a single bullet. Turif's face turned pale. After a moment of tense silence, he scoffed and cleared the corridor, his steps heavy and hurried, burdened by a pinned-up rage. Hardy raised his middle finger at his retreating figure, cursing, "Get lost, you worthless, effeminate fool." As Turif's disgruntled footsteps faded at the staircase, the diminutive figure suddenly donned a cheerful expression and suggested, "Boss, how about I accompany you to the Comprehensive Investigation Department?" Hardy scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "Don't let my appearance deceive you. During my time with the Demon Eye Squad, tracking missions were invariably entrusted to me, and I never once faltered." "Is that so? Well, only concerning living beings. I do not possess your formidable ability to track supernatural dark forces. Having a team, along with a competent subordinate, is infinitely more beneficial than acquiring yet another troublesome troublemaker, even if this individual possesses rather lackluster personal capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Cole stated, "Draft an application and submit it tomorrow." Hardy's eyes lit up with excitement. "So, you're in agreement?" Their footsteps gradually receded, and the corridor of the Paranormal Investigation Department returned to tranquility, save for the petite girl stationed at the reception, resting her chin on her pen, as if conversing with someone or perhaps engaging in soliloquy. "How fascinating. I've secured the title of mid-level exile sequence on just my second day of internship. Darby, when was the last time we encountered such a demon hunter?" As is customary within the Demon Hunting Guild, every intern is granted an opportunity to study the arcane secrets of the sequences upon their formal induction. At this moment, 300 meters beneath the headquarters of the guild, a portly old man with greasy hair plastered to his scalp limped menacingly before Cole and Hardy. In his right hand, he clutched a bottle of rum, and an eye patch covered his left eye. Were he to replace one hand with a hook, he would resemble a pirate captain. "Your permits and your identification?" Hardy hastily produced their licenses, a wide grin adorning his face. "I am Hardy Bethany, and this is Cole Walker. We have just been formally inducted as demon hunters." "Humph. Spare me the pleasantries. I have no interest in who you are. You may enter." Once the guardian of the secret chamber departed, Hardy lowered his voice and spoke conspiratorially. "The fellow we just encountered is the gatekeeper of the chamber, the lower-tier slaughter sequence, Mad Dog Nicky Cavill. It is said that he suffered severe trauma to his soul while dealing with a witch, and since then, he has become quite deranged. As long as we keep our distance from him, we should be fine." The secret chamber, being the guild's most confidential area, was heavily guarded. In addition to Mad Dog Nicky, 2 further identity verifications were required for entry. Within the vast space, towering 3-story shelves neatly housed the forbidden tomes of dark cults collected from various locations. As for the true secret place, at this moment, Cole and Hardy stand within a solitary, suspended edifice, where only a black obsidian column resides, stark and devoid of any other ornamentation. According to the tenets of arcane study, the disparity of individual souls necessitates that the power of the sequence aids the demon hunter in selecting the appropriate mystical arts. Cole places his hand upon the stone pillar, its touch chilling, as the power of the sequence courses through his being like a gentle current. Lines of ancient and peculiar script, along with enigmatic symbols, race through his consciousness. When the skeletal carvings, emblematic of the slaughter sequence, emit a faint crimson glow, an immensely potent yet gentle force propels Cole swiftly from the secret chamber of the sequence. It is arduous for him to articulate his current sensations. It feels as though an entity has forcefully and arbitrarily thrust something non-existent into his soul. This weighty feeling is more intense than what he experienced while absorbing the incantations in the soul-summoning eye realm. It is akin to a steel-ward chariot rumbling over his very essence, an extraordinary sensation indeed, though he cannot decipher the obscure text within his mind. He comprehends their significance. Slaughter Art, Blood Flame. Chapter 30, New Team Members and Plans. You have acquired a new sequence art. Slaughter Blood Flame, a growth-type slaughter sequence art. Activation requires a cold weapon tempered with the user's blood. During its duration, it consumes the user's own blood and can inflict harm upon all corporeal beings. Upon slaying dark entities, it absorbs their blood or dark power, cumulatively enhancing its effects and lethality. After perusing the detailed elucidation of the mystical art, the most crucial point is the massacre. Blood Flame is a growth-type secret art. In other words, prolonged acts of slaughter can incessantly enhance the destructive power of Blood Flame. The only drawback is that once activated, this secret art continuously consumes the user's blood, rendering long-term combat unfeasible. After a brief contemplation, perhaps the next course of action should be to seek out a realm abundant in dark creatures, allowing the power of Blood Flame to mature before embarking on the next task in the primary world. At this moment, Hardy has also completed the acceptance of the sequence secret art. Unlike Cole, who stood as if nothing had transpired, the diminutive figure with lower strength and soul intensity knelt on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, gasping for breath, his complexion ashen. Those rascals truly did not deceive me. It hurts. Hardy lifted his gaze towards Cole, grimacing in pain. "Mr. Cole, don't you feel anything at all?" "No." "Does it hurt a lot?" "It's beyond mere pain. I feel as if something is trying to burst open my skull from within. Good heavens. Struggling to rise, he followed Cole outside, conversing as they walked. The Eye of Peering, that name should be correct, a secret art of the exile sequence. By the way, Chief, what is the name of your secret art? Cole retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket, preparing to light one. Only to lock eyes with the guard. Smoking is prohibited here, Hunter. Seemingly relieved from the pain, Hardy appeared embarrassed. I was merely curious, no other intentions. As they continued on their way, the Eye of Peering. In a certain sense, this is merely a super inexpensive and diluted version of the seventh vision. It is constrained by time, requires a tangible medium, and its activation demands a considerable amount of physical exertion. However, it proves to be remarkably suitable for tracking purposes. Thus, Hardy, walking alongside Cole, incessantly patted his chest, assuring him that he would take full responsibility for all tracking missions of the Black Serpent team, vowing that there would be no slip-ups. Noon. After parting ways with Hardy, Cole reported to the Comprehensive Investigation Division as a newly established unit. The Black Serpent team currently consisted solely of him as a lone commander. The assistant to the division chief first requested a list of potential candidates, specifying details such as individual skills, gender, and age. In this regard, Cole did not perceive the assistant's request as bureaucratic maneuvering aimed at intimidating him. After all departments within the intelligence group are notoriously known for their arduous tasks and perilous assignments within the Demon Hunters Guild. The lack of support and comprehensive logistical backing is one matter, but the sheer volume of tasks, coupled with their extreme danger, is another. Even though the remuneration is double that of other agencies and the prospects for advancement are substantial, the number of hunters willing to volunteer remains exceedingly scarce. No one relishes the idea of gambling with their own life. Cole waited in the office until the afternoon, when he finally welcomed his second team member. She was a young woman, reeking of gasoline, sporting windproof goggles atop her forehead, and her face was smeared with grime. It was difficult to describe her appearance and physique. Clad in a bulky, filthy work uniform, her oil-stained boots were more worn than the walls themselves, and her disheveled golden hair framed a boisterous personality. Originally, Hardy intended to assert his seniority before her. Alas, from the moment he entered, this fellow deviated from convention. Upon first encountering Cole, he did not extend a greeting nor present his identification. Instead, he requested a cigarette from Cole, which his superior personally lit for her. After indulging his craving, he carelessly tossed the filthy identification to Hardy and took a seat, engaging in a discussion with the esteemed leader of the Black Snake Action Team regarding the crafting of a particular cold weapon. I am aware of your exploits, he remarked. You personally dispatched a witch's puppet while simultaneously investigating the events in Basetown. It is said that on the evening following the Basetown massacre, a call from the Prime Minister's office reached headquarters, and the expressions of the higher-ups were far from pleasant. I heard you require a professional in logistics who one team need to engage on the front lines, thus I have come. With that, she extended her right hand to Cole, smiling as she introduced herself. Grace Sig, an exiled hunter of the next rank, a level 3 mechanic, and a level 2 alchemist. Whatever you need, I can assist with. However, will the investigation department truly compensate me? After all, your remuneration far exceeds that of logistical support personnel. Cole chuckled. Old Barber will agree. If he does not, you will accompany me to the paranormal investigation department tomorrow. Grace regarded him with skepticism. Really? No one can refuse my terms. Grace, he assured her. The woman shook her head in resignation, saying, All right then, let us first discuss the cold weapon you require. What specific type do you have in mind? This is an area in which I excel. I require a long blade, to be precise, numerous identical ones. This necessity arises from the imperative to wield multiple longswords to maximize damage output. The description of the blood flame merely alludes to its capacity for enhancement, without specifying that the blade would not sever. Hence, he sought the assistance of the chief's aide to procure a skilled mechanic, to custom craft a weapon that perfectly suits his grip, rather than approaching the logistics department, filled with incompetent bureaucrats. Given the nature of those officials, even disregarding their willingness to tailor a weapon for him, any financial matters would necessitate a labyrinthine approval process across various departments. Moreover, activating a weapon with blood flame requires the infusion of blood through fire. Considering his current demand, enlisting a private mechanic to create a bespoke weapon is the most suitable course of action. In Chapter 31, Complete Equipment, within the Imperial Royal Demon Hunter Corps, the action team circumvented the logistical support division by hiring personal logistics. The Black Snake Brigade is not the first to do so. Every department, every team, and every demon hunter possesses the same authority, provided their chief is willing to shoulder the additional financial burden. Typically, the procurement and support requests of action teams or departments are processed through the independent financial group of the Demon Hunter Corps. If a department or action team opts to hire logistics personnel independently, the financial settlement must be handled through their own financial department. While this may sound rather mundane, demon hunters are not saints, and the Corps itself is a vast bureaucratic institution. When financial matters are involved, many processes become exceedingly convoluted. Furthermore, an action team with personal logistics symbolizes both status and capability within the Demon Hunter Corps. In order to retain Cole, an individual of significant potential, the head of the Comprehensive Investigation Department, despite the financial burden, was compelled to act. Adhering to the principle of maximizing benefits, the department enlisted the renowned genius, Grace Sig, as the assistant to the head, who was among the few willing to join the intelligence group from the logistics team, and indeed the most exceptional personnel within logistics. As a Level 3 mechanical engineer, she was qualified to independently lead projects in any industrial giant within the Empire. Just 7 months had passed since Grace obtained her certification before arriving at the Black Snake Brigade. In other words, had she not learned of Cole's remarkable feat in the Basetown Massacre, where he personally vanquished a witch puppet and possessed the exceedingly rare Seventh Sight ability, she would not have considered forsaking her promising future in logistics for the uncertain path of the intelligence group. Moreover, Cole assured her that joining the operational team would not restrict her freedom to pursue further studies. In the office, she could submit a request to utilize the logistics department's equipment for the forging of the first batch of 10 long knives. Regarding the materials needed for quenching, Cole had extracted 800 milliliters of blood from a hospital, preserved in the cold storage for immediate use. In the dead of night, with dim streetlights illuminating the way, a sleek black Hoshi Duke 1 traversed the deserted streets. In the front seat, Hardy noticed Cole's pallid complexion in the rearview mirror and turned with concern. "Boss, if you're in the mood for a late-night snack, I know of a restaurant with excellent fare." The wisps of smoke in the vehicle were whisked away by the chilling breeze seeping through the window's crevice. Cole held a cigarette in his hand, his lips cracked and pale from excessive blood loss. He crossed his legs and said, "I am fine. After dawn, you may find a suitable residence in the market. The price can be negotiated with Miss Shawn." Are you referring to Chief's assistant, Miss Shawn? What if she disagrees?" Hardy's naïve demeanor reminded the driver of his earlier days working under the esteemed gentleman. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, he chuckled, "I believe Miss Shawn will agree." Hardy, feeling rather foolish, turned and settled back into his seat. Duke number 1 gradually came to a halt outside the Burton building, watching Cole's silhouette fade into the brightly lit entrance. The short man sighed and inquired, "Shaw, how long have you known Mr. Cole?" 3rd Avenue. Catching a glimpse of the somewhat dejected Hardy, Ava reassured, "Do not be so disheartened, Mr. Bethany. When I was your age, my performance was far inferior to yours." "You were also a demon hunter? Meyer? That name sounds familiar." The people of Pukelin Province like to refer to him as the esteemed gentleman. The esteemed gentleman? I remember now. Good heavens, you were part of the mafia? I was a peripheral member of the family, but... Ava opened the car window, letting the acrid smoke escape. He turned to Hardy and smiled. "Opportunities do not wait for anyone, Mr. Bethany. Everyone must seize them diligently. Moreover, some individuals are born to be great. By merely trailing in their wake, we can attain wealth and power beyond the imagination of many." The following morning, Kier received the first sample sent by Grace. The blade was straight, measuring 3 feet and 1 inch in length, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. It precisely matched his specifications. The materials used for the sheath and handle were made from black hardwood, treated with a matte finish to minimize reflections during covert operations. Grace, whom he had generously employed as his personal logistics expert, or rather, a specialist in demon hunting, also included a specially designed hatchet, a military dagger, and 2 concealed swords. The hatchet featured a narrower blade, approximately 1 foot in length, making it easy to carry. The dagger was standard issue for the Imperial Army. The 2 concealed swords employed a spring-loaded design, allowing the blade to extend and fold at a 90-degree angle for enhanced grip and control. Furthermore, all the weapons had been tempered with blood, enabling the activation of secret techniques. Grace had also provided suitable carrying equipment, including a sheath, leg straps, and securing buckles. In the office, Hardy gazed enviously at the array of cold weapons displayed on the desk. "Boss, "Can I also have Grace design a weapon for me?" he inquired. Grasping the long sword, Kier executed an arc in the air before sheathing it, responding indifferently, "If Grace is willing, then perhaps." The little man chuckled awkwardly, shifting the topic. If he were a new team member, he could easily leverage his seniority to compel agreement, but regrettably, Grace paid him no heed. That brilliant mechanical engineer had agreed to join the Black Serpent squad solely out of respect for Kier. Dismiss Hardy and send him outside to assist Grace in locating a suitable studio. Cole secured the dagger and machete into his leg straps, fastened 2 wrist blades, and finally slung the long sword at his waist. It must be noted that Grace, as a demon hunting specialist and a formally designated lower-tier exiled sequence demon hunter, had likely surmised the purpose of Cole's request for her to forge cold weapons. The machete was intended for dealing with tough adversaries, serving as a backup weapon. The dagger and wrist blades could be employed for stealth attacks or self-defense. With the equipment now in hand, Cole resolved to augment the destructive power of Blood Flame before embarking on his next mission in the main world. System: filter the optimal worlds to enhance Blood Flame's destructive capability. Filtering in progress. Optimal option: Level 1 World Blade, Trinity. You will assume the role of the nocturnal figure Cole Walker, who encounters Blade for the first time in a vampire underground bar in LA. Chapter 32, Preparation of Combat Supplies. Currently, the Black Snake Squad has yet to be fully assembled. According to protocol, the investigation department must allocate at least 1 demon hunter to Cole, forming a trio for mission execution. With his legs propped on the table, he leaned down to light a cigarette. System: play the original film Blade, Trinity. As the words left his lips, a cinematic scene materialized within Cole's vision. Visible only to him, Blade is one of Marvel's superheroes, possessing a hybrid lineage of human and vampire, a daywalker, and simultaneously a vampire hunter of formidable strength. Blade, Trinity is an older film adapted from the comic series, released in 1998. The narrative unfolds as Blade, through a series of investigations, uncovers the malevolent scheme of the pureblood descendant Deacon Frost, who seeks to dismantle the millennia-old pact with humanity by deciphering the fragmented pages of the Book of Erebus, aiming to summon a blood god to dominate the world. This tale, while somewhat predictable in plot, is rendered compelling through its dynamic execution. Concerning the Book of Erebus mentioned in the film, Cole possesses a modicum of understanding. It is a fragment of the Vampire Bible, intertwined with the nefarious texts of the Devil's Salvation. In a certain light, Blade, as the film's protagonist and a superhero, is perpetually depicted either coldly hunting vampires or traversing the path of their eradication. Conversely, once immersed in the cinematic world, Cole's portrayal of a Night Stalker member may indeed reflect the most perilous situation of all. Beneath the shroud of night in Los Angeles, darkness and malevolence pervade every corner. The city's streets teem with thugs, femme fatale, lawyers, police officers, politicians, and financial magnates, each one a potential vampire, blood slave, or pawn in the clandestine underworld. The influence of vampires permeates the city from top to bottom, infiltrating every aspect of life. As a Night Stalker entering this cinematic realm, a mere human vampire hunter, Cole must grapple with the stark reality that failing to eliminate witnesses could lead to dire retribution from the vampires, severely jeopardizing his safety. Even blood slaves possess strength, speed, and regenerative abilities far beyond those of mere mortals. Although Cole's prowess allows him to confront and vanquish more than 10 vampires single-handedly, in the Los Angeles depicted in Blade, Trinity, a gang-controlled neighborhood swarms with at least hundreds of vampires and blood slaves. The bustling streets are indeed exaggerated. The multitude is no mere hyperbole. Thus, before entering the world of Blade, Trinity, Cole has much to prepare. Even with the Blood Flame's secret technique at his disposal, he must be adequately equipped. A person's name is but a shadow of their essence. He is not Blade, the infamous figure in the vampire realm, who boldly storms into the lairs of these creatures, leaving them trembling in fear as they cower in the shadows. In the span of a morning, Cole watched the entire film thrice. The fundamental strategies for his combat plan had begun to take shape in his mind, with the only variable being the main quest that would manifest upon entering the world. The vampires within Blade fear only 3 things: garlic, silver, and ultraviolet light. In this regard, they are not dissimilar to the vampires of our world. The singular distinction lies in the fact that, in this realm, only silver and the sequence secret techniques can truly vanquish these dark beings. He picked up the phone and requested the operator to connect him to the logistics team. Approximately 5 minutes later, Grace's voice echoed from the other end. Grace Sig, what can I do for you? It's me, Cole. Haha. Were you satisfied with what I sent you? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cole continued. Please prepare 2 handguns, 100 silver-tipped bullets, a portable crossbow, and silver-tipped bolts. If the request is approved, I would also require a few grenades containing silver shrapnel and a supply of adrenaline syringes, though the quantity need not be excessive. Whistle. My dear Mr. Cole Walker, with such an array of silver weaponry, are you perhaps intending to confront some vampires? Moreover, the cost of these items is not insignificant. I cannot assure you that I can procure the quantity you require. Cole replied indifferently, to your utmost. Any financial shortfall can be charged to my account. Will the goods be available by tonight? Tonight? If you are in urgent need, certainly. I shall send someone to deliver them to your apartment before 10 o'clock. Thank you. No need for thanks. Feel free to reach out should you require anything else. Tossing him a cigarette, Cole rose to leave, stating, let us proceed. It is time for lunch. After lunch, Hardy went to the Comprehensive Investigation Department to consult the chief assistant regarding the issues at Grace's studio. Cole visited a bank, exchanging £200 for gold bars. The primary distinction between the world of Blade Runner I and the Conjuring I lies in the latter's narrative, which unfolds entirely within a few days involving the Braun family. In contrast, the former's events span the entirety of Los Angeles, extending over a duration of at least a month. Hence, considerations regarding sustenance and expenses must also be taken into account. This prompted him to convert his pounds into gold at the bank, anticipating that upon entering the Blade Runner I universe, he could subsequently exchange the gold for dollars, thus securing the necessary funds for his endeavors within the cinematic realm. He then purchased 4 plastic bottles of inexpensive men's perfume, each with a capacity of approximately 40 milliliters. Acquired 5 pounds of garlic at the market, a juicer, and a shoulder bag. As Hilwy prepared the garlic juice, adding 2 pockets and a strap to the lining of the coat, night had already fallen. At that moment, Grace also sent the items he requested. 6 antique fragmentation grenades, a mechanical crossbow, a bag containing 20 crossbow bolts, 2 handguns, and silver bullets encased in a wooden box. At the very bottom of the box lay 3 pre-filled adrenaline syringes. The danger level in the Blade Trinity world was significantly higher than that in the Conjuring universe, considering the potential for injury and blood loss, or the prolonged activation of the blood flame secret technique, which could lead to hypovolemic shock. These 3 adrenaline syringes could be life-saving in a critical moment. Having meticulously organized all the supplies, Cole took a deep breath. System, enter the Blade Trinity world. Chapter 33, Nightwalker Cole detecting vital signs. Initiating host data processing. Carrying supplies undergoing data integration. Information embedding completed. Cole Walker, member of the Vampire Resistance Organization, Nightwalker, currently tracking a female vampire into an underground nightclub. Distribution of supplies completed. Preparing to enter Level 1 world. Blade Trinity. The cold, mechanical synthesized voice abruptly ceased. Cole opened his eyes to the bustling streets of Los Angeles under the night sky, alive with voices and traffic. A muscle car roared ahead, its engine at full throttle. According to the film's opening sequence, his target should be flirting with an unfortunate thug inside the vehicle at this moment. Within 10 minutes, the car came to a halt outside a relatively secluded cold storage facility. Keir sat in the car, coldly observing the ruffians embracing vampires as they approached the human slaughterhouse. Main quest: assist Blade in eliminating the false blood god, Deacon Faust. Reward: enhanced Daywalker lineage. Secret mission generated: blood flames are rising. First evolution: 0, after purification. The destructive power of blood flames will see a slight enhancement, while blood consumption will decrease marginally. Side quest triggered: life or death, your whereabouts have been revealed. Malice lurks in the shadows, watching you. Seeking Blade is your greatest chance of survival. Survival reward: combat instinct. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a gang of 10, clad in street attire, maliciously approaching from a distance. Keir calmly lit a cigarette. The Blade warriors truly thrived in a world teeming with vampires. How exhilarating it was to find himself immersed in such intensity merely 10 minutes after entering this cinematic realm. At that moment, he was armed only with a dagger, a Colt handgun with 7 bullets, and a bottle of garlic juice, which could be sprayed for self-defense. All other equipment had been forcibly placed in his secret operational base by the system. He opened the car door, cigarette in mouth, his black coat fluttering gently in the night breeze. Lowering his head, frowning, He took a deep drag from his cigarette before looking up at the gang blocking his path. With an indifferent tone, Keir asked, "What do you want?" The ruffian brandished a dagger, gesturing menacingly in front of Keir, exchanging glances with his companions as he threatened, "If you don't want to get hurt, hand over everything valuable on you." In the Witcher Academy, combat and practical skills are compulsory for all students. Although the strength of the official designated old-timer pales in comparison to that of Blade, it suffices to deal with these street ruffians. Moreover, fighting has always been a forte of Cole. The thug brandishing a knife met Cole's gaze for a moment, swallowing hard and blinking, indicating a growing sense of panic. As is the inherent impression of all who have encountered Cole, he is decidedly not an ordinary good man. He is a mobster, a bounty hunter, a gentleman of violence. Shoving a cigarette butt into the thug's mouth, Cole patted his cheek and, revealing the pistol holstered at his waist, coldly remarked, "If I were you, I would refrain from courting trouble." Upon sighting the firearm, the once menacing street thugs gasped and scattered in terror, clearly not affiliated with the vampire faction, but rather the most mundane of street delinquents. Cole discarded the cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and, with the white smoke still lingering, lifted his gaze to the ruffians lurking outside the cold storage in the distance. They too were watching him with malevolent intent. A careful analysis of the side quest revealed that it merely indicated his whereabouts had been compromised, aptly named life or death. In other words, should he attempt to flee now, the vampires would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Perhaps it was not solely due to his identity as a night walker, but rather because these individuals perceived him as viable prey. Finding Blade is your greatest chance of survival, signifying that the quest was subtly guiding him towards that distant cold storage. Subsequently, the Blade will embark on a gruesome massacre of the vampires and blood slaves within, and once chaos ensues, the fate of any human ensnared in such turmoil can only be described as a bloody horror. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, Cole strides toward the cold storage. How could he possibly miss such a feast of blood and death? Moreover, the allure of rewards from side quests beckons him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cold storage, he encounters two thugs who block his path, their tone unwelcoming as they remark that this is no place for a fool dressed in a coat during summer. Cole, maintaining a stoic expression, replies, "My friend has been taken inside by a woman. I am here to find him." As he speaks, he lowers his head to light a cigarette, his gaze fixating on a figure not far off, marked by a distinctive tattoo, indicative of a purebred blood slave. The thugs exchange glances, each reflecting the bloodthirsty excitement and malice evident in their eyes. One of them, adorned in a Chicago Bulls jersey with the number 23 and a thick gold chain around his neck, gestures for Cole to follow him inside. After all, for lowly blood slaves, there is no reason to refuse an uninvited prey. Navigating through rows of frozen carcasses, the Mexican leads Cole to a concealed entrance, where he shouts a few words to the guard stationed there, allowing Cole to pass. The flickering, blinding lights illuminate the scene, the dance floor thrumming with bodies in a frenzied sway. The venue, imbued with a post-punk aesthetic, pulsates to the classic acid-track psychedelic electronic music, transforming the underground nightclub into a world reminiscent of a drug addict's high. Madness, illusion, and the restless desires echo in the abyss. As Keir advanced, each step drew the attention of numerous friendly gazes, each harboring its own intentions. Undoubtedly, he was the most striking figure in the center of the dance floor. Almost every vampire and blood slave had taken notice of this peculiar human, who seemed to have stepped out of a bygone era, utterly incompatible with the nightclub and the vampiric aesthetic. The unfortunate soul, previously ushered in, stood bewildered at the heart of the dance floor, jostled by the vampires and blood slaves, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Navigating through the throng, Keir sought refuge beneath a canopy overhead. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he allowed the voracious, bloodthirsty gazes to sweep over him. As the music crescendoed, the overhead sprinklers commenced their crimson deluge, actual blood from the living. The vampires and blood slaves reveled in the sanguine bath, shrieking with exhilaration as they writhed in ecstasy. The hapless street thug had become their prey, the source of their amusement. They shoved, licked, and intimidated him, deriving pleasure from his terrified cries. The thug collapsed into the pool of blood, desperately clawing his way toward freedom, yearning to escape this hellish realm. At last, the sanguine spray and music began to wane, and the agitated vampires gradually fell silent. Only the pitiful street thug continued to scream, fervently striving to break free. It was then that a pair of obsidian tactical boots appeared before him, without warning. Chapter 34. Woohoo! He slowly lifted his gaze. In the dim, flickering light, he beheld a figure, a black man clad in black leather, fully armed, and wearing sunglasses. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the street thug scrambled to hide in a nearby corner. When the music came to an abrupt halt, the vampiric beings wiped away the blood that obscured their vision. An instinctual fear compelled them to huddle closer to the center of the dance floor, desperate to distance themselves from this unwelcome guest. As they clustered together, murmurs of speculation arose. Is it him? Good heavens, it truly is that man. The blade. The daywalker. Kor, leaning against the wall, spat out the remnants of his extinguished cigarette, lowered his gaze, and reignited another. In contrast to the blade, who was ever ready to unleash his unparalleled prowess amidst the crowd, Kor approached the prospect of battle with far more caution. His handgun currently housed a mere 7 silver bullets, and thus he must wield them judiciously. While the slaughtering techniques he possessed were formidable, their side effects were glaringly evident. Moreover, as a mere human, challenging a throng of vampiric entities endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities and nearly limitless stamina would be tantamount to courting death. To emerge unscathed from this confrontation, it was imperative that the blade draw the majority of their firepower. However, at the very moment when all attention of the vampiric beings converged upon the blade, the sharp sound of a metal flip lighter echoed, piercing through the tension and drawing gazes. The nearby vampires turned their hungry, predatory eyes towards him. Kor inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his gaze cutting through the wafting white smoke, his mind a tranquil sea. Was it about to begin? At long last, the blade smiled. He stepped forward, an invisible pressure coalescing into a palpable aura that forced the throng of vampires to recoil. As the atmosphere reached a suffocating climax, a restless blood slave, unable to withstand the ominous threat, let out a roar and charged at the blade, unarmed. Come forth, Daywalker. His voice shattered the silence like a stone cast into a still lake. Amidst the deafening cacophony of the shotgun, the irate blood slaves were reduced to mere ashes, transforming the once fervently chaotic underground nightclub into utter disarray. The frantic screams of those fleeing mingled with the furious curses of the guards. Defiant souls, eager to confront the blade, met only the incessant, mournful wails of the dying vampires. Among the turmoil, 5 or 6 burly figures, having detected Cole's blood slave, clawed their way through the chaotic crowd, attempting to seize this unsuspecting prey while the blade was momentarily distracted. Seize him. Get lost, you imbeciles in my way. Don't let him escape. As the strongest and most ferocious vampire lunged forward, Cole, cigarette clenched between his lips, swiftly drew his Colt pistol and aimed it at the creature's brow, pulling the trigger, silently counting in his mind. 1. Bang. In the midst of a heart-wrenching scream, the vampire, confident in its immortal form, crumbled to ash in a matter of moments, much like dry grass engulfed in flames. The sudden upheaval rendered the surrounding vampires momentarily stunned. However, their bloodthirsty nature soon reasserted itself. Regaining composure, one of them shouted in outrage, "Silver bullets. Damn it! You wretched Night Stalker, kill him." Out of the corner of his eye, Cole noticed the DJ emerging from the stage, brandishing an Uzi submachine gun, eliminating an approaching vampire with a single shot, silently counting 2. Cole swiftly turned to flee. Even a vampire understood the necessity of evolution. The sound of gunfire raged on as he took refuge behind a pillar, the din of the gun battle between the blade and the guards reverberating through the confined space of the underground nightclub. Just as Cole found a position to evade bullets, he unexpectedly collided with 2 black-clad, bloodthirsty henchmen. The 2 sides exchanged a glance, devoid of any superfluous conversation. The henchmen brandished crowbars and lunged at Cole with fierce intent. Discarding his cigarette, Cole swiftly fired, shattering the first bloodthirsty henchman rushing from the left, mentally counting 3. He then raised his hand to block the oncoming crowbar from the second henchman, delivering a swift kick to his groin. The unfortunate henchman barely had time to emit a cry of agony before Cole, expressionless, drew a dagger from his leg, activating the blood flame technique. Grasping the henchman's hair, he yanked violently backward, driving the dagger, engulfed in faint crimson flames, brutally into his jaw. The henchman's throat emitted a gurgling sound, overwhelmed by the rushing blood, akin to dry tinder igniting. With a resounding crack, the body disintegrated, transforming into a pile of charred remains. Noticing a slight sting in his palm, Cole glanced down to see his right hand, which held the dagger, seeping blood at a rate of approximately 1 drop per second, which was then absorbed by the power of the blood flame technique. In terms of liquid volume, 20 drops equated to about 1 milliliter. Based on the current blood loss from activating the blood flame, it would require 3 milliliters of blood per minute to maintain. Thus, a 10-minute battle would necessitate 300 milliliters of blood. In other words, under extreme conditions, the blood flame technique could only sustain 30 minutes of combat. At that moment, the once boisterous underground nightclub lay deserted, strewn with blood and the ashes of the vampiric breed. Cole deactivated the slaughter technique, taking refuge behind a pillar to survey the outside. A group of fully armed, bloodthirsty henchmen, led by a flamboyant vampire clad in a fishnet t-shirt, stormed aggressively through the entrance. Upon entering, the vampiric figure with braids pointed menacingly at the blade's nose, frothing with wild threats. Seize him and make him suffer. Punish him mercilessly until he wishes for death. Though this vampire appeared ostentatious, Keir recognized him as the notorious right-hand man of Quentin Deacon Forster, an individual whose mind was somewhat unhinged, prone to brash provocations, and possessed a bloodthirsty, irritable disposition, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the blade, yet simultaneously gripped by fear. The vulgar taunts were followed by cheers, and he was indeed earnest in his intentions. Even moments later, he would find himself pinned against the wall, subjected to flames. Confronted by a dozen bloodthirsty henchmen, the blade exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, he drew a line in the ground with his knife and gestured dismissively, implying, "Should you dare to cross this line, it would be my defeat." Clearly, the ordinary bloodthirsty henchman posed no threat to the blade, transforming what began as a chaotic brawl into a display of his prowess. With the officially designated formidable presence in the vicinity, Keir, who had initially believed himself to be out of harm's way while hiding behind a pillar, was soon startled by another group of 4 individuals armed with Uzi submachine guns, bursting through a side entrance. They inadvertently caught sight of Keir concealed behind the pillar. In the next moment, both parties stood frozen, for the bloodthirsty henchman could scarcely fathom that, amidst such tumult, a human would be hiding in an underground nightclub, contemplating lighting a cigarette for himself. Keir was acutely aware that armed henchmen wielding Uzis would soon appear. Yet the film only depicted their demise at the hands of the blade, without elucidating their point of entry or timing. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "This is utterly unconventional." Chapter 35. The formal encounter. At present, there were 4 Uzi submachine guns poised within a mere 5 meters. Any act of defiance could lead to dire consequences. Keir rose to his feet, disregarding the Uzi nearly thrust into his face. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply and coldly declared, "You have mistaken your quarry. The blade is over there." The 4 blood slave henchmen, armed and bewildered, exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of friend or foe, leaving them in a state of indecision. To them, this man clad in a black trench coat, his demeanor icy, showed no signs of panic despite being in a vampire nightclub. He appeared completely unfazed by their threats, his words dripping with disdain for the subordinate blood slaves. Keir held the cigarette between his fingers, one hand tucked into his pocket, his brow furrowing as he reprimanded their rudeness and foolishness. "Didn't T. Forster inform you of my identity?" At this revelation, the 4 blood slave henchmen were left even more bewildered. In a certain sense, his attire, posture, expression, and tone were reminiscent of a high-ranking official from a pure-blood family. The name Deacon Forster was not one that just anyone could claim to know. Given the urgency of the situation, regardless of the specifics of this unfamiliar human's identity, it was at least clear that he was likely an ally. In another corner of the nightclub, Blade and Kuhn were engaged in a fierce struggle, or rather, a flamboyant vampire was receiving a one-sided thrashing. The cacophony of their leader's cries echoed through the air, prompting the 4 to hastily rush towards the source, disregarding the identity of the unfamiliar human. Cole turned to gaze at their retreating figures, pondering the ease with which they had been deceived. With an impassive expression, he drew his Colt M1900. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. For roaring silver bullets erupted from the barrel, shattering the skulls of the 4 blood thralls, who collapsed in a heap, reduced to a cloud of ashes. At that moment, Blade, who had rushed over to eliminate the 4 blood thralls, happened to witness Cole firing his weapon. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lowered the shotgun he had aimed at Cole, silently observing him. Cole, with one arm hanging loosely by his side, held a cigarette in the other hand, the wisps of smoke still lingering in the air. He spoke slowly. "No need for gratitude, Blade. upon confirming the identity of his ally. And in a scene reminiscent of a cinematic narrative, Cole slipped a timed incendiary device into Blade's pocket. The top henchman of Firster then began to wail in agony amidst the roaring flames. Hearing the distant screams, Cole chose not to deliver a finishing blow, for in the original storyline, Cohen was not entirely consumed by the fire. He was saved by police officers who arrived with fire extinguishers. Later, in the hospital's examination room, he bit two doctors, one of whom was the film's protagonist, Dr. Karen Jensen, a hematology expert, who played a pivotal role in advancing the plot and developing an anticoagulant. Without her assistance, the task of eliminating the false blood god, Deacon Frost, would be nearly insurmountable. He paused momentarily to contemplate. If he engaged with Frost now, time might slip away, and while that individual exhibited flair in hunting vampires, the secret escape routes from this place led to a dismal sewer. Considering the substantial value of his 200-pound coat, venturing into the sewers was out of the question. Seizing the moment while the officers and security personnel had yet to arrive, Cole hastily departed from the cold storage room. Even though the film's conclusion ultimately depicted Blade using an anticoagulant to vanquish Deacon Frost, the primary mission distinctly referred to the term assistance. It was to aid Blade in his quest to slay Deacon Frost. Should he choose to coast through this endeavor or pursue solitary ambitions merely to evolve the blood flame technique by hunting vampires? Failure of the main mission would result in the complete reset of all items and progress he had amassed in this iteration of the film's universe. Thus, he resolved to trail the ambulance transporting the body of Quinn and await his second encounter with Blade atop a building across from the hospital. In the vehicle, he utilized tissue paper to wipe away the bloodstains that marred his clothing. System, check the progress of blood flame evolution. Current progress, 2.5. This accounted for the number of blood slaves and vampires he had dispatched using the blood flame technique and silver bullets. Thus, each vampire slain contributed to 2.5 of his progress. The counts from silver bullets and other weaponry were not included in the evolution's advancement. Kerr rolled down the car window, crumpled the empty cigarette box, and discarded it, his gaze drifting toward the flickering police lights outside the cold storage. If this were indeed the case, the process of evolving the blood flame might prove far more arduous than he had anticipated. He started the car, pressed the accelerator, and quietly trailed behind the ambulance transporting Cohen. Los Angeles, the city of angels. Its nocturnal landscape resembled a punk illustration composed of light and darkness. No matter how beautifully or sanctimoniously described, it could not obscure the rampant evils and chaos that thrived in the streets. Blood slaves lurking in shadowy corners indulged in the lifeblood of the homeless, while beneath the pink neon signs, human thralls reveled in the ecstasy of being drained. In opulent penthouses, affluent individuals embraced extravagance, yet occasionally revealed their sharp fangs and gluttonous desires. Kerr parked outside a towering building across from the hospital, watching as two medical personnel transported the charred corpse of Cohen into the facility. Exiting the vehicle, he retrieved a crumpled $20 bill generated by the system in his pocket and purchased a pack of Marlboros and a bottle of chilled mineral water from a convenience store. He made his way to the rooftop of the high-rise across from the hospital. The night breeze was brisk. Kerr stood at the rooftop's edge, lit a cigarette, and pulled over a discarded paint bucket to sit upon. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 10:27 in the evening. As anticipated, he unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Kerr had foreseen. Cohen's leap from the building, the gunfire, and the thrown figure of Dr. Karen. To avoid being accidentally shot by the officers who would soon open fire, Kerr had arrived early in the stairwell, lit another cigarette, and leaned against the wall in silent anticipation. Before long, Blade found himself in the stairwell, cradling the female Dr. Karen, while braving the hail of bullets from the traitor within the police force, showing no concern for the hostage. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness due to the absence of light. Blade noticed the glowing ember of a cigarette burning at the corner and remarked, "It is you." "Cole." "Indifferent," replied, "that woman is undergoing a transformation, Blade." After a brief pause, with no response from his counterpart, Cole strode purposefully down the stairs. With a cigarette in one hand and his other tucked into his pocket, he did not pursue but instead called out from the stairwell, "I know who bit Vanessa." In contrast to the Marvel Comics lore, in the Blade film series, Blade's mother is named Vanessa Brooks, a truth he ardently seeks. Upon hearing that familiar name, Blade abruptly halted, turning to him and asking, "Where did you learn that name?" Cole descended the stairs slowly, discarding his cigarette, and replied coolly, You will know in due time, but for now, I require your assistance. The elders are watching me. Chapter 36. Information overload. The atmosphere in the stairwell grew increasingly somber and tense. After a brief silence, Blade inquired, "Why should I trust you?" "You need not trust me," Cole responded, furrowing his brow as he plunged his hand into his coat pocket, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing the nearly burnt-out stub against the wall. In many instances, excessive conversation and investigation are unnecessary. Those of the same ilk can often recognize one another more swiftly in a crowd. Blade cast a glance at the doctor, Karen, in his arms, then turned and ran down the stairs, saying, "Follow me." Just ahead of the encirclement of the building by the officers, the two individuals hastily descended to the ground floor. Cole approached his car, exchanging a fleeting glance with Blade. Subsequently, the duo, one clad in black and the other in silver, sped away in their Dodge Challengers through the streets of Los Angeles. Blade's automotive repair base was situated far from the city center. It was only after dawn that they arrived at the suburban garage. His ally, who also happened to be his adoptive father, Abraham Whistler, a rugged American man in his 60s, walked with a noticeable limp and was known for his coarse language. His hair a wild mix of white and gray. While such a characterization may seem impolite, it was nonetheless accurate. At that moment, he was at a nearby workbench, grinding metal with a whetstone, sparks flying in every direction. Classic rock music resonated from the nearby radio. Bad Moon Rising played softly in the background. "Whistler, turn off the radio." The gruff old man glanced at Cole standing a distance away, then limped over to the workbench, teasing, "So, are you now taking in refugees?" "She has been bitten," Cole replied, gesturing toward the female doctor, her neck stained with blood. Whistler furrowed his brow upon seeing the dire situation. "You should have killed her." Taking a deep breath, Cole removed his sunglasses, acknowledging, "I know, but I cannot bring myself to do it." As a collaborator for many years, Whistler understood the turmoil that plagued Cole. After a moment of silence, he stated that if she began to transform, she must be killed. He switched on the lamp on the workbench, fixating on the blade with a serious demeanor, declaring that otherwise, he would take matters into his own hands. Subsequently, he assessed Dr. Karen's current condition and identity, administering a concentrated garlic solution into her neck. Wiping his hands with a cloth, he informed the doctor that if she survived the night, she had a 50% chance of living. Then, he gazed at Cole from a distance, inquiring, "Who is he? A member of the mafia?" "Huh, I thought this was Chicago in the 20s. He was one of their kind, and he knew who had bitten Vanessa." "Nonsense." Blade turned the unconscious doctor's head to the side, observing the vampire bite emitting smoke, signaling Cole to accompany him to another room for a discussion. They entered a very modest living room, furnished only with a mattress on the floor and a 20-year-old black and white television. Perhaps when hunting vampires, Blade exuded an air of grandeur. But in reality, he and Whistler had been living in extreme poverty. After incapacitating a vampire slave officer, Blade, under the astonished gaze of the doctor, pilfered all valuable items from the human trader. He did so unapologetically, asserting, "Otherwise, where do you think I get my money?" This notion was entirely comprehensible to Cole. Each day, utilizing vast quantities of pure silver bullets to hunt vampires, unless one had a hidden fortune, their savings would eventually dwindle. The gentle rays of dawn filtered through the narrow, prison-like window, illuminating Blade's face. "Tell me that name." Kerr ignited a cigarette, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, "Now is not the time, Blades, for the truth is far more brutal than you can fathom." Blades, with his slightly yellowed pupils, which set him apart from humanity, regarded Kerr coldly and replied, "You will never comprehend what I have endured, stranger. Tell me that name, and I shall escort you out of the city tonight." The smoke danced in the sunlight, resembling an ethereal dream. Dykenfurster. "Evidence," he continued. "Do you truly wish to know?" Kerr flicked the ash from his lapel. Cigarette clenched between his lips, his brow furrowing slightly as he uttered, "Vanessa Brooks, she is not dead." "Is that so?" "Indeed." At the mention of his mother's fate, Blade's emotions surged uncontrollably. After a moment of confirmation, he seized Kerr by the collar, thrusting him against the wall in fury, exclaiming, "Lies. I witnessed her death with my own eyes." Having meticulously analyzed the film thrice, fully aware of its narrative, Kerr remained unfazed. He inhaled calmly, the acrid smoke swirling between them. He mused internally, is this the power of the Daywalker? Though he was not a 300-pound colossus, Blade seemed to possess an effortless strength, easily lifting him with little exertion. After a prolonged silence, Kerr stated coolly, I had intended to reveal this to you when the time was right. A woman, bitten by a vampire and declared dead by medical professionals, yet still alive. There is no need to ponder the reasons behind this. For over 2 decades, Blade, a seasoned vampire hunter, understood the implications of the impending aberration, blood slaves. No one could bear the affront to their mother. And this was one of the truths he had relentlessly pursued throughout the years. As he smoothed the creases of his coat, he revealed that he had fortuitously discovered that scoundrel, Forster, was concocting a nefarious plot against both the pureblood families and the human realm, with Vanessa serving as his weapon against you. Removing his coat to unveil a gray waistcoat and pristine white shirt, he adjusted his black tie with one hand while holding a cigarette in the other, his hand casually tucked into his trouser pocket. With an air of indifference, he stated, Do you genuinely believe I would be coerced by those filthy beasts and subsequently abandon this city? My request for your assistance does not entail an escort out of town. Blade, I require your help to investigate Forster, that rule-breaking scoundrel, to discern his true intentions. I can handle the pursuers from the elders myself. Blade, poised to depart, halted. He turned, for the first time earnestly scrutinizing this stranger who had remained remarkably composed throughout their interaction. Unless he was a spy sent by Forster or akin to him, a vampire hunter, there was no way he could possess such profound knowledge regarding the elders, the pure-blood families, and Forster's machinations. What is your name? He inquired. Call, came the response. Chapter 37. Faction Events and Rewards. After a moment of silence, Blade asked, What are your plans? Kerr perched on the cabinet by the wall, rolling up his sleeves, took a drag from his cigarette, and remarked, They certainly will not spare anyone who knows too much, thus Karen Jensen serves as our prime bait. Although such actions were undeniably ruthless, it was evident that Blade and Kerr belonged to the same breed. Adjusting his sunglasses, Blade stated, I need to step out for a while. If you cause any trouble here, Whistler will break your legs. Kerr furrowed his brow, the lines on his forehead becoming particularly pronounced. He inhaled the remaining half of his cigarette in one go and discarded it onto the floor, coldly retorting, I have no interest in the old man or the vampire. Blade, your sense of humor is atrocious. With a tap on the iron door, Blade turned and exited the living room. Kerr leaped down from the cabinet, extinguished the cigarette butt, and mused that Blade's departure likely meant he was off to his familiar underworld establishments to peddle stolen goods, followed by procuring a vial of serum. Despite possessing a unique bloodline resulting from the union of human and vampire, if he did not regularly inject the special serum, not only would he be unable to maintain the formidable powers of a daywalker, but he would also gradually succumb to the transformation into a pure vampire. Reclining on the soft cushion, Kerr prepared to close his eyes for a brief respite, gathering strength for the evening's endeavors. For it was well known that vampires and blood slaves predominantly commenced their activities post-sunset. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, half asleep yet vigilant, Kerr faintly discerned a series of muffled groans emanating from outside. He opened his eyes and sat up, vigorously rubbing his cheeks. According to his recollection of events, Blade should now be undergoing the excruciating process of having Whistler administer the serum. Donning his coat, he lit another cigarette. Upon exiting the living room, I chanced upon Dr. Karen Jensen, who was stealthily observing Blade, tormented by the serum, from behind a colossal machine. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Blade, upon regaining consciousness after a faint, found himself in an unfamiliar setting, evoking a natural wariness in anyone. Realizing she had been noticed, the doctor swiftly turned and fled. Whistler, limping, hurried after her. Cole watched her retreating figure vanish around the corner and followed at a measured pace, proclaiming, You cannot escape, Karen Jensen. As the distant sound of an iron door being pushed open echoed, Whistler blocked the doctor's path, inquiring, Have you taken a wrong turn, doctor? Karen retreated a step, her vigilance evident as she demanded, Who are you? Abraham Whistler. I believe you have encountered Blade before. Cole leaned against a shelf, one hand holding a cigarette, arms crossed. Shrugging as he remarked, We mean you no harm, doctor. The pitiful, fragile doctor gazed at the 3 men surrounding her, each appearing as if villain were inscribed upon their foreheads. After a moment of silence, she resignedly followed Whistler deeper inside. Perched on the edge of a table, Karen glanced at Whistler, who was fueling a Dodge Challenger, and caught sight of Cole across from her, alongside Blade, who was holding a map. So, I am being held captive by you? Whistler inserted the fuel nozzle into the vehicle, igniting a cigarette as he replied, Not entirely. Before we release you, we need to take certain precautions. They are omnipresent, vampires, spirits of the night. We hunt them, tracking their trails, cleansing the cities, but it is challenging to eradicate them completely. Dangerous actions, do not imitate. Smoking prohibited at the gas station. The scientifically educated Karen clearly found it hard to believe, stating, "Are you expecting me to buy into this nonsense?" As Blade marked the map with a pin, he inquired, "You've already met Mr. Barbecue at the hospital. What do you think he is?" Karen fell momentarily silent. Subsequently, the two engaged her in a discussion about vampires. Before sending her off, Whistler handed her a bottle of wolf repellent spray, composed of silver nitrate and garlic juice. While advising her to purchase a firearm at her earliest convenience, he ominously suggested that if she ever became allergic to sunlight, it would be preferable to take her own life with a gun, as such a demise would be less painful. Blade and Cole stood on the opposite side. "What are your plans?" "Depart Los Angeles before nightfall. That is your best chance of survival." At that moment, a system notification echoed in his ear. Faction event triggered. Under the constraints of the main storyline, your choices cannot forcibly alter the course of the film's narrative, but will influence your portrayal in the eyes of the protagonist group. Kindness or malevolence, the choice is entirely yours. Different decisions yield different rewards. Current faction, lawful evil. Additional rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, Heart of Iron. Reward 2, Seasoned Vampire Hunter. Heart of Iron. You are a self-serving individual, primarily concerned with your own interests and principles. Your sense of guilt in all criminal events has significantly diminished, and the allure of dark powers has substantially decreased. The Blade remained silent as he started his Dodge Challenger, whisking away with Cole and Karen in tow. Cole, seated in the passenger seat, meticulously perused the reward details. As for the first reward, reduced feelings of guilt and malevolence, he felt nothing at all. Perhaps he was simply that kind of person? However, the amplified allure of dark powers would prove exceedingly advantageous in his confrontations with the cultists. Yet, with the presence of evil empowering them, even a mere utterance from a cultist could be imbued with seductive dark energies. He opened the car window, discarding the remnants of a burnt-out cigarette. The afternoon sun in Los Angeles pierced through the towering skyscrapers, blindingly bright. Moreover, his hearing, smell, sight, and his ability to discern different objects had all been enhanced to varying degrees. Chapter 38. The human trader who was thoroughly beaten the streets of Los Angeles in the 1990s were forever detached from descriptors like clean and tidy. Debris and newspapers danced in the wind, while narrow, shadowy alleys between buildings overflowed with foul, decaying refuse. The walls and storefronts were plastered with colorful but tattered advertisements, resembling a skin disorder. The Blade parked the Dodge Challenger beneath an apartment building, allowing the doctor, Karen, to disembark. Lowering the car window, he warned her, "Keep your eyes wide open. They are everywhere." With that, he sped away through the narrow alley, leaving a bewildered Karen standing there, arms outstretched in exasperation as she shouted, "But it's daytime now." A minute later, the Blade brought the car to a halt in a secluded alley, removed the key, and turned to Cole, saying, "No matter what transpires, you must heed my instructions. Do you understand?" Cole was acutely aware of the ordeal that awaited Karen. First, during their ascent in the elevator, he noticed that the man and woman accompanying her were both marked as blood slaves with tattoos. They were soon to be confronted by an internal informant from the police department conducting a routine check. All of this unfolded in less than 5 minutes. Ignoring the warning, Cole exited the vehicle, lighting a cigarette as he remarked, "If you wish for her demise, you may remain in the car and converse with me a while longer." Adjusting his unfastened coat, Cole hurriedly made his way. Karen's apartment was on the 13th floor. He understood well that any delay could result in the female doctor being shot dead by the police informant at her door. Climbing the fire escape, he reached the 13th floor in one breath, and from a distance, he could hear the sounds of struggle. Inside Karen Jensen's apartment at that moment, the doctor had just sprayed the internal informant with vampire repellent, only to be astonished by his unimpaired condition. "They told me this would subdue vampires." Officer Krieg, cursing under his breath, advanced towards her with his gun drawn, a gleeful smirk on his face as he taunted, "A vampire? Who informed you that I am a vampire?" Unfortunately for him, this pathetic creature, eager to demonstrate fealty to his vampiric master and experience the thrill of hunting humans, remained oblivious to the fact that a menacing figure, cigarette in mouth and malice etched across his face, had silently positioned himself behind him. He had no time to draw his weapon. A precise right hook, fierce and unrelenting, struck his face from behind. Cole inhaled deeply, sauntered over, and placed his foot upon the gun-wielding hand, leaning down to utter, "Heh, do you aspire to be a vampire?" Ah! The first cry of anguish had scarcely escaped his lips when Cole seized his hair, slamming his head mercilessly against the ground. Thud! Thud! Then, lifting him off the floor, he forcefully hurled him onto the table, one hand pressing against the throat while the other unleashed a barrage of senseless, brutal punches. With each blow, he declared, he is a trusted confidant. Ah, one who wishes to become a vampire. Ah, if he displays sufficient loyalty and possesses enough capability, perhaps his master may permit him to undergo the transformation. Under the horrified gaze of the female doctor, who had never witnessed such violence, Cole pulled aside the clothing at the back of the officer's neck, revealing a tattoo for Karen to see. Taking a breath, he ran his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair, saying, all of Deacon Firster's possessions?" The female doctor exchanged a glance with Blade, who stood at the doorway, as if a sudden realization dawned upon them. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Wait, you've mistaken me for bait." Blade replied coldly, "Do not flatter yourself." He approached and seized the disoriented, dazed officer, forcefully shoving him against the storage rack. The sound of shattering glass ornaments caused the female doctor's voice to rise an octave, revealing the sting of monetary concern. "Hey, is this truly necessary?" As Blade rifled through the officer's belongings in search of valuables, he remarked, "Officer Krieg, will you obediently become a blood-sucking hound? Your master seems to be faring quite well of late." Karen raised an eyebrow. In her eyes, both Cole and Blade were far removed from the romanticized image of vampire hunters. At best, they resembled two lawless thugs. Stepping back with her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "Wow, in addition to assault, are you planning to rob him too? Am I to be included in this heist?" Consequently, Blade's next line nearly shattered the Doctor's worldview, encapsulating the notion that even vampire hunters must earn a living. After Blade discarded a counterfeit watch onto the ground, Karen's gaze settled on Cole, who sat nearby smoking. She inquired, "And what about you? Your technique is rather professional. Do you typically work as an enforcer for the mafia?" Cole leaned back, casually holding his cigarette, and nonchalantly replied, "I'm not like him. My father owned a real estate company, and my mother was a Hollywood producer. But they have since passed away." He then picked up a water glass from the table and forcefully smashed it against Officer Krieg, eliciting a cacophony of cries from him. Cole, tousling his hair, lifted his chin to hold the cigarette between his lips, and continued, "They were killed by the same breed as that bastard of a master. However, I have nearly exhausted their inheritance, so sometimes I find myself engaging in similar activities." Blade turned to him, "Are you serious?" Cole offered no definitive answer. Although it may seem like mere rambling, his actions are indeed purposeful, aimed at garnering greater trust from Blade and the protagonist team. The experience he shares bears a striking resemblance to that of Abraham Whistler, Blade's partner. Grasping Krieger, the trio descends in the elevator. Blade opens the trunk to reveal a white suitcase nestled within a freezer. Karen unlocks the case, discovering 3 blood bags inside, and remarks, "The Hillband Clinic. I am familiar with this place, a blood bank." Cole discards his spent cigarette onto the ground, indifferently stating, "A vampire blood bank. Every city has one." Blade glances at Cole, retorting, "That was my line." Cole shrugs, preparing to light a new cigarette, only to be halted by the female doctor, who looks at him earnestly and says, "Your frequent smoking will inevitably lead to lung cancer." Cole replies nonchalantly, "Lung cancer? I truly hope I live to see that day." The sound of a metallic flip lighter causes Karen's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. At that moment, she suddenly comprehends the inhuman existence these 2 vampire hunters endure daily. For Blade, encountering a second knowledgeable hunter, aside from Whistler, is an unexpected but potentially valuable ally. The shift in his perspective aligns with Cole's sole intention of approaching him. Whether it pertains to the main mission or the evolution of Bloodfire, in this vampire-ruled city of angels, one must never act alone without support. Chapter 39. Triggering side quests. What ensues mirrors the events of the film. In a brazen display of violence, a figure known as Blade assaulted an officer in broad daylight, brandishing a firearm against his head and demanding to know the whereabouts of a certain shipment within the police vehicle. However, the intervention of Dr. Karen disrupted his intentions, affording Krieger a fleeting opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, the officer, Cole, who could have made a clean getaway, was rendered unconscious by a brutal punch to the jaw delivered by Blade. Without regard for the onlookers, Blade unceremoniously shoved him into the vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and sped away. As they traveled, tensions flared between Blade and Karen over her decision to let Krieger slip away. After a heated exchange, they reached a mutual understanding, at which point Dr. Karen voiced her desire to join forces with Blade and Cole. Her rationale was compelling. She sought to discover a new remedy capable of completely curing those afflicted by vampirism. Half an hour later, upon entering the realm of Blade, Warrior Eye, all of his equipment and supplies were forcibly secured by the system in a rental apartment on the building's top floor. With 2 hours remaining until sunset, the modest apartment featured a single kitchen and bathroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Blade retrieved a black travel suitcase from beneath the bed. After unlocking the combination, he verified that none of his weapons were missing before grabbing a heavy black tote containing gold bars valued at approximately $12,000. Descending the stairs, he found Karen seemingly embroiled in an argument with Blade. Upon noticing his approach, she averted her gaze, crossing her arms in silence. Cole stowed the black suitcase in the back seat of the vehicle, then opened the passenger door. He took a deep drag from his nearly extinguished cigarette, discarding the remnants, and tossed the hefty tote to Blade, who occupied the driver's seat. As he boarded the vehicle and closed the door, he furrowed his brow and lowered his gaze. Reigniting a cigarette. "You are familiar with this place. Assist me in disposing of these items, and I shall grant you a 20% commission," he stated. It is worth mentioning that the dull clinking sound of precious metals colliding resonated remarkably within the confines of the police car, drawing even Karen's curious glance. Blade unzipped the duffel bag, revealing a collection of standard 1-ounce gold bars. Raising an eyebrow, he teased, "Gold bars? Do not tell me you pilfered them from a bank." Karen stared at Cole in astonishment. Good heavens. So much gold. In early 1990s America, $12,000 was by no means a trifling sum for many, with purchasing power roughly equivalent to 200,000 of a certain mystical currency from an ancient Eastern nation 3 decades hence. Cole rolled down the car window, allowing the acrid smoke to dissipate, and remarked, "I borrowed them from a wealthy vampire." Karen's gaze remained fixed on the duffel bag. "Is he your friend?" Blade started the car, his expression impassive as he replied, "No one befriends the dead, Doctor." As the engine roared to life, a cacophony of thuds and muffled sounds emanated from the trunk. With the two of them aboard, he first sought out a buyer in a gang-ridden neighborhood, specializing in handling illicit goods, to dispose of the gold bars at a price significantly below market value. After deducting the 20%, only a little over $8,000 remained in Cole's possession. He extracted $200 and handed them to Karen as compensation for the damaged furniture. Then they arrived at an abandoned, desolate warehouse, concealing the police car behind a rusted container. With a swift motion akin to lifting a chick, Cole dragged Officer Krieg to the storage room located underground within the warehouse, which served as his temporary stronghold in Los Angeles. While interrogating Krieg, Cole heavily placed a suitcase upon a dilapidated wooden table and unlocked its combination. The neatly arranged weapons suspended within elicited a gasp of astonishment from Karen. "Is it with these tools that you typically hunt vampires?" she inquired. She removed her coat, held a cigarette between her lips, and donned her sheath and crossbow bolts, securing the wrist blades to her arms. Cole replied indifferently, "Silver bullets are quite costly, Karen." At that moment, Krieg was bound to a chair, his face battered and bloodied. Yet he continued to shout maniacally, I have no idea what you are talking about. Vampires? You must have ingested too much dog feces to burn your brains out." Fully equipped, Cole retrieved a dagger from his leg holster and, under the incredulous gaze of the female doctor, approached Krieg in silence. Without uttering a word, he swiftly severed Krieg's ear. Although she was an expert in hematology, the agonized screams of Krieg and the blood that gushed forth compelled her to clutch her chest and step back, before raising her hands and exclaiming in shock, "Mr. Cole, is this truly necessary? You just cut off his ear." Heavens! As Krieg screamed wildly, Cole forcefully shoved the severed ear into his mouth and grimly remarked, "Your compassion is excessive, Doctor. If you wish to join our ranks, you must learn to confront these bloodthirsty beasts." He pressed his hand against Krieg's wound, eliciting cries of agony from the undercover officer. Cole continued, "Of course, there are also their pet dogs." Grasping Krieg's hair with his other hand, he coldly demanded, "Reveal the whereabouts of that shipment, or suffer the consequences." Finally, unable to endure the relentless assault from Cole and Blade, the young Krieg, his face contorted in pain, stammered, I truly cannot say. Firster will kill me." Cole replied indifferently, releasing his grip on Krieg's hair. He seized his other ear with force and pressed a dagger against it. And now, Karen, unable to bear the sight, turned away, holding her forehead. In a desperate plea, Krieg shouted, "The nightclub 3, in the territory of the Japanese gang." "Excellent." Cole wiped the dagger clean with Krieg's clothing. "You will lead us there." As he sheathed the dagger and bent down to light a cigarette, an idea struck him, and he instructed the female doctor, Karen, "Remember to bandage him up to prevent excessive blood loss on the way." Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in his ear. Side quest 1 has been triggered. Find the remnants of the Erebos Crusader displayed in the Vampire Library. Completion reward. Blood Flame evolution progress increased by 100. Side quest 2 has been triggered. Enter the underground Vampire Library and Archive, where you will encounter a multitude of vampire ambushes. Ensure a safe retreat and eliminate their leader, Deacon Firster's top henchman, Quinn. Completion reward. Van Helsing's pneumatic crossbow. Chapter 40. The Confidential Archive. Battle commences. 9 o'clock in the evening. In a gang-ridden neighborhood. A black Dodge Challenger is parked in a dim alley littered with refuse. Not far away stands the nightclub mentioned by Krieg. A black-clad bodyguard, wearing a headset, stands at the entrance, scrutinizing the identities and invitations of incoming guests. Scantily clad women and pimps gather under the streetlight, smoking and awaiting clientele. Cole grips Krieg by the collar, discarding the extinguished cigarette, his gaze fixed on the distant nightclub, coldly remarking, "If I were you, I wouldn't attempt any tricks." Officer Krieg, blade hands over the backpack containing the ultraviolet flashlight to Karen. The doctor shakes her head slightly, the backpack slung over her shoulder. The events from yesterday to today remain a surreal nightmare for her, as she adjusts the straps with a resigned expression, stating, "Everything feels like a dreadful dream." Karen inquires, "Such as?" Cole, stretching his neck and shoulders, observes as he pulls Krieg along, then adds, "Also Mr. Cole Walker." Cole taps Krieg on the neck, signaling him to lead the way, lowering his head to light a cigarette, proclaiming, "I appreciate your perspective." As they traverse the path ahead, he entrusted Karen with a meticulously loaded handgun, imparting to her essential knowledge regarding the anatomy of vampires. For instance, he explained that crucifixes and holy water were ineffective. It was imperative to strike their heads and hearts with silver or garlic to ensure a swift demise. He contemplated fleeing, but upon noticing the armaments of his companions, he instinctively recoiled, dispelling any notions of courting his own demise. He had every reason to believe that these two individuals would not hesitate to shoot him should the occasion arise. In order to evade suspicion from the patrons within the nightclub, Cole, adhering to the script of a cinematic narrative, instructed Krieg to carry the cargo, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from them. As anticipated, despite Krieg appearing battered and bruised and attracting the bodyguard's scrutiny, a brief conversation allowed him to gain entry. As the trio approached, they were halted by a black-clad bodyguard, who, donning a professionally feigned smile and speaking with a pronounced Japanese accent, inquired if they possessed an invitation. Blade removed his sunglasses and returned the bodyguard's smile. 5 seconds later, the three stepped over the unconscious form of the bodyguard and the shattered glass strewn across the floor, making their way down the dimly lit, narrow corridor into the nightclub's interior. Under the swaying lights, small round tables, glasses, cigarettes, and well-dressed patrons abounded. All members of the indigenous Japanese mafia. On stage, 2 young Japanese women, adorned in JK attire and sporting twin ponytails, sang incomprehensible Japanese rock music. After toppling the second obstructive bodyguard, Krieg, desperately seeking an escape route, sprinted towards the kitchen while shouting the bartender's name, Kenji. Regrettably, before the bartender could unearth the concealed shotgun hidden beneath, the agile Blade vaulted over the bar, delivering a flying kick that rendered him unconscious. Cole, cigarette in hand, ambled into the kitchen with an unhurried demeanor. After taking a puff, he lifted his gaze and flashed a friendly smile at the flustered Krieger. No. With a swift kick, he sent him sprawling to the ground, causing shelves and kitchen utensils to clatter loudly upon impact. Cole planted his foot on Krieger's chest, leaning down to inquire, "Where's the entrance?" Krieger, wincing in pain, pointed toward the corner and stammered, "The entrance, it's in the freezer." At that moment, Blade and Karen hurried in from outside, yanking Krieger off the floor and pinning him against the wall. Cole chuckled. "Wow, in the freezer, is it?" The beleaguered officer, now questioning his life choices, hastily shielded his head and shouted, "I told you, man. The entrance is in the freezer." Of course, Cole was already aware of the secret passage's location. However, To avoid arousing Blade's suspicions of him being a vampire spy, the necessary interrogation process could not be overlooked. Turning, he exchanged glances with the other two. Blade approached the corner, cautiously opening the freezer to reveal a hidden passage leading underground. Ignoring the officer's frantic escape, the trio ventured into the secret tunnel. Within, the space was devoid of any furnishings, save for an elevator at the far end. They boarded the elevator, descending into the subterranean depths. The flat, expansive area was neatly lined with antiquated data storage servers. Following a peculiar odor, the trio located the archive room's custodian. A grotesque mound of pallid flesh nestled deep within. To be precise, she is a vampire of considerable girth, weighing at least 700 pounds. The ensuing narrative unfolds as Blade and Karen utilize ultraviolet lights to extract information regarding the blood god and the summoning ritual from her, while simultaneously seizing the data hard drive that Forster had stored here. They blast open another metal door leading to the confidential archives with explosives. Fragments of the Book of Erebus, inscribed on massive parchment, are meticulously displayed, each page upright in glass containers resembling exhibition cabinets. Side Quest 1 necessitates locating the remnants of the Holy War within this space. As far as the eye can see, there are at least 30 display cases, and the hieroglyphics adorning the fragments are likely comprehensible only to their original author. Cole ignites a cigarette, his brow furrowing. A timed mission, perchance? While Side Quest 1 appears straightforward, the challenge lies in accurately identifying the required page within a limited time frame. He glances down at his watch. According to the progression of the original narrative, within 2 minutes, Forster's chief henchman will storm in with a battalion of ambushers. Whistler, arriving later for support, will obliterate the place with explosives. As anticipated, he reaches the 5th display case when the calculated footsteps, intended to separate Blade and Karen, suddenly reverberate in the silent archives. Blade signals for silence to him and Karen, stealthily pursuing the source of the footsteps. Cole checks his watch once more. Has a minute already elapsed? Since civilized methods yield no results, it appears a more forceful approach is required. He rolls up his sleeves, draws his longsword, and rotates the hilt, positioning the blade's back towards the opposite side. Under Karen's bewildered gaze, Cole brandished his long knife and violently shattered one of the glass display cases. The cacophonous noise reverberated through the archive room, akin to a thunderclap in the stillness, piercing and jarring. The female doctor spread her hands in disbelief, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, are you insane?" Faint rustling footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. Kuan and his bloodthirsty henchmen had arrived. Grasping the ancient, tattered parchment pages, he swiftly activated the 7th sight. In that moment, Cole was plunged into an abyss of absolute darkness, a vivid crimson outline of a page unexpectedly materializing not far away, accompanied by the faint breath of an approaching presence. He had found it. Opening his eyes, the knife in hand blazed with a fiery hue reminiscent of blood. Chapter 41. The first evolution, instinct to fight. In this instant, time seemed to suspend infinitely. Karen gazed at the black-clad henchman who had silently appeared beside her, her face frozen in horror. In the distance, the blade, besieged by elite vampire enforcers, was disarmed by an unseen force propelling the narrative forward. Cole comprehended his precarious situation. Vorst required the blade's survival to initiate the blood god's summoning ritual with his blood. Dr. Karen Jensen was a crucial pawn used by Kuan to coerce the blade. Therefore, from this moment forth, if captured by these henchmen, he would be the first to perish. One should never expect a horde of brutal vampires, upon capturing a living human, to suppress their bloodthirsty nature and coexist amicably with their prey. Time began to flow once more. Kerr gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, spinning rapidly, born solely for the purpose of slaughter. There was no need for flamboyant maneuvers. His brutal strikes were executed with ruthless efficiency. In the moment when blood and flames erupted, it was as if the most exquisite aesthetic of gore had been unleashed. Evolution progress. 5. Karen was hoisted by 2 blood thralls from behind, and while struggling, she shouted, "Blade!" Kerr sidestepped to evade another blood thrall's charge, and as it rushed past him, his long knife ascended from below, unleashing the terrifying destructive power of the slaughtering technique, severing the thrall's body in 2. In a brief, chilling cry, it ignited and collapsed to the ground, transforming into a pile of smoldering remnants. Evolution progress. 7. 5. His gaze fell upon another blood thrall rushing towards him from the entrance. Kerr swiftly retreated. Drawing his Colt M1900, and aimed at the kidnapper of Karen, delivering 2 fatal shots to the head. Blade, protect the doctor. In the original narrative, Blade had faltered when Karen was captured, ensnared by a cadre of elite vampire enforcers, nearly falling into their clutches. Now that the female doctor had been rescued by Kerr, he could abandon all restraint and unleash a veritable massacre. He tightly embraced Karen Jensen, who was running towards him and nearly stumbled. Kerr discharged the remaining 5 bullets from the Colt in a single breath, coldly stating, "Doctor, you're gone." At that moment, she recalled that prior to entering the nightclub, Blade had provided her with a Glock handgun loaded with silver bullets. Hastily, she drew the weapon from her waist, pointing it at the thralls surging from afar, and exclaimed, "What now? Protect yourself." With a forceful shove, Cole pushed her aside, sending a blood slave flying with a swift kick. He blocked a crowbar swinging from the other side, the blade gliding swiftly along the length of the weapon, severing the hand of the blood slave that gripped it, before toppling him and delivering a fatal strike to his chest. Progress of evolution, 10. He had eliminated the nearest blood slave. Cole's gaze fell upon the distant corner, where lay the torn pages of the Book of Erythros, less than 10 meters away. The objective item for side quest 1, the Holy War. Acquiring it would enable Blood Flame to complete its first evolution. At that moment, an Asian vampire sporting a handlebar mustache charged at him, dual daggers in hand, resembling a rabid dog as he bellowed his approach. As Cole engaged with his longsword, the Asian vampire shifted his attack, executing a high whip kick that nearly shattered Cole's right arm in defense. Unlike the lower-tier blood slaves, within the lore of Blade Warrior I, vampires transformed from humans become exponentially powerful the closer their lineage is to pure blood. Deacon Furster, a direct transformation of the pure-blood elder Kitano Dragonidi, possessed formidable strength. Even with silver and garlic, it proved difficult to vanquish them without a sufficient dosage. Ordinary humans stood little chance against him, save for the Daywalker S-Blade. Exhaling the remnants of his cigarette, Cole took a step back, the pain causing his grip on the sword to tremble slightly. Observing his vulnerability, the Asian vampire halted, mocking him. "It has been rumored that a human assistant has recently joined the Daywalker. Is it you?" Cole, expressionless, suddenly drew the Colt from its holster, now devoid of bullets. The Asian vampire's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively rolling aside to evade the impending threat. Realizing he had been momentarily intimidated, he muttered a dismissive remark, "Fool." Sheathing his long blade, Cole swiftly turned and dashed towards the remnants of the Holy War, simultaneously retrieving a prepared magazine to reload his weapon. The Asian vampire, now aware of the ruse, was consumed by fury, baring his sharp fangs and emitting a feral growl that bore no resemblance to human sound. He transformed into a frenzied beast, lunging viciously towards Cole. However, this time, the gun aimed at him was not merely a tool of intimidation. Bang! The bullet's immense stopping power sent him sprawling to the ground. With the vampire not yet dead, Cole seized the opportunity to strike. He drew his machete and ignited the blood flames, gripping it tightly with all his strength. Amidst the vampire's horrified gaze and anguished roars, the unparalleled destructive force of the enhanced machete effortlessly severed the dagger he attempted to wield in defense. It shattered his skull, cleaved through his cranium, and tore apart his neck. As the searing power of the blood flames ignited his body, this elite beast, distinct from mere blood slaves and ordinary vampires, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. He writhed on the ground for a full 8 seconds before succumbing to death. Even now, the lethal combination of blood flames and silver bullets had yet to completely consume his corpse. Evolution progress, 50. Hearing the system notification, Cole furrowed his brow, astonished that the progress had surged by 40. Was the combat strength of a single elite vampire equivalent to that of 16 blood slaves combined? Observing 4 or 5 blood slaves approaching, Cole shattered the glass display case and retrieved the remnants of the Book of Erebus. Side Quest 1 completed. Blood flame progress has increased by 100. Calculating existing progress. The Slaughter Secret Art, Blood Flame, has completed its first evolution, with the second evolution progress at 25. Evolution I. Are you still worried about your inability to effectively slay vampires? Deliver a strike, and let those bloodthirsty beasts savor the taste of death. Your prowess with the cold weapons of Blood Flame has slightly enhanced. The destructive power of Blood Flame has marginally increased, and blood consumption has been slightly reduced. Side quest, Life or Death, completed. Facing an elite vampire alone, you survived safely, and your abilities have earned the sharp recognition of the Hunter's Blade. You are a born warrior and hunter. The act of vanquishing your foes exhilarates you, granting you combat instinct. Combat instinct. After slaying an enemy, recover a small amount of stamina, activating the blood flame that has undergone its first evolution. The blood-red flames of the slaughter's secret art ignite upon the long sword, appearing dimmer than before yet possessing a more refined, destructive capability. The chaotic blades cleave through the four blood thralls charging forward. Evolution progress, 31. 4. As you dispatch them, while advancing towards the blade and Karen, Cole can distinctly feel the stamina restoration brought forth by combat instinct. It is akin to the recuperation felt during intersets and high-intensity workouts, although it may lead to fatigue accumulation. After the three converge, Kuan arrives with a large group of armed blood thralls, cornering them in a confined space. The neurotic beast, whose mind is unhinged, approached with a cacophony of cries, its face marred by burns and scars yet to heal. It removed the glove from its left hand, revealing a repulsive new appendage that had grotesquely regenerated. Upon sighting the trio, who had been driven to the brink of despair, it laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, "Oh, Blade, do you remember the hand you severed? Surprised, aren't you? It has grown back, haha." Chapter 42. The Butcher in the Subway Tunnel. Here, Part 1. Confronted by the silent trio, Kuan continued to jest, using his hand as a prop, laughing heartily while contorting his face and mimicking absurd actions. "Did you think I could no longer play the piano? You can slice it, you can dice it, but Kuan shall endure eternally, haha. Capture them for me." As a horde of bloodthirsty minions surged forth, Blade, with an impassive countenance, declared, "I will count to 3, and you shall all fall to the ground. 1, 2. Karen, perplexed, queried, "What?" Kier pressed down on her neck with force, causing the doctor to scream, and simultaneously, the three collapsed to the ground. Kuan spread his arms, exchanging glances with his subordinates, puzzled by their actions. In the next moment, a rapid succession of beeping echoed. Boom. The horrifying destructive force of the plastic explosive blasted a massive gash in the wall, a mere 5 meters from Kier. Smoke billowed forth amidst the dim light. Abraham Whistler, the American elder who limps as he walks, revels in the melodies of classic rock, possessing a sharp tongue yet a kind heart. Clutching an MP5 submachine gun and donned with a headset, he resembles a tardy protagonist, clad in an unbuttoned denim long coat, striking a nonchalant pose as he inquires, "Am I late?" The gun's roar unleashes fiery tendrils akin to the scythe of death. Taken aback, the vampire minions are swiftly overwhelmed by Whistler's prowess. Before the next group of armed henchmen can fire a shot, Kuan, amidst the hail of MP5 rounds, flails his arms and bellows, "No, no, no, don't shoot. We need first alive." With that, Blade swiftly dispatches the nearest elite vampire and, alongside Cole, hastens towards Whistler. Upon their reunion, the elder forcefully hurls a black duffel bag filled with C4. The quartet turns and flees. As they run, Karen inquires, "Have you all been in contact all this time?" Whistler retorts, "Child, how can one roam freely without protection?" The explosion creates a breach leading to the subway maintenance tunnel. Just as they reach the opening, a train thunders by, its noise overwhelming, and the rush of air threatens to suffocate those nearby. Blade yanks Karen close, pressing against the wall as they cautiously edge out of the opening to avoid the impending shockwave and heat from the C4 detonation. Cole and Whistler take cover on the opposite side. 10 seconds later, a tremendous explosion erupts, scattering solid shrapnel like a harvest, instantly engulfing the blood slaves within the tunnel. Whistler's incessant chatter had yet to cease when several stones ricocheted against the speeding subway car. One such fragment rebounded off the old man's shoulder, sending him tumbling down. The tremendous momentum transformed the stones into bullets discharged at low velocity, as another struck perilously close to Cole's ear, rebounding off the wall to crash upon his head. In that very instant, Cole felt a resounding thud reverberate through his skull, nearly rendering him unconscious. Karen's expression shifted dramatically as she called out, "Whistler! Cole!" At that moment, the subway had already sped past, and Blade, drenched in sweat and appearing utterly drained, bellowed, "They can take care of themselves. Follow me and jump." Cole staggered a few paces to the side, collapsing onto one knee. He touched his head, feeling the warm blood oozing from the wound. Internally cursing vehemently, he thought, "Damn it, I'm covered in blood. I can withstand a throng of bloodsuckers beating me senseless, yet I'm nearly felled by a mere pebble." On the other side of the subway tunnel, after Blade had pulled Karen up, she shouted at him, "Cole, jump." As he braced himself to rise, the lingering dizziness nearly caused him to topple over. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Whistler making a hasty retreat through a manhole cover. In the distance, the impending roar of the next subway train echoed like a ferocious beast. Kuin stood opposite Blade, flanked by a multitude of bloodthirsty henchmen and surviving elite vampires. At this moment, the oncoming subway was visibly approaching, poised to advance. He shouted to one of his cohorts, "Slay that swine. The rest of you, follow me and jump." Yet, it was already too late. Apart from Kuin, who leapt across, the remaining 3 blood slaves following him were all struck directly by the subway train. The view was obstructed by the oncoming train, leaving Cole unable to ascertain the situation on the other side of the blade. This was, however, not due to fear or a deliberate abandonment of Cole. His sweat-drenched and weakened demeanor indicated his struggle to suppress the thirst and bloodlust inherent in his vampire lineage. If he did not administer the serum swiftly, he would not only be unable to assist, but might very well succumb to unconsciousness on the spot. Yet, the process of injecting the serum was fraught with peril. He could not afford to seek his own demise under the watchful eyes of a throng of blood slaves. As anticipated, when the subway train passed, Cole erupted into action, drawing his machete to incapacitate a hapless blood slave, severing everything below the neck and incinerating the remains. Turning around, he found himself confronted by a golden-haired elite vampire of Eastern European descent and a dozen blood slaves, who reluctantly ceased their pursuit. Through the glass of the subway car, he caught sight of Dr. Karen, her fists pounding against the glass, her expression frantic as she shouted something at him in desperation. Nearby, the Blade, exhausted and leaning against the car, nearly lost his footing. Surrounded by the approaching vampires and blood slaves, Cole retrieved a metallic flip-top lighter, lighting a cigarette with measured calmness, embodying the spirit of a warrior unflinching in the face of death. He inhaled deeply, allowing the blue smoke to drift slowly into the air, and flashed a smile at Karen. It seemed a fierce battle awaited him. This moment marked the last scene the nearly hopeless doctor beheld as the subway rounded the corner, indulging in her nicotine craving. Kerr unsheathed his long blade, gazing upon the throng of bloodthirsty thralls and ordinary vampires encircling him. Discarding his half-smoked cigarette, he coldly inquired, "Who among you shall come first? Damn it, Nightwalker, slay him." The roar of the elite vampire sounded like the clarion call for insurrection. Curses and shouts filled the air. The 5 nearest blood thralls surged forward, akin to lustful hounds, baring their fangs, wielding iron rods intended for street brawls, ferociously lunging at him. Finish him. Drain his blood. Drawing his Colt M1900, he fired at the first of the assailants, silently calculating the number of bullets. 2. With the knife in his right hand, he parried 2 swinging iron rods, sending one of the attackers sprawling with a kick, then executing him with a follow-up shot. The 3rd bullet was fired. Although Kerr had achieved a flawless defense, the sheer number of blood thralls and ordinary vampires was overwhelming. 20, 30? Scattered blood thralls, grimy and battered, crawled forth from the ruins of the passageway. The adrenaline from their injuries had rendered these beasts more bloodthirsty and frenzied than ever. He severed the arm of another charging blood thrall with a decisive slash, then raised his gun for a follow-up shot. The 4th bullet found its mark. Concurrently, the system reported the evolution progress. 33. Chapter 43, The Butcher in the Subway Tunnel. Kerr received the command. As if invigorated, the thralls howled in unison and lunged at him. Taking a deep breath, Kerr swiftly retracted his weapon, retreating to steady himself. With both hands gripping his blade, he activated his secret technique, the blood flame roaring silently, in stark contrast to the intricate swordplay and flamboyant combat style. Kerr's method of vampire hunting was marked by unadulterated savagery and brutality. There are no superfluous movements, slashes, and thrusts. Each strike is aimed solely at delivering a fatal blow. Severed limbs, headless corpses, and spilt dark blood litter the ground, feeding the roaring flames of death that surge and blaze. In less than 2 minutes, each step claims a life. The number of blood slaves surrounding Keir diminishes sharply, their charred remnants accumulating beneath his feet like a mountain. The few ordinary vampires and blood slaves that survive, akin to frightened beasts, leap aside, baring their fangs and emitting anxious growls as they encircle him, too terrified to advance. It is their first encounter with a human, once perceived as prey to be hunted and tormented at will, exposing their astonishment and dread. His black coat is soaked in blood, and his cold visage is marred with crimson splotches. Viscous blood trickles down the hilt of his blade, pooling and dripping slowly. The chilling notification of the system lingers in his ears. Evolution progress. 57. Kier spits out the blood that splattered onto his lips, his gaze falling upon Cohen, who stands frozen in shock, having halted mid-flight as if encountering Kier for the first time. This eccentric elite vampire, whose sanity is questionable, stands dazed for a moment before spreading his arms and incredulously shouting, "What are you all doing?" P.S. Not that Daywalker. Attack together. Yet, after issuing the command, he remains rooted in place, reluctant to approach Kier too closely, not for any other reason, but out of fear for his life. This time, his orders prove less effective than before. The blood slaves and ordinary vampires exchange wary glances. Upon receiving the command, they instinctively widen the distance between themselves and Kier, fearing the blade of the Daywalker. Because he was stronger and more agile than a vampire, and unafraid of silver and sunlight. Now, they finally began to fear the blood-soaked man before them, whom they regarded as the assistant of the blade, an unprecedented and unheard of human nightwalker, an unexpected guest who had suddenly appeared in the City of Angels. Cohen stood at a distance, frantic and shouting madly, "Useless! You bunch of useless fools! Ah, damn it! Eliminate him!" The Eastern European woman who had previously pursued the blade along the subway line pushed aside the blood slaves obstructing her path, turned to Cohen with a defiant middle finger, and then drew her katana, assuming a standard combat stance, silently and coldly gazing at Cole. Like Cohen, this pale-skinned, slender beauty was also a confidant of Deacon Furster. With her stepping forward, the two slightly lower-ranked elite vampires closed in on Cole, forming a triangular position that ensnared him within. The blood slaves and ordinary vampires, witnessing this, hastily retreated, climbing onto the tracks on either side of the elevated pathway. Cole frowned slightly. 3 against 1. His prior encounter with that Asian vampire had taught him that dealing with these creatures must not be approached with the same brute force as with the slaughtering blood slaves. These beasts, possessing a trace of pure-blood lineage, were only slightly weaker than the blade. To be precise, should they strike a vital spot. Even if one did not die on the spot, severe internal bleeding and bone fractures would ensue. At that moment, the distant roar of the subway sounded like a referee's bell tolling. Standing to the right of Cole, the Asian vampire let out a furious roar and charged at him unarmed. Simultaneously, an Eastern European woman and another burly individual also launched their assaults. Cole, leveraging the advantage of distance with his long knife, managed to momentarily disrupt the Asian vampire's offensive stance. Drawing his Colt M1900, he aimed at the Eastern European woman and squeezed the trigger. With only 3 silver bullets remaining in his chamber, even if all struck her head, it would not suffice to entirely vanquish these elite vampires. However, it would be enough to divert their onslaught. Bang! The Eastern European woman, after all, was Deacon Furster, a scion of the ancient pure-blood Dragonidi lineage and a confidant of the dark underbelly of Angel City and its underground emperor. At a distance of less than 3 meters, he managed to strike her once, albeit a non-fatal shot to the shoulder, leaving him with but 1 bullet remaining. Without hesitation, Cole seized an opening and fled. In the distance, Cohen, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently while his blood slaves scrambled to pull him up. The next moment, a subway train thundered past, emitting a deafening noise as it rushed before the eyes of the blood slaves. With a knife in one hand, Cole dashed forward amidst the tumultuous winds. Waiting for the subway was part of his strategy, to utilize the unstoppable force of industrial steel to sever the battlefield between himself and the 3 elite vampires. At this juncture, only the burly individual was pursuing him, while the other 2 were forced to take refuge on the opposite side of the subway. Given the elite vampire's formidable physique exceeding 200 pounds, stopping as abruptly as Cole was an impossibility. Relying on the lethal terrain that could accommodate only 1 person between the subway and the wall, escape was rendered futile. It collided headfirst with the long blade. Akin to a rolling mass of flesh, its immense force toppling Curl. Yet, even in that fleeting second before they hit the ground, the struggle between life and death raged on. At the moment it pressed down upon Curl's head, it forcefully grasped the fabric of Curl's shoulder, attempting to leverage its weight to crash into the subway before losing complete balance. However, it misjudged the terrifying destructive power that came with its first evolution. As the blood flames surged forth like a red-hot blade piercing through butter, Curl, bloodied and fierce, resembled a merciless butcher. With a roar, he summoned every ounce of strength. The long blade, defying the tremendous resistance of muscle fibers and skeletal rigidity, pierced through the abdomen of the elite vampire, severing its spine and emerging diagonally from the ribcage of its lungs, simultaneously slicing through the arm that clutched him. The raging flames clung tenaciously to all the wounds, akin to maggots gnawing at bone. The robust elite vampire, like a figure of ignited paper, emitted a heart-wrenching scream, staggering forward a few steps before colliding with the subway, only to be flung back and reduced to a pile of charred remains before even touching the ground. Evolution Progress 83. 6. Chapter 44. Second Evolution. Side Quest Rewards. The rumble of the subway faded away. Curl, kneeling on one knee with his blade, was half drenched in the viscous blood splattered from the fallen giant. There was no respite. The Asian vampire and the Eastern European woman advanced from either side, simultaneously launching their assault. Drawing their guns, they pulled the triggers. The high-velocity silver bullets struck the Eastern European woman in the abdomen just as, like a famished hyena pouncing upon its prey, the Asian elite vampire overpowered Cole with twice the strength of a human, pinning him firmly to the ground. A knee pressed against his chest. One hand grasped his head while the other tore at his collar, exposing his neck for the vampire's sharp fangs to sink in. In this imminent confrontation with death, Cole's blood-soaked visage remained eerily composed. Perhaps, in the eyes of the vampire, that butchering nocturnal hunter was finally poised to conclude his wicked pursuit of vampire eradication. The blood slaves erupted in ecstatic cries, eagerly anticipating the moment his throat would be severed, hot blood gushing forth. Cohen, clutching his severed hand, joined in the frenzy of excitement, shouting, "Yes, do it, bite through his neck." Yet, they could not fathom that every trajectory of this battle was meticulously orchestrated and anticipated by Cole, even while pinned to the ground. As the Asian vampire disregarded him and raised his right hand, feebly attempting to bite through Cole's neck, a blood flame-imbued dagger silently sprang from Cole's sleeve, plunging deep into the vampire's throat. With a swift motion, he bent his elbow, grasping the curved blade to deliver a powerful cut. The severed neck erupted like a fountain of blood, while the head, still frozen in a grotesque expression, tumbled to the ground. Evolution Progress 98. 7. This sudden turn of events rendered the once rambunctious blood slaves and Kuin utterly silent, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. With a swift motion, Cole retracted his sleeve blade and kicked aside the smoldering remains of the elite vampire. He rolled backward, poised with his knife to confront the oncoming assault from the Eastern European woman. Yet, what he beheld was merely a graceful figure, clutching her abdomen, retreating a few steps before stumbling away into the distance. Had she fled? Such a dramatic turn of events unfolded unexpectedly. The onlookers, blood slaves and ordinary vampires alike, transformed from predatory beasts into a frightened flock, akin to sheep encountering a formidable lone wolf. Gasps of alarm erupted, and they scattered in panic, fearful that they might be the next to perish. As the foremost henchman of Firster, Quinn, the deranged vampire, sensed the impending danger. He shoved aside the blood slave obstructing his path and fled with haste. Cole might allow other vampires to escape, but he would never let slip a living side quest reward. Sheathing his knife, he pursued relentlessly while swiftly reloading his Colt M1900. The subway tunnel stretched endlessly before him. The nearest maintenance passage had collapsed, making the search for another exit quite arduous. Quinn could never have anticipated that one day he would encounter a human nightwalker even more ruthless than the blade itself. Bang, bang, bang. He hunched down, desperately trying to evade the incoming bullets, cursing profusely. "Damn you, you wretched nightwalker." Bang. Struck in the back by a silver bullet. The immense force of the projectile combined with his allergic reaction to silver elicited a cry of agony as he tumbled to the ground. Turning, he beheld Cole closing in, and as he sat on the floor, frantically retreating, he shielded his face with one hand and shouted, "You are not the blade. Firster will never spare you if you kill me." He must. Cole's expression was devoid of emotion. He strode 3 steps forward, aimed at the forehead, and mercilessly pulled the trigger. Bang! The last silver bullet from the chamber penetrated the skull with precision, then blossomed, splattering blood everywhere. Drawing his long knife, he activated the blood flame and pierced it into the heart. In that fleeting moment, as the flames surged, a cold, mechanical synthetic voice echoed in his ears. Side Quest 2 completed. You have acquired Van Helsing's pneumatic crossbow. Van Helsing's pneumatic crossbow, a specially crafted demon hunter's crossbow with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. a firing rate of 2 bolts per second, capable of adding half the damage of a single secret spell, indestructible and imperishable, infused with divine power, masterfully forged. Saturated with the blood of monstrous beings, possessing it makes you the most formidable man in the Demon Hunter Squad. Evolution progress, 100. Calculating additional progress. Slaughter Secret Art Blood Flame has completed its second evolution, third evolution progress, 5, 3. Evolution 2. The strength of your cold weapon using Blood Flame has been significantly enhanced. The destructive power of Blood Flame has been notably increased, and blood consumption has been considerably reduced. In the vast, dimly lit subway tunnel, Cole furrowed his brow, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. Perhaps out of an excess of fear, a lost blood slave, upon catching sight of Cole standing by the remnants of the burnt remains, met his gaze. The blood slave's expression of terror was even more exaggerated than that of a human encountering a vampire. With a stumble of his left foot over his right, he tumbled and scrambled away, fearing that even a fleeting glance at the terrifying vampire butcher would result in his blood being drawn. He refrained from pursuing. After indulging his craving for smoke, Cole activated the blood flame and began to count. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, he extinguished the blood flame. In other words, a moderate reduction implies a decrease of 30% in blood loss, does it not? Leaning against the wall, the toll of slaying so many bloodsuckers weighed heavily on him. The fatigue from his primal instincts was compounded by the fact that the longer he employed the arcane blood flame technique, the greater the blood loss he sustained, far exceeding the damage inflicted by the elite vampire. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his lips cracked as he sat on the edge of the road. At that moment, he felt not only physically weak, but utterly drained. It is inconceivable for anyone to confront a horde of dark creatures alone, especially after losing at least 100 milliliters of blood due to the sequence technique, and still feel vibrant and alive. His gaze lingered on the coat, now thoroughly soaked in blood, with numerous scabs forming. TSK. What a pity for those 200 pounds. He retrieved a crumpled handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his face. After resting for quite some time an hour later atop a skyscraper in Angel City, in a luxurious apartment equipped with a private pool, Deacon Furster viciously bit into the neck of an unfortunate soul who had attempted to join them, but was rebuffed. After draining the victim's blood, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, "You say, Cohen is dead? A human Nightwalker killed him." Nightwalker? Furster's robed demeanor, somewhat erratic, made it difficult for those unfamiliar with him to associate him with the underground emperor of Angel City. The unfortunate cadaver was cast aside for the other vampiric beings. As he approached the blood servant to report the situation, grasping his face and smiling, "Help me find him, and alive." After uttering these words, he forcefully licked the blood servant's face with his bloodied tongue. Thus, on that night, the vampires prowling beneath the Los Angeles skyline received a foreboding warning regarding the butcher lurking in the subway tunnels. Chapter 45, The Incident of the Factions. Part 2. At midnight, a manhole cover in a dimly lit alley was forcefully pushed aside. Cole, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, ascended the iron ladder. A group of thugs gathered under a nearby street lamp caught sight of him. One brandished a knife, intending to extort the unexpected visitor. However, upon noticing the bloodstains adorning Cole's attire and the pungent scent of rust permeating the air, their faces morphed into expressions of sheer terror, and they scattered in haste. In the night breeze, discarded newspapers danced chaotically. Shedding his sticky overcoat, he clutched it in hand and flagged down a taxi with his firearm. "I mean no harm," he stated, tossing 10 $20 bills to the driver, instructing him of the destination. Lowering the window, he furrowed his brow and lit a cigarette. The African-American driver stole a glance at Cole, a bead of anxious sweat trickling down his temple, refraining from uttering any unnecessary words as he hastily pressed the accelerator and sped away, to evade being followed. Cole disembarked 2 kilometers from the abandoned auto repair shop on the outskirts of the city. Circumventing the front of the vehicle, he pressed his Colt M1900 against the driver's window, stating coldly, "If you wish to spare your family from trouble, do not disclose that you have seen me. Now, be gone." The driver nervously swallowed and nodded. Cole rose, gesturing for him to depart. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes, intending to light one, only to discover it was empty. Cursing under his breath, he discarded the pack and ambled towards Blade's secret base. Perhaps it was fortune or something else entirely. After approximately 5 minutes of solitary walking, a motorcycle flashed its high beams twice and came to a steady halt before him. perhaps due to Blade's identity as an African-American clad in a sleek black leather jacket and donning sunglasses at night. Cole squinted for a moment before recognizing the rider as Blade himself. Without indulging in unnecessary banter, Blade turned the motorcycle around and stated coldly, "Get on." Cole chuckled softly and shook his head. "I need a pack of Marlboro, Blade." He purchased a pack at the convenience store window. Blade, with an impassive expression, replied, "I'm preparing to collect your corpse in the subway tunnel, Cole." Cole tossed his blood-soaked coat to him, lowered his head to light a cigarette, and declared, "I killed Kuhn." After a moment of silence, Blade remarked, "Firster won't let you off." He mounted the motorcycle, the engine roaring to life. Cole replied nonchalantly, "It is I who will not spare him." Blade stood nearby, coldly stating, "He has no one of his own." Cole discarded the cigarette but, extinguishing it underfoot. "I need to take a shower first." The conditions at the auto repair shop were rather grim, yet the essentials were all present. Blade and Whistler's so-called washroom consisted merely of a cramped 4-square-meter room, with a water tank above and a makeshift shower head. After finishing his shower, Karen tossed the freshly washed and dried clothes to the robustly built Cole, remarking that the coat must be quite valuable. Yet no laundromat owner would appreciate garments stained with blood. Implicitly, the coat, worth 200 pounds, equivalent to a staggering $12,000, had been barely cleaned with a cheap detergent and her own high-efficiency washing machine. After a night of silence, at dawn, Whistler sat under a lamp, polishing his limping metal prosthetic while smoking, discussing the origins of Blade with the newly awakened doctor, Karen. "When I first encountered him, he was 13, living on the streets, surviving by preying on the homeless. As he entered puberty, he could not resist the thirst for blood." Pausing for a sip of brandy, he continued, "Initially, I thought he was a vampire and nearly killed him, but later I discovered his true nature. Blade's mother was attacked by a vampire during her pregnancy, resulting in her death, while he miraculously survived, albeit with mutated genes. He can tolerate garlic, silver, and even sunlight. Yet he possesses their abilities. By this time tomorrow, his wounds will have fully healed, but he ages like any human. Vampires age slower than we do, yet unfortunately, he has inherited a bloodthirsty nature." Furrowing her brow, Karen replied, "I believe the serum has a suppressive effect. There is not enough time. His body has already begun to reject the serum. After all these years, my efforts to find a cure have all been in vain. Why hunt them?" Thus, Whistler recounted his past, revealing that his wife and 2 daughters had been brutally slain by vampires, and he suspected that this atrocity was intricately linked to Deacon Frost. He surmised that the current upheaval was undoubtedly the result of a power struggle within the vampire hierarchy, with Frost as the instigator. Cole reclined on the soft cushions, faintly overhearing the dialogue outside. According to the film's narrative, at this juncture, Deacon Frost should be by the seaside, preparing with his entourage to execute the pureblood elder, Kitano Dragonidi, who had bestowed upon him his initial embrace, as a means to seize tremendous power within the vampire faction. In the morning, prior to Blade's venture for the serum, Karen would introduce him to a rapid-killing vampire elixir, an anticoagulant known as EDTA, which she had borrowed from the hospital. Subsequently, he would encounter Deacon Frost in Chinatown. That rogue vampire would seize the opportunity to ambush the auto shop, abducting the physician Karen, brutally maiming and transforming Whistler, compelling Blade to take his life. The only distinction being that the remains of Frost's top henchman responsible for Whistler's transformation would likely be drifting in the subway tunnels. Considering the main quest, Cole resolved not to alter the course of events. At most, he would intervene to rescue Whistler and Karen, rather than eliminating Frost, which could jeopardize the mission to slay the blood god. After reaching this conclusion, a chilling system notification abruptly echoed. "Faction event. The second has been triggered. Good or evil? You may only choose one. Current faction. Lawful evil. You are a merciless demon hunter, relentlessly pursuing your own interests in the path to power, selectively sacrificing the well-being of others while disregarding their lives. Your malevolence index has risen significantly, and your soul is descending into darkness. Additional rewards are being calculated. Trait rewards have been acquired. Reward 1. Violence begets violence. Reward 2. The lifelong nemesis of the devil. Violence begets violence. You do not believe in procedural justice. Scorn rules and laws, and hold an unwavering conviction that only bloodshed and death can compel evil and darkness to face the judgment of justice. The next time you accept the Stone of Sequence, you are destined to acquire the secret arts of judgment sequence. The lifelong nemesis of the devil. Heavens! That man has returned. the devil exclaims. In your eyes, the devil's whispers are mere drivel. The allure of power is the true game. You steadfastly believe in your own sense of justice. Your susceptibility to dark forces has significantly increased, and the enmity from the Devil-S faction towards you has escalated. Chapter 46. Defeating Metaphysics with Science 3 hours later. Before departing, Blade hands Whistler the torn pages of the Book of Erebus he retrieved from the vampire archives. The old man furrows his brow and sniffs it. It smells like the toilet paper used by vampires. The blood book I obtained from the archives may be related to Folster's conspiracy. Whistler gently rubs the palm-sized human skin page, glances down for a moment, and, frowning, remarks, "It concerns the blood god and the 12 holy spirits. Beyond that, I cannot comprehend." Blade handed him the disc he had previously obtained from the portly vampire, remarking that he might require it. At that moment, Cole emerged from the lounge, cigarette in hand, leaning against the iron rack, and calmly stated that collecting the blood of the 12 holy spirits could summon the blood god, while the blood of the Daywalker served as the key to initiate the ritual. Whistler turned to him, inquiring if he was aware of this. Cole shrugged, mentioning that the Book of Erebus was a fragment of a much larger whole, and he had the fortune of perusing some of it during his activities in Austria. Whistler raised an eyebrow and limped toward the computer, tauntingly remarking that had it been the medieval era, he would undoubtedly see a Catholic bound to a pyre. Any mention of it would be regarded as a grave sin of heresy and collusion with Satan. Alas, we now dwell in a new age where such arcane superstitions hold little weight. After a brief silence, Blade approached Karen, who was tinkering with some instruments, and inquired about them. She replied that she had borrowed some equipment from the hospital last night. Developing your elixir? The female doctor picked up a vial from the table and explained that it contained EDTA, an anticoagulant used to treat thrombosis. Let us see what happens if I drop it into the vampire's blood. She placed a drop of the solution onto a slide under the microscope, stepping back and warning, "Stand back. The reaction will be quite vigorous." Clearly, as a professional, Blade was skeptical of her assertions. He removed his sunglasses, donned a dubious yet audacious expression, and leaned closer to the microscope. 5 seconds later, bang. A violent chemical reaction with the blood of a vampire shattered the microscope and the glass slide into fragments. Blade, shielding his eyes, swiftly retreated. From a distance, Cole sat with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his other hand cradling a small glass of brandy procured from Whistler. Now you understand why pure-blood families choose to compromise with the human government, rather than foolishly attempting to wage war like that imbecile. Firster, he remarked, furrowing his brow. He took a sip of brandy and jested. The iron tide of the First and Second World Wars must have frightened those beasts quite thoroughly. Karen, hands on her hips, inquired, "Do vampire hunters believe in science as well?" "There is no inherent conflict, Doctor," Blade replied, exchanging a rare teasing smile with Whistler. "It's an effective antidote. However," Karen solemnly stated, "I never claimed it to be an antidote, but you could certainly use it to blow off a vampire's head." Later, as the female doctor drew a blood sample from Blade, they discussed Whistler's terminal illness and some shared memories. After he departed, Whistler caught a glimpse of Karen in the bathroom mirror, her vampire bite worsening, leaving behind a comforting remark, "You have but one day to live." He turned and walked away. Cole then asked Whistler for the address of an underground arms dealer before departing himself. The earlier conversation about Karen's approach of defeating the metaphysical with science had sparked a realization in him. The world backdrop of Blade, the warrior I was set in 1990s America, not in the recently industrialized primary world or the Munsy Empire. He resolved to procure an automatic rifle from the black market, along with a substantial quantity of silver, utilizing the equipment at an auto repair shop to fashion silver bullets anew. While the Colt M1900 might be considered the pinnacle of industrial weaponry in the primary world, it appeared inadequate in this era where bloodthirsty enforcers wielded Uzi submachine guns. He drove into the dilapidated slums of Los Angeles, a territory rife with gang activity. According to Whistler, there was a Ukrainian named Ivankov operating in Russian territory, engaged in the illicit arms trade. With sufficient funds, one could acquire everything from tanks to fighter jets. After engaging in a cordial warm-up with 3 bodyguards, he kicked open the wooden door at the back of a bar and encountered Ivankov. The price was $2,000 for a German-manufactured G3 automatic rifle, 2 Glocks, and 4 fragmentation grenades, with an additional 300 rounds of ammunition included. He drew the curtains. Once again beneath the bed, he retrieved a brown suitcase, unlocking its combination to reveal the pneumatic crossbow, a reward from a side quest. It was equipped with 4 magazines filled with small bolts, all fully loaded. Folding the pneumatic crossbow, he stowed it in his bag, only to find 2 district patrol officers, one stout and one slender, waiting outside his apartment door. "Mr. Cole Walker?" one of them inquired. Cole, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "You've mistaken me for someone else." However, it was evident that they were unwilling to vacate the premises. One of the officers produced a mobile phone, extending it towards him with an air of indifference. "Someone wishes to speak with you." According to the unfolding narrative, Deacon Furster had recently concluded negotiations with the Chinatown faction and the Blade, which implied that these 2 vampire enforcers were dispatched at his behest. He set down the duffel bag. Cole took the phone, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of both men's right hands resting on their waist holsters, their expressions devoid of emotion. The slender officer remarked that there was only one number inside. "Dial it." "Did First send you?" Cole suddenly struck, deliberately diverting their attention. With a fierce kick, he targeted the plump officer's groin, followed by a punch to the slender officer's neck, and then a knee to the former's face, shattering his nasal bone. Grabbing the latter by the hair, he forcefully slammed his head against the wall, pulling down the now unconscious slender officer's clothing. He revealed the unmistakable slave mark of First branded on the nape of his neck. Noticing the other plump officer was still conscious, Cole delivered a finishing kick to his face, then pinned him down as he dialed the number. The phone rang, and on the other end, a voice emerged, casual yet laced with malice, a semblance of a smirk evident. "Mr. Cole Walker, the infamous vampire butcher, we finally meet." Cole replied coolly, "Deacon First." "Oh, you know me. It must be Blade who informed you. However, I have a proposition for you. Are you interested?" Cole chuckled. "Is that so? It seems that I was too careless last time and failed to dispose of your old acquaintance." The beautiful Eastern European woman, armed with a knife, was as much a confidant of First as Quan, but their bond ran far deeper, intimately close in a way that defied distance. Stung by the remark, there was a brief silence on the other end, as if suppressing a surge of anger. Given Cole's understanding of First, he was certainly not the type to tolerate provocation. Chapter 47. A murderous intent. "I wish to declare a truce, Cole. Go to hell." With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Cole extinguished his cigarette, terminating the call before gathering his belongings and departing from the apartment building. One can only imagine the fury etched upon Forster's face after being spurned first by the Blade and then by Cole. As he stepped out and traversed approximately 20 meters, Cole's gaze fell upon 4 unfamiliar black sedans parked discreetly behind a shipping container. Faint echoes of gunfire reverberated from within the factory. Had Forster's men already arrived? Approaching a derelict vehicle, he stowed his bag in the trunk, retrieving an G3 rifle, affixing its optical sight and suppressor, and chambering around. He secured 2 Glock handguns in his belt, one on each side. Hearing the clanging of the factory's iron door being pushed open, Cole concealed himself behind a shipping container, observing as Forster and 2 bodyguards emerged and entered one of the black sedans, driving off into the distance. It was midday. If Cole wished to eliminate him, Deacon Forster would surely not escape this place alive. Alas, should that volatile beast perish here, the central mission would undoubtedly falter. Extinguishing the cigarette but beneath his foot, he watched them depart. Cole then bent low, stealthily approaching the factory along the wall. At the entrance, a lifeless thug lay crumpled beneath a metal frame. 2 armed henchmen stood atop a vantage point, surveying the area, while another pair of men in black dragged Dr. Karen from within. A group of bloodied slaves was mercilessly beating Whistler, and a blonde Eastern European woman clad in a white coat, blood-spattered, and wielding a handgun, stood nearby. It was all but certain that Whistler had succumbed to her infection. The purpose of First's actions was to exact vengeance upon Blade, aiming to strike at his very heart by forcing him to slay his own father figure and close companion. After ascertaining the positions of all adversaries outside the gate, Cole inhaled deeply. He swiftly entered through the doorway, raising his weapon with resolve, and decisively squeezed the trigger. The rifle, equipped with a silencer, emitted a sound akin to a muffled thunderclap. However, even this muted report did not go unnoticed by others. Standing atop the highest vantage point, the lifeless black-clad henchman had yet to descend, while the 2 escorting Karen hastily drew their sidearms, shouting that others were present. Bang! Thud! The sound of a body plummeting from above instantly captured the attention of everyone within the factory. Observing that the attention of the 2 men beside him had been diverted, Karen seized the opportunity to flee. One of them raised his weapon, only to be restrained by the other, exclaiming that first wanted him alive. Do not shoot. Damn it. It was, When contending with human marauders, silver bullets are far less effective than ordinary ammunition and rifles, swiftly dispatching the four-armed guards. Cole wielded his gun like a well-trained Marine, his body taut, mind intensely focused, slightly crouched to lower his center of gravity as he advanced rapidly into the factory. Compared to vampires, these armed thugs posed a greater threat to him. Leveraging the advantage of surprise, Cole efficiently eliminated the remaining 3 armed human assailants in a brief span of time. Without hesitation, he discarded the rifle, retrieved a pneumatic crossbow from his back, and positioned it before him, continuing his advance inward. Finally, upon rounding a corner obscured by iron scaffolding, Cole encountered the vampire spawn beside Whistler. Before he could utter a word, he glanced down to find a diminutive crossbow bolt embedded in his chest, aflame with a burning crimson fire. Momentarily stunned, he looked up. In an instant, like tinder ignited, he was engulfed in flames, reduced to mere ashes. Evolution progress. 6-3. Damn it. Joseph. You scoundrel. The vampire spawn were taken aback, a mix of shock and fury washing over them, until they recalled the ominous rumors and warnings. The vampire butcher, the Nightwalker Cole Walker, the Eastern European woman, sensing the dire situation, opened fire to suppress Cole's assault, retreating swiftly while exclaiming, "Stop him." With that, she turned and fled. The name of the vampire butcher resonated with dread among the vampire spawn in Los Angeles, as foreboding as a razor's edge. FCK. It's him. The subway butcher. Cole Walker. Good heavens. Mike. The silent crossbow bolts fell like the scythe of death, as one blood slave after another crumpled in the searing inferno, their cries of anguish transforming into a charred wasteland. In a mere 30 seconds, Cole had eradicated the group of blood slaves assailing Whistler. Evolution progress. 13-3. Meanwhile, Cole, hurry and check on Whistler. He may not survive. Slinging the pneumatic crossbow behind him, Cole drew his handgun, advancing while remaining vigilant for any lurking assailants or blood slaves. The factory's layout was intricate, and in such brief time, he could not ascertain whether the area was entirely cleared. Upon witnessing Whistler bound to a chair, drenched in blood, with vampire bite marks adorning his neck, Cole inhaled deeply and approached, delivering a kick to the Eastern European woman. He swiftly restrained her hands with rope, grasped her hair, and dragged her before Whistler, coldly inquiring, "Did you bite him? Kill me. I shall fulfill your wish." Coin pool. He instructed Karen to fetch a heavy iron chain to secure the female vampire to a pillar in the factory. The two then moved toward the barely conscious Whistler. The old man's breathing was faint. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Cole, he managed a weak smile and jested, "Cough. I find myself growing increasingly fond of you, kid." Cole furrowed his brow, lighting a cigarette and placing it in Whistler's cracked lips. At that moment, the sound of a blade slicing through the air reached their ears. Whistler. As he drew his gun and stepped over a sea of corpses, he spotted Cole and Karen, rushing to Whistler's side. The sight of this fatherly figure and friend, reduced to a grotesque state, infected by the vampire's curse, rendered him momentarily speechless as he removed his sunglasses. Just as they had previously discussed, the silence of mourning spoke louder than death itself. The profound stillness embodied the deepest sorrow. The female doctor remained silent, seated upon the couch. Cole ignited another cigarette and approached the Eastern European woman, rummaging through her pockets until he unearthed a mobile phone. With one hand in his pocket, he located Furster's number and dialed. "Are you and Furster in a romantic relationship?" The woman replied, expressionless, "It's none of your concern." Soon, Furster's voice echoed from the other end, "Mercury, has the matter been resolved?" Kerr took a drag from his cigarette, the white mist lingering beneath his nose and mouth as he furrowed his brow, and said, "It's done, Deacon Furster." Chapter 48. Before the final battle after a deathly silence, at last, Deacon Furster, the ambitious half-breed, could no longer maintain his composure. Whether due to the capture of his beloved or the profound affront to his dignity and status, in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Kerr Walker, listen, if anything happens to her, I swear I will bathe Los Angeles in blood, avenging this hatred with the lifeblood of your precious kind." "Oh," Kerr replied indifferently, "Mercury. A fitting name, though regrettably bestowed upon a base beast. Do you have any final words for her? You vile swine." The furious roar from the receiver drew the attention of Blade and Karen. Kerr, expressionless, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, drew a dagger from his leg sheath and stated, "What else do you wish to say to her?" Kerr. Wait. Yet. Regardless of his attempts to barter for Mercury's life or make grandiose threats, Kerr had no interest in listening to his empty rhetoric further. He placed the phone near the lips of the Eastern European woman. Confronted with death for the first time, tears shimmered on the exquisite features of the woman. Her voice trembling slightly, "Firster, I." Before she could finish, the dagger plunged into her heart, flames of blood igniting, transforming her farewell into a heart-wrenching scream of anguish and despair. Firster, leaving behind the final screams, bathed in flames. The Eastern European woman transformed into a landscape of charred remnants. The cold, synthetic hum of machinery echoed in Cole's ears. Third evolution progress, 26. 6. Picking up the phone. Cole inhaled deeply from his cigarette and remarked, "Dakin Firster, the matter with Whistler is far from resolved." "Pig. Bastard." He disregarded the impotent fury on the other end and hung up. As he encountered Whistler, who was armed, Karen approached and placed a hand on Cole's shoulder. Her demeanor somewhat subdued. "If I were to undergo transformation like Whistler, would you kill me?" Cole discarded the smoldering cigarette, and replied indifferently, "Yes." Bang. Abraham Whistler. This seasoned hunter who had battled vampires for decades chose to take his own life with a bullet for the last vestiges of human dignity. In the aftermath, the three of them conducted a brief burial for Whistler. There were no eulogies from a priest, no family in attendance, only a gravestone and a bouquet of flowers. 2 days later, after a series of intricate preparations, Blade resolved to personally storm the Firster Tower and eliminate the bastard responsible for Whistler's demise. On a rainy night, beneath the dim lights outside the safe house, Cole and Karen watched as Blade drove away alone. His anger is palpable, Cole noted as he tossed aside his cigarette. "Go inside. Tonight's Los Angeles will not be peaceful. Call me if needed. Take care." As Karen entered the safe house Blade had prepared for her, Cole tightened his coat, opened the car door, pressed the accelerator, and vanished into the rain-soaked darkness. Now, Deacon First has eliminated the closest ally and partner of Blade. Today, as he orchestrates a power shuffle within the council, his flamboyant and audacious demeanor ensures that he will not shy away from the apostle's pursuit of vengeance. Yet, one must acknowledge that Deacon First is not merely arrogant. He is astute, for it is precisely this cunning that has enabled him, as a half-breed, to gradually usurp power from the council and ultimately seize control. His ambition to summon the blood god and enslave the human realm under the dominion of vampires is the ultimate aspiration of his life. To become the sole vampire emperor of this world, remaining in his stronghold, unperturbed and unhidden, is, in a sense, akin to setting a trap with himself as bait, awaiting Blade's arrival. In the film's narrative, Blade will fortuitously encounter his mother, transformed into a blood slave, within First's lair, experiencing profound inner turmoil before being ambushed and captured by the lurking blood slaves armed with stun guns. Although he had been forewarned by Whistler, whether the furious vampire hunter is capable of heeding such advice remains uncertain. At this moment, a silver Dodge Challenger is parked in an alley 100 meters from the first tower. Cole, wearing an earpiece and smoking, maintains an impassive expression. He is fully equipped, having devoted 2 days to preparation. The magazines are filled with a substantial cache of silver bullets, crafted at the expense of $3,000. The pneumatic crossbow is reloaded with fresh bolts, and he possesses 12 vials of anticoagulant. His decision not to accompany Blade into First's stronghold is solely due to the necessity of providing support for Blade in the wake of Whistler's death. To avoid being captured simultaneously in the heavily fortified First Tower, the two must be cautious. Through the window, a group of 4 Latino street thugs linger under the eaves outside a nearby store, occasionally glancing over and whispering among themselves. Their conversation reveals more than mere words. Their sharp, predatory fangs betray their identity as blood slaves, following a cacophony of flesh and explosions through the earpiece. Karen's anticoagulant seems to be working effectively as they reach the top floor. Cole rolls down the car window, expelling the acrid smoke, and nonchalantly inquires if assistance is needed. From the sounds of chaos in the earpiece, it is inferred that Blade must be encountering 2 elite Asian vampires in the corridor on the top floor. After navigating through a glass door, he is likely to stumble into First's meticulously laid trap. There, he will confront his mother, who has succumbed to blood slavery, utterly devoid of her humanity. As he hesitates, torn between the impulse to end the life of the mother he has sought for 20 long years and the imminent threat posed by First's electric stun gun. The ensuing events lead to both him and Karen being transported to an abandoned chemical plant in the outskirts. This desolate location conceals the sacred ground for the blood god summoning ritual. Should Blade be captured, Cole plans to track the vehicle transporting him to uncover the secret site. 12 vials of anticoagulant should suffice to eliminate the false blood god First. However, prior to that, he must prepare some refrigerated blood or utilize Karen's mobile blood bank. Without Blade, whose combat prowess surges after consuming human blood, it would be arduous for Cole to confront the false blood god alone. It is crucial to understand that upon the completion of the ritual, Deacon First will not only become immortal, but will also possess enhanced strength and agility, surpassing human capabilities. Near instantaneous high-speed movement shattered rocks beneath a single step, transforming blood into flesh, unafraid of silver, garlic, or sunlight, truly invincible. Although a substantial quantity of anticoagulants could effectively terminate him, such an endeavor necessitated the opportune moment. Otherwise, a single encounter could result in a fatal blow, rendering any attempt to inject him with the anticoagulants futile. Indeed, 5 minutes later, Cole heard the voices of Blade and a woman conversing through his earpiece. Eric? Following an odd silence. Chapter 49, Time-Limited Side Mission, The Chase. Clearly, even upon their initial meeting, Cole had cautioned Blade that Vanessa's presence constituted a trap. Yet, unexpectedly encountering the biological mother he had relentlessly sought for 20 years, now transformed into the very blood slave he detested, left him in a quandary. To kill or not to kill? Any other vampire in this position would have ensured her demise within 3 seconds. But alas, she was Vanessa, someone Blade would long for across countless days and nights. It was this hesitation that allowed the sudden intrusion of Deacon Firster, who ambushed him with a stun gun. Compared to the deranged lunatic Cohen, Firster's strategy to capture Blade was undeniably astute. He laid a trap and employed a high-voltage stun gun, compelling the renowned Daywalker to kneel in submission. Subsequently, his entourage surged forward, each armed with a stun baton, unleashing a cacophony of electric shocks until Blade emitted a muffled groan and collapsed, unable to rise. The excruciating pain inflicted by the electric shocks simultaneously depleted the serum he had injected prior to departure, gradually ensnaring him in the vampire's insatiable thirst for blood. Thirst for the vampires. Prolonged abstinence from fresh blood renders them exceedingly weak, accompanied by an insatiable thirst that no liquid can quench, save for human blood. Cole sat within the confines of a Dodge Challenger, the muffled grunt of Blade being electrocuted echoed through his earpiece, intertwined with the nauseating taunts of Firster. Who could have imagined you would survive after your mother's demise? Now we are all here, a joyous family of misfits. In the film, as Firster uttered these words, he was embracing Vanessa, who audaciously returned his kiss in Blade's presence. It was a cruel act, repugnant to the core. Earlier, when the female Dr. Karen conversed with Blade about his origins, this man, who had borne immense suffering since birth, remarked, "I have spent my entire life seeking the monster that killed my mother. It has shaped me. Each time I slay a creature, I reclaim a fragment of my humanity." Thus, Cole profoundly understood why a relentless vampire hunter like Blade would suddenly falter in that moment. His biological mother had not only been defiled by the scoundrel he had relentlessly pursued, but had also been transformed into a filthy beast, forsaking all noble human beliefs, love, sacrifice, devotion. Like a dog, she lay beside Firster, wagging her tail in desperate plea for protection, subsisting on blood to survive. Cole cast the cigarette but out of the window. Following a crackling surge of static, the irksome voice of Deacon Firster resonated in his earpiece. "Cole Walker, have you missed me in these past 2 days?" Kerr coldly remarked. "You're courting death, Falster." A sardonic chuckle escaped his lips. After tonight, everything will change. He discarded the headset that had emitted the jarring noise. Suddenly, 2 glaring headlights, one in front and one behind, trapped him in between. Simultaneously, a chilling, mechanical voice resonated in his ear. "Your whereabouts have been exposed. A legion of vampires is en route. A timed side mission has been triggered. Within 3 hours, break through the encirclement and locate the fleeing pureblood elder, Rossiner. He will assist you in discovering the location of the vampire sanctuary, the Eternal Night Palace. Reward upon completion, a voodoo doll. Penalty for failure, a restart of the Blade Eye world." The blinding brightness of the headlights made it difficult for Kerr to keep his eyes open. He dialed Dr. Karen's number, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and pressed the accelerator, careening forward with ferocity. A resounding crash echoed as glass shattered and the vehicle crumpled. The formidable horsepower of the Dodge Challenger forcefully cleared the small car obstructing the alley, accompanied by the piercing screech of tires against the pavement, as he sped onto the road, leaving a cloud of dust behind. At that moment, a holographic map of Los Angeles materialized before his eyes. The mechanical voice of the system continued to relay information. Rossi Ener is a pureblood vampire who places great value on tradition. Following a conflict with Deacon Fulster, he fled under the cover of night 3 days ago. He is currently hiding with numerous family members in a safe house in the northern part of the city. For the sake of mutual interest, he will disclose the location of the Eternal Night Palace to you. Good luck. On the holographic map, several red driving routes were meticulously plotted. Behind him, 3 black sedans relentlessly pursued. The sound of the Uzi's submachine gun shattered the stillness of the night, sending the street thugs scurrying in a frenzy amidst the gunfire. Cole swiftly lowered his body, swaying the vehicle to evade the bullets trailing behind him. At that moment, Karen finally connected the call. The intense sounds of gunfire startled her profoundly. Cole relayed to her the whereabouts of Rossi, instructing her to prepare the necessary serum for Blade within 2 hours. If unavailable, she should secure fresh refrigerated blood and an ample supply of anticoagulants. Meeting at Rossi's safe house before 4 in the morning. After hanging up, Cole ran a red light and abruptly turned right at the intersection. Simultaneously, a police car stationed at the roadside activated its siren, announcing Cole's license plate number over the loudspeaker while urging him to pull over. The vampire thugs under Vorst's command displayed utter disregard for the urban setting of Los Angeles, their laughter echoing as a hail of bullets rained down upon the obstructive police vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, Cole spotted a bald man in a suit, brandishing a rocket launcher as he leaned out of the car window. Goodness, have the vampires of this new era abandoned all traditions and fundamental laws in their daily pursuits? Turning into another street, the red route on the holographic map updated in real time. Whoosh. Boom. A tremendous explosion engulfed the entire street, transforming it into a battlefield. Confirming the position of his pursuers through the rearview mirror and calculating the distance, Cole pulled the pin from a fragmentation grenade and hurled it out of the window. As the nearest black sedan passed the grenade's location, boom. The violent shockwave lifted the car's front end, and sparks flew as the shrapnel instantaneously riddled the entire vehicle. One vehicle was resolved. In the distance, the shrill wail of police sirens approached rapidly. Far away, the powerful searchlights of armed helicopters stood out starkly against the night sky. Cole found it challenging to ascertain how many moles remained within the Los Angeles Police Department, now alerted to the dire violence unfolding downtown. It was inevitable that the LAPD and SWAT teams, having already mobilized, would establish checkpoints and barricades at every intersection. The plan to drive to the destination was rendered futile. He parked the Dodge Challenger in a relatively complex alley, surrounded by towering buildings and intersecting streets. Killing the engine, and under the cover of darkness, Cole intended to slip into a nearby Grand Hotel, devise a means to evade the first wave of pursuing vampires, assume a new identity, and depart once more. Chapter 50. Cole, worth $1 million. The operation proceeded smoothly. The gang of pursuers was ensnared by the LAPD, unable to extricate themselves. Utilizing the cloak of night, Cole entered the hotel, secured a room, and with a length of rope and a dirty rag, acquired a uniform from a waiter. He meticulously shaved his stubble in front of the mirror, washing away the hair wax. After donning the waiter's attire, he disheveled his hair and knocked out the lenses from the thick black frame glasses. Adjusting his appearance in the mirror, he stashed all weapons into a black duffel bag. Cole glanced at his watch, 1:33 a.m. He had 2 hours and 27 minutes remaining for his time-sensitive mission, with 12 kilometers still separating him from his destination. Upon opening the door and confirming the corridor was devoid of others, Cole swiftly departed the hotel. The city of angels, cloaked in darkness, resonated with the wailing of sirens. The distant sounds of fierce gunfire transformed the entire block into a battlefield. On the night of the Blood God's descent, the vampire faction led by Forster could no longer suppress their insatiable thirst for blood and violence, marking their initial direct confrontation with the human world. Walking alone under the streetlight, a convertible passed by. Its occupants, a group of hippie vampires, cheered exuberantly while brandishing Uzis. Take down that night walker, and $1 million will be ours. Woohoo! Haraha! The sound of gunfire faded rapidly as the convertible sped away. Kerr reached into his pocket to light a cigarette, only to realize he had left his pack of Marlboro at the hotel. Gazing into the distance, he mused. $1 million? Firster, that beast, is truly willing to spend so lavishly for revenge after eliminating Mercury. It was the 1990s, and the allure of $1 million was sufficient to drive the gangs and vampires of the entire city into a frenzy. Following the route indicated on the holographic map, Kerr deftly avoided the escalating gunfire on the main streets, pedaling swiftly towards his destination on a bicycle borrowed from a nearby residence. The journey began smoothly until he entered the slums, a lawless territory shunned even by Los Angeles law enforcement, rife with gangs and clusters of vampires. Here, violence and crime reigned supreme over the law during the night. As he navigated through alleys and crossed main roads, a sudden phone call drew the attention of the surrounding thugs. Kerr, I'm in trouble. On the other end, in addition to Karen's voice, the faint sounds of gunfire echoed. Vampires have taken over the hospital, and I can't get you what you need. The light fell upon a group of marauders approaching in the distance, and Cole spoke with indifference. Where is the Hillband Clinic? The Hillband Clinic? Cole, you can't possibly be thinking. Just as you suspect. Very well, but you must come to the hospital to get me out first. The situation here is rather dire. That bunch has completely lost their minds. 15 minutes to arrive. Karen's workplace was not far from the slums. A drive there would take ample time. As for the origin of the vehicle, brake. Cole coldly regarded the 3 open-top cars that surrounded him. A lean man with a neck and arms adorned with tattoos approached, twirling a butterfly knife in his hand, and grinned. You seem to be lost, servant. The surrounding men and women erupted into malicious laughter, disembarking from their vehicles. A bearded man reached for the bag tied to his bicycle, exclaiming, Hey, what is in your black bag? Your girlfriend's playthings? Cole seized the bag, suddenly yanking the man's hair down. His gaze fell upon the unmarked nape, and he furrowed his brow. Not a vampire's dog, are you? Damn. Let go. I'll carve you up, you bastard. Cole pushed him away, retorting coldly. If you don't want to die, refrain from wandering the streets. Scram. The bearded man lunged forward, attempting to land a punch. But Cole seized his wrist and twisted it forcefully. The bearded man immediately let out a howl of agony. Terry, this son of a bitch seems to look down on us. Break his legs. However, at that moment, a group of 6 individuals suddenly leaped down from a low-roofed house, emerging from the shadows to declare, Cole Walker, the infamous vampire butcher, we have finally tracked you down. In stark contrast to the seemingly harmless figure of Cole, clad in a waiter's attire, the 6 figures that stepped out of the shadows bore an unmistakable air of menace. With sharp fangs, blood smeared across their chins and chests, and skin unnaturally pale, they were anything but innocuous. Ignoring them, Cole rummaged through the pocket of a bearded man, retrieving a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. He extracted one, lowered his head to light it, and took a deep drag before coldly uttering, Get lost with your friends. As his words hung in the air, the vampires descended upon their prey like wolves among sheep. In an instant, 6 street thugs were seized, their throats bitten through, blood gushing forth. These bullies, accustomed to preying on the weak, had never encountered such a spectacle of savage violence. They screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. The leader of the vampires, discarding the twitching body of a thug, wore a bloodthirsty and frenzied grin as he laughed. Butcher, Vorst has placed a bounty of $1 million on your head. Cole swiftly drew the Colt M1900 concealed within his garment. Bang, bang. Grabbing his duffel bag, he turned and fled, extracting a long knife and a G3 rifle as he ran. 6 elite vampires, you say? In that fleeting moment, time appeared to freeze. The sharp, jarring sound of bullets being chambered filled the air. The lunging vampires, poised to overpower Cole and sever his throat in exchange for Vorst's lucrative reward, were met with an unexpected twist. The crimson glow of the cigarette illuminated the dimly lit street beneath the flickering street lamp. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Cole abruptly turned, furrowing his brow as he pulled the trigger. The sound echoed, bang, bang, bang. Silver bullets. As the first vampire's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, crimson and ivory splattered, its body igniting from the immense destructive force of the silver bullet. The flames from the muzzle of the G3 resembled a scythe reaping through the air. The silver bullet roared. Even though the elite vampires possessed speed and strength far superior to that of ordinary humans, they were tragically confronted with the overwhelming firepower of a 7.62 mm round at close range. Their proud, formidable physiques, turned into nothing more than fragile sheets of paper. Amidst the remnants of charred remains, Cole bent down to retrieve a mobile phone that was still engaged in a call. Holding the cigarette in his hand, he coldly stated, "Inform Forster that I shall not be leaving Los Angeles tonight." He then hurled the phone to the ground, crushing it underfoot. A glance at his watch revealed it was 2:47 a.m. With only 1 hour and 13 minutes remaining until the mission's deadline and 6 kilometers still to cover. His movements had already exceeded the operational plan's expectations. He pressed the accelerator, racing toward the hospital where Karen was working. Chapter 51. Shifts in the World Line. Main quest failure restart. 10 minutes later, Karen hid in a storage room on the 3rd floor of the hospital. Tension gripped her as the barrel of her handgun was aimed at the wooden door. Disturbing human screams and the frenzied laughter of the vampires echoed through the hospital corridors. The female doctor had never felt such profound hatred toward those blood-sucking beasts who treated the living as mere livestock. At this moment, she finally comprehended the sentiment behind the words spoken to her by the blade. This group of vampires, once lurking within human society, has been incited by the ambitious scoundrel, Deacon Forster, who blatantly disregards the peace treaty established between the elders and the upper echelons of the human world. They have brazenly attacked humans and confronted the police. Had she not been sufficiently astute to seek refuge in the storage room at the earliest moment, she would now be a lifeless corpse. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the frenzied howls of vampires. Whoever eliminates him will claim the $1 million bounty offered by Forster. Damn it. What a farce. Kill that vampire butcher. Charge. After a cacophony of terror-stricken cries, her phone began to vibrate. Your location. Karen swung open the door of the storage room and saw Cole standing outside, drenched in blood, and hurriedly approached him. Good heavens. Have all the vampires in the city gone mad? What is the situation outside? Very dire, Cole replied, lighting a cigarette as he and Karen ascended the stairs, discussing the chaos beyond. Whether it be the $1 million bounty or Forster's derision towards humanity, treating them as mere livestock. This city of angels has been plunged into an unprecedented vampire insurrection. Those beasts, who previously dared to strike only under the cover of darkness, now openly roam the streets, unleashing their madness and bloodlust. Armed marauders have seized the police station amidst the gunfire, declaring that this city is under their dominion tonight, with all crimes granted unconditional amnesty. Had it not been for the certainty that he had entered the realm of Blade, Cole might have thought he had arrived in the quaint and unpretentious Gotham City, where joy and freedom reigned daily. However, his actions were far more audacious than those of the discreet Blade. He had first eliminated a certain someone's left and right hands, followed by the intimate partner of that individual, committing both murder and emotional devastation. Simultaneously, he had not hesitated to mock the underground emperor of the city over the phone. More than once. In the span of a week, Cole Walker, a pure human nightwalker and infamous vampire butcher, emerged like an underwater bomb, wreaking havoc and carving a path to the blood bank with shattered blood and bones. Standing outside the blood bank, with his blade dripping crimson, Cole lit a cigarette. It was then that the television in the distance interrupted with an urgent news bulletin. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and protect themselves with garlic and silver. The female anchoress' demeanor was notably grave. After delivering the message intended for the general populace, she appeared to receive an unexpected notice, taking a sheet of paper from the director and glancing at it before announcing, "The nation is currently in a state of emergency. If there are relevant professionals in Los Angeles, please call the Pentagon's emergency hotline. We require your assistance." At that moment, Karen emerged from the blood bank, catching Cole's gaze as they exchanged a look. The female doctor shrugged, quipping, "Professionals, wow. Does the Pentagon even know you exist?" Cole spoke with indifference. Vampire hunters are an ancient profession, predating even the nocturnal beings themselves. You may find it astonishing, but the renowned Abraham Lincoln was one of us. What? Yes, the very same individual you were envisioning, and he favored wielding an axe. After Karen found herself engulfed in unparalleled shock, she dialed the number displayed on the television. The operator was a woman with a melodious voice. "Welcome to the Department of Defense Special Command Center." Cole replied, "Please connect me to the Secretary of Defense." There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice responded, "Please hold." Soon, a deep voice emerged. "I am Richard Bruce Cheney, Secretary of Defense. I require you to mobilize the National Guard to clear a path within the next 40 minutes, should assistance fail to arrive." The consequences may be intolerable for both you and me. After a moment of silence, the voice responded, "Sir, I need to verify your identity." Cole replied, "I am Cole Walker, a vampire hunter, accompanied by a hematologist, Karen Jensen, who possesses a treatment plan for those infected by vampires. We are at Haley Hospital. Please ensure your personnel are prepared with silver bullets before our arrival." Perhaps Cole was perceived as a madman or a desperate citizen attempting to save himself. For the voice on the other end soon transformed into a gruff male tone. "The situation has been comprehended. It is advisable for you and your wife to remain in the hospital and refrain from venturing outside. After dawn, reinforcements will arrive." Cole, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, spoke with a stoic expression, referencing the Book of Erebos. Clearly, they were not entirely ignorant of the matters concerning vampires. Following a fervent discussion, the voice of the Minister of Defense resonated through the phone. A team of Navy SEALs would descend upon the rooftop of Haley Hospital in 40 minutes to assist with your operation. Thank you. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his ear. Special event has been triggered. World line alteration. The Blade Runner I world has been severely disrupted due to your presence and choices. The plot reversal mechanism is now ineffective, and subsequent events will undergo irreversible changes. After tonight, vampires and vampire hunters will no longer remain a concealed secret. Your identity has been confirmed, and you have been detected by human forces. Current relationship with human forces, amicable. Main quest has become invalid. Main quest is being regenerated. Rescue the dying blade. Eliminate the false blood god Deacon Furster alone. Assist the Pentagon in eradicating the remnants of Furster's vampire faction in Los Angeles. Special rewards are being calculated. Reward 1. Event settlement monetary reward increased twofold. Reward 2. Enhanced Daywalker bloodline. Settlement monetary reward increased twofold. Your settlement rewards have significantly escalated. Double the stakes. Super double. Improved Daywalker bloodline. A subtly modified version of the Daywalker bloodline, stripped of its sanguinary traits. Your strength has been dramatically amplified. Your speed has seen a substantial enhancement. Your regenerative abilities have surged significantly, and your appetite has escalated remarkably. O brave and intrepid hunter, this is the reward you so rightfully deserve. Vanquish that foolish half-breed. Let him understand who truly reigns supreme. Chapter 52. The Hospital Battle God 3rd Evolution Main Quest Completion Reward. Cult Justice Judgment. The mechanical synthesized voice concluded. An extraordinary force began to surge rapidly through Cole's blood and body. It was challenging for him to articulate this experience. It felt akin to searing magma, ceaselessly pumped by his heart into every cell. An explosion of terrifying power lay dormant within every fiber of his muscles, akin to the hidden currents of the ocean. There was no sensation of discomfort. It felt as if he had been born to this. He could exercise precise control over each ounce of his newfound strength. Moreover, in the event that an unwelcome visitor were to intrude upon this cinematic realm, even with the presence of a plot twist device, forcibly altering the narrative would not be an easy feat. Just as in this instance, one must exert extraordinary efforts from an unconventional angle. Discarding his cigarette butt, he handed Karen a Glock pistol loaded with silver bullets, instructing her to await support on the rooftop. Upon hearing the chilling howls of the bloodsuckers swarming from below, Karen cradled the refrigerated blood she had retrieved from the blood bank with one hand, stuffing the pistol into her pocket, and inquired, "What about you?" Drawing forth a long blade, he reignites a cigarette. Cole's indifferent gaze lingers at the far end of the hospital corridor. "I am the hunter, not the prey, doctor." Karen sighs inwardly, unable to fathom the extent of darkness this cold figure before her has extinguished, which allows him to adopt such a striking demeanor that evokes a desire to join him in madness, as if he alone holds dominion over them all. In the city, drenched in the sanguine essence of vampiric rule, he appears to be the true apex predator of the food chain. Well then, do take care. After Karen departs, the chime of the elevator reaching the floor reverberates through the sudden stillness of the corridor, akin to the sound of the first shot in a war. As the doors slide open, a horde of bloodthirsty creatures, alerted by the commotion, bursts forth from the elevator, their jaws smeared with crimson. Garments tattered and stained with congealed blood, revealing sharp fangs and wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons. Regardless of their motives, whether to curry favor with the aristocracy of the vampiric realm or to chase the allure of $1 million bounty, only one soul shall emerge alive from this hospital before dawn breaks. Cole glances at his watch. 3:03 a.m. The SEAL team reinforcements should be en route. Taking a deep breath, he inhales the smoke that twirls around him, hands gripping the knife tightly. The half-burned cigarette has yet to touch the ground, as the roaring crimson flames, akin to hellfire, engulf the blade, burning fiercely. He steps forward, unleashing a violent swing of his weapon. The blood, akin to crimson paint, splattered against the walls and floor, mingling with the remnants of charred remains and the lingering echoes of death's lament, tolling the death knell for the vampires in this moment. These blood slaves, who had deliberately come to meet their demise, alongside the socially insignificant common vampires, all regarded the legendary vampire butcher, the unwelcome guest of Angel City, Cole Walker, as naught but a walking $1 million bill, a mere mortal exalted by the vampire aristocracy. Their minds, ensnared by desire and violence, struggled to comprehend why the lofty noble vampires would bestow upon a human the moniker of vampire butcher, a title that stirred disquiet and provoked a desire to confront him. Yet, in truth, much like their fear of the blade, only by confronting death could these creatures truly grasp the origins of Cole's butcher title. In stark contrast to the flamboyant and ostentatious killer known as Blade, who reveled in his theatrical methods of slaughter, Cole Walker transformed the 15-meter corridor on the top floor into a scene of unrelenting carnage. A merciless killing machine. His attire and body were drenched in the blood of vampires, with charred remains cluttering the entirety of the corridor. With each step, he felled 3. As if the Grim Reaper himself had descended, Cole remained oblivious to the number of vampires that had surged into the hospital, seeking to claim bounties, until only he remained, the solitary living being amidst the chaos. The system notification echoed persistently in his ears. Evolution progress, 99. 1. He retrieved a discarded piece of clothing from the ground, kicked aside the remnants at his feet, and settled onto a bench, wiping away the sticky blood obscuring his vision. Bowing his head, he lit a cigarette. At this moment, the previously tranquil corridor was abruptly pierced by the light-hearted laughter of a young couple. Darling, that's a staggering $1 million. Are you truly confident in dealing with that individual? It is said that even the blade could not vanquish Forsyth's 2 loyal confidants, yet he managed to eliminate them all. Huh. Those imbeciles have long been paralyzed with fear by the blade. What kind of mere human dares to claim the title of vampire butcher? I need only to exert a little force to sever his neck. The atmosphere was suddenly thick with tension. This young couple, clad in a bohemian style, strolled hand in hand from the stairwell of the fire escape, their vivacity frozen in an instant as they gazed upon a scene that resembled a hell on earth. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously, exposing frayed wires that crackled menacingly. The floor was slick with the viscous crimson of congealed blood, painting the corridor and walls in a grotesque semblance of artistry. Piles of charred remnants lay strewn about, forming a ghastly path akin to a road paved with human remains. Yet, this was not the most terrifying sight. When their eyes fell upon Cole, seated casually on the bench before them, he appeared as though he had just emerged from a sea of blood. The acrid stench of blood was so potent that it barely had time to rouse their predatory instincts. The young female blood slave let out a piercing scream and turned to flee, only to collide violently with the fire escape door. The male blood slave stumbled back, crashing against the windowsill, and, adjusting his hat in a state of utter panic, exclaimed, "What in the world?" At that moment, his gaze locked with Cole's. With an unfeeling gesture, Cole withdrew the Glock from its holster, aiming it at the 2 blood slaves. He resembled a hellish deity, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as he expressionlessly greeted, "Good evening, ladies." "Oh no. No, Jack, save me." Bang, bang. The acrid smoke from the gun slowly dissipated. The male blood slave's head exploded, his remains reduced to charred fragments littering the windowsill. The female blood slave instinctively tilted her head, narrowly escaping death, as a bullet grazed her ear. Had it missed? Cole holstered the Glock and approached the young woman, who was trembling on the ground, clutching her ear. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he remarked coldly, "It seems you have not been transformed for long." Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, she hurriedly clung to Cole's leg, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "It's all Jack's fault. He bit me. Please, I have never killed anyone. Woe is me." "Is that so?" "I was coerced by him. I truly had no idea it would come to this. Spare me. I would do anything you ask." Unfortunately, before she could finish, the terror on her face became eternally frozen. Flames consumed her. Cole kicked away the remnants of the female blood slave, now reduced to a pile of ashes. He removed the cigarette from his mouth with his thumb and forefinger, frowning as he walked towards the rooftop, stating indifferently, "Whether you are good or evil is of no interest to me, vampire." Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in his ear. Evolution progress, 100. Calculating additional progress, the massacre technique. Blood Flame has completed its third evolution. Final evolution progress, 0, 1. Evolution 3. The strength of your cold weapons using Blood Flame has significantly enhanced. The destructive power of Blood Flame has greatly increased, and blood consumption has been substantially reduced. Chapter 53. Rapid advancement. The night breeze on the rooftop was quite strong. The supporting Navy SEALs arrived 7 minutes ahead of schedule. Amidst the deafening noise of the helicopter, Karen shouted to Cole, "This is Captain Bain. Bain Morris, the commander of this operation." The two shook hands. Cole Walker. Bain, with his Nordic appearance, frowned and said, "Tell me the destination." "David will remain on the helicopter to provide fire support for us." Cole replied loudly, "Have the helicopter escort Karen away. Everyone else follow me downstairs." Bain nodded. And after making the necessary arrangements, Karen boarded the helicopter they arrived in, flying towards the outskirts of Los Angeles under the escort of 2 team members. On their way down, Cole continued, "We may encounter numerous obstacles along the route. You need not concern yourselves with the vampires. I only require your assistance in dealing with the local gangs and fugitives." Gangs. They work for Deacon Furster, the current power holder of the Elders. The 4 Navy SEALs exchanged glances, clearly struggling to comprehend Cole's words. However, upon their first encounter with him, their doubts regarding his identity as a vampire hunter had dissipated. Who could possibly believe that a fully armed individual, drenched in blood, with a cold gaze and a menacing aura, could be anything but an ordinary citizen? As they approached the corridor on the top floor, the group prepared to descend in the elevator. However, upon witnessing the scene within, the 4 Navy SEALs were left in shock. Good heavens, what on earth has transpired here? They all turned their attention to Cole, who, with a nonchalant demeanor, lowered his head to light a cigarette and quipped, "Do you really think a vampire would play Texas Hold'em while waiting for you?" Time was of the essence. They needed to move. Inside the elevator, Bain scrutinized him and could not help but inquire, "So, is all that blood on you theirs?" The group managed to locate a functioning car on the street, flooring the accelerator as they sped towards their destination. Cole's call for reinforcements was precisely as he had relayed to Bain. He could handle ordinary vampires on his own. However, facing local gangsters and desperate criminals armed with firearms, he recognized the daunting challenge of traversing the war-torn streets without adequate firepower and tactical support. He briefed the SEALs on essential knowledge regarding dealing with vampires. During their journey, they encountered 3 waves of armed miscreants, resulting in a fierce gunfight. Utilizing the SEAL's advanced weaponry and formidable tactical prowess, they emerged relatively unscathed, eliminating all adversaries. Yet, just over a kilometer from their destination, they confronted their first significant obstacle, a burning truck obstructing the intersection, causing a massive traffic jam that rendered passage impossible. All around, there were numerous blood-soaked creatures, reveling in their frenzied state. Disembarking from the vehicle, Cole glanced at his watch, 3:41 a.m. Only 19 minutes remained until the mission would be deemed a failure. Ensuring that they had not attracted too much attention, Bain signaled for the team to advance, prompting them to crouch low and stealthily proceed along the shadow of a nearby building. As they crossed an intersection and passed a convenience store, they spotted, in the distance beneath a flickering streetlight, 4 blood thralls fervently gnawing at a human corpse, indulging their sanguinary instincts. Avoiding them entirely was an impossibility. Leading the way, Cole raised his fist, signaling the 4 team members to silence and halt. He readied his pneumatic crossbow, swiftly approaching the thralls with the cover of a car blocking the road. Activating the blood flames, Cole aimed to silently eliminate the distant blood thralls when, unexpectedly, a scream pierced the air, followed by the thunderous sound of gunfire. "Damn it! Let Roy go. Bain, watch your back." A wailing figure dashed towards Cole and the SEAL team. The blood thralls and vampires they had previously evaded, like sharks sensing blood, converged towards the gunfire, shrieking in chaos. Cole's expression remained impassive as he pulled the trigger of the crossbow. The bolt, imbued with blood flames, swiftly dispatched the 4 frenzied blood thralls. Evolution progress, 2, 1. Drawing his machete, he moved with the speed of an arrow, far surpassing human capability, delivering a powerful kick to the thrall that had been feasting on a SEAL. Turning, He seized the hair of another thrall attempting to bite Bane, swiftly severing its head, causing a spray of blood to splatter across Bane's face. In the end, with a pneumatic crossbow, he executed the blood slave who was unprepared to flee. The two Navy SEALs stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. One of them, clutching an emptied carbine, gaped in astonishment until Cole shouted for assistance, prompting him to hurriedly rush to the side of the teammate with a bitten neck. He pressed down firmly on the wounded man's throat, exclaiming, "Oh, oh." Adjusting his helmet, his expression twisted in horror, he remarked, "Walker, are they really the kind of monsters you described? Good heavens, I emptied my magazine, and he seems utterly unharmed." Cole retrieved a syringe from his compact toolkit. Filling it with the garlic solution from a perfume bottle, he pressed down on the injured teammate's chest and warned, "This might hurt." A piercing scream erupted, serving as a catalyst for the blood-soaked revelry beneath the night sky. One by one, the vampiric beings emerged under the streetlights at the distant intersection, brandishing an array of weapons, singing loudly, and laughing maniacally, resembling a frenzied mob. Bane, a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience from the battlefield of the Gulf, aimed his weapon at the swarming enemies that surrounded them. His hand trembled slightly, betraying his fear. Once the squad leader, he now witnessed the horrifying reality that a barrage of bullets could not vanquish the vampires. His expression taut, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples as he shouted, "Cole, what do we do now?" Injecting the garlic solution into the teammate's neck, Cole glanced at the distance and replied indifferently, "Most of them are merely low-level blood slaves. They infest the streets of Los Angeles. Did you not prepare silver bullets before setting out? The time you requested is too pressing. The headquarters is concerned about delays." Upon receiving the order, we pressed on without pause and rushed over. "What about you?" Casting a glance at the team member who was barely breathing, I coldly remarked, "Bane, shoot him in the forehead." "What?" Without hesitation, I drew my Colt M1900 and aimed at the infected team member, who was beyond saving due to excessive blood loss, and pulled the trigger. Bang! His head exploded in a gruesome display. In the next moment, two team members pointed their guns at me, their expressions filled with terror, sweat dripping from their faces as they shouted, "Hey, Walker, you bastard, what have you done?" I holstered my weapon and replied indifferently, "He was beyond saving." Ignoring the weapons trained on me, I glanced at my watch, 3:52 a.m. Only 8 minutes remained before the deadline for the mission failure, after which the blade I whirled would reset, erasing all gains. Chapter 54. Bloodlust. Bane's body was tense, his gun aimed at my forehead, his finger resting on the trigger. After a brief moment of hesitation, he exclaimed, "Ah, fuck." His face glistened with perspiration, overwhelmed by repressed fury, as he roared and squeezed the trigger. Yet the gun's aim shifted to the blood slave appearing in the distance. I flicked my knife with one hand, my gaze fixed ahead, and approached him, saying, "Get ready. Our time is running short." "What?" "Stay close to me." With that, my words hung in the air. Before the astonished eyes of 3 Navy SEALs, Cole brandished his knife, seemingly indifferent to the overwhelming number of adversaries on the streets, boldly leading the charge. They understood that this was not the time for mourning their fallen comrades. If they could not break through, they would all perish here. Bane signaled to his 2 teammates with a series of tactical gestures, shouldering his G3 rifle to take precise shots at the distant blood slaves, providing cover for Cole while crouching low and moving swiftly. The other 2 squad members dealt with the blood slaves flanking them, pressing close behind Bane. At last, as the tide of bloodthirsty creatures surged towards the trio, akin to a deluge invading a congested intersection under the dim glow of streetlights, Cole cleaved through the first blood slave attempting to leap over a car roof, the flames of its blood burning fiercely in the night. Witnessing this spectacle, the nearby blood slaves recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "Good heavens, it's the Night Stalker. It's him, the vampire butcher, Cole Walker." The audacity of the blood slaves to act with impunity on the streets of Los Angeles stemmed largely from their belief that ordinary humans could not vanquish them. Now, confronted with the legendary vampire butcher, many of the lesser blood slaves began to falter. Fear of death gripped them as well. Seeing the approaching blood slaves hesitate at a distance, the 3 SEALs exchanged glances, and Bane remarked, "Hunter, do they recognize you?" Cole, knife in hand, replied coolly, "They fear me." The 4 stood resolute, like rocks amidst the flood, vigilantly advancing, while every blood slave they encountered instinctively retreated 5 meters. A hoarse, ghostly wail suddenly pierced the darkness, echoing through the air. Cole Forster had placed a bounty of $1 million on his head. $1 million? Truly. Forster? Deacon Forster. It was indeed he. Whispers had circulated that this man had murdered his beloved. Huh. That $1 million shall be mine, you scoundrels. The one who stands out is shot first. A blood slave, adorned in garish attire and clearly under the influence of narcotics, had yet to approach within 3 meters of the four. A silver bullet from a G3 rifle erupted, transforming his head into a shattered watermelon in an instant. Bane's breaths quickened, his mind taut with tension. Fire cautiously, await my command. Within the confines of his limited vision, the number of blood slaves seemed endless. The immense pressure of being encircled incessantly challenged his mental fortitude. Even on the battlefield of the Gulf, he had never encountered such a scene of despair. 100? Or perhaps 200. While this may merely be an insignificant datum on paper, for one who has faced the realities of war, such a multitude of adversaries in urban combat defies quantification. It was nothing short of a death trap, a dark forest that devours without yielding bones. 200 lined up to be executed would take at least 5 minutes, and the possibility of overheating the barrel before eliminating the enemies was all too real. Not to mention the terrain, fraught with complexity and riddled with blind spots and shadows under the cloak of night. With every step, he had to remain vigilant against hidden foes lurking in the dark. Had the demon hunter not been present, he and his comrades would have undoubtedly been torn to shreds by the frenzied bloodsuckers in an instant. The atmosphere on the streets grew increasingly tense, descending into an eerie silence. A roar shattered the impasse between the two sides. Eliminate him. He stands alone. The bounty of $1 million awaits. Slay him, and it shall be ours. In an instant, the blood slave lurking in the shadows let out a piercing howl, recklessly charging toward Cole. With a swift kick, he dispatched the incoming blood slave, then pivoted to thrust his knife through the heart of another assailant, swiftly following up by severing its neck with a decisive blow. 3 Navy SEALs formed a protective circle, covering each other as they fired their weapons, closely trailing Cole. Amidst the deafening gunfire, Bane shouted, "Walker, what is the plan now?" Cole replied with indifference, "Do not falter." "What?" "Stay close to me." The 6-lane intersection was choked with cars, impeding their advance, yet also slowing the approach of the blood slaves. It was not as if they were entirely trapped as they would be in an open area. Gripping his blood-red blade, Cole advanced like a harbinger of death, cleaving through foes with relentless precision. The 3 SEALs remained steadfast behind him, weaving through the traffic, using their ranged weapons to dispatch any blood slave that dared to approach. In the enveloping darkness, it seemed a multitude of bloodsuckers lay in wait. No matter how many they vanquished, more blood slaves would inevitably emerge from the nearby alleys and streets. "Bane, I'm out of bullets." "Damn it." "Rat-a-tat-tat." "Bane, save me." "FK, begone from my presence, beast," Glenn shouted. Before he could pull the trigger, Cole's long blade had already severed the blood slave in half. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 3:57 a.m., with merely 3 minutes remaining until the mission's deadline. The holographic map indicated that Rossi Inter's safe house lay just ahead. "Do you see that building?" Cole commanded. "Run, I'll cover your retreat. Go." He lifted the fallen teammate as Bane replaced the last magazine, eliminating the blood slave that rushed in from the side. The 2 remaining team members summoned every ounce of strength, sprinting desperately towards their objective. Cole shoved Bane, urging him to fight while they fell back. They burst through the congested street corner, turning to dash onward. As they ran, Cole checked his watch again, 3:59 a.m. The final minute. Only 150 meters remained to their target. With Cole's current physical condition, that distance could be traversed in just over 8 seconds at full speed. However, obstacles in the form of heedless blood slaves emerged from the flanks, seeking to claim Forster's $1 million bounty. The situation became increasingly tangled. Realizing time was slipping away, Cole dispatched the blood slave blocking his path with a swift strike. His fury ignited. "Forster is going to die. You all shall perish." With merely 30 seconds left, and still half the distance to cover, Cole was filled with pent-up rage. Was $1 million truly that enticing? These base, powerless creatures, reminiscent of insects, were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. It was now or never. Upon completing the time-sensitive task, he no longer felt the urge to seek trouble with Vorst immediately. As the reward description for the Daywalker lineage indicated, he intended to make these desperate vampires aware of who truly held power. Chapter 55. They are incompetent. I'm frustrated. Get out of my way. The formidable power of the Daywalker bloodline transformed Cole into a human tank, barreling relentlessly towards his target. A fleeting glance at his watch revealed it was 3:51 a.m. The objective lay a mere 50 meters ahead. Counting down in his mind, there was no time to eliminate the vampires obstructing his path. He simply crashed into them, sending them flying. At last, as the cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Cole's ear, the second hand approached the final tick before the deadline expired. The time-limited side quest has been completed. Reward acquired. Voodoo doll. Voodoo doll. Consumable. Using a doll imbued with the essence of soul-snatching blackwood, the wearer can defy death's summons once. Surprised, aren't you? I've come back to life. Rossi Ener, a pureblood elder who values tradition and peace, will reveal the location of the Eternal Night Palace if you knock 5 times at the door to declare your identity. Perhaps the sight of Cole and the 3 Navy SEALs charging forward appeared to many vampires as a manifestation of fear and cowardice. The infamous vampire butcher was merely that. In their perception, if it were a blade, it was they who ought to flee, faced with the enticing prospect of $1 million delivered on a silver platter. No one would relinquish it easily, which is why this pack of short-sighted beasts relentlessly pursued him. As if in a frenzied dash, Cole appeared to be a timid prey, frantically fleeing from the relentless pursuers in the streets. After the mechanical synthetic voice ceased, Cole paused, inhaling deeply before reaching into his trouser pocket. Does anyone hear smoke? 3 Navy SEALs, weapons in hand, anxiously observed as the bloodthirsty creatures encroached from all directions, encircling the building in a mere half-minute. Bane's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Walker, they are closing in. Damn, the crossbow has run out of ammunition. Captain Bane, how many bullets do you have left? Just 1 magazine. The bloodsuckers surrounded Cole, merely 3 meters away. A burly, bald man brandishing a metal baseball bat stepped forward, mockingly addressing his kin. Wow, the infamous butcher of vampires, the Nightwalker Cole Walker, has finally ceased his retreat. What a load of nonsense. Just moments ago, he resembled a terrified wild dog. Laughter erupted among the bloodthirsty beings. A hunter renowned alongside the blade. Oh, how utterly terrifying. Hey dog, weren't you running quite swiftly just now? Why the sudden halt? If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps we might show you some leniency. As if oblivious to the vile utterances of the bloodsucker, Cole lowered his gaze, flicked open his metallic lighter, inhaled a puff of cigarette smoke, and turned to Bane, instructing him to knock 5 times on the door of the room behind him. Upon encountering a vampire, he was to declare that he sought Rossi Ener regarding matters concerning Deacon Furster. Bane, facing the encroaching bloodsucker, took a step back, anxiety lacing his words. What about you? Me? Cole chuckled, drawing forth his long knife and wiping the blade clean of the crimson stains with his sleeve. TSK, have they started to dull? Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he expelled the half-burnt butt, the white smoke rising languidly into the air. Cole looked up just as a blood slave approached him, wielding a baseball bat. In a swift motion, he delivered a knee strike to the slave's groin. As the blood slave doubled over in agony, Cole seized his hair and remarked, "You don't wish to hide, yet you're reluctant to meet your demise. This indeed poses a challenge for me. Damn it, I will slaughter." The burly man barely had time to retaliate against Cole when the long knife fell, severing a flaming head that tumbled to the ground, blood spraying forth. Cole then withdrew his hand from his pocket and took a step forward, exuding an invisible yet formidable aura. This single step compelled the multitude of blood slaves to retreat in unison. Behind him, Bane and the others knocked on the door, and they were greeted by a bodyguard clad in sunglasses and a suit. After stating their purpose, the bodyguard cast a glance at Cole's silhouette and coldly remarked, "The butcher. Lord Ener has been expecting you for quite some time." With his back turned, Cole waved a dismissive hand and replied, "I am occupied with these little darlings. Let him wait a while longer." Bang! The iron door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Kier activated the blood flame, and the smile on his face gradually faded into a cold expression. With his hands gripping the blade, he spat on the ground and roared, "How dare you!" In an instant, it was as if a wolf had infiltrated a flock of sheep beneath the blood flame of his long knife. No blood servant could survive even a second after its 3rd evolution. Terrified screams, burning corpses, and scattering ashes filled the air. The once formidable vampires finally comprehended why that man was dubbed the Vampire Butcher. Bang! A blood servant, sneaking up behind Kier and viciously striking his back with an iron pipe, had no time to revel in his supposed success. Damn it, we're finished. The seasoned hunter, endowed with the bloodline of a daywalker, proved to be resilient. Rather than a successful ambush, the blood servant felt as though he had struck a solid rock. Like a swarm of startled beasts, the vampires, who had just witnessed 10 of their own felled in a single encounter, retreated with howls of terror, scrambling away in all directions. He's gone mad. Who told me that I could earn $1 million just by throwing a punch? I won't let him tear my mouth apart. Don't pursue me. Help. Mom. Save me. With the long knife in hand, Kier resembled a demonic deity of the blood sea. As he dispatched the nearest unfortunate soul, he raged, "You filthy dogs. Stop running." Grabbing the arm of a passing blood servant, he elbowed his neck, forcefully throwing him to the ground, then leaped up to stomp on his face with wild abandon, all the while wiping the blood from his own face and cursing profusely. In a confined space, it is not difficult to exterminate the vampiric kind, for they possess no avenue of escape. Yet, in the open streets, the terrified creatures scatter like filthy waters spilled upon the ground. Truth be told, Cole finds himself at a loss in dealing with them. In the time it takes to take a sip of water, what was once a bustling street, teeming with life and vigor, is now reduced to just Cole and the cacophonous, squawking vampires beneath his feet, with not a shadow in sight. With a fierce motion, he slams one against a lamppost, and in a fit of frustration, delivers a kick to the wretched creature. When this unfortunate being, battered and bruised, manages to crawl away, Cole pulls out his cigarette case only to discover that all the cigarettes within have been crushed. He crushes the case in his grip, takes a deep breath to quell the resurgent fury within him, sheathes his blade, and with his hands thrust into his pockets, approaches the door to the room. Bane swings the door open, adjusts his tactical helmet as if meeting Cole for the first time. This seasoned veteran, having held back his words, finally offers a thumbs up and murmurs, "Impressive." Chapter 56, The Old Veteran versus. The old veteran Rosie Ener, a pallid figure with a hawk-like nose, appears as though he has stepped out from a medieval oil painting. Prior to his meeting with Cole, he had already conferred with Captain Bane, the official representative of the Pentagon. Their discussion revolved around the aftermath of the Firster incident, focusing on averting a total purge of the vampire clan by the human government. Unlike Firster, a newly transformed elder vampire, ambitious yet short-sighted, Rosie, having survived since the Middle Ages, understands deeply that only through compromise, peace, and adherence to rules can the vampire kind find a place in the human world, especially after experiencing the Renaissance, World War I, and World War II, witnessing the rise of science and personally enduring the cataclysmic conflicts unleashed by the Axis and Allied powers, which nearly obliterated the world with a torrent of steel and formidable naval might. The belief in peace had become firmly entrenched in his consciousness. Perhaps it was said that it feared humanity more than humanity feared it. Subsequently, following the precise location he was given, Cole ventured alone to an abandoned factory situated in the outskirts of southern Los Angeles. Beneath its surface lay the sacred ground of the vampire clan, the Hall of Eternal Night. At 4:50 in the morning, just 10 minutes before dawn, a sleek black luxury sedan came to a halt outside the derelict factory. Cloaked in the cover of darkness, Cole subdued a thug stationed outside, extracting from him the specific entrance details. He then approached a patch of sandy earth concealed by dilapidated asbestos tiles. Lifting the tiles revealed a dim staircase leading underground. Armed with a pneumatic crossbow and on high alert, Cole descended swiftly. Upon turning the third corner, the anguished cries and violent gusts emanating from below made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Had that bastard Firster already completed the ritual? At that moment, 2 blood slaves patrolling near the entrance, brandishing Uzi submachine guns, unexpectedly encountered Cole. They paused momentarily, but as they thought to open fire, 2 crossbow bolts had already silently embedded themselves into their chests. Progress of Final Evolution, 27:8. He pressed on, employing the same method to silently eliminate several patrolling blood slave thugs, until at last, Cole beheld the altar not far from the staircase's exit. The soul of the pure blood, stripped from its corporeal vessel by the ritual, emitted a haunting wail that reverberated through the very essence of being, resembling translucent humanoid bats that surged into the body of Firster from the air. This terrifying spectacle left even his kin and subordinates utterly horrified. 2 unfortunate souls, taking advantage of the chaos to hide in the corridor, barely found their footing before being pierced through the heart by Cole's crossbow bolt, their burning blood howling in agony as they succumbed to death. Prepared with 12 vials of anticoagulant, he slung the pneumatic crossbow over his shoulder. As the ritual of descent reached its conclusion, the hidden vampires cautiously emerged to assess the situation outside. In addition to Furster, who stood at the center of the altar, they beheld an individual who ought not to have been present, an unwelcome intruder, the vampire butcher, Cole Walker. Furster, wielding a longsword, positioned himself at the entrance to the altar. Having completed the descent ritual, absorbing the powers of the Daywalker and the 12 pureblood elders, Deacon Furster's eyes now glowed a deep crimson. He turned to Cole, arms wide in a welcoming embrace. Laughing heartily, "Cole Walker, you have arrived too late." With his words hanging in the air, the battle was poised to erupt. The vampires concealed in the shadows seized their weapons, clamoring and rushing toward the entrance. Cole advanced toward the altar with deliberate steps, akin to an assassin entering a grand hall to strike down an emperor. With every 3 steps, he claimed a life. Each vampire that dared to obstruct his path fell, howling in the flames of their own demise, reduced to charred remnants scattered across the ground. At last, as Cole reached the edge of the altar, the magnificent and imposing Hall of Eternal Night was left with only himself and Furster. After Furster completed the Blood God Ascension ritual, he exhibited an unyielding disregard for garlic, silver, and sunlight. His corporeal form possessed the extraordinary ability to regenerate infinitely, with physical strength capable of shattering rock and speed akin to instantaneous movement. However, he harbored a fatal flaw: extreme inflation, a trait that perfectly aligned with his arrogant and disdainful demeanor. Throughout the film's narrative, he remained oblivious to the existence of the anticoagulant, mistakenly believing it to be a serum carried by the blade. Consequently, he did not evade or defend himself, attempting to rely on the blood god's power to forcibly eliminate the blade, ultimately falling victim to the carefully orchestrated effects of the anticoagulant. Cole's battle strategy was meticulously crafted around Furster's vulnerability, presenting an illusion that he was there to save the blade, intending to leverage the serum to bolster the blade's strength in a united front against the blood god's powers. Otherwise, even with the bloodline of a Daywalker, Furster wielded the blade's katana, basking in the first rays of dawn like a vampire sovereign, beckoning Cole with a confident smile, "Nightwalker, come forth." With no further ado, Cole leapt onto the altar, brandishing his weapon. Initially, both combatants exchanged blows evenly. However, it was not long before the clumsy Furster, lacking proficiency with the blade, found his right hand severed by Cole's strike. The blood flames adhering to his wound were swiftly consumed by the sentient blood, allowing Furster to regenerate a new arm in an astonishingly brief span of time. He took a step back, cradling his newly formed right hand, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "You are far too weak, Cole." Cole furrowed his brow, feigning surprise, and retreated 2 steps. At that moment, an anticoagulant hidden in his pocket unexpectedly fell to the ground. Furster's gaze fell upon it, as if he had discerned his true intentions, mockingly inquired, "Do you wish to save the blade? It is right there." Cole glanced at the staircase leading to the upper altar and promptly turned to flee. Until now, the entire battle plan had been within his expectations. Even Furster's cat-and-mouse demeanor fell well within the scope of his strategy. Like a gust of wind sweeping by, Furster suddenly blocked Cole's path, his expression growing increasingly menacing. Facing him directly, he stated, "Cole, how shall we settle the score for your murder of Mercury?" So swift. Before Cole could react, he was struck as if by a charging bull, the sound of his ribs fracturing echoing painfully. Before he even hit the ground, Furster was already waiting beneath him, his right foot pressing down on Cole's chest, looking down with a sneer. "How does it feel to be beaten and tortured, Butcher?" Cole coughed twice, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, his expression blank as he replied, "Still, not bad." "Is that so?" Furster revealed his sharp teeth, lifting his foot, preparing to crush Cole's chest with brutal force. In that fleeting moment of life and death, Cole rolled desperately to the side, simultaneously retrieving the anticoagulant from his pocket and hurling it at Furster. The syringe immediately injected all its contents into Furster's body. After being struck by the first dose of anticoagulant, Furster exhibited no reaction, even mockingly removing the syringe, ready to satisfy his arrogant heart by ruthlessly torturing Cole to death, refusing to evade the oncoming violence. And everything was orchestrated within the curl plan. The acrobatics of rolling back onto his feet allowed him to hurl a barrage of anticoagulants towards First. The hybrid, intoxicated by the power of the false blood god, was swollen with arrogance and stood his ground, unflinching and intent on eliminating Curl, just as in the scripts of cinematic narratives. It was not until 11 vials of anticoagulants had struck him, one after another, that first, brimming with misplaced confidence, began to sense something amiss within his body. He stood there in agony, gasping for breath, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Curl picked up the last vial that had fallen to the ground and coldly remarked, "Some fools never know their limits." First, with a flourish, he tossed the vial into the air and delivered a precise kick, driving the syringe into First's forehead. Chapter 57. Curl, Judgment of Justice, and in the next moment, Deacon First, the imperious underground emperor of the vampires, resembled an overinflated, grotesque balloon, his pure-blooded essence howling in despair beneath his thin skin. The resounding impact echoed as liquid splattered against the floor and walls, marking the announcement of his demise. "You have slain the false blood god, Deacon First. Based on the duration of blood contact, the evolution progress is being calculated. Final evolution progress, 77. 3. A special bounty mission has been triggered. Assist the United States government in eradicating the remnants of First's faction in Los Angeles over a period of 40 days. Aiding the Department of Defense in the training of a clandestine special unit, codenamed Night Demon. Bounty system, Blood Slave 500, Ordinary Vampire 1500, Elite Vampire 5000, Training Commission 500000. The bounty enjoys a multiplier bonus upon event settlement. The bounty can be exchanged equivalently for West pounds." Kerr stood upon the bloodied remains of Firster, extracting a cigarette case while retrieving a limited-time quest reward, a voodoo doll, no larger than his thumb, yet composed of a sturdy material, resembling a winged demon. It bore a small circular ring at its rear for hanging. In simpler terms, its purpose was to grant the wearer an additional life. As per the film's narrative, Blade was bled out, confined within the stone coffin at the pinnacle. However, Kerr harbored little apprehension that this individual would succumb to excessive blood loss. He would merely be rendered too weak to rise. After considerable effort, he extracted Blade from the coffin. Subsequently, he encountered Vanessa, trembling and hiding above, attempting to plead for mercy under the guise of Blade's mother. The woman knelt, hands clasped together, beseeching, "Nightwalker, for the sake of your camaraderie with Blade, please." Kerr discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, drew his gun, and with an impassive countenance, mercilessly squeezed the trigger. Bang! Vanessa's corpse too was reduced to a cloud of ash amidst the embers. Kerr furrowed his brow as he reignited his cigarette, then assisted the unconscious Blade, slowly making his way outside. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical synthetic voice echoed in his ear. "Main quest completed. Reward, Colt's Just Judgment. The event will commence settlement upon your exit from the Blade Eye world. You may linger in the world of Blade for no more than 3 months." Upon the completion of the system notification, a black holster materialized beneath Colt's left shoulder, housing a pistol identical in structure to the Colt M1900. As dawn broke, a refreshing morning breeze swept through the air. He placed the Blade into the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and squinted at the distant, fiery orange sky. Taking a deep breath, he drew the Colt Judgment from its holster. The handgun exuded a substantial metallic presence, cool to the touch. Etched upon the chrome-plated grip was a line of dark golden text, "Justice never dies." The gun's body shimmered with a bright hue, adorned with surface-hardened blue and purple patterns. He entered the car and pressed the accelerator, the luxurious black sedan racing away into the morning sunlight. 3 hours later, Blade was jolted awake, blinded by a harsh light that rendered him unable to open his eyes. His instinctive reaction was to reach for the pistol strapped to his waist. At that moment, a pungent smell of smoke wafted nearby, accompanied by a familiar voice. "You're awake?" Blade squinted, taking a moment to confirm before asking, "Colt, where's this place?" "My apartment." He wiped the fine sweat from his brow and inquired in a low voice, "What about Firster?" "He.S. dead." Colt, one hand clutching a newspaper and the other a cigarette, sat casually with a cup of cold coffee beside him. His legs crossed on the chair at the edge of the bed. The Blade lifted the covers and sat at the edge of the bed, rubbing his face weakly and inquiring, "How long have I been unconscious?" "One day," came the reply, accompanied by the toss of the latest Los Angeles Times in his direction. "Peruse the report. The Pentagon has invited you and me to assist the Department of Defense in training a special task force to combat the vampire species. Are you interested?" After scanning the article, the Blade rose unsteadily and made his way toward the door, stating, "Not interested." Before departing, "Was there not a word of thanks you wish to offer me?" A resounding slam was the only response as the apartment door shut forcefully behind him. Cole shook his head in amusement. It would indeed be peculiar for a hunter like the Blade, accustomed to traversing the shadows, to accept such an invitation from the Pentagon. The phone rang, and Cole answered with indifference, instructing, "Have your people wait for me downstairs." For the following month, Cole prowled the streets of Los Angeles each night, hunting down the vampire species, earning bounties, while simultaneously advancing the final evolution of Bloodfire. By day, he assisted the Pentagon in training the Night Demon Special Forces at the Los Angeles Air Force Base. The initial cohort comprised 20 individuals, all elite selections from various distinguished special forces. Among them was Captain Bane, who had previously fought alongside Cole on the streets of Los Angeles and had been appointed as Cole's second-in-command. In addition to daily instruction, they were required to lead the team into practical training on the streets at night. Occasionally, they encountered a mysterious fellow operative, known for donning sunglasses after dark. Initially, the military sought to formally enlist Cole, but he declined the offer. On the 54th day, beneath the nightfall of Los Angeles, the streets appear unchanged from days of yore. Wandering drunks, soliciting prostitutes, and furtive drug dealers populate the scene. In the dim, damp, and sordid alleys, a bloodthirsty vampire, unable to suppress its primal urges, lurks behind a dumpster, feasting on the remains of a brutally slain homeless man. Above, atop the brightly lit skyscrapers, a solitary figure can be discerned at the edge of one building. The night breeze gently sways the black trench coat, and the still glowing ember of a cigarette glimmers like the sole star in the nocturnal sky. I beg you, I truly do not know where he is hiding. Joseph's whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery, known only to himself. Two unfortunate souls, bound back to back with ropes, dangle like bait on a fishing hook, suspended from a steel pipe, exposed to the biting chill of the high-altitude night air. A sudden gunshot pierces the silence. One of them, engulfed in a roaring inferno of blood, is reduced to mere ashes scattered in the wind. The other vampire, drenched in yellow liquid, shrieks in desperation, "Butcher, for God's sake! I swear I do not know where Joseph is hiding. Not even his closest confidants are aware. I implore you, spare me. Do you not know?" Bang! Another gunshot echoes. A mechanical, synthesized voice, the product of evolution, resonates in his ears. Cole, with hands buried deep in his coat pockets, intended to light a cigarette but discovered the pack was empty. Drawing a deep breath, he gazes into the enchanting nightscape of the City of Angels. After a moment of silence, he muses, perhaps it is time to depart. System, exit the world of Blade Runner I. Chapter 58, Settlement of Rewards. New team member. Final evolution progress. 100. The Slaughter Secret Technique. Bloodflame has completed all evolutions. The faction events and special events have concluded. You have successfully thwarted Vorst's nefarious scheme to dominate the world. You are a magnificent demon hunter, and these bounties are rightfully yours. You have earned 12,000 West pounds. The bounty task is being settled. You have received $574,500, equivalent to 9,575 West pounds. The bounty multiplier effect has been activated. You have accumulated a total of 43,150 West pounds. All your equipment has been stored in the armory. Final evolution. Your proficiency with the cold weapons of Bloodflame has been significantly enhanced, and its destructive power has been greatly amplified, while blood consumption has been drastically reduced. The destructive capability of Bloodflame will be augmented by the intensity of your soul. Current augmentation, slight. Armory, a space independent of both the primary world and the cinematic realm, facilitating the storage of an ever-increasing array of demon hunting tools. Current location of the armory, your apartment's bedroom. It can be accessed by rotating the lamp 360 degrees. After a moment of darkness, Cole opened his eyes. He glanced at his watch, 9:34 p.m., the same time as when he departed. His black coat remained unchanged, as pristine as ever. The difference was that the weapons and equipment he had brought into the Blade I world were no longer with him. The armory, perhaps? Summoning his spectral maid to prepare a cup of red tea and a sumptuous dinner, Cole stepped into the bedroom of his apartment and turned on the bedside lamp. Before him, the wardrobe, once a mere repository for garments, had been moved aside, revealing a sleek, wall-mounted armory illuminated by spotlights. There hung an array of formidable weaponry, a pneumatic crossbow, the judgment of justice, the midday hour, and various hidden blades, all meticulously arranged. He retrieved a long sword from its perch. This was the very weapon that had accompanied him in his relentless pursuit of vampires within the realm of Blade Warrior I. Its blade was marred with scratches, the edge dulled, and the tip broken. without the enhancement of the Bloodflame's secret arts. Such a blade would struggle to slice even vegetables. Beneath the armory, an iron safe awaited, its combination a simple sequence: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inside lay a bounty of 43,150 sterling pounds, every last penny intact, though not all were crisp notes, crumpled. Dirty old bills were intermingled among the fresh currency. Satisfied with the spoils from his cinematic escapade, Cole took a refreshing shower, satiated his hunger, and placed the judgment of justice in the midday hour by his pillow before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Penny Saranda's call pierced the tranquility of the apartment. Cole Walker, Supreme Commander of the Black Serpent Brigade, mid-tier exiled sequenced demon hunter. TSK, rising through the ranks, and yet you don't even consider treating an old friend to a drink? Dressed in a crisp white shirt and tailored black waistcoat. One hand cradled the phone while the other held a cup of morning tea. The spectral maid floated nearby, assisting him in adjusting his tie. Cole set down his teacup, tugged at his collar before the mirror, and replied with a smile, "Perhaps we could share a drink at the bar this afternoon. The pleasure will be mine." "This is more like it." "Just like that. See you at noon." After hanging up the phone, he dialed Ava's number, requesting her to pick him up at the Burton building. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of the Demon Hunter Corps, in the Intelligence Division's Comprehensive Investigation Department, Cole stepped into the office building, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of reporters from various newspapers. "Are you Mr. Cole Walker? I am a columnist for the Latranch Daily. Do you have any comments regarding the Bathtown tragedy?" "Mr. Walker, I am Sarah, a special correspondent for the Royal Weekly. I heard you encountered an unknown witch in Bathtown. How did you manage to survive?" Mr. Walker, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, Cole coldly regarded the reporters aiming their cameras at him. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and icily inquired, "Who let you in?" "Mr. Walker, the Demon Hunter Corps has completely sealed off information regarding Bathtown. The people of the Empire deserve to know the truth. Was the Bathtown tragedy a result of a significant mistake by the Demon Hunter Corps?" Pushing past the reporters blocking his path, Cole ascended to the upper floor. Hardy leaned against the wall, a resigned smile on his face. "Boss, those reporters are even more challenging to deal with than the witch. When I arrived this morning, they nearly pushed me out of the lobby." Cole extinguished his cigarette and asked, "Is there any update on the new recruits?" "Miss Shawn hasn't arrived yet, but there should be results soon. I've heard it's from the action team. Currently, the Black Snake team has yet to be fully formed. Their daily routine consists of idling in the office. Occasionally having such leisurely holidays is quite delightful." At 10:40, Miss Shawn, the assistant to the section chief, entered the office accompanied by a young man with curly brown hair and freckles, who appeared rather shy. "Captain Walker, I have brought the individual you requested, if convenient. There is a task that needs to be assigned to your team at 2 this afternoon. Please come to my office then," she stated coldly. This bespectacled professional lady seemed to have numerous matters to attend to, her hurried footsteps echoing as she vanished down the corridor. The young man reporting for duty was of average height, clad in a worn and soiled deep blue coat. His tattered shoes, neglected for some time, were beginning to peel. He smiled, revealing a somewhat uneven set of front teeth, and approached Cole, extending his hand. Cheenander. I previously worked in the operations group and have been part of the Demon Hunting Brigade for 2 years now." Cole, seated and expressionless, offered a perfunctory handshake before lighting a cigarette and coldly responding, "Specialty?" Prior to joining the Black Snake Brigade, he had heard that this new captain was rather difficult to deal with. Undeterred by Cole's indifferent demeanor, the young man replied, "I am particularly skilled at confronting malevolent spirits and demons. During my time in the operations group, I personally imprisoned a Class 1 malevolent spirit and—" Cole furrowed his brow, smoke swirling around him as he looked up at the young man and coldly interjected, "I wish to hear something different. Do you understand? In the Demon Hunting Brigade, there is never a need for insincere niceties, for no one knows if they will survive to see the dawn of another day. The capabilities of a member of an action team directly influence the survival rate of their comrades." Cole's candid and often unyielding interview technique is not uncommon within the Demon Hunting Brigade. Quinn awkwardly rubbed his nose and smiled. "Isn't it different? Is photographic memory a talent? As long as I have seen it, whether it be roads, words, or images, I can recall it with utmost clarity, and I am proficient in 13 languages." Cole raised an eyebrow, the furrow on his forehead becoming particularly pronounced at that moment. He turned to face the desk, seated himself properly, and extended his right hand towards Quinn, presenting a document. "A document? Oh, After signing his name on the job assignment letter, Cole stood and extended his right hand to Quinn, stating, "Quinn Ander, you are qualified." The curly-haired young man patted his chest, grasped Cole's right hand, and let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Really? Goodness. Ms. Sion mentioned that your standards for team members are higher than those of many other teams, and I was quite concerned." Cole offered him a cigarette box, asking, "Care for a smoke?" "I do not smoke," Quinn replied. Cole, with a cigarette perched between his lips, glanced at his watch, then tucked his hands into his pockets. Frowning as he instructed, "Hardy, take the new recruit to find Grace. If custom weapons are needed, charge all expenses to my account. I need to step out for a drink with Penny, perhaps due to his prolonged tenure with the Magic Eye Brigade." Hardy Bethany often found himself trying to establish sufficient credibility within the Black Snake Brigade whenever a newcomer joined their ranks. The thought lingered until Chien Ander completed his self-introduction, at which point it was thoroughly dispelled. Goodness, a senior demon hunter from the Black Snake Task Force, possessing an impeccable memory, fluent in 13 languages, and having personally imprisoned a Class 1 malevolent spirit, coupled with Grace, that boisterous woman, an officially certified Class 3 mechanic of the Empire. Hardy suddenly realized that within the Black Snake Task Force, he seemed to be the most inexperienced newcomer. With this realization, the little man's demeanor towards Chien softened considerably as they walked out together. He remarked, "Grace Sig was originally from the logistics department, but..." Cole dialed Penny's office. "This is the paranormal division of the Action Group. Whom are you looking for?" The voice on the other end was rugged and hoarse. "Penny Surlanda. You have reached the investigative department. Are you the legendary demon hunter Cole Walker?" Instantly, a burst of cheerful laughter erupted from the other end, followed by a distant shout. "Captain Penny, your little lover is calling for you." "Ha ha. Is this an instance of an old bull courting a young calf, Captain? You no longer love me, little one." Amidst the raucous laughter, faintly one could hear Penny's friendly greetings to her team. "Shut your filthy mouths. You Chart, a 30-year-old virgin, and you still have the audacity to laugh." Cole sat in his chair, cigarette in hand, feet propped on the table. Indeed, the essence of humanity is gossip. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he frowned and remarked, "They seem quite concerned about you. Just a bunch of slick old rogues. I heard your new team member is from the Action Group. How's that?" "Not bad. Oh, my car is parked outside. Shall we head to Georgia Station for a drink? Wait for me for 5 minutes." He hung up the phone. Cole furrowed his brow tightly and finished the remaining half of his cigarette. Suddenly, he smiled to himself, pondering whether the perpetually unlucky Mr. Cole Walker might finally enjoy a stroke of good fortune today. He called Ava to have the car brought to headquarters. Rising, he descended the stairs. The streets at noon were alive with the ebb and flow of traffic. "Mr. Cole, where to?" "Waiting for someone." Perhaps it was the responsibilities of family life that prompted Ava Shaw to abandon his usual mobster attire, opting instead for a simple gray coverall and a white shirt. Before long, Penny Surlanda emerged from the headquarters, scanning her surroundings. She wore a black women's wool overcoat and had cascading waves of long hair. Cole stepped out of the car, leaning against the door and waving to her. Penny smiled and approached. "Duke Hosh, when did you become so affluent?" He gestured for her to enter the vehicle. To Georgia Station, he instructed Ava. The two enjoyed each other's company throughout the afternoon, until just before their departure. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Penny leaned closer to Cole and whispered, "You need to be cautious lately. I've heard that the Finley family is quite displeased with you due to Turif. Although old Finley is unable to directly intervene in the affairs of the Investigation Bureau, he shares profound connections with numerous bureaucrats within the Intelligence Division. Furthermore, Celia has recently become engaged to a young member of the Urban family. Do you grasp my meaning?" Cole finished the last sip of whiskey in his glass, inhaled deeply from his cigarette, and remarked coolly, "Urban? The newly appointed head of the Intelligence Analysis Department? Indeed, it is he." Initially, Cole believed that dealing with Celia would be a mere trifling task. However, it now appears that the Finley family and the multitude of bureaucrats within the Intelligence Division are intricately intertwined. To confront her directly would not be a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, Old Barber from the Comprehensive Investigation Department has always been at odds with Urban, and he will undoubtedly align himself with your interests. As he pressed a 3-pound note beneath his glass, the two exited the bar. Penny remarked, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Cole nodded. Glancing at his watch, it was 1:40 p.m. Analyzing the current situation, it became evident that following the matter concerning Triff, the conflict of interest with the Finley family had reached an irreconcilable point. Initially, there had been no intersection between them, But all of this was thanks to Celia Finley. One could only wonder if the unfortunate soul from the Urban family would come to understand the character of that coin pool, burdened as he was by a cascade of metaphorical green hats. Hugging himself, Hardy and Quinn were already waiting outside the head's office, leaning against the wall. The diminutive figure wore a teasing expression and chuckled. "Boss, how is your date progressing?" Cole, with one hand in his pocket and a cigarette in the other, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has Miss Cheyenne not yet arrived?" No sooner had he spoken than the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. The female assistant handed the documents in her arms to Cole, her expression devoid of emotion. "The task location is St. Witch, and the specific details are in the briefing. The department head has specifically instructed that you handle this matter with finesse, as it will greatly benefit your future." St. Witch. Upon hearing the task's location, Chien exclaimed in shock, "Miss Shawn, you must be jesting with us." Adjusting her black-framed glasses, the assistant replied coldly, "Do I appear to be joking?" After reviewing the briefing, Cole noted that the number of missing girl cases in the St. Witch precinct had surged in the past 2 weeks. The local sheriff suspected these incidents were linked to vampires, hence the cases had been handed over to the demon hunters for resolution. Ultimately, the responsibility had fallen into Cole's hands. Chien's astonishment was largely due to St. Witch's notorious history, the birthplace of the death cult, one of the gathering places for witches. A location infamous for its numerous unsolved mysteries throughout Imperial history, and the legendary entrance to the underworld. There also existed a haunting folk rhyme that still circulated. "Do not look into mirrors at night, for it will find you. Do not knock thrice, for it will hear you." After a moment of silence, Shawn glanced at her watch and said, "Mr. Cole, if there are no further questions, I have another meeting to attend." Stubbing out his cigarette on the ground, Cole coldly stated, "We require double the task funding." "All right." Hardy's mouth fell open in disbelief, and after a considerable pause, he exclaimed, "No way. Boss, are we truly going to that cursed place, St. Witch? This is madness. Why do those insufferable bureaucrats at the investigation department not provide us with 3 thick ropes? So we might as well hang ourselves in the corridor." Chapter 60, The Case. Due to the potential presence of vampires in the St. Veach girl's disappearance, the trio must undertake some essential preparations before setting off. They dispatched the diminutive one to the logistics department to request handguns and sufficient silver bullets for himself and Sheen. Next, they called Grace, asking her to craft 2 silver-plated steel-core daggers for the new recruits and to deliver the previously prepared long knives to the office as well. Once all was in order, the sun had already set. A biting sea breeze intermingled with freezing rain poured down upon the Imperial capital. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Grace, clad in a black raincoat and cradling a massive wooden box, appeared at the threshold, teasingly inquiring, "Is this the demeanor befitting a delicate lady, gentlemen?" Hardy hastily placed his cigarette on the table's edge and, along with Cheen, moved to assist her in lifting the wooden box onto the table. Removing his hat revealed damp, golden locks beneath, as he rested one hand on the box, panting slightly, and announced, 6 long knives, freshly tempered, 100 silver bullets, 2 Colt M1900s, and the daggers you requested are all inside. Phew. Is there a new mission, given the urgency? Hardy picked up a handgun. Examining the chamber and hammer while voicing his complaint in a drawn-out tone, "St. Veach, my dear Miss Grace, those bureaucrats at the investigation department might have already prepared our coffins." "Request a cigarette from Cole," Grace replied. "St. Veach? Wow, what a delightful place. Simple townsfolk, friendly ballads, and a bustling night market." Hardy's hand froze over the magazine as he gazed at her. "Are you serious?" Grace gave his shoulder a light pat, made her way to the door, took a deep drag of her cigarette, and smiled. "Well then, I can only wish you good luck, Mr. Hardy Bethany." After her departure, Cole glanced at his watch, 6:13 p.m. He strapped a long knife to his waist and opened the weapon box he had brought from the apartment. He donned a brown leather shoulder holster, securing within it the Justice of Noon and the Judgment of Dusk. He then equipped himself with a set of a sleeved sword, a machete, and a dagger. From a drawer, he retrieved a train ticket to St. Vige, scheduled for 6:40 p.m. The 3 boarded the Duke Hoshii, heading towards the station. Along the way, Chien occasionally stole glances at Cole's sleeve, hesitating for a moment before shyly asking, "Captain, could I have Miss Sig assist me in crafting a sleeve sword like that? It looks incredibly cool." Cole, cigarette in hand, let his gaze linger on the rain-soaked, mist-covered windshield, responding impassively, "Have you ever encountered a vampire?" Chien offered an awkward smile, replying, The arcane arts I command can only imprison malevolent spirits under specific circumstances. And since I have been working in the field of the supernatural, thus, I have never encountered one. I see, Cole remarked, rolling down the window slightly to let the smoke escape. A handgun and silver bullets would suit you better, Mr. Ander. Firearms and ammunition not only enhance hunting efficiency, but also significantly safeguard the life of the demon hunter. The mournful wail of the train whistle pierced the frigid, rain-soaked night, reminiscent of a raven's lament. A night devoid of conversation passed. As dawn broke, the train gradually came to a halt at the St. Vige station. This place, overgrown with weeds and strewn with dark coal dust, resembled a desolate graveyard. The night rain had ceased, leaving the damp air thick with a pungent odor. The local sheriff awaited their arrival outside the station, a middle-aged man clad in a brown coat, with a scruffy beard, a portly figure, and a balding head. After exchanging a handshake with Cole, he introduced himself as Devin Graham, the sheriff of St. Vige. I initially suspected they were either attacked by nearby coyotes or abducted by witches, until I discovered this at the crime scene. As he spoke, he retrieved a palm-sized note from his pocket, stained with darkened blood. This substance can react with silverware. Hardy leaned in, taking the note in his hand, and bit off a small fragment of the dried blood, holding it in his mouth for a moment. My tongue is tingling. It tastes akin to dog feces. Captain, this must belong to a vampire. Keen's eyes widened as he gazed at the diminutive figure, nearly retching in disbelief. Good heavens, don't you find that repulsive? Is it? The sheriff replied, his arm resting casually on the car window. I'll take the three of you into town. I need to head into the city to pick up my son. If you require assistance, seek me at the police station after 10. As they watched his old car disappear down the street, Hardy tightened his coat around him, shivering. Chief, what shall we do next? Do you require me to use my arcane skills to track that vampire? If you are eager to meet your demise, so be it. Clutching the documents, Cole abandoned the helpless Hardy, who stood there in utter despair, and made his way into the nearby restaurant. Hardy's prying gaze was akin to the seventh sight. To employ it recklessly would undoubtedly attract the attention of the dark entities lurking within this small town. Given the illustrious history of St. Vige, tainted by malevolent forces, such an action would be tantamount to self-detonation. While having breakfast in the restaurant, Cole perused the case files. In total, there were 23 cases of missing girls, all victims under the age of 14, mysteriously disappearing only to be discovered missing by their families the following morning. In this world, although they are also vampires, they are far more sinister than the vampiric beings of the Blade Runner universe, possessing attributes steeped in traditional mysticism. They are ageless, undying, impervious to garlic, sunlight, and any religious rites, obsessing over the blood of virgins, their bodies capable of dissolving into a noxious fluid, lurking in any conceivable shadowy corner. However, in many instances, they prefer to masquerade as humans, residing in bustling metropolises, ensnaring their prey with their alluring appearances. The current state of St. Vige, marked by such frenzied acts, surely indicates the presence of a fledgling vampire, newly embraced. From Cole's understanding of vampires, those cunning old-timers would always strike and vanish without a trace. After the trio finished their breakfast, Cole prepared to visit the homes of the victims one by one, as indicated in the case files provided by the sheriff, in hopes of uncovering a breakthrough. Until he found concrete leads, he was not inclined to interrogate the souls of the deceased through the seventh sight. Heaven knows whether this cursed place harbors witches or other unspeakable horrors, particularly that folk song. In a world besieged by dark forces, any demon hunter has ample reason to believe that the century-old ballad circulating locally is no mere tale to frighten children. Chapter 61. Goodness. It is indeed a bewildering sight. As the night descended, Cole found it challenging to articulate the peculiar atmosphere pervading this ignorant town shrouded in darkness. The moon hid behind thin veils of cloud, appearing indistinct. A gentle breeze whispered, and the night owl lamented, akin to a wronged soul, seeking solace in recounting its tragic, heart-rending past at the gates of the underworld. An enduring, acrid odor clung to the town, as if tainted by a malevolent deity, with land strewn with heaps of blackened coal ash. Inns, residences, taverns, and restaurants. All mirrors were shrouded in thick black cloth before the sun dipped below the horizon, tightly secured with ropes. Each household displayed copper bells and conspicuous crimson pull cords at their doors, serving as warnings to outsiders not to knock casually in St. Vige. After a full day of exploration, Cole observed the townsfolk, their expressions frantic and muttering, as though an unspeakable terror coursed through their veins. When attempting to converse and inquire about specific matters, mere words sufficed to send them away, hastily bolting their doors. At this moment, Cole and his companions stood in the dimly lit streets of the town. "Boss, are we truly to remain in such a dreadful place?" After a day of encounters, the typically cheerful Quinn, unfazed by supernatural beings, found himself deeply unsettled by the bizarre expressions and odd behaviors of the townspeople. His complexion was as pale as that of a hapless wretch who had encountered misfortune. Trembling, he surveyed the inky darkness surrounding him, exhaling warm breath into his palms. "Hottie, you were right. The bureaucrats at the Investigation Bureau are indeed a pack of scoundrels. Hiss, it's so cold. I can only hope they will prepare a fine coffin for me." Cole furrowed his brow and lit a cigarette. To be frank, after a whole day of inquiries, the results were disheartening. The townsfolk were uncooperative, and effective leads were sorely lacking. Vanquishing the potential vampire menace would prove to be no small feat. As the trio stood on the street, grappling with this vexing case, suddenly, a shadowy figure flitted past beneath a street lamp on the desolate road. Hottie swallowed hard and whispered in astonishment, "Did you just see that?" Something darted by under the streetlight. Quinn drew his handgun, his brow knitted in concern. "You saw it too?" While they spoke, Cole had already unsheathed his long knife and pursued the apparition. "Captain Cole, don't just stand there. Hurry and follow." Possessing the bloodline of a daywalker, Cole's keen eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of the entity, a humanoid creature moving with astonishing speed. A vampire lurking in the small town? Regardless of its nature, the velocity at which it moved was unattainable for any ordinary human. He sprinted out of the town, nearly losing sight of it. In a moment of desperation, Cole drew his firearm, the justice of judgment, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The flames from the muzzle shattered the veil of night. In the darkness, the indistinct figure transformed into a pure shadow, plummeting to the ground and swiftly doubling back, closing in on him with remarkable speed. Kerr came to a sudden halt, his keen vision as a daywalker allowing him to discern the shadow that believed itself well concealed. Unable to flee, did it intend to fight to the death? As the shadow approached, Kerr lowered his gaze, his expression impassive, aiming his weapon at the dark figure on the ground, activating the blood flame secret technique. In that moment, a woman's voice unexpectedly pierced his ear. "I do not wish to kill you, demon hunter." Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet, enveloped in a crimson hue, struck the shadow attempting to escape at his feet, accompanied by a magnificent trail of flame. In the next instant, a muffled cry of anguish echoed through the air. A woman clad in a form-fitting black leather suit clutched her wound, blood flames licking at her abdomen as she sank to the ground, her pure, obsidian eyes fixed upon Kerr and the Colt pistol aimed at her head. Moving backward, she raised her left hand and cried out, "Wait, demon hunter, you must listen to me." Bang! Without granting her the opportunity to finish her plea or offer any deceitful arguments, the thunderous report of the Colt shattered the stillness of the night. Her skull shattered, blood flames ignited, and a myriad of colored liquids sprayed across the ground. Kerr retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, and approached the vampire's lifeless body. Aiming for the heart, he pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Completing the execution, he held the gun in one hand and a metallic flip-top lighter in the other. Frowning, he leaned down to ignite the cigarette. With the matter concluded, he turned toward the small town. However, a violent coughing fit followed by a sharp intake of breath suddenly erupted behind him. Turning around, he beheld the very vampire he had shot in the head and then finished off in the heart, now seated on the ground, gasping for breath. 2 shots and yet still alive? Taking a drag from a cigarette, he squinted slightly and furrowed his brow. A demon hunter. Wait. Bang. Bang. 1 shot to the head, another to the heart. He pulled the trigger 7 times in rapid succession, emptying the second magazine. Approximately 5 seconds later, an earth-shattering roar of fury erupted behind him. "Demon hunter, how dare you?" This time, it was Cole who found himself astonished. Good heavens, am I truly witnessing this? Has the bloodline been unlocked? Spitting out the barely smoked cigarette, Cole decisively drew his Colt and with a swift motion, turned to fire. He continued until the judgment of justice had exhausted its 3rd magazine, the barrel of his gun glowing red-hot. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The vampire, riddled with bullets, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, her wounds closing before his eyes. 3 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. only to find the smoke-laden muzzle of the Colt aimed squarely at her forehead. After a strange silence, the female vampire broke the stillness. Had enough? You're not a vampire. She tossed her disheveled, milky white hair over her shoulder, casually dismissing the Colt aimed at her head, standing up and brushing off her clothes as if nothing had happened. I am a witch. Well, not exactly. The most important point is, I am not your enemy. A cold, brisk night breeze swept between them. Cole replied coldly, reason. The woman raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Someone paid to take out that unruly vampire, which is why I am here. Our objectives should align, should they not? But you are not a demon hunter. Of course. I work for money, regardless of who the employer is. With a slight pause, she raised her hand to move the Colt away from her forehead and continued. How about this? We join forces to eliminate that rule-breaking scoundrel, and you shall receive half of the bounty. Chapter 62. This. Cole took a step back and lowered his handgun. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he inquired, do you know where it is hiding? The woman stood with her legs apart, one hand on her hip, and replied, this is St. Vige, Hunter. There are not many places it can conceal itself. What is the bounty? 500 pounds. After extinguishing his finished cigarette underfoot, Cole remarked, keep it for yourself. So, you are quite affluent? Upon the mention of money, the woman seemed to forget her recent experiences of being slain thrice, flashing a radiant smile as she said, Haley Johnny, just call me Haley. From now on. If you wish to eliminate anyone, you may visit the proprietor at 22 Downing Street. The minimum fee per contract is 100 pounds. Cole frowned and took out a cigarette to light it. People to kill, huh? At that moment, Hardy and Quinn finally managed to catch up. The shorter one leaned against his knee, bent over, and gasped, boss. Next time, could you please wait for us? You run far too fast. Quinn, hands on his hips, fixed his gaze on Haley and, panting, asked, Captain, who is she? An associate, Cole replied indifferently, and she knows where that vampire is hiding. We shall act together tonight. Quinn smiled at Haley, approached her, extended his hand, and said with a grin, I am Quinn, and this is Hardy. Do you also work with the demon hunters? I seem to have never encountered you before. In a certain sense, Haley is an extraordinarily beautiful woman. With her creamy long hair, a gracefully curvaceous figure, and eyes as dark and pure as night, captivating and mesmerizing. Yet, through the discerning eyes of Cole, a seasoned demon hunter, her beauty appears almost unnatural. She had previously mentioned that she is both a witch and not a witch. It is likely that altering one's appearance is not a formidable task. Haley did not extend her hand to shake with Quinn, nor did she cast a glance in his direction. Instead, her melodious voice, alluring and enchanting, beckoned as she walked further into the shadows, saying, Follow me, Hunter. Hardy gazed at her graceful silhouette, swallowing hard, unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming, Boss, she is truly stunning. As Cole passed by him, he patted Hardy's back and remarked, If you are unafraid of death, you might consider pursuing her, Mr. Bethany. Is she really that frightening? After a brief observation, Quinn evidently noticed Haley's extraordinary qualities and leaned closer to Cole, whispering conspiratorially, Captain, she can't possibly be a witch, can she? A witch. Following her, the trio arrived at an abandoned coal mine approximately a kilometer from the town. Haley bent down to examine the footprints on the ground and, rising, shouted, Lucas, I know you're hiding in there. The night breeze rustled as Haley instructed, Hunter, you remain here. With that, she transformed into a shadow, vanishing at the mine's entrance. Cole replied indifferently, This is St. Vigil, Hardy. Witches and dark deities will trace the source of mystical power to find you. Is that truly the case? Sheen fell silent for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, appearing deep in thought. I seem to recall a saying, among the demon-hunting brigade. Those with medium abilities seldom employ the power of the seventh sight in perilous areas. It pertains to the safety and secrecy of the soul chamber. Your assessment is astute. When a medium utilizes the seventh sight, they risk unlocking the tightly shut doors of the soul chamber, particularly in a place like St. Wagia, where the consequences could be dire. Hadi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Is that so? I had thought. At that moment, a beastly roar echoed from the mine, and a figure charged towards the three with extraordinary speed, accompanied by a maniacal laughter. Demon Hunter, are they the reinforcements you summoned? How ludicrous. Hadi and Sheen's expressions changed drastically as they hastily drew their pistols. Captain, boss, that creature is coming. Kerr, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and one hand in his pocket, remained unfazed. As the arrogant vampire, whose intellect bordered on the absurd, attempted to slay the trio while taunting Haley and the elder he mentioned. Kerr stepped forward. Drawing his blade, a crimson flame streaked swiftly across the night sky. In the next instant, the hunt was complete. Kerr sheathed his sword, one hand still in his pocket, and lowered his gaze, frowning at the vampire's corpse, which was being reduced to ashes. Earlier, in the office corridor, Assistant Miss Shawn had mentioned that old Barber wanted him to resolve this case with finesse, as it would bode well for his future. Kerr had initially anticipated contending with a troublesome ancient breed or a vampire serving a malevolent deity. Yet, this was the reality he faced. Was it that he had slaughtered too many vampires in the world of Blade Eye, rendering him numb? Hardy and Shane, the two youthful demon hunters, gazed in sheer disbelief at the vampire that had perished in mere seconds at Cole's hands, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Good heavens, this is simply too magnificent. Captain Cole, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Just last week, the Grey Wolf Task Force from the Comprehensive Department was nearly annihilated by the vampires of Rhinetown. It wasn't only the two of them. The witch Haley Joni, who had hurried out expecting a fierce battle, approached the vampire's corpse, which was nearly reduced to ash by the blood flames. After a prolonged silence, she looked up and remarked, "Such intensity in the secret arts. Are you a demon hunter of the slaughter sequence?" Cole, cigarette in hand, replied indifferently, "Mid-tier exile sequence." "You are lying." Hardy and Shane exchanged glances. The petite young man explained, "Captain Cole was just officially promoted a few days ago, and the Black Snake Squadron has been established for less than 5 days. Slaughter sequence. What do you mean?" Cole, with an impassive expression, stated, "Perhaps it was simply too weak." Weak? Haley cast a penetrating glance at Cole. Unlike the two inexperienced demon hunters who were oblivious to the depths of power, she was acutely aware of Lucas's strength as a blood relative of the Silver Duke. As for why she was so knowledgeable about the regulations of the Hunter Guild. Chapter 63. 3,000 pounds for her life. Shane severed a finger from the vampire as proof of their completed task. Seizing the opportunity while the body was still smoldering, Haley extracted a tooth and placed it in her pocket. Once the two had walked away, Cole discarded the empty cigarette box and remarked, 3,000 pounds for a life. The name is Celia Finley. Haley refrained from inquiring further about Celia's identity. Instead, she extended a hand and stated, "A 10% deposit, as is customary in our line of work." Cole, with a frigid demeanor, inquired, "How long will it take?" "No more than a week," she replied. He extracted a stack of 10-pound notes from his wallet, presenting it to her with an impassive expression. "I care not what methods you employ, but one stipulation: stay away from the capital and vanish without a trace." The witch's smile was beguiling as she took the notes, deliberately trailing her fingers across his palm in a teasing manner. "A transaction of 3,000 pounds is indeed rare, Hunter. But are you not concerned about directly employing me, fearing I might be apprehended, leading to a revelation of our dealings? That is why I require her to disappear completely." "TSK, what a wicked fellow," she quipped before Haley Johnny melted into the shadows, disappearing into the inky night. The following morning, Cole returned the case files to the sheriff, declaring the murderer deceased, thus closing the case. Later, during a casual conversation at the precinct, Hardy inadvertently mentioned Cole's identity as a medium. The sheriff, Devin Graham, grew tense at the mention, cryptically asking, "Mr. Walker, you have not employed the abilities of a medium, have you?" Cole crossed his legs, cigarette in hand, and replied indifferently, "This is St. Vigent, Sheriff." He exhaled deeply upon receiving a definitive response, and then recounted that many years ago, a medium and demon hunter had visited St. Vig. Through their conversation, Cole learned that every rumor surrounding St. Vig was indeed true. A century ago, this coal-rich town thrived, its inhabitants innocent and straightforward. However, everything changed when a miner unearthed a statue deep within the mine, an object no larger than a palm, grotesque in appearance, resembling a skeletal fiend. From that moment on, the town was beset by bizarre occurrences. Some claimed to have glimpsed unspeakable malevolence in mirrors, while others heard whispers from the depths of hell during knocks upon their doors. Every worker in the coal mine insisted they had witnessed the entrance to the underworld, and in the ensuing years, many either descended into madness or became delusional, preaching about the realm of the dead and apocalyptic visions. It was also during this time that the cult of death began to make its presence known. Subsequently, an increasing number of mysterious women appeared in the town. They posed no harm to the townsfolk, but remained aloof, never engaging with them. This continued until the aforementioned medium and demon hunter led an investigation into St. Vidge. Ultimately, the entire demon hunting team vanished without a trace. Yet the town's strange happenings began to wane. To this day, no one has witnessed the once unspeakable madness in mirrors for 30 years. On the train, Hardy appeared lost in thought, still absorbed in Sheriff Devon's account of St. Vidge's ancient past, his complexion pale and his eyes occasionally darting towards the glass reflecting human faces. "Boss, I can hardly believe we have emerged alive from St. Vidge." As the trio strolled past a lively alley, the diminutive young man proclaimed that his wounded psyche required mending before he entwined himself with two young ladies and vanished around the corner. Keen, walking awkwardly beside Cole, cleared his throat and remarked, "Captain, is Hardy always like that?" Cole purchased a pack of cigarettes from a young boy's mobile stall, tore open the packaging, and replied, "The investigative unit must confront numerous unknown terrors, Keen. Perhaps the legends of St. Vidge have frightened him. Yet, this behavior is rather obvious." Coming from a family steeped in traditional values, Keenander found it difficult to comprehend Hardy's method of releasing his stress and anxiety. After enjoying a dinner prepared by the ethereal maid and finishing his bath, he was about to retire when a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. "Is Mr. Walker in?" "Room service." Upon opening the door, a server presented an envelope with both hands, stating, "Someone asked me to deliver this to you." Tossing him a 20-pence tip, Cole turned to open the envelope, revealing an exquisite wedding invitation. "Cecilia Finley cordially invites you to the wedding of her and Carlos Urban. Location, Munsy Royal Hotel. Date, October 16th, 1835, at 11 a.m. Alongside the invitation lay a note, suggesting that the Finley family wished to extend an olive branch by inviting him to Cecilia's wedding, aiming to ease the sharp discord between them. Should he decline, the matter would be irrevocably closed. Should he accept, Cecilia had a distant cousin still awaiting marriage. In other words, join or perish. Had it not been for the sender's name, Finley, on the envelope, Cole might have mistakenly believed it was a missive from the mafia. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chien called to report the specifics of the task. He granted the Black Serpent Squad a day of respite and audaciously proclaimed that if Cole could maintain such efficiency in completing 3 tasks, he would be elevated to the rank of exiled title after the new year. However, regarding promotions, Old Barber could only speak of them without authority. Without the approval of the personnel management of the Demon Hunter Corps, he had no power to formalize even an intern's position. Fortunately, having such a trouble-averse and protective superior was not entirely unfavorable. At 10:30 in the morning, the exterior of the Munsy Royal Hotel was bustling with guests, and the waitstaff were diligently attending to the arriving luxury vehicles. He instructed Ava to wait in the parking lot. As soon as Cole stepped out of the car, a service attendant approached with eagerness, smiling as he inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" He presented him with a wedding invitation. "Please follow me." At the entrance, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh was in charge of registering the guests. As he lowered his head to jot down the names, upon hearing Cole Walker, he lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Cole for a considerable moment before smirking and remarking, "Cole Walker, I thought you lacked the guts to show up." Cole replied coldly, "A friend's wedding compels my presence." "Be cautious, young man," the man retorted. He returned the invitation to the attendant and gestured for Cole to proceed inside. The wedding ceremony was held on the 3rd floor of the hotel, clearly indicating that the Finley family placed great importance on this union. Cole took a glass of red wine from a passing server's tray as he walked through. A servant was seen whispering furtively into the ears of 2 young men, one tall and the other shorter. Their gazes fell upon Cole, and they approached with an air of menace. Chapter 64, Malicious Intent and Human Affairs. Cole Walker. The tall youth was exceedingly slender, with prominent cheekbones and deeply set eyes. Cole, holding a wine glass, replied, "It is I." The two exchanged glances, and the tall youth extended his hand, introducing himself, Ron Carver. "This is my brother, Kane." The shorter Kane bore a haggard expression, his lips chapped, and the pronounced dark circles under his eyes hinted at many sleepless nights. "Let us find another place to converse. This is not suitable." Cole had initially assumed they were troublemakers from the Finley family. However, upon observing the Carver brothers' weary appearances, he speculated that their troubles might stem from other matters. He followed them to the stairwell. Ron retrieved a pack of Red Lion cigarettes and offered one to Cole. With a furrowed brow, he struck a match to light the cigarette and said, "I hear you are a medium. Speak plainly." Kane rubbed his face vigorously and continued, "Walker, you are aware of the Demon Hunter's regulations, We are not permitted to take private jobs, but Ron took a drag from his cigarette, his brow furrowing even deeper. We need money to treat young Ethan. Thus, a week ago, we accepted a private commission through an intermediary to deal with the demon plaguing the affluent merchant Leon of Winterberg. However, we underestimated its level. It entangled not only the Merrill's family, but us as well. Kerr held a cigarette in his hand, his demeanor indifferent as he queried why such matters could not be addressed through official channels, seeking assistance from the demon hunters. Kane, displaying an awkward expression, forced a smile and explained that Mr. Merrill's harbored some peculiar habits. 5 years ago, he had stumbled upon a strange ancient tome at an antique dealer's, and then Kerr inhaled deeply, pausing in silence before continuing. His curiosity had overwhelmed him, compelling him to read forbidden words and incantations, thus inviting trouble upon himself. He extinguished the cigarette and discarded it into the stairwell's trash bin, turning to stride towards the main hall. Ron swiftly positioned himself in Kerr's path, exclaiming, "Mr. Merrill's is willing to offer a reward of £2,000 for this. Are you truly not considering it?" With one hand in his pocket, Kerr's expression remained impassive as he replied, "I do not lack for money. You should seek someone else to handle this matter. But Mr. Merrill's has 3 children. Take it to the demon hunters." In this world, ordinary individuals who hoard forbidden tomes face not only a minimum 3-year imprisonment according to the law, but also the prohibition of their direct descendants for 3 generations from entering any governmental authority or the demon hunters. It is not difficult to fathom why that wealthy merchant, despite his willingness to pay a substantial sum of £2,000, would hesitate to expose the matter to the official demon hunters. Engaging in such dubious undertakings could very well result in not only failing to secure the payment, but also risking one's life. Even if the task were completed successfully, it would leave others with leverage against him. Kerr's refusal was rooted in these considerations, along with the fact that he simply did not need the money. And there existed yet another intriguing question. How could they have known he would attend Celia Finley's wedding without any ulterior motives? The Carver brothers would never have approached him voluntarily. Contemplating this, he realized that should he inadvertently agree, it would undoubtedly provide them with leverage against him. Their intentions were insidious. He retreated to a corner of the hall, leaning against the windowsill, bowing his head as he lit a cigarette. At that moment, an austere gentleman, holding a wine glass, approached him. "Mr. Cole Walker," he said. Cole, enveloped in a haze of smoke, glanced up at the visitor and coldly remarked, "Chas Morgan, what brings you to my presence?" The gentleman removed his leather gloves and, with a slight smile, replied, "I mean no harm, Mr. Cole. My niece joined the Intelligence Analysis Division last year, but she has always found office work rather distasteful. Given the recent establishment of the Black Snake team, I thought it prudent to suggest she consider joining you." "My team does not require any burdens," Cole retorted, perhaps sensing Chaz's ulterior motives. However, Chas Morgan, undeterred by Cole's unwelcoming demeanor, responded with a gracious smile, "Vera is one I have trained myself, so you need not worry on that account." Cole, frowning as he took a drag from his cigarette, deliberated for a moment before stating, "Have her come to my office at 3 this afternoon. I shall relay your message." Chas replied. A peculiar silence enveloped them for a brief moment before Chas inhaled deeply and said, "Excuse me." After finishing his second cigarette, the bride finally made her entrance onto the red carpet of the living room, radiant in her wedding gown, her face glowing with joy, while the groom, visibly displeased, looked as though he might erupt in anger. The traditional wedding ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion, expertly conducted by the MC. Kerr stood at the rear of the crowd, holding a wine glass. As the newlyweds exchanged rings on stage, a well-dressed middle-aged man, bearing a slight resemblance to Celia, approached him. "What have you considered regarding my proposal?" Both their gazes were fixed on the stage. Kerr, with an air of indifference, lifted his goblet and replied, "I detest being threatened. This is not a threat, but an alliance, Mr. Walker. Joining me could elevate your position within the Demon Hunter Corps, far beyond that of a mere action team leader. Moreover, Celia's distant cousin is quite beautiful and has taken a liking to you. What if I decline?" The man introduced himself as Jansen Finley, the director of equipment support for the logistics team of the Demon Hunter Corps and Celia's father. He was a handsome gentleman with a well-groomed mustache, a flower tucked into his jacket pocket, a meticulously styled coif, and a sharply tailored suit. Turning to glance at Kerr, he spoke with a gentle smile. "Even if Celia and Trev wish you harm, you should not allow them to jeopardize their positions in the Demon Hunter Corps or face imprisonment by the tribunal." At that moment, The wedding ceremony concluded. He set down his glass and, along with a multitude of friends, exited the hall to bid farewell to Celia and her husband, initiating their first journey as newlyweds. Kerr remained rooted in place, feeling the peculiar gazes of the guests upon him. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, stepped outside. In other words, was his life truly worth less than the future of Celia and Trev? Perhaps within the decayed and antiquated mindset of old Finley, the bureaucrats of the Demon Hunter Corps wielded their power to manipulate those like him. An action team leader devoid of connections, at their whim. Regrettably, he overlooked the fact that within the Demon Hunter Corps, he was not the sole bureaucrat wielding power. In fact, his prolonged tenure in a high-ranking position had caused him to forget the very essence of a demon hunter, formidable personal strength. Like a magnet, all power and wealth inevitably gravitate towards those individuals of greater prowess. At the grassroots level of the Demon Hunter Corps, it is the strength and experience of the action team leaders that ensure safety and efficiency. Chapter 65. The witch's invasion of the imperial capital. Kerr had initially contemplated delivering a punch to the haughty visage of Jensen Finley, followed by a few disdainful stomps. However, considering the imperial capital's constant advocacy for a civilized society and the bureaucrat's self-proclaimed moral rectitude, he refrained, fearing that such an act might lead to an impromptu tea session with the police department. As an outsider in the awkward setting of the wedding, he found himself unattended, without friends or acquaintances, subject to the furtive whispers and snickers of onlookers. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his overcoat and a cigarette dangling from his lips, Kerr nonchalantly slipped a pound tip into the waiter's breast pocket, instructing him to fetch Ava from the parking lot. Unfazed, he strolled through the wedding venue with an air of entitlement, as if he were the true protagonist of the event. Was he not the demon hunter from the Basetown incident? A demon hunter? Good heavens, I had assumed he was merely a gangster acquainted with Celia. A bureaucrat from the Demon Hunter Corps, aware of the situation, snorted derisively and cautioned the crowd, regardless of any past altercations with the Finley family. That young man is capable of confronting witches alone. Do you comprehend my meaning? Do not provoke him. Confronting witches alone? Him. In this world, regardless of one's strength, a monster hunter who can independently confront witches and survive is invariably resolute in spirit, or perhaps possesses a heart of ice. At this moment, Celia bids farewell to her family alongside the unfortunate groom. The once vibrant expression on the groom's face instantly darkens as he catches sight of Cole. With a cold snort, he drags the reluctant groom, whose face is etched with reluctance, into the wedding carriage, driving away with haste. Cole furrows his brow, taking a drag from his cigarette before discarding the smoldering stub onto the ground. He opens the car door, his gaze colliding with that of Jensen Finley. He enters the vehicle and heads off in another direction. A cigarette hangs from his lips, unlit. Lowering the window, he observes the bustling streets of the capital and inquires, "Has your son recovered from his illness?" Ava glances at the rearview mirror and smiles. "Ryan? He has fully recovered, Mr. Cole. I'm surprised you still remember that." As he retrieves a metal flip-top lighter, Cole intends to light his cigarette, but is distracted by a woman dressed in the garb of an ordinary citizen strolling down the street. She fixates on Cole's car, her gaze penetrating through the open window and landing squarely on him. Initially, this would appear unremarkable, but the moment their eyes meet, her expression shifts to one of discomfort as she turns her head away. The motion of lighting the cigarette abruptly halts in midair. The instincts of the monster hunter alert him to something amiss with the woman. "Stop the car, Mr. Cole." He hastily opens the door and, upon stepping onto the street and looking back, finds that the woman has vanished into the crowd. Her eyes seemed hauntingly familiar. Ava hastily alighted from the vehicle, her brow furrowed in confusion. What has transpired? Why the sudden? "Hush," Cole interjected, holding an unlit cigarette, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes. He activated his seventh sense. In an instant, the cacophony of the bustling streets of the capital seemed to be submerged deep beneath the ocean, rendered indistinct until it faded entirely. His vision, once engulfed in absolute darkness, was suddenly illuminated. In the next moment, he beheld the dilapidated, dust-laden wasteland of a capital city, shrouded in shadows, suspended above the realm of mortals. Souls that perished in the capital, tethered by their earthly attachments and obsessions, lingered near their loved ones. Shadows, akin to phantoms, concealed themselves in the dark recesses. Malevolent spirits drifted aimlessly through the alleyways. At this moment, they were all inexplicably summoned. Eyes, suffused with death's pallor, glared at Cole with a sinister intensity. Piercing wails, mournful cries, and the whisperings of demons wove together a disconcerting melody, saturated with malice, akin to vengeful spirits entwined, echoing relentlessly in his ears. It was then that Cole spotted a figure, a woman identical to the one he had glimpsed outside the window, hastily traversing an empty alleyway. Suddenly, the human skin peeled away from her face like paper, revealing a grotesque, pitch-black visage reminiscent of a monstrous deformity. With a jagged, hideous mouth, she bellowed at Cole with feral rage, "Hunter!" Before being engulfed by the malevolence that cloaked the capital, Kerr closed the seventh vision, his expression unchanged, as if he had not just witnessed a realm besieged by malevolent spirits, but rather a rather mediocre tourist destination. Lowering his gaze, he lit a cigarette. Was it the witch from Basstown? He approached a public telephone booth and dialed the number for the Comprehensive Investigation Department. "Is the chief there?" "This is Kerr." The voice on the other end belonged to his female assistant, Sean, who inquired, "Is there an emergency? A witch is active in the capital." After a moment of silence, she replied, "The chief is unavailable. I will immediately inform the Witch Emergency Management Department." "Where are you?" "Outside the post office on Burton Street." The line went dead with a beep. Kerr took a drag from his cigarette, suddenly struck by a thought. Furrowing his brow, he said, "Ava, go fetch your family now. Take them to the witch hunter's headquarters. It may have already discovered your presence." "A witch?" "The personnel from the emergency department will ensure your safety. Hurry." Concerned for her family's well-being, Ava did not pause to ask further questions. She jumped into her car and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. Approximately 5 minutes later, a Hosh Mustang halted before Kerr. A man with graying hair opened the door and entered the vehicle, taking a seat in the back. The man activated the recorder, his demeanor serious as he addressed Kerr. "Kerr Walker, I am Russell, the head of the Witch Emergency Department. Where did you encounter her?" Kerr inhaled deeply from his cigarette and replied coldly, "While addressing the tragic incident in Basstown, I dispatched her malevolent familiar and eliminated her puppet. If all goes according to plan, this will likely lead to her seeking retribution against me." "The mastermind behind the Basstown tragedy?" "Shut off the recording device. And like Cole, close your eyes." After a moment, he opened them and addressed the driver, instructing him to head west of the city. Simultaneously, he retrieved an antiquated telegraph machine from the back of the vehicle to establish communication with the emergency department. While transmitting the telegram, he remarked, "Cole Walker, I recall you. I heard that old barber spoke highly of you during the meeting." Russell Fisher, a man in his 50s with graying hair, yet still possessing a vibrant spirit, was the head of the Witch Emergency Department. His rank and remuneration were on par with the directors of various divisions. But he only accepted direct orders from the upper echelons of the Demon Hunter Corps, the Cabinet, or Her Majesty the Queen. This specialized unit addressed witch-related incidents occurring in the imperial capital, a city unlike any other, home to royalty, the Prime Minister, cabinet members, and high-ranking military officials. Any misstep here would not only lead to severe unrest, but would also inflict unbearable pain upon the Empire and its populace. Chapter 66. Bring me my blade, traveling in Russell's official vehicle towards the western part of the city. The view through the window revealed members of the Royal 1st Cavalry Regiment galloping through the streets, while armed soldiers were stationed along the road. The police, having emerged en masse, were engaged in dispersing and calming the panicked crowd. Loudspeakers installed on the streetlight poles repeatedly broadcast recordings urging for stability, yet their impact was minimal. Amidst the chaotic streets, aside from the frenzied citizens fleeing in all directions and the severely outnumbered police officers, who were sweating profusely from their exertions, there were also numerous street thugs seizing the opportunity to loot and vandalize. "Help! Someone is being robbed. Let her go, you scoundrel." Oh, following the sound, 3 young men were seen overpowering a lad of barely 20, while another woman was cornered against the wall of a neighboring shop, her necklace being forcefully yanked as they bellowed frantically for her to surrender her valuables. Cole, having drawn the last puff from his cigarette, instructed the driver to halt. Russell, immersed in directing the emergency services via radio, glanced out the window and urged for swifter action, for time was of the essence. He flung open the car door, discarding the smoldering cigarette butt, and observed the 3 youths, visibly trembling with excitement. "My heavens, there's over 100 pounds in there. Mike, we're striking gold." He sprinted a few paces, delivering a fierce kick that sent one assailant sprawling, before seizing another thug by the shoulder and slamming him against the wall. A brutal right hook landed squarely on his face, blood and several broken teeth erupting in a chaotic spray, accompanied by muffled groans of anguish that littered the ground. Casting a glance at Cole, the woman, in a state of panic, hurried to support her boyfriend, uttering a hasty thank you before disappearing into the throng of the street. Suddenly, the thug who had avoided the brunt of the assault drew a kitchen knife from his pocket, his expression a mask of fury as he shouted, "You bastard! I'm going to slaughter you." With a firm grip, Cole seized the assailant's wrist, twisting it outward. In agony, the thug's face contorted into a grimace of pain, the knife still clutched in his hand when Cole, with relentless force, began to pummel him. At that moment, a piercing whistle echoed from afar. Two police officers, wielding batons, surged through the crowd, shouting, "You! Stop right there!" The young man, bruised and battered, bore a mocking smile despite his injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Just wait to die, you bastard!" He spat defiantly. A police officer rushed in to separate the two, while another prepared handcuffs to apprehend all four involved in the brawl. From the inner pocket of his coat, Cole produced his Witcher credentials. "I have matters to attend to. These three robbers are in your hands now." The revelation of his identity startled not only the officers, but also the thug who had been sneering at Cole, causing him to pale and lower his head, not daring to utter a word. In this extraordinary time, the Witchers wielded significant authority, recognizing Cole as one of their own. The officer with the gentlemanly mustache applied the cuffs to another miscreant instead and turned to Cole with utmost seriousness. "Witcher, this city is home to many innocent souls. Do not let us down." Furrowing his brow, Cole ignited a cigarette, his hands shoved into the pockets of his coat as he turned to leave, his voice cold. "I will personally deal with her." Once back in the vehicle, Cole instructed, "Mr. Russell, send someone to the office to fetch my long blade." Russell, head bowed as he sent a telegram, replied, "Your involvement in this incident is unnecessary. I will handle it." Leaning his arm on the car window, Cole gazed out at the streets, his tone indifferent. "This is a personal matter. Your rank is too low. Should an unfortunate death occur, I will be the one held accountable." Russell adhered to the established protocols, and Cole did not press him further. He muttered to himself, "Sylvie, go find Hardy Bethany and have him deliver my long sword to the west of the city." "Understood," came the timid voice of the ghostly maid, fading swiftly within the carriage. Russell paused momentarily in his relentless telegraphing, turning to gaze at Cole. "A spectral servant? What is her connection to you?" "A mere acquaintance," Cole replied. Faced with this, the emergency department supervisor could only sigh in resignation, stating, "Very well, since you insist on being involved in this matter, I shall acquiesce. But everything must be under my command." 5 minutes later, the number of residents on the street heading westward visibly diminished. Soldiers from the 1st Cavalry Regiment were stationed along both sides of the thoroughfare. Not far ahead, roadblocks were erected at the intersection, and a cordon was drawn to prevent vehicles and unrelated individuals from entering the western part of the city. The two men disembarked from the carriage. Russell proceeded to direct the search for the witch, while Cole awaited Hardy's arrival with the sword. A member of the emergency department stationed outside approached Cole for a cigarette, engaging in conversation. "I hear you were the one who discovered that witch?" "A medium?" Cole replied indifferently, "The one from Base Town, perhaps in a fit of desperation, has come to the Imperial capital to seek revenge against me." "Base Town? Oh, you are Cole Walker. Am I truly that well known?" The colleague from the emergency department chuckled, saying, "You underestimate those journalists, my friend. The sensational news of the Base Town massacre kept your name on the front page of the Galarange Daily for a full 3 days. Not only us, but likely the entirety of the Empire has heard your name, more or less." After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a Duke Hoshi vehicle came to a halt nearby, its doors swinging open. Hardy, breathless, rushed over, presenting the long knife to Cole. Scratching his head with a wry smile, he muttered, "Chief, that which couldn't he possibly be, you guessed correctly." The diminutive figure inhaled deeply, then erupted in a string of curses. "Those fools in the intelligence analysis department. They've dragged me into trouble with that witch for no reason." Damn it, undoubtedly, Cole's retaliation meant he might have also found himself on the witch's blacklist. After all, executing malevolent familiars and human puppets is a transgression of such gravity that it scarcely differs from urinating on the witch's neck. In the distance, Ava alighted from the vehicle, waving at Cole while calling out, "Mr. Cole, they are all safe." He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, placing a cigarette between his lips and removing the oilcloth that wrapped the long knife. Just as he was about to enter the western part of the city, an ear-splitting, spine-chilling shriek reverberated through the residential area to the west. The soldiers stationed on either side of the street and the watching monster hunters clutched their ears in agony. with some even bleeding from their eyes and nostrils. In the next moment, a massive building, along with two indistinct, human-like shadows, was hurled skyward by an unseen, terrifying force. Chapter 67. He actually fought with the witch? Chief. Cole took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt, and strode purposefully towards the western residential area. Hardy, intending to make a hasty retreat, hesitated. The hand grasping the cigarette trembled slightly, hesitating in place for a long while. With a firm resolve, he muttered, "Damn it. Let's do this." Drawing his sidearm, he swiftly closed the distance to join Cole. As they ventured deeper, they encountered the soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Regiment, who were fleeing in a frenzy, desperate to escape the chaos. The lifeless bodies of slain civilians lay scattered in the streets, mutilated and bloodied. Those fortunate enough to survive cowered in corners, trembling with fear, or hastily followed the soldiers in their panicked retreat. In the distance, gunfire erupted, buildings crumbled, and the piercing screams of the witch mingled with the dying wails of humanity. "Doctor, where has the doctor gone?" A limping huntress, carrying her barely breathing comrade upon her back, was smeared in blood, her face etched with despair as she gazed at the retreating soldiers. Tears of sorrow glistening in her eyes. Not far off, at the intersection, a tattered figure loomed, resembling a monstrous, malevolent entity hovering above. Her long hair flowed like flames from hell. The remains of the deceased formed a twisted staff of vengeful spirits. Enslaved specters shrieked in terror, coiling around her form. The witch's emergency response team of hunters, alongside resolute human soldiers, took cover behind various barricades, firing at her with their weapons. Alas, the specially treated silver bullets and the destructive power of industrial weaponry were utterly ineffective against the malevolent specters enveloping her being. A separate group of hunters, concealed at a distance, meticulously arranged bone powder processed from ghouls on the ground to create a sequence of power. As the last fleeing soldier dashed past Cole, the injured huntress, drained of strength, collapsed onto the ground. Soaring through the skies, she wreaked havoc upon the homes below, slaughtering both civilians and soldiers with the manic laughter of a deranged queen of hell. The witch, in her unbridled fury, beheld Cole standing at the street corner, a man clad in a black trench coat, wielding a long knife, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression one of chilling indifference. The sight of an adversary ignited a fierce animosity. "You, the witch hunter." The witch's roar, laden with an unparalleled psychological oppression, echoed like an invisible behemoth trampling the streets. The ground trembled and the walls quaked, fissures appearing as debris was sent flying. The sudden upheaval drew the attention of all resisting hunters and soldiers towards the distant street. Russell Fisher, in the midst of preparing a sequence of arcane spells, was taken aback by the appearance of Cole and Hardy at the intersection, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Cole, take your people and flee." Simultaneously, he drew his pistol, bellowing at the two hunters from the emergency unit, "Hold the witch at bay. I'll cover his escape." Without a moment's hesitation, heedless of the peril that his recklessness might bring, he braved the hellish flames raining down, striving to divert the witch's attention to facilitate Cole and Hardy's escape. "Boss, there's no time left," came the frantic cry. "The witch is ignoring us." "Damn it," he yelled in a fit of hysteria. "Cole, run." Hardy, paralyzed by fear, found his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront the oppressive force of a witch. Unlike mere demons or malevolent spirits, her malice and intrusion stemmed from the very essence of the soul, an agony that, if left unresisted, would lead to inevitable torment and death. The witch. These were once humans, yet they consort with demons, serving the Lord of Hell, deriving pleasure from suffering and finding enjoyment in torment, with the perverse virtue of slaughter and chaos. Confronting them demands an unwavering spirit and the noble courage of humanity's anthem. The fundamental logic in dealing with witches is simple, devoid of fear. They cannot wield power over your soul. Cole, catching a glimpse of the fallen demon huntress struggling to escape, commanded, "Hottie, take her away from here." "Chief, what about you?" As the words fell, flames of blood surged, enveloping the long blade, reminiscent of the unquenchable legacy of humanity, facing all evils and oppression throughout its extensive history. Cole smiled, spat out his cigarette, and declared, "I will personally slay her." The formidable strength granted by the bloodline of the Daywalker and his reaction speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary human, became evident in that moment. He evaded the hellfire raining from above and dashed forward. The long blade collided with the swiftly flying witch. She seized the flame-imbued sword, exclaiming, I shall claim your soul as retribution for Nikki. Facing the auditory onslaught of mental oppression at close range, Cole roared and struck downward with all his might. Yet, the malevolent aura enveloping the witch's body was akin to thick tar, exceedingly difficult for the blood flames to penetrate. The sensation of the blade striking her felt as though it were ensnared. In that instant, the confrontation between Cole and the witch rendered all demon hunters and soldiers dumbfounded. Engaging in close combat with the witch required not only an exceptionally resilient spirit, but also formidable personal strength. They initially believed that a mere encounter would result in the unfortunate novice being torn to shreds. However, a demon hunter from the emergency department adjusted his hat. Staring in disbelief as Cole confronted the witch head-on, completely unscathed, even managing to kick her away, akin to a street thug relentlessly assaulting her. What the hell? That guy is actually fighting the witch. What is going on? Sarah, how much longer until the sequence arcane is ready? Shouted a demon hunter in his 30s. Sporting an elegant updo, as he prepared bone powder. Give us 2 more minutes. The demon hunters present were not unfamiliar with the sequence arcane, including Russell Fisher, the witch supervisor of the emergency department. If it weren't for the minister of the emergency department being occupied with a more troublesome witch incident in a neighboring country, they wouldn't be struggling so hard. Due to its rarity, the users of the Judgment Arcane were exceedingly few, constantly traveling the globe to address the malevolent events caused by witches. To combat this severe shortage of manpower, the emergency department had developed strategies specifically for situations like today's. They were manually preparing the Judgment Arcane, just as the members of the emergency department were doing now. Yet, it required considerable time. At this moment, Cole evaded the hellfire, tenaciously entangling the witch to prevent her from escaping into the air. His superhuman strength and speed were sufficient to accomplish this astonishing feat in the eyes of others. He swung his blade down fiercely upon the witch's warding staff. She had initially intended to ascend into the sky, seeking a more advantageous position to eliminate the demon hunter she loathed with all her being. However, she was seized by Cole, who brutally slammed her down to the ground. Chapter 68. Curse that witch. Bang. The terrifying force shattered the earth. Cole drew his weapon, Judgment of Justice, and aimed it at her head, firing 3 shots. The blood-enveloped silver bullets pierced through the malevolent spirit's outer layer, halting just shy of an inch from her skin. The witch clenched her right hand in the air, raising a railway lamp along with a large chunk of the cement pavement, which whistled as it hurtled towards Cole. He quickly rolled backward to evade. But the witch seized the opportunity, soaring into the sky like a black specter. An invisible supernatural force gathered in her hands, resembling a continuously contracting and pulsating singularity. As she hurled the objects, numerous buildings along the street were disassembled, shattered, and lifted into the sky, only to plummet back to the ground like meteors. Damn it. Cole cursed under his breath, scooping up his fallen comrade, who still clung to life, and turning to flee. Debris, glass, and twisted metal rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. You cannot escape, demon hunter, even as he tried to evade. Several fist-sized stones struck his back in rapid succession. With a muffled groan, he stumbled forward and fell to the ground. In the distance, Hardy sprinted with the unconscious female hunter slung over his shoulder. Upon hearing the thunderous noise behind him, he turned, his face paling at the terrifying sight of the intersection filled with flying debris. As his gaze fell upon Cole, who had been knocked to the ground, and the injured comrade flying from his arms, he hesitated for a moment. Perhaps he was inspired by Cole's bravery, or perhaps he had always been this way. Deliver the female demon hunter to her designated rescuer. Amidst the ruins flanking the street, he rummaged for a fragment of a broken iron gate, then swiftly turned to rush towards the position of Coral. Meanwhile, Coral found himself at the epicenter of the witch's spell, as debris rained down upon him like meteorites, leaving the emergency personnel overwhelmed and unable to offer assistance. Rolling on the ground, he rose to deflect the falling rubble with his blade. The witch hovered above, cackling maniacally as she wreaked havoc upon the surrounding streets and homes, each act reminiscent of a meteor crashing down. She was astute, aware that engaging in close combat would not favor her against Coral. Indeed, her foresight proved accurate. Despite his arduous efforts to withstand her onslaught, Coral was ultimately pierced through the shoulder by a metal pipe. Losing his balance, he was then struck by a small stone, causing his head to bleed profusely as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Touching his scalp, he found his hands stained with blood. He shook his head, striving to remain alert, pondering whether the moment was indeed not yet ripe. Fueled by fervor. To confront an insurmountable foe and meet one's demise was never the hallmark of a competent demon hunter. To others, Coral might appear as a formidable warrior. Yet his strength was inadequate. From the very first encounter with the witch's malevolent guise, he had conceived a strategy to vanquish this evil creature without relying on the judgment's secret arts. However, considering that she had witnessed the devastating might of the midday strike against malevolent spirits in Base Town, she would undoubtedly remain vigilant. Thus, the opportunity was singular, to close the distance, catch her off guard, and rend a gash in her malevolent exterior with the midday strike, subsequently unleashing his hidden blade to pierce her skull. While the Bloodflame's secret arts had limited efficacy against supernatural forces, it did not imply that the witch's corrupted flesh could withstand the destructive power of the sequence's secret arts. At this moment, a loud shout echoed from behind him. Hardy used the broken iron door as a shield, raising it above his head as he rushed to pull him up. "Chief, I will cover you. Get up." Together, they sprinted towards a nearby alley. The sound of gravel crashing against the iron door was deafening, and Hardy's expression twisted in pain as his fingers, gripping the door's edge, were struck. The moment they dashed into the alley, a tremendous force pushed the walls on either side together, rapidly closing in on them. Boom! At the instant of the explosion of dust, Hardy discarded the iron door and hurled himself out of the alley, rolling several times before rising and shouting, "Watch your back." In the next moment, a wooden door whistled through the air, sending Cole flying. Cole! With a thud, the wooden door propelled Cole through a window on the opposite side of the street. Cole crossed his arms in front of him, his face smeared with blood, as he pushed aside the door that had fallen on him. In a corner of the room, a family of 3 men cradling his wife and daughter cowered in terror. As they caught sight of the bloodied Cole, the man hurriedly covered the child's eyes. "You are a demon hunter?" Cole gasped, a sharp pain radiating from his injured ribs. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. The little girl, cradled in her father's arms, was uncontrollably hurled out of the house. Hardy was also lifted into the air by the witch's supernatural power. The small figure, gripped by sheer terror, struggled wildly and cried out, "Captain, save me." Demon hunters from the emergency response team, rushing from another street, halted at the sight of this dire predicament. Russell cursed under his breath, shouting at the witch, "Everyone cease fire." "Witch, what are your demands? Reveal them now." "Demands?" She cast her gaze downward at the head of the emergency department, a sinister grin spreading across her face. "I want all of you to die." At the very moment when the little girl and Hardy were on the brink of being slain, Cole burst into the room, brandishing the peculiar revolver known as Noon has arrived, decisively pulling the trigger. The ever-vigilant witch sensed the weapon capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits in Cole's hand. Bang! As the gun fired, she seized the 2 captives, swiftly evading to the side. Her gaze fixated on Noon has arrived, her teeth clenched in fury. "That gun." At that instant, Cole shouted, "Hardy, curse her." The diminutive figure, wholly under the witch's psychological oppression, cried out in panic, "Boss, what did you say?" "Curse that wretched witch." Their exchange left everyone present utterly bewildered. In such dire circumstances, after a brief silence, Hardy's instinct for survival overtook all other thoughts, and he unleashed a torrent of invective at the witch. He extended his warmest regards to her personally and to the devil she served, employing the most vulgar language imaginable. In mere moments, the terror-stricken Hardy transformed, growing increasingly exhilarated with each insult, his expression mirroring the fury he had once directed at Deputy Lydia of the Demon Eye Brigade. The thrill surpassed any indulgence in the seedy alleys, and he exclaimed, "Ha! This is absolutely exhilarating, boss." Hey, the frantic witch screamed. "I shall have you." According to the fundamental principles of her magic, she could only exert control over those who were ensnared by fear. Thus, in that fleeting moment of descent, driven by an instinct for survival, Hardy clutched desperately at the witch's ankle. In a fit of rage, she prepared to cast a fatal spell upon him, but together they plummeted from the sky. Anticipating this, Cole dashed across the street and leaped to catch the falling girl. He shouted to Hardy, "Hold on to her. Don't let go." Chapter 69, The Demon Hunter Falling from a Height of 4 Stories. Even with a firm grip on the witch's ankle to slow his descent, the diminutive Hardy sustained significant injuries. He coughed a few times, his face flushed, and managed to squeeze out the words, "Boss. I've got her." Cole glanced at the girl he had caught, ensuring she was unharmed. She nodded timidly and whispered, "Thank you." At that moment, Hardy resembled a street thug, clinging tightly to the witch's leg, struggling as he shouted, "Hurry! I can't hold on much longer." The enraged witch shrieked, yet this time, her supernatural force, infused with mental oppression, failed to shake Hardy's spirit in the slightest. "Insect, release me," she cried, raising her right hand into a fist, as the iron fire escape above them twisted into a chaotic mass, hurtling downwards. Cole drew forth the weapon known as Noon's End, and, just before the iron staircase could crush them, he propelled both Hardy and the witch aside, then mounted her, aiming the dark muzzle of Noon's End directly at her face. "The Witcher, how dare you!" Bang, bang, bang. Bullets composed entirely of pure psychic energy erupted from the chamber. The malevolent spirit shroud enveloping the witch was instantly breached, akin to cheese meeting a red-hot iron. Leaving a gaping hole in its wake, arcane powers activated. The ejected wrist blade, engulfed in flames of blood, surged forth. For the first time, in the presence of Cole Walker, a neophyte in the realm of witch hunting, the witch felt an overwhelming sense of peril, even deadly. She shrieked in agony. The entire block trembled, shattering the glass of hundreds of houses. Streets and walls cracked under the strain, even miles away in the city's center. The chilling scream of the witch could be heard, a sound that could silence a child's cry. Cole discarded his weapon, the midday, and with his left hand firmly pressing against the witch's forehead, he raised his right hand and plunged it down with force. In an instant, the blade, wreathed in blood flames, pierced through her eye socket, transfixing her entire head. Boom! The crimson flames instantly enveloped her skull, raging wildly and spreading to her body. He retrieved the midday and tucked it into its holster, rolling to the side and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The witch's burning corpse crackled beside him. Hardy staggered to pull him up, touching the back of his head, as if unable to comprehend the scene before them. He let out a laugh of survival. Boss, am I dreaming? Did we just slay a witch? The barrel of the midday glowed red as he lit a cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he gazed down at the witch's corpse and declared, "I shall find your reincarnated soul vessel, witch." At that moment, the long-awaited witch-hunting agents of the emergency department gathered around the burning corpse of the witch. The female hunter, tasked with inscribing the arcane judgment, cast a lingering glance at Cole and remarked to Russell, "Boss, it seems our preparations will go unused." The gray-haired supervisor of the emergency department approached Cole and Hardy, patting them on the shoulder with a smile. "Well done, both of you." Then, stepping back, his expression turned grave as he clasped his hands behind his back and stated in an official tone, "You have fortuitously dealt with that witch. Yet you have egregiously violated Article 17 of the third clause of the Witch Hunter's Code. The code is not a constraint, but a safeguard. I hope both of you can comprehend this." He then instructed Sarah, "Take them to the tribunal." The female hunter hesitated. "Boss, is this truly the right course of action? After all, regulations are regulations. The court will render a just verdict." "Very well," she sighed, offering Cole a smile. "Let us proceed, gentlemen." Hardy shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Looks like our efforts were in vain, Chief." Cole remained silent, exchanging a glance with the solemn Russell Fisher. Beyond the bureaucratic arrogance, he sensed a myriad of complex emotions surfacing. As they walked, Sarah cast furtive glances at Cole, muttering to herself, "No wonder the boss reacted so vehemently today." Hardy inquired, "What?" After a moment of silence, she replied, "Cole, has no one ever told you that your profile bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Russell's son? That fellow is also a heavy smoker." "Son." Cole discarded the cigarette, but his expression devoid of emotion. "From your tone, it seems he is already dead." Indeed, young Fisher was also a member of the emergency department, perishing 4 years ago in an unforeseen incident, his soul extracted by a witch before Russell's very eyes. Moreover, we have yet to vanquish her. One can scarcely fathom the despair and sorrow that old Russell must have endured during that time. At this juncture, she turned to the two with a smile and continued, "After assisting us so much, he is now required to face the tribunal, perhaps because Cole's presence reminds him of young Fisher. I hope you can comprehend." Hardy gaped, momentarily at a loss for words, and after a prolonged pause, finally uttered, "What a coincidence." Sarah chuckled, "Perhaps, though I have never witnessed old Russell in such a state of disarray while commanding on site. He has been in this profession for over 20 years. The aftermath saw police and fire trucks racing down the streets, while the medics from the 1st Cavalry Regiment were swiftly dispatched towards the western part of the city. Occasionally, one could glimpse the citizens of the capital peering furtively through their windows. Cole, clutching a cigarette, directed his gaze towards the attic window of a nearby house. A young boy, wielding a toy gun, beamed at him and waved, gesturing animatedly before being ushered away by his parents. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, even Cole could not help but chuckle. The father sees the son, untouched by the chill of death, drawing out the seven wolves. For many demon hunters, apart from privilege and wealth, what else could possibly compel them to confront the dark underbelly of the world without flinching? Perhaps the innocent smile of that little boy holds the answer. Back at headquarters, Sarah handed the two individuals over to the interrogation room. After finding the bailiff responsible for receiving Cole and Hardy to explain the specific circumstances, she departed. The courtroom personnel did not trouble them. There were no handcuffs, no interrogations, and they were even served hot tea. The only regret was that they could not leave the room for the time being, as they had to wait for the conclusion of an urgent meeting above. Sitting in chairs, the overly relaxed Hardy Bethany could not help but reveal his true nature. Cradling the warm cup of tea, he gazed at the swirling leaves within and sighed. Sarah DiCaprio. Chief, I think I have fallen in love with her. Cole, with his feet propped up on the table, replied coldly, she is married. What? How do you know? She wears a wedding ring. Chapter 70, Holiday. The mysterious woman. The announcement from the city police department declaring the lifting of the citywide curfew continued until evening, and the emergency meeting convened by the Demon Hunter Corps hastily concluded. Sensing the aroma of news, major newspapers in the capital sprang into action overnight. A throng of reporters surrounded the headquarters, making it impassable. The following morning, an explosive headline graced the front page of the Lagrange Daily. After 47 years, the evil sorceress returns to the capital. The subtitle read, Should the Demon Hunter Corps be subject to public oversight? The article listed a series of historically malevolent events, detailing the transgressions of the Demon Hunter Corps, including the Bathtown Massacre and the return of the witch to the capital. This served to bolster the power of public authority and capital in the hands of the newspaper. Royal Army Hospital. Hardy slammed the newspaper shut, exclaiming in frustration, utter nonsense. Why does that scoundrel from the Lagrange Daily make no mention of the losses suffered by the demon hunters? Cole set down his lunchbox, lit a cigarette, and reclined on another hospital bed, remarking, Is it really surprising? Infuriated, the little fellow crumpled the newspaper into a ball and hurled it against the wall, cursing under his breath. The nurse attending to Hardy's sprained ankle squatted down, exchanged a knowing glance with Cole, and departed the room with a suggestive smile, carrying a metal tray while swaying her hips. Shortly thereafter, old Barber and his assistant, Miss Shawn, entered the ward bearing a basket of fruit as a gesture of sympathy. It was Cole's first encounter with the head of the Comprehensive Investigation Department, a middle-aged man with a plump physique, clad in a gray trench coat, bald on top, and sporting a scruffy beard. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand tucked into the narrow pocket of his waistcoat, he greeted Cole Walker, Hardy Bethany, the valiant warriors of the Comprehensive Investigation Department. The little fellow glanced at Cole, hastily leaped off the bed, straightened up, and nervously said, Good morning, Chief Barber. No need to be so tense. Please, sit down. He instructed Shawn to place the fruit basket on the bedside, then took a document from her hands, stating, The court has entrusted me with the recommendations regarding your violation of regulations concerning the witch incident. After a brief pause, and under Hardy's astonished gaze, he chuckled, Now, let us discuss your conditions. How have you been healing? Cole replied indifferently, I'm fine, feeling somewhat bashful at receiving attention from a superior for the first time. Hardy sheepishly scratched his head and said, I sprained my ankle, but a few days of rest will suffice. Very well, he said, glancing at his watch. You shall have 3 days off to recuperate before returning to me. There is a case that requires your attention. With his head bowed, old Barber cast a fleeting glance at Cole, smiled faintly, coughed discreetly, and departed from the ward. Miss Shannon adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, her expression cold as she remarked, That case has been dragging on for far too long, and headquarters cannot spare any other mediums for the investigation. Once they had left, Hardy, seated on the bed and indulging in a cigarette, could no longer suppress his curiosity. He rummaged through the wastebasket to retrieve the discarded report, painstakingly piecing it back together. Fortunately, the damage was not severe, allowing it to remain legible. As he read aloud, Firstly, according to the laws of the Demon Hunter Guild, Cole Walker and Hardy Bethany are to be sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment, stripped of their official Demon Hunter titles, and placed on leave for observation. After deliberation among the 3 judges, considering their decisive performance during the witch incident, no punishment shall be imposed. Their department is to allocate no less than £300 as a consolation payment and grant no fewer than 2 days of leave. Secondly, based on the principles of task allocation, the head of their department should consider assigning them to the Witch Emergency Division, specifically the Witch Management Task Force. Thirdly, in light of their insufficient tenure of less than 1 year, lack of experience, and the fact that their promotion has already received special approval, this incident will only be recorded as a contribution point. Upon reaching this point, Hardy was plunged into an odd silence. Damn it, Chief, we've been had. Unquestionably, that £300, which rightfully belonged to them, had vanished without a trace. Moreover, whether dispatched to the emergency department or the witch governance office, it equates to a form of promotion. The former is directly governed by the central authority, while the latter holds a rank superior to that of the investigation division. Both are akin to siblings in logistical support, enjoying generous benefits. At 11 in the morning, under the astonished gaze of Hardy, Cole finished his third lunch, and his physical injuries began to mend swiftly. At that moment, an elderly gentleman donned in a small round hat and possessing a tall, slender physique knocked on the door, politely inquiring, "May I ask if Mr. Cole Walker is present?" Leaning against the bed, Cole held a cigarette in one hand, gazing out the window, ignoring him. Hardy interjected, "What is it?" "There is a lady waiting for him downstairs," replied the gentleman. "A lady?" Upon hearing the mention of a woman, the diminutive figure turned, casting a resentful glance at the indifferent Cole, and with a tinge of acidity in his voice, remarked, "Boss, aren't you going to go down and see?" Cole extinguished the cigarette, and retorted, "What does she want with me?" The elderly gentleman, maintaining his composure, replied methodically, "It's a business matter. She wishes to discuss it with you privately." Rising, Cole accompanied him downstairs. A spotless, gleaming black Gottlieb unicorn, adorned with a pure gold emblem and lavish decorations, awaited at the foot of the hospital. Upon reaching the car window, the gentleman gently tapped 3 times. The window descended, and from behind the dark curtain, a melodious female voice emerged. "Mr. Walker?" With one hand tucked into his trouser pocket, Cole furrowed his brows and replied, "Speak plainly." "It's nothing of great importance," the woman in the car said after a moment of silence. "Swin, let us go." The elderly gentleman inclined slightly, offering a sincere smile of apology to Cole before bypassing the front of the vehicle and taking his seat in the driver's cabin. At the moment, the engine roared to life. A hand adorned with a delicate white lace glove parted the curtain just enough to reveal a pair of curious brown eyes peering from behind. Their gazes met momentarily, hers dropping shyly, accompanied by a restrained giggle as she released the curtain, allowing it to fall back into place. Seated within the exquisite limited edition unicorn, valued at over £5,000 and rare beyond measure, the vehicle vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 71. The fourth member. As for the identity of that enigmatic woman, he discarded the spent cigarette onto the ground. Based on his understanding of the high society women of the capital, she was a formidable and youthful demon hunter who had made headlines for uncovering the Bathtown massacre and had personally dealt with the resurgence of witches in the capital. A perfect topic for afternoon tea conversation. Despite the resurgence incident, the major newspapers refrained from mentioning his name, bowing to the pressure exerted by the Demon Hunting Guild. Yet, among the elite women of the capital, a mere inquiry would reveal the identity of that young demon hunter featured in the papers. With this line of reasoning, it is not difficult to comprehend why a stranger, a noblewoman he had never met before, would suddenly appear and then depart just as swiftly. For one unversed in the ways of the world, the meaning behind that coy laughter might be elusive. However, Cole understood perfectly. The woman was exceedingly pleased with him. In every conceivable sense. 3 days? 2 days? Perhaps even sooner, an invitation to a soiree was bound to find its way onto his desk. You may wonder what follows thereafter. The night is long, and intoxication is inevitable. A lone man, a solitary woman. He furrows his brow and lights a cigarette. Kerr's habitual reticence and indifference prompted the diminutive figure to shrug in resignation, refraining from further inquiries. In the span of a cigarette, the hospital room welcomed 3 new visitors. Chas Morgan, bearing gifts, an eager young woman, and the bashful Kienander. The young man, visibly uncomfortable as he tugged at the curls adorning his forehead, addressed Captain Kerr, "I only just received the news this morning. I was puzzled as to why you and Hardy had not arrived at the office. If it weren't for Mr. Morgan." His words trailed off as the elderly gentleman cleared his throat, placing the gifts beside the bed. With a solemn demeanor, he declared, "Mr. Cole Walker, on behalf of the demon hunters and the citizens of the Empire, I extend our gratitude for your valiant efforts during the witch incident. The Investigation Bureau is considering relocating your position from the Comprehensive Investigation Division to a role that better utilizes your talents. However, before proceeding, I must first inquire about your thoughts on this matter. For the ever-recruiting, yet perpetually understaffed demon hunters, Cole Walker, though relatively unknown, had exhibited capabilities surpassing those of his contemporaries, rivaling even the most seasoned hunters during 2 significant events, with just one night and several urgent meetings. Whether it was the cunning old barber, the impartial judge in court, or Chas Morgan representing the Investigation Bureau, all sought to secure him for their respective departments. Should he acquiesce, a plethora of influential bureaucratic positions would be laid before him for selection. Cole sat on the windowsill, turned away from the sunlight, his tie loosely askew, his white shirt stained with blood, and his once priceless black coat marred by imperfections. Taking a puff from his cigarette, he replied indifferently, "I am not interested in your proposal." His gaze fell upon the young girl, who was filled with curiosity about him, and he continued, "Is she the niece you mentioned?" Upon hearing her name from Cole, the girl hurried over, extending her hand while displaying the polished smile honed in the workplace. "I am Vera Morgan, an esteemed graduate from the Demon Hunter Academy, class of 1834. After joining the Black Snake Squad, I hope we can get along well, Captain Cole." No handshake ensued. Cole flicked the ash from his cigarette, furrowing his brow as he took another drag, and said, "Dark creatures and malevolent spirits will not greet you with enthusiasm, my lady. On account of Director Chas, you have 1 minute." Relying on Chas Morgan's authority within the Investigation Bureau, the girl, who had become accustomed to flattery since her entry into the academy, clearly struggled to adapt to Cole's brusque and unrefined demeanor, which severely lacked bureaucratic pretensions. She frowned, glancing back at Chas. After Hardy whispered something to the female nurse, instructing her to step outside, she cleared her throat and attempted to smooth over the tension. "Allow me to introduce myself, Miss Vera." "Oh," she responded, her chest swelling with pride as she recounted her achievements. "During my 2nd year, I dealt with a first-level malevolent spirit alongside Mr. Chas. I personally lured it out. I passed the Level 3 Mysticism exam in my 3rd year. After graduation, I served as a senior analyst in the Intelligence Analysis Department." The silence that followed felt heavy. "Why are you all staring at me?" Sheen shook her head helplessly and remarked, "You need to, say something different, Miss Vera." She slightly lifted her chin and replied, "Does personally slaying a cultist count as different?" At this point, her uncle's expression turned somewhat awkward, and he said sternly, "You should step outside, Vera." "Uncle, be obedient." Once the girl exited the hospital room with a look of discontent, Chas leaned on his cane and stated, "Kerr, I must admit that Vera lacks the requisite qualifications to join the Black Snake Squad. However, she is exceptionally intelligent and my dearest niece. I cannot allow her to investigate other operational teams and meet her demise. Assist me with this matter, and I will help you resolve the Finley family issue." Kerr replied, "Joining my team, she would still face death, but you can protect her." Tossing aside his cigarette butt and leaping from the windowsill, Kerr smiled, hands in pockets, and remarked, "Do you think this is a daycare, Chas? You ought to understand that the Comprehensive Investigation Department encounters numerous peculiarities. Aside from herself, no one can safeguard her." Clearly, Chas Morgan strongly concurred with Kerr's sentiments, rendering him unable to retort. The so-called peculiarities include, but are not limited to, urban legends that can make investigators vanish without a trace, delivering takeout to malevolent creatures, plunging into devilish traps, engaging in banter with hordes of cultists, and scratching the evil gods with firearms. However, standing outside the door, Vera overheard the conversation within and forcefully pushed the door open, exclaiming, "I can take care of myself, Mr. Kerr Walker. Grant me the opportunity to partake in your collaborative investigation. I refuse to live perpetually under the shadow of Director Chas Morgan, akin to an infant still tethered to its mother's breast." Upon mentioning infants, she cast a fierce glare at Chas, then shut the door behind her, asserting that even if they deny her, she would join another task force. The old gentleman sighed in resignation. "The prior commitment remains unchanged, Mr. Cole. Provide her with a chance. If you find her unsatisfactory, I shall reassign her to another team." Cole pondered for a moment. "Very well, Vera Morgan, if she is to serve as a trainee rather than a full-fledged member, the Black Serpent Squad shall not be held accountable for her safety, just as with every graduate of the Demon Hunting Academy." Hardy was in the same predicament, as was Quinn, and so too was Cole. One cannot rise from the grave and expect to become a qualified demon hunter. Chapter 72. The Centennial Mystery Elm Street the following evening. Within the office of the head of the Comprehensive Investigation Department, old Barbara opened a drawer and retrieved a report. Her brow furrowed as she remarked on the document from the Institute of Mystical Studies concerning the events in Base Town and the re-emergence of the imperial capital. As she spoke, she removed a monocle from its case. The subject of the report was the Pain Witch, Kira, a name whose origins trace back 7 centuries to the turmoil of the Morwen Kingdom. Kira Yenna, a peasant woman who escaped execution by fire, saw rumors of the pain which began to circulate in the years that followed her survival. The existing records of the demon hunters indicate that her last appearance was during the highly active 1750s of the death cult. Upon reviewing the recent surge in homicides in Newcastle over the past year, the Municipal Police Department has requested that the Comprehensive Investigation Unit dispatch the Black Serpent Squad for an inquiry. There have been a total of 137 murder cases, all linked to mirrors or objects that reflect light. The Intelligence Analysis Division believes that these cases bear a striking resemblance to numerous heinous murders that occurred in 1776, 1717, and 1659, suggesting a potential cyclical pattern. It is hoped that the investigation unit will uncover the instigator of these events, should they be unable to manage the situation. They may request assistance from the action team. A murderer within the mirror? Old Barbara's expression was exceedingly grave as he solemnly remarked, "Indeed. This pertains to the most renowned century-old mystery of the demon hunters. Do not inquire why such a case has been assigned to the Black Serpent Squad. Although the task itself carries a considerable risk, the Institute of Mystical Studies posits that the entity known as the Mirror Murderer is of a rather low level, possibly even inferior to a Class 1 malevolent spirit. Therefore, all the mediums in the organization are to investigate Newcastle. And since you were the last to join at the end of the year, this case has now fallen into your hands. This year, the demon hunters dispatched numerous mediums for investigation, yet the outcome has been fruitless, with 3 colleagues perishing during the mission." Following a moment of silence, Cole rolled up the briefing and files, tucking them into his coat, and rose to depart. As he reached the door, old Barbara poured water into a cup and, with significant weight, said, "Learn from past experiences. Do not attempt to confront that entity on the 4th day. I trust you grasp my meaning, Mr. Cole Walker." Bang! The office door was closed with a resounding thud. Even though the mission briefing did not specify, Cole was well aware of the notorious Mirror Murderer case, one of the most prominent century-old mysteries that plagued the Demon Hunting Guild. Aside from the passage of time, there was no discernible pattern to the crimes. The victims ranged from the elderly to the young, from children to pets. With just over a month left until the year's end, not only the Demon Hunting Guild, but also the residents of Newcastle were cognizant of the fact that once the clock struck midnight on New Year's Eve 1836, the mirror murders would cease, or rather, lie dormant until the next 60 years, which meant 1895. The 3-day deadline had provided the guild with invaluable experience, garnered at the cost of numerous medium hunters' lives. Regardless of what one might witness during that period in the 7th sight, the likelihood of emerging unscathed was significantly high. He instructed the ghostly maid to pour a cup of hot tea. Holding the teacup, Cole stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the dimly lit nightscape of the imperial capital. Regarding that century-old enigma, there were but a handful of survivors who claimed to have glimpsed the mirrored world while teetering on the brink of death, a twisted, bizarre realm. However, their descriptions remained vague and elusive. Picking up the dossier set aside, Cole furrowed his brow. The photographs from the scene could only be described as a descent into madness. Perhaps it was to satiate its morbid curiosity, or perhaps it regarded these horrors as noble works of art. Each victim's body would be disassembled and grotesquely reassembled into a nightmarish creature, with its face meticulously stitched back together, ensuring that these eerie flesh puppets maintained an unsettling smile. Merely gazing at the photographs, Cole could already envision the expression of the detective arriving at the scene. The 3-day rule mentioned by the old barber is merely a summary of experience. Many demon hunters fail to survive until the 3rd day, inexplicably perishing in Newcastle. If one does not prepare adequately, it could become a notorious unsolved case for the Demon Hunting Guild, claiming the lives of countless hunters, not a mere task of slaying vampires in St. Viger. System: filter films related to the mirror world. Filtering: best option, Alice in Wonderland. Secondary options: The Chronicles of Narnia. Tertiary option, A Nightmare on Elm Street I. Analyze the overlap between A Nightmare on Elm Street and the Mirror Killer incident, assessing combat feasibility. Analyzing. Overlap confirmed. Etheric perception. An unknown superposition occurs between the abnormal world and the normal realm. Navigating through the film world of A Nightmare on Elm Street, I will significantly enhance your survival rate in the mirror world. You will acquire an unknown sealing vessel and an enigmatic sequence of imprisonment techniques. Upon entering the film world of A Nightmare on Elm Street you may choose to portray any character from the film or assume your own identity. Commencing playback of A Nightmare on Elm Street As the film played, Cole drained the last sip of his red tea, contemplating what preparations to make. This was starkly different from entering the Blade 2 film world. The mirror world and the dream world are products of idealism and mysticism. In other words, should those monsters drag you in, it would be futile to bring along a nuclear launch facility or transform into Iron Man. If you believe you are dead, then indeed, you shall perish. The projection of the abnormal world into the material realm is fully materialized. Quite a challenge. Prepare yourself. Glancing at the watch, 3:11 in the morning. System. Enter the realm of Nightmare Street. Assume my own identity. Detecting vital signs. Commencing host data assimilation. Sealing artifact generation in progress. Preparing to enter level 2, Nightmare Street. Chapter 73, A Deathly Beginning. As the cold, mechanical synthesized voice faded, an eerie nursery rhyme echoed from all directions. 1, 2. Freddy will come for you. 3, 4. Lock your door. 5, 6. Grab your crucifix. 7, 8. Stay up late. 9, 10. Never sleep again. The chilling tone and emotionless delivery resembled a devil whispering sweetly in the guise of a child within a dream. Cale opened his eyes. The surroundings were damp, dilapidated, and frigid. The ground was littered with sewage, and rusty pipes above him clanged ominously. The dim, low corridors branched out endlessly, resembling a labyrinth of death without an exit. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice, laced with the perverse mockery unique to madness, suddenly rang out from the end of the corridor. Cale. Cale frowned, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, but alas, the metal flip lighter refused to ignite. Is the dream world truly this exhilarating from the outset? A system notification then echoed in his ears. Challenge task has been generated. Freddy has pursued you for the 3rd time within the dream realm. Having satisfied his twisted psyche, he is resolved to end your life this time. The valiant demon hunter seeks to awaken himself and escape the realm of dreams. The reward for completion, the blazing Nemosin lantern. In the dream world, logic holds no sway. For instance, the ever-elusive lighter. This is a manifestation of Freddy's dominion over the dreamscape, where he reigns as the sole deity, or rather, a malevolent fiend who toys with his prey at will. Cole, ha ha ha. Cole reaches for the holster within his coat, armed with the instruments of righteous judgment as the hour of reckoning approaches. He meticulously scrutinizes each phrase of the challenge. The purpose of the task is to awaken oneself and depart from the dream world, explicitly stating, there is no evasion, no escape, nor the possibility of slaying Freddy. In the film's narrative, the protagonist Nancy Thompson, trapped within the dream realm, awakens through the intense pain inflicted by scalding her arm on a steam pipe. Thus, using a firearm presents the most straightforward yet brutal solution. However, the injuries would be manifested in the real world through Freddy's unnatural influence. In other words, if he were to shoot himself in the head here, his skull would shatter like a ripe watermelon in reality. Yet, there is a crucial point to consider. The system's task prompts and wording are devoid of superfluous content. The impossibility of escape implies that he may find it exceedingly difficult to leave the dream world through the excruciating pain he inflicts upon himself. The process of killing the prey induces pain, which in turn awakens the prey, creating a paradox. Hence, when Freddy seeks to slay an individual, that person is rendered incapable of awakening from the dream, revealing the true horror of his nature. In the realm of dreams, invincible and immortal, Cole must chart a new course to devise a means for Freddy to either abandon his pursuit of him or to relinquish him from this torment. The thought strikes him, and suddenly, with a sardonic laugh, the figure of Freddy Krueger emerges, clad in a red and green striped sweater, adorned with a tattered fedora, and bearing the scars of his burnt visage. He greets Cole with a jarring laugh, pushing him from behind with a sudden force. Thus, an awkward scene unfolds. Within the dim, filthy corridor, a man dressed in a black trench coat, a crisp white shirt accentuated by a tie, and slicked back hair, his demeanor cold and unyielding, takes but a small step forward, starkly contrasting with his surroundings. Yet, the slender Freddy is abruptly sent sprawling to the ground by the recoil of his own aggression. In that fleeting moment, however, Cole keenly discerns Freddy's vulnerabilities and characteristics. A physique too frail, fueled by a sadistic desire to terrify, torment, and ultimately extinguish his prey. Swiftly, a viable plan crystallizes in his mind. In many instances, a perverse mindset cannot be rationally deduced through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Had Cole been faced with a gang member sharing similar proclivities, he might not have conceived such a plan. For the inherently capricious nature of humanity could easily lead to his untimely demise before his scheme could even unfold. Turning to look down upon Freddy, who is seated on the ground, Cole thrust his hands into his pockets, furrowing his brow in a menacing demeanor akin to that of a mob boss confronted by a petty thug. Lost your way, Freddy Krueger? It seems, in this moment, that it is Freddy who ought to be the one gripped by fear, as a frequent guest of the underworld, cloaked in the eternal nightmare that looms over Elm Street. The deranged dream killer had never encountered a situation quite like this, staring at Cole in bewilderment. Could it be that someone was utterly unafraid of him? After a brief moment of astonishment, Freddy's form morphed into a writhing mass of maggots, accompanied by a low, sinister laughter. The corridor and its walls transformed into sticky, grotesque flesh tumors. Subsequently, the old pervert's mocking tone echoed eerily in Cole's ears, fluctuating in proximity, urging him to flee. Run, run, young Cole. It seemed Freddy sought to awaken the primal terror lurking deep within Cole, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness of their recent encounter and showcase the horror of his murderous reign. Damn it, this coat is worth 200 pounds. Cole cursed silently, struggling to extricate his feet from the flesh tumors, his body coated in viscous slime. Inching towards the dry concrete floor ahead. Along the way, grotesque tendrils and ghastly faces sprouted from the fleshy walls. Freddy anticipated that this prey, dragged into his nightmarish realm, would reveal a visage of terror, thereby gratifying his twisted psychological cravings and relishing in the pleasure of torment. Yet, he was once again met with disappointment. No matter the sinister laughter he emitted or the terrifying transformations he conjured, Cole Walker, the unfortunate target of his fixation, remained impassive, perhaps even exuding an air of arrogance. As if he were mocking Freddy's incompetence and pitiful state. At one point, he even paused to light a cigarette, as if to further ridicule the deranged killer. For Freddy, who relishes in the torment and despair of his prey before their demise, Cole's obstinate demeanor has gravely breached the threshold of his depraved nature. Frustrated and incensed by the lack of terror, Freddy materializes with ferocity, pouncing upon Cole like a colossal mountain, his grip tightening around his throat. In a fit of madness, he cackles maniacally, proclaiming, "I will find you, Cole, I will find you, I will find you." In the realm of dreams, none can resist Freddy's malevolent power. Least of all Cole. In that moment, he is rendered powerless, unable even to control his own fingers, forced to witness the vice-like grip of Freddy around his neck. As he approaches the brink of suffocation, the disorientation of space and time envelopes him, akin to a chaotic, overlapping dream. Suddenly, he jolts awake. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, the intense sensation of asphyxiation causing him to double over in a fit of desperate coughing. Simultaneously, a system notification reverberates in his ears. Chapter 74. I am not a bad person challenge task completed. You have acquired the burning Nemosin lantern. Main quest has been generated. Ensure the survival of the entire protagonist team. Utilize the Nemosin lantern to infiltrate the dream realm and extract the memories of Elm Street residents regarding Freddy to complete the sealing. Completion reward, Ether Perception. Burning Nemosin lantern. Nemosan, the ancient keeper of memories. By twisting the lantern's gas valve, you may freely traverse abnormal realms, seeking and imprisoning those malevolent memories that disrupt the order of the normal world. When embarking on your journey, do not forget to carry a reliable weapon, Hunter of Demons. At this moment, in the driver's seat of a silver Dodge Challenger sat Cole, his face flushed and neck thick, greedily gulping in air to alleviate the suffocating sensation. He craned his neck to glance at the rearview mirror, where remnants of red handprints, left by Freddy, adorned his skin. Indeed, the experiences from the dream world had bled into reality. His left hand rested on the steering wheel. This muscle car was undoubtedly the one he had piloted in the world of Blade Warrior I. On the passenger seat lay approximately $500, carelessly tossed aside. He rolled the bills neatly and tucked them into his pocket. He picked up a lantern, approximately 20 centimeters tall, resting beneath the windshield. Its metallic exterior was rusty and aged, reminiscent of a gas lamp from the last century. The wick emitted a dim orange flame. On the valve leading to the otherworldly realm, obscured by rust. Faint unknown inscriptions were barely discernible. He set down the lantern and retrieved a cigarette, igniting it as his gaze fell upon the local high school outside the window. Exiting the vehicle, he glanced at his watch, 7:28 a.m. Given the American high school schedule, the main characters would soon appear. Just 5 minutes later, a red Cadillac pulled over, and 3 young individuals emerged from the vehicle. Tina Gray, the blonde girl who was the first victim of Freddy in the film. Nancy Thompson, the protagonist, who, despite her remarkable courage in confronting Freddy, ultimately could not escape the dream realm. Glenn Lance, Nancy's boyfriend, was largely inconspicuous in the film, yet met a most tragic end. The 4th member of the main cast was Tina's boyfriend. On the sunlit street, the morning banner concluded as they bid farewell to the difficult Rod. The remaining trio walked towards school, engaged in discussion about the nightmares they had experienced the previous night. At the school gate, Tina, with her bag slung over one shoulder, addressed Nancy. "So what nightmare did you have this time?" Clearly, Nancy was skeptical about Tina's mention of that eerie jump rope rhyme. She reassured her, "Everyone dreams occasionally, Tina. Just forget about it." Glenn gently stroked his girlfriend's hair and remarked, "Next time you have a nightmare, just tell yourself it's only real when you encounter it. After that, it will be fine. At least, that's how it is for me." However, at that moment, a distinctly discordant voice emerged from nearby. "So, you have encountered it, Mr. Glenn." Following the sound, the trio cast their gazes toward a man standing beneath a tree by the roadside. He held a cigarette and was dressed in the attire reminiscent of a 1920s Chicago mobster, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. For these high school students, the man's appearance and demeanor seemed excessively intimidating. Glenn, clad in a baseball jersey, hurriedly shielded the 2 girls behind him, his expression tense. "Sir, we don't know you, do we? And how do you know my name?" Just then, the school bell rang. Nancy grasped her boyfriend's arm and threatened, "My father is the sheriff of this town, and I advise you not to cause any trouble. Glenn, let us go inside." Cole flicked away his cigarette and extinguished it underfoot, smiling slightly, initially hoping for a semblance of friendliness from the youngsters, but instead, he frightened them into retreating a step. "Don't come any closer." The campus security officer was nearby. Cole thrust his hands into his coat pockets and remarked, "Tina Gray, you have been plagued by nightmares lately. Haven to you? The red and green sweater, the burned face, and..." He raised his right hand, flexing his fingers. Then he turned, pointing at the silver Dodge Challenger across the street, stating, "I shall await you there. If you have made up your minds, come find me after school. Now, off to class." Glenn hurriedly tugged Nancy along, rushing into the classroom, fearful that if they lingered even a second longer, Cole might produce a bag from his coat and incapacitate them, stuffing them into the trunk of his car. Only Tina, before departing, hesitated for a moment to glance back at Cole, before slowly making her way into the school. Afternoon arrived, and the dismissal bell rang. A small pile of cigarette butts had accumulated outside the window of the Dodge Challenger. From afar, Tina could be seen walking out alongside the other 2 members of the protagonist group. Rod, having slipped out of the classroom early, sat grinning on a low wall, waving at them. The 4 stood by the roadside, engaged in a brief debate, before Rod, with an air of bravado, took the lead, followed reluctantly by Glenn and Nancy. As they approached the Dodge Challenger parked across the street. On their way, the mischievous Rod completely disregarded Tina's subtle tug on his arm, appearing at ease, even mocking Glenn. "The Mafia? Oh, are we in Chicago in 1910 now, cowardly Glenn? I will make him aware of the consequences of harassing Tina." Due to the reflection of the tree shadows on the car window, he could not discern the interior's condition. He tapped the hood of the car and, from the front seat where only the glowing tips of cigarettes were visible through the windshield, he said, "Nice car, brother." He then jumped down, retrieving a folding knife concealed in his pocket, and tapped on the driver's side window. As the window slid down, he brandished the knife, warning, "Listen, you." "What are you listening for?" Cole rested one hand on the steering wheel, the other holding a cigarette, his demeanor apathetic. Rod's voice faltered, and he swallowed hard. Casting a glance at Tina and the other 2, he found himself in an awkward position. As someone with a criminal record, a history of substance abuse, and a month spent in jail, he was accustomed to the streets. With a single glance, he understood that the individual inside the vehicle was not someone he could provoke. Perhaps wielding a knife might seem audacious to his peers, but he was certain that the person seated in the car was 100 times more perilous than he could ever be. Hastily concealing the knife behind him, he awkwardly stammered, "Sir, I mean, your car is quite impressive, ha, ha." He nudged his girlfriend with his elbow, signaling her to offer a kind word, lest by the end of the night, another body would join the depths of the river outside the city. Cole paid him little mind, exchanging a glance with Tina before coldly stating, "Since you are here, get in the car." Observing the four exchange uncertain glances. Hesitating between retreat and advance, he flicked away his cigarette butt and frowned, asserting, "I am not a bad person." Chapter 75. A bold thought ultimately, succumbing to Cole's intimidation. At least that was their belief. The four climbed into the vehicle. Tina settled into the passenger seat, while the other three took their places in the back. After a moment of silence, the blonde girl inquired, "So, what exactly do you want from us?" Cole leaned forward, rolling down the passenger window to disperse the acrid smoke that threatened to suffocate them, and remarked, "I'm here to save your lives." "We?" Nancy furrowed her brow in confusion. "Sir, we do not even know your name." Rod leaned over the front seat, resting his chin on the backrest, and chuckled. "Our lives? Are you implying that someone intends to kill us? Have we offended someone? Are you familiar with the jump rope rhyme?" Tina nodded and chimed in, 1, 2. "Freddy's coming for you?" "Precisely." Cole lit a cigarette, his brow furrowing as he gazed out the window, before continuing, "You may call me Mr. Cole, the demon hunter. The figure haunting your nightmares is Freddy Krueger, a deranged killer who preys on children. I have come to Elm Street to confront him." The four exchanged glances. Rod cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh, and said, "Demon hunter? Wow, cool. So you're saying this Freddy guy is going to kill me in my dreams?" "Not exactly." Cole turned to Tina with an icy demeanor, stating, "The first person he aims to kill is Tina. You follow closely behind her." "All right, let us assume what you say is true, Mr. Cole." He then leaned over to kiss Tina, smiling, "See you tonight, my dear." However, before he could exit the vehicle, a dart gun barrel was already aimed at his head. Rod quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Whoa, take it easy, man. I was just joking." The first time a gun was pointed at her, it was evident that Tina and the others were thoroughly frightened. Cole, with an impassive expression, instructed, "Sit tight, Rod. And the rest of you. Fine, you're the boss, we'll follow your lead." A moment of silence ensued. Cole continued, "Not only Tina, but Nancy has also encountered him in her dreams. It is a harbinger of his fixation. I have seen him too." "Who?" Tina, who had been relentlessly pursued by Freddy in her nightmares, began to embrace Cole's assertions. She turned to her friend and described, a man wearing a top hat, clad in a red and green striped sweater, with nails as sharp as blades. Yet, the blade-like nails awakened her deeply buried memories of her encounter with Freddy. They both experienced identical nightmares. "It defies logic," Nancy remarked, furrowing her brow in astonishment. "I feel that creature resembles a homemade blade." "Wait, Tina, you dreamed of that freak too?" Glenn, sitting beside them, expressed his disbelief. "The same dream? Impossible." Cole replied coldly, "The nursery rhyme you are familiar with is, in fact, a summoning chant for Freddy by the devil's followers. Before being burned alive in the boiler room, Freddy Krueger was a notorious serial killer on Elm Street. After his death, your parents concealed the truth from you about events that transpired over a decade ago out of fear. Yet, this fear and memory have reconstituted Freddy, aiding his return from the depths of hell. It's difficult to accept the notion of a dream-killing demon or a devil from hell. The once human serial killer Freddy Krueger undoubtedly carries a far greater menace." Upon hearing this, Tina, tormented by nightmares for several days, no longer cared whether her friends believed her. With a hint of anxiety, she turned to Cole and asked, "What should I do now? Aren't you a demon hunter?" Cole gently tapped his forehead with his right index finger and replied, "Freddy is no ordinary demon. He resides in your dreams, or rather, in your memories, Tina. The fears of the residents of Elm Street from decades ago have shaped him. So the only way to vanquish him is for all those who have heard his name to forget him or to eliminate their fear." Nancy, the protagonist of A Nightmare on Elm Street, faced Freddy's relentless pursuit and emerged as a survivor, possessing a more independent mindset and greater courage than her three peers. Grasping Tina's increasingly agitated demeanor, she calmly said, "Mr. Cole, we need some time to verify what you have said. If Freddy truly intends to kill us, what would be his motive?" Cole coldly responded, "He revels in tormenting you, relishing in your desperate screams and fear." He continued, "Before you confront that murderer, you might attract other troubles. Her father is the sheriff of the town." "All right," Tina said, pushing the door open to exit the vehicle. Cole addressed her. "Can we speak privately?" She exchanged glances with her three companions before following Cole to a nearby tree. "Tina, Freddy will surely invade your dream world tonight. Remember to control your inner fear, and I will assist you." The girl hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to ask more. Fear? I don't quite understand. She watched as the group of protagonists departed. Kerr does not expect them to easily believe the claims surrounding Freddy. However, this does not hinder his contemplation of a course of action, for a bold and exhilarating plan has long been etched in his mind, reminiscent of dancing on the edge of a blade. In the film, the protagonists, as targets of Freddy's hunt, undoubtedly serve as his greatest source of strength. Ensuring their safety and teaching them to master their fear would prove beneficial to the endeavor of sealing Freddy away. Thus, Kerr's plan involves entering the dream realms of the other three after the quartet has succumbed to slumber, utilizing the power of the Namasahan lantern. He intends for them to witness firsthand Freddy's pursuit of Tina within the dreamscape. In doing so, as long as they become unwaveringly convinced of Freddy's existence, Kerr would have the opportunity to gradually eradicate the residents of Elm Street's memories of fear towards Freddy through them. However, this hinges upon their successful passage through the night, including Kerr himself. As night falls, mirroring the film's narrative, Tina and Rod drift off to sleep upstairs after a moment of applause for love. The traditionally minded Nancy and Glenn, having listened to the entire episode from downstairs, mutter disdainfully about the decline of societal values, each retiring to the guest room and the sofa, respectively. If the progression of the plot remains undisturbed, within half an hour, Tina is destined to meet her demise at Freddy's hands within the dream. Subsequently, a panicked Rod will leap through the window in a desperate escape. Kerr, seated in a Dodge Challenger, cigarette in hand, casts his gaze upon the nearby residence, which has been shrouded in darkness for half an hour. After savoring the final puff, he discards the cigarette and seizes the Namasahan lantern, twisting the rusted gas valve. Chapter 76. Exploration of events and rewards. His vision feels as though it is being swiftly submerged in water, rendering all scenes ephemeral and indistinct, until he abruptly stood beneath the crescent moon, shrouded in an eerie mist on Elm Street. The hour was late at night. The desolate street lay in profound silence, with the houses on either side exuding a sense of lifelessness. Although he found himself in the dreamlike realm of Elm Street, other than the dim lantern in his grasp, Cole was powerless to influence anything, not even a single fallen leaf by the roadside. It was as if everything here was separated from him by an invisible barrier of water. Any attempt to touch would merely create ripples that dissipated into the air. Was this truly the memory world crafted by Namasahan? With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered. If the dream world indeed existed, then the power of the lantern could only aid material beings in observing the abnormal realm, yet could not allow for any interference. The system's description of Namasahan's lantern stated, it could enable him to enter the abnormal world and seek out and imprison malevolent memories. But if interference was impossible, raising the lantern to harness its faint glow, Cole scrutinized the only movable valve. He vigorously rubbed the surrounding rust with his garment, revealing three distinct hieroglyphs beneath: a pair of closed eyes, a door, and a noose. Currently, the pointer of the valve indicated the position of the closed eyes. The symbols themselves were not difficult to interpret. The closed eyes represented his present state. The noose symbolized capture and confinement. As for the door, Cole reread the item description of Namasahan's lantern. The final sentence, an official quip or perhaps a subtly profound reminder, conveyed the meaning of the second symbol. When traveling, do not forget to bring a suitable weapon, Demon Hunter. In other words, twisting the valve to this position will inevitably activate a perilously dangerous interference mode. Regarding the third symbol, according to the rules governing the lantern's use, locate and imprison the malevolent memories that disrupt the normal order of the world. To find and confine means that the fears of the protagonists serve as the primary source of Freddy's power, intertwined with secondary memories. The sinister recollections of the residents of Maple Street, who comprehended its past and personally witnessed Freddy's demise, constitute his fundamental essence. The main quest necessitates the survival of all protagonists and the acquisition of the residents' memories of Freddy to complete the sealing process, thereby corroborating his deductions. At this juncture, a system notification suddenly resonated in his ear. Exploration event has been triggered. Extracting useful information from scant details is a requisite skill for a formidable demon hunter. You have unlocked all functions of the Namasahan lantern. You have acquired the imprisonment sequence secret art, Eternal Night Cage. Main quest has been altered. Ensure the survival of all protagonists and imprison the singular malevolent memory that shapes Freddy within the dream world. Observer's Eye. Observe the abnormal world as an onlooker. Gateway. Link enter-exit the abnormal world. You may interfere with it to a minimal extent. Memory Lasso. gather a sufficient amount of ordinary malevolent memories, which will guide you to the singularity. Imprisonment sequence secret art, eternal night cage. Prepare a moderately sized black wooden box, 1 drop of your blood, 3 grams of salt, and 1 milliliter of night, dew from the abnormal world. Upon activating the secret art, successful ethereal resistance perception will complete the imprisonment. The system prompt sound has concluded. After mastering the secrets of the sequences, a profound heaviness from his soul caused Cole's brow to furrow. Unlike the previous 2 occasions, this time it felt as though an immense mountain had been forcefully thrust into his mind. 3 sequence secrets. Had he already reached the limit of his soul's endurance? Taking a deep breath, Cole grasped the lantern and proceeded towards Tina's residence. Setting aside the specific function of the Nemosin lantern, that singular malevolent memory likely referred to the true essence of Freddy, the very first individual to conjure the jump rope nursery rhyme. In other words, he must collect sufficient malevolent memories using the lantern to accurately locate him. Otherwise, finding the one among the thousands of residents on Elm Street would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As for the method of collection in the film's narrative, the last survivor, Nancy, overcame her inner fears and stripped Freddy of his dominion within her dream world. Thus, Cole intended to gradually instruct the core group of 4 to conquer their fears in the dream realm, subsequently depriving and vanquishing their respective Freddys within their dreamscapes. Devoid of fear and the support of his source of power, Freddy would inevitably revert to his original form. Upon locating Tina's dwelling along the street, Cole spotted Freddy lurking behind the bushes, stealthily tossing stones at the bedroom window above. Tina, clad in a white nightgown, stood by the window, seemingly unaware that she was in a dream world, cautiously peering outside in search of the midnight prankster. As an observer, he was unable to interfere with the interaction between Freddy and Tina, and neither could they perceive his presence. According to the original plan, as an observer, Cooper approached the dreams of the other 3 individuals, turning the valve of the lantern to the door position. After a whir of mechanical sounds, a doorknob emerged from the base of the lantern. The top cover slid open to the right, revealing a knob identical to the valve, while an orange glow formed a dial displaying the initials of the main characters. Beside it was a small repositioning lever that extended outward. The usage was straightforward. By selecting an individual's dream world and turning the doorknob, a portal would open for passage. To select multiple individuals, one would need to turn the knob clockwise, confirming each person before resetting to confirm the next. Subsequently, turning the doorknob would connect their dream worlds, while a counterclockwise turn would reset the mechanism. After a series of adjustments, he opened the gateway to Tina's dream world for the 3 young souls, whose consciousness had become muddled. At that moment, Freddy was menacingly pursuing Tina down a dark and eerie street. Thus, the trio, bewildered and disoriented, stumbled through the suddenly manifest door before them. The chilling screams and Freddy's sinister laughter sent shivers down their spines, and they realized they were inexplicably standing on the street outside. "Glenn, Rod, what are you doing here?" Glenn furrowed his brow, questioning, "When did I?" Unfortunately, the circumstances did not permit them the luxury of leisurely analysis or idle chatter. Tina rushed into Rod's embrace, her eyes wide with terror as she glanced over her shoulder, tears glistening like pear blossoms. Trembling, she implored Rod, "Save me." The tall, bewildered rogue scratched his head in confusion. "Tina? Weren't we?" Before he could finish his sentence, like a clown springing forth from a frightful gift box, Freddy erupted from a nearby trash bin with a maniacal laugh. The desolate, eerie street was momentarily shattered by the sudden fright he instigated, more terrifying than his charred visage and blade-like fingers. Tina's eyes darted, her face graced with an unsettling smile, as her voice took on a grotesque, comedic tone. The 4 companions were immediately struck with terror, crying out in panic. Chapter 77. Rescue. Glenn sat on the ground, scrambling to his feet before fleeing. "Glenn, wait," Nancy shouted. Rod pulled Tina behind him, producing a small knife from his pocket and pointing it at Freddy, exclaiming, "Get away, you freak." Until this moment, apart from Tina, the others remained oblivious to their entrapment in Freddy's dominion of a dreamlike realm. The blonde girl grasped Rod's arm, her face slick with perspiration and her expression taut. "Rod, listen to me. Everything here is profoundly abnormal." "Tina, who is he?" On the street, the vanished Freddy's raspy, absurd laughter echoed like a mournful night owl circling low in the sky. "Tina, I'm coming." Rod's expression shifted, and he yanked Tina, turning to flee. Nancy pursued Glenn but collided violently into someone's embrace as she rounded a street corner. She lifted her gaze, coming face to face for the first time with Freddy's grotesquely burned face, skin riddled with hollow cavities, exposing the bloody muscle beneath. Screams, huh? Hee. This old pervert made no move to harm her, only emitting a raspy, absurd laugh, slightly hunched over. His lecherous eyes gleaming with a grin as he fixated on the fleeing silhouette of the girl. Then, he grasped the corner of the wall at the intersection. And just before Rod and Tina passed by, he poked his head out, eyes wide. Greeting, Tina. I'm here. Screaming, Tina. Hi. Wait for me. Perhaps driven by primal instinct, the street was also the nearest to Tina's home. Although the four scattered, they all instinctively ran towards Tina's house. Most astonishingly, they saw Freddy, with outstretched claws and a comical stance, pursuing them. They exerted every ounce of strength to flee, yet their pace resembled a leisurely jog after dinner. This sensation was akin to being ensnared in a nightmare, a half-awake, half-asleep torment. Fully aware that it was a dream, that everything was a fabrication, they struggled desperately, attempting to move even a finger to awaken themselves, only to find it utterly futile. At last, in a panic, they collided with Tina's front door, stumbling and hurriedly scrambling to sit on the ground. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before him, backlit by the moonlight, sending him into a frenzy of screams, as if attempting to expel his inner terror through his hysterical cries. Thud. Clack. The sound of metal clashing ceased, and under the flickering flame of a lighter, Glenn discerned the face of the figure, furrowed brows, an expression cold and menacing. Hiss. Whoosh. Smoke wafted upward, carrying the remnants of a cigarette's warmth. Upon seeing Freddy charge towards him, he decisively turned, raising the weapon in his hand. The time had come, and pulled the trigger. Bang. The deafening sound of the gunshot echoed through the air. Freddy's shattered remains crumpled to the ground, a grotesque mass of writhing maggots spilling forth. In the fleeting moments that followed, like a television screen experiencing signal interference, the corpse began to flicker erratically as it transformed into a mass of live maggots. Cole inhaled deeply, frowning, and addressed Glenn, instructing him to rise. It's you. Open the door behind you and leave. At that moment, the other three emerged from around the distant street corner, one after the other. Freddy harbored no intention of eliminating Nancy and Rod. He seemed intent on savoring the screams of his prey as he pursued them in their dreams. However, Tina was not as fortunate. A pair of hands erupted from the ground, gripping her ankles with a sadistic laughter. As her balance faltered, Tina fell heavily to the earth, the ground beneath her suddenly transforming into a viscous mire. Rod. Nancy. Help me. Oh God. Tina. Amidst her terrified screams and Rod's and Nancy's incredulous expressions, Freddy let out a chilling laugh, yanking Tina forcefully into the earth while mocking. Does Cole want to save her? Hee. Glenn stood beside the door created by the lantern, shouting, Hey, Nancy, Rod. Over here. Nancy glanced at him, breathless as she hurried over, astonished. Mr. Cole? Rod, clutching his hair in despair, stammered, What do we do now? Kerr. Indeed. Are you not the demon hunter? Kerr inhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor cold as he instructed, Once outside, find a way to awaken Tina. I shall buy us some time. With that, he held the hourglass in his hand and slowly made his way towards the place where Tina had vanished. Hey. Rod intended to grab him, but was halted by Nancy. Gritting her teeth, she said, Trust him. We must leave now. As the three of them traversed through the dream portal, Kerr approached the spot where Tina had been dragged, the iron staircase leading downwards. The familiar sounds of the boiler room's pipes mingled with the girl's intermittent screams. Descending the staircase, the surroundings mirrored the very first time he had been pulled into the dream realm by Freddy, damp and constricted. Freddy. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail from the girl echoed nearby. Kerr discarded his cigarette, and swiftly pursued the sound. Help. Hee. The blade scraped against the pipes, producing a chilling drone. Finally, rounding the third corner and entering the interior of the boiler room, Kerr glimpsed Tina frantically fleeing through the gaps in the pipes. Freddy's laughter grew increasingly cruel, cornering the blonde girl until she had nowhere left to run. In the instant his blade rose, a gunshot rang out. A bullet, imbued with the terror of its momentum, shattered Freddy's right hand in an instant. Tina. The instinct for survival propelled the girl to disregard everything else. Seizing the moment when Freddy stared in bewilderment at his empty right hand, she dashed towards Kerr. With one arm, she enveloped herself in his embrace, breaking into inconsolable tears. Cole warily observed Freddy, who stood frozen in place, as he slowly retreated while whispering, Do you remember the way we came? Tina nodded. There was a door on the ground, Stepping through it would ensure her safety. After a moment of silence, he gently patted her back, asking, "Are you ready?" The girl's voice trembled with emotion. Run," releasing his embrace. Tina sprinted outward with every ounce of strength she could muster. At that moment, Cole shouted, "And you too, kid." Bang. However, Freddy's body vanished the instant he fired his weapon. The next moment, an ugly visage, enough to induce nausea, abruptly loomed before him. Chapter 78, The Exploration of Events. Part 2. More repulsive than death. Cole. Unlike his mocking and taunting demeanor towards others, Freddy, the infamous nightmare slayer known for soothing children's cries, encountered an unprecedented feeling of frustration with Cole. This was no longer a matter of fear. The man standing before him not only exhibited no fear, but seemed intent on taking his life. This led to a perplexing notion. Who was the true murderer? Him or Cole? Had he not forcibly dragged Cole into another's dreamscape last time, he might have genuinely experienced the sensation of being hunted. Yet this time, an unbelievable occurrence unfolded. In the realm of dreams, as the sole sovereign, he possessed the means to torment his prey in myriad ways, allowing them to flee merely to relish the pleasure and satisfaction derived from their terror. Originally, Freddy intended to dominate Cole as he had previously, rendering him incapable of resistance, and then to torment him slowly until fear took root in his heart, ultimately releasing him afterward. This process would be repeated ad infinitum until all interest was extinguished, leading to his torment and demise within the realm of dreams. Unfortunately, this notion lingered in his mind for but a fleeting second. A blood-red blade, ablaze with flames, swiftly pierced through his jaw and into the back of his skull. Pain. Since clawing his way out of hell and becoming a dreamstalker, Freddy had never encountered such an experience. As he withdrew the blade, Cole cast a glance at Freddy, who was doubled over, violently coughing blood, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. Although the Nemosan lantern allowed him to exert minimal influence over the abnormal world, the act of extinguishing Freddy's life remained far beyond his capabilities. At most, it could only inflict a modicum of pain upon him, unless the master of this dream relinquished their fear and took matters into their own hands. In the cinematic narrative, Nancy ultimately managed to strip Freddy of nearly all his power in her dream simply by casting aside her fear. Previously, Cole had harbored suspicions that his experiences upon entering the realm of Elm Street might have been a result of Freddy forcibly dragging him into the dreams of others. According to the system's description, he was cast as himself, a demon hunter, while Freddy was merely a depraved old fiend who preyed upon children. Thus, it was deduced that the script the system had assigned him in the realm of Nightmare on Elm Street likely revolved around a righteous demon hunter gradually uncovering the truth of the events within the dream, ultimately saving the protagonists and the residents of Elm Street. As he dashed toward the ground, the system's notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Investigate event, Part 2. In the realm of A Nightmare on Elm Street, the initial danger assessment stands at 4. Yet, you are a formidable demon hunter, unperturbed by the darkness and malevolence that surrounds you. Even the terrifying dream killer, Freddy Krueger, dares not venture into your dreamscape. You possess an insatiable curiosity akin to that of a true detective of the shadowy world. Special reward, Epiphany. Epiphany, to uncover the truth of a case. One requires not only exceptional observational skills and meticulous deduction, but also a touch of imaginative reasoning that transcends logic. Upon activation, you shall receive a valuable clue. Effective only once for each event. Due to the nature of the Nemosan lantern, entry into the dream world is beyond reach. Thus, Cole is entirely disinterested in any trivial occurrences. To evade being slain by Freddy within Tina's dream, he must run incessantly until he escapes through the dream's portal or until Tina awakens. Here, the blonde girl's terror serves as the source of Freddy's power. Cole sprinted up the iron staircase, the sound of Tina's footsteps echoing from above. In the distance, Freddy's roar grew ever closer. The stairs beneath him felt as if they were melting like butter, while the stairwell was sealed off by encroaching earth. Upon reaching the second floor, Cole lost his footing and plummeted into a foul puddle of muck. Suddenly, Freddy's hands emerged from the sludge, forcefully pressing Cole's head downward. "Freddy, damn you," he sputtered, as his face was submerged in the vile mire. The nauseating stench was all-consuming, and the sensation of suffocation caused his lungs to constrict violently. Kerr grasped Freddy's arm, yet found himself utterly powerless. It was akin to a non-swimmer who, having inadvertently plunged into the depths, flailed desperately in a quagmire. A sinister, raspy laughter escaped Freddy's lips as he yanked Kerr's head from the mire. Ugh. He expelled a copious amount of foul sludge from his mouth. Had it been anyone else, the imminent threat to life might have instilled a profound fear, gradually allowing Freddy to seize total control. However, upon sensing something in the muck tugging at his leg, Kerr erupted in fury. "Freddy, I shall cast you into the cesspool." Gurgle. "There will be no second chances, young Kerr," he sneered. If this was merely the impotent rage of a lamb facing its demise, Freddy would only find delight and satisfaction in it. Kerr Walker, the demon hunter who had eluded him thrice, not only severely tested the professional limits of a psychopathic killer, but also invoked a twinge of threat amidst the prior agony of his shattered right hand. The overwhelming, irresistible force pulling Kerr deeper into the sludge felt as if a locomotive had seized his feet. The oxygen in his lungs and bloodstream waned perilously. Just as Kerr teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the sensation of his throat being constricted suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, a stream of invective surged within him. "Damn you, Freddy. Even if I were to drown, could you not find a cleaner place?" The fear of facing death was beyond his comprehension. All he knew was that the nausea was utterly overwhelming. After catching his breath, he rose, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply, expelling the lingering foul odor from his memory. Leaning against the car door, he sought solace. As I prepared to light my second cigarette, I caught sight of the main characters for in total, appearing in the distance with an air of disbelief. Upon spotting Cole leaning against the car door, they rushed towards him as if he were a beacon of hope. Upon meeting, Tina, with tear-streaked cheeks, embraced Cole tightly and trembled as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Rod and Glenn's faces still bore the remnants of the terror they had experienced in their dreams. Strangely, Nancy appeared to be the most composed among them. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Mr. Cole, did we meet in a dream just now?" Cole inhaled deeply and replied, "Yes." The three exchanged glances. And Tina, in a rush, exclaimed, "Glenn, Nancy, I told you that dream and that creature named Freddy were real." Rod could only offer a quiet comfort amidst the ensuing silence. Then Nancy posed the question, "Mr. Cole, what shall we do now?" Chapter 79. The unique interrogative style of the demon hunter. After witnessing Freddy Krueger in their dreams, the group's reactions fell entirely within Cole's plans. Fear and panic enveloped them. He took a drag from his cigarette, scratched his temple, and advised, "Do not fall asleep. You will not encounter him again tonight." "But what about tomorrow?" they queried. To which Cole responded with a knowing smile, leaning against the car door, "Everyone needs rest, Nancy." The mention of rest and sleep cast a pall over their expressions. Tina, her voice tinged with urgency, pressed, "Mr. Cole, you are a demon hunter. Surely you have a way to deal with him, don't you?" After all, the average age of the protagonist does not exceed 14 years, and confronting a dream-killing demon far surpasses their capabilities. The danger level of the world of A Nightmare on Elm Street was initially rated as 4, significantly more perilous than The Conjuring or Blade. Freddy Krueger's inherent strength, as observed and compared against the demonic codex, is inferior to that of a Class 1 killing demon, Basharba. However, this old pervert lurks in an abnormal realm, striking only when humans are at their most vulnerable during slumber. Composed purely of malevolent memories, his danger far exceeds that of a killing demon with a corporeal presence in the spirit realm. Cole, with a cigarette in hand, remarked apathetically, "I have already told you how to confront him." "How?" Following this, he succinctly articulated Freddy's characteristics and essence to the fore, concluding with, "Counting tonight. You have only one day left. If you cannot face your fears, I cannot assist you. Alternatively, help me locate the individual who crafted the jump rope nursery rhyme, and I shall seal away his malevolent memories." Cole's strategy was clear. Rather than relying on the powers of the Nemos and Lantern, he preferred a systematic approach, guiding the protagonist to gradually collect evil memories and subsequently seek out the one. He leaned towards a more immediate solution, suggesting that the group inquire in town. Knowing that Nancy's father is the sheriff and thus has access to archived records that may yield clues, the subsequent tasks would be simpler, employing just judgment, and the hour has come to dismantle that scheming nursery rhyme weaver in 2 separate confrontations. On both the tangible and ethereal planes, the singular malevolent memory was to be physically erased. The desolate Elm Street lay quiet in the deep of night. The 4 individuals were instructed to enter the vehicle and cautioned not to succumb to slumber. With closed eyes, they endeavored to connect all the threads of the clues surrounding the Elm Street murderer. A thought flickered in his mind, sudden and vivid. Why not seek out the old drunkard Jason, who resides in the outskirts? Perhaps he possesses some knowledge. Jason the drunkard? Such a character had not graced the film's narrative. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the four, having spent a night filled with trepidation, eagerly exited the vehicle. Adhering to the strategy devised the previous night, in pairs, they would delve into the historical accounts of Freddy Krueger in their quaint town. With only a day at their disposal, the protagonists moved with a certain heaviness, aware that to be slain in dreams was a real threat. Before their departure, Cole admonished them to keep the matter to themselves, including from Nancy's father, the sheriff, the more individuals who became acquainted with Freddy's name and tale, the more formidable his power would grow within the realm of dreams. They procured a pack of cigarettes and a loaf of bread from the local convenience store, where they inquired about the address of the drunkard Jason. 15 minutes later, Cole drove into the wooded outskirts. Before a dilapidated cabin, cluttered with debris, an elderly man clad in a gray knitted cap, disheveled and clutching a bottle, lay snoring in a chair. Approaching him, Cole seized the bottle from his grasp and coldly inquired, "Jason?" The inebriated man stirred from his stupor, lifted his eyelids to glance at Cole, and, with an irritable wave of his hand, retorted, "I've told you, I'll settle that debt by the end of the year. Now be gone." Having uttered his words, he closed his eyes and resumed snoring. Cole hurled the bottle to the ground, seized him by the collar, and forcefully slammed him against a nearby tree, declaring, "I am inquiring about your name, you old scoundrel. Hey, did I not mention that sum of money?" Jason widened his eyes, adjusting his knitted cap atop his head, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you?" Cole, with an impassive demeanor, retorted, "I ask, you respond, understand?" Awakened abruptly and confronted by a menacing figure, the elderly Jason hastily replied, "All right, what do you wish to know?" "That jump rope nursery rhyme." "Nursery rhyme?" The inebriated Jason spread his hands, his furrowed brow accentuating the creases on his face, and stated, "Are you serious? Just for this?" With renewed vigor, Cole thrust him against the tree once more. The violent impact nearly caused Jason to regurgitate the alcohol he had consumed the previous day, as he yelped in distress. Gasping for breath, he conceded, all right, I will tell you. That jump rope nursery rhyme was concocted from the tale of Freddy Krueger. Everyone in town has heard it. Is that all? So, what else would you like to know?" Cole smiled briefly, releasing his grip and allowing the drunken Jason to tumble to the ground with a cry. He then delivered a kick to Jason's chest, flipping him over. Drawing out the instrument of justice, he pressed his knee against Jason's chest while the ominous barrel of the gun was aimed at his forehead. Furious, he warned, "If you dare to deceive me again, I shall ensure a bullet shatters your wretched skull." Cultist. From the very onset of their encounter, Cole had taken note of the pendant hanging around old Jason's neck. Perhaps others might perceive this pendant, adorned with a serpent of flame entwined around a cross, as a symbol of anti-establishment sentiment typical of the hippie culture, steeped in Gothic aesthetics and anti-religious connotations. Yet within the context of Christian faith, this object embodies resurrection and healing. "You shall make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and everyone who is bitten, when he sees it, shall live." If this is the case, Cole would harbor no doubts. Regrettably, the pendant itself is an inverted cross. Regarding resurrection and devil worship, it is challenging to dissociate these themes from Freddy. With a gun pressed against his temple, the intoxicated Jason hastily exclaimed, "Oh no, what do you want to know?" "That's merely a nursery rhyme, my friend. Tell me, who concocted the omen of death?" Upon mentioning the omen of death, Jason's countenance momentarily faltered, feigning ease with a chuckle. "Omen of death? What are you talking about?" After a fervent encounter between the gun's stock and his skull, the old drunkard let out a shriek. Feeling the warm blood on his forehead, he struggled and cried out, "You're insane. Help, help, ugh." Consequently, a cacophony of chaos erupted in the woods. "Help! Ah, save-o!" A minute later, under the duress of violence and the specter of death, the battered and bruised Jason finally divulged the truth. Chapter 80, Men Must Rage. He is a peripheral member of a cult organization known as the Eternal Life Church, tasked with surveilling the movements of other disciples on Elm Street. The surrounding towns have been thoroughly infiltrated by them. Freddy Krueger. As long as there remains a soul who remembers his name and recounts his terrifying tale, he shall achieve eternal life. The protagonist quartet is selected as the inaugural group of sacrificers, whose blood and demise will perpetuate the haunting nursery rhyme about Freddy, spreading it infinitely. However, the structure of the cult known as the Eternal Life Society is exceedingly clandestine. Aside from the contact person, Ruben, Jason is oblivious to all other matters. In other words, The creator of the nursery rhyme must undoubtedly be a core member of the cult. Rising to his feet, he retrieves a cigarette. The drunken Jason, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, pleads, "I have divulged everything you wish to know. I beg you spare me." Cole, frowning as he gazes down, points his gun at Jason's head with his right hand while igniting a cigarette with his left. Jason kneels, his body trembling slightly, continually beseeching for mercy. "Please let me go. I truly know only." Bang! The gunshot reverberates, startling a flock of birds from the trees. Cole holsters his weapon, cigarette in mouth, hands tucked into his pockets, and drives towards the town. At that moment, a system notification echoes in Cole's ear. Faction event triggered. Current faction, chaotic good. You may exhibit patience and kindness towards innocent youth, yet you cannot tolerate the ramblings of a cultist before you. Request for forgiveness? As a demon hunter, your sole duty is to escort him to meet the Almighty. Whether he achieves forgiveness and redemption before descending into hell is beyond your purview. Reward, bloody aura. Bloody aura. Your hands are stained with the blood of malevolent beings, and the vengeful souls of the fallen you have slain are inextricably entwined with you. All evil entities fear you, or, at the very least, regard you with profound respect, demon hunter. From this moment forth, let us engage in the fiercest of battles and endure the most excruciating of trials, for a man must embrace his wildness. Bounty task has been triggered. Eliminate all high-ranking members of the Eternal Life sect. Completion reward, for 1,000 West pounds. For Cole, the most effective way to eradicate the only memory is to dismantle the hierarchy of the cult. The bounty's reward of 4,000 West pounds is merely an added boon. No one ever complains about possessing excess wealth. As for the atmosphere of bloodshed, damn it, a man must revel in his ferocity. According to Jason, his contact awaits him at Old John's Tavern every day at 11 in the morning. It is now 7:13 in the morning, leaving ample time before their meeting. Cole intends to visit the police station to ascertain whether Nancy and Glenn have uncovered any new leads. Around 8:30, Nancy's father, the sheriff of Maple Street, escorts the two out of the station. After exchanging a few words outside, they turn towards the silver Dodge Challenger parked at a distance. Rolling down the window, Cole inquires, "Any discoveries?" Glenn replies with a hint of frustration, "We barely sneaked into the archives when we were apprehended by the guards. It was only thanks to Nancy's father that we managed to escape." Nancy retrieves a document from her pocket and hands it to Cole, stating, "You were absolutely right. Freddy Krueger did indeed exist in this town. I found this wanted poster from 10 years ago on the shelf. Let us discuss it in the car," he replies. They proceed to the library, where they pick up Tina and Rod. As soon as they are in the vehicle, the blonde girl opens her notebook with excitement, exclaiming, "I found an old newspaper tucked inside a book, featuring a series of articles about Freddy's arrest from 10 years ago. The wretch who took the lives of countless children was shockingly acquitted in the end. My heavens, it is utterly unbelievable that such an atrocity could transpire in our very neighborhood." She pushed her hair aside, which obscured her vision, and continued. Yet on the 4th day following his acquittal, Freddy was cornered in the boiler room where he worked by a throng of enraged parents and was burned alive with gasoline. Do you not see how this mirrors the horrors we encounter in our dreams? Burns in a boiler room. As the investigation deepened, even Rod began to harbor resolute beliefs regarding Freddy's case. Cole glanced at the newspaper article transcribed in the girl's notebook and remarked, "There exists a cult behind Freddy. You four have been chosen as their sacrifices." Tina, perplexed, inquired, "Sacrifices?" Nancy sighed and replied, "That is precisely why he selected us, Tina. Mr. Cole is merely being considerate of our feelings. Remember to purchase ample coffee and stay together, reminding one another to resist sleep." The narrative of A Nightmare on Elm Street provides scant useful information. It is almost entirely a documentary of Freddy's one-sided slaughter. Now it is intertwined with the cult of immortality. The heinous Freddy was acquitted of his grave crimes, only to be subsequently burned alive in the boiler room. The coincidences are far too uncanny. "Mr. Cole, what is it?" Nancy grasped Tina's hand in a gesture of solace and addressed Cole. "I must apologize for our previous transgressions. Were it not for you, Tina, and the others, we might have already perished in our dreams." Tina nodded, expressing her gratitude, "And as for me, I scarcely know how to thank you, Mr. Cole." She rolled down the car window, expelling the acrid smoke of her cigarette. Cole rested his arm on the window ledge, inhaling a puff of smoke before frowning and remarking, "If you truly wish to thank me, strive to survive, and then in your dreams, deliver a sound beating to Freddy's loathsome visage." The two young girls exchanged a smile, their expressions momentarily lightening. Rod, embodying a carefree spirit, quipped from the side. I must say, Mr. Cole, with that outfit of yours, if you were to appear at the police station, Nancy's father would surely invite you in for a drink. Having satisfied their hunger at a roadside eatery, Cole drove to Old John's bar. As it was still morning, the establishment was sparsely populated. He ordered a glass of whiskey and settled into a high stool often occupied by old Jason during his meetings. Around 11 o'clock, a balding man clad in a brown leather jacket, sporting glasses and clutching that day's newspaper under his arm, took a seat beside Cole. A brandy, please, he requested, seemingly waiting for someone. While sipping his drink and scanning the newspaper, the man would surreptitiously glance at the window by the entrance. After 10 minutes, he checked his watch, instructed the bartender to keep a tab, tucked the newspaper under his arm, and prepared to leave. Cole gently swirled his drink and, with an indifferent tone, inquired, Reuben Boda? The man, thrusting his hands into his jacket pockets and lowering his gaze, suddenly quickened his pace as he made to exit, discarding the newspaper in his haste. Trying to flee? Cole tossed a $20 bill to the bartender, dismissing the need for change, and burst through the door into the street. A cultist, drained of vigor by indulgence, could hardly hope to escape him. In the brief moment it took to sip water, Reuben Boda was sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Cole, who then seized him by the collar and hoisted him upright, inquiring, Do you fancy running? Who are you? The gaunt man resembled a pitiful chick, his expression taut with fear, too intimidated to meet Cole's gaze. Who am I? Cole chuckled, roughly dragging him to the rear door of a Dodge Challenger, delivering a swift kick that sent him inside the vehicle. He closed the door with a finality that disregarded the astonished onlookers gathering on the street, then departed with a flourish. The spectators watched the vehicle recede into the distance, murmuring among themselves, Should we call the police? Call the police? Huh. Unless you wish to court trouble as well. On the road leading to the woods. In an effort to compel this cultist to cooperate with the investigation, Cole first shattered his leg with a gunshot, then pulled over to the side of the road for a thorough beating before resuming their journey. Arriving in a desolate outskirts, Cole dragged the moaning Reuben from the car and pinned him against the door, declaring, You had better not deceive me, Reuben Boda. Who is your superior? Where is the headquarters of the Eternal Life sect? I don't know. Oh, with his left arm pressed against the vehicle, Cole's right fist struck ruthlessly at his abdomen. Do you comprehend now? Having been thoroughly battered into a haze, Reuben's strength waned. Blood and foam bubbled from his lips as he mumbled incoherently, I don't know what you were talking about. Cole harbored no compassion for these scoundrels. Willing to serve the devil. It matters not if one chooses to remain silent. A thorough beating will soon compel them to speak. Thus, following a prolonged 2-minute friendly inquiry, Reuben lay curled on the ground, clutching his head in despair as he cried, I am merely a liaison. I truly know nothing. Oh. Cole meticulously searched every inch of his body, ultimately discovering a pendant identical to Jason's hidden within the lining of his jacket, alongside a telephone directory. Grasping him by the collar and hoisting him up, Cole, panting and delivering a swift kick, inquired, What is this, You old scoundrel. Reuben, battered and lying on the ground, suddenly erupted into laughter, mocking, You must be with the FBI, right? Huh. Even if you were to kill me, it would change nothing. No one can thwart our plans. One day, this world will. Perhaps he believed Cole was keen to hear him finish, wasting time with idle chatter. Alas, his words were abruptly cut short. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, obliterating his skull like a rotten watermelon. The directory contained approximately 10 numbers. Excluding those of friends and family, Cole found an unsigned number on the last page. He drove to the town to locate a telephone booth, dialing the number. This is the mayor's office. How may I assist you? Wrong number, Cole replied, hanging up. Standing by the roadside, he lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed. The mayor's office. It seemed the influence of the Eternal Life sect in this town far exceeded his expectations. No wonder Freddy had been released without charges after his initial arrest. Everything that transpired on Elm Street was underpinned by an invisible hand. Including the quartet of protagonists, the film's narrative unfolds with the female lead, Nancy, seizing Freddy's tattered top hat in her dream for the first time. Following this incident, her parents, particularly her mother, exhibit increasingly erratic mental states and behaviors. The plot reveals that she had previously participated in the act of burning Freddy alive. In retrospect, it is plausible that Nancy's mother is, in fact, a member of the cult known as the Eternal Life Society. Yet, The next clue points towards the mayor's office. With daylight upon them, opportunities for action seem scarce. Furthermore, considering that the telephone number might serve as a dedicated line between Ruben and the mayor, making a call could potentially expose their inquiries regarding Freddy and the cult. Time is of the essence. After a moment's contemplation, Cole resolves to drive to the mayor's residence. As he discards his cigarette, and prepares to depart, he notices two local police officers stationed at a distance, their gazes occasionally drifting in his direction as they converse over their walkie-talkies. Have they uncovered his intentions? Simultaneously, the system's notification chimes once more. A special event has been triggered. The danger level of the Nightmare on Elm Street film world has been altered to 4. Your deviation from the investigative path has attracted the attention of the cultists lurking on Elm Street. You are now a wanted murderer and a dangerous individual in the eyes of the police department. With all officers mobilizing towards your location. Current pursuit level, 2 stars. The detected danger level exceeds your capacity. The special event is now bound to the main quest. Special task generated. Survival is victory. Completion reward. Versatile mask. Failure penalty. Suspension of main quest. Restart of Nightmare on Elm Street, iMovie World. He accelerated, racing towards the mayor's office as 2 police officers sprinted towards him. Shortly after, a police car blared its siren, emerging from the opposite side of the street, tightly tailing the Dodge Challenger. The authoritative voice of the police loudspeaker echoed throughout the street. Vehicles ahead, please pull over for inspection. As his investigation into Maple Street deepened, the hidden cultists proved to be more terrifying than Freddy Krueger himself. Shockingly, even the mayor and the judge were implicated with the cult of immortality. Within 5 minutes of his phone call, the police arrived at his doorstep. Cole slammed the accelerator. Go check your mother. Now. He finally understood why Nightmare on Elm Street I was originally classified as a level 4 world. It was utterly absurd. For here, in addition to the threat of the dream-slaying monster, there were cultists lurking everywhere. In other words, he was not afraid of Freddy's menace. Thus, the system's designation of a level 2 world was entirely due to the difficulties imposed by the cult organization. Simultaneously, the Imperial military had to dispatch at least a 100-man infantry squad to collaborate with the local police department and demon hunting task force for apprehension and subsequent operations. At this moment, the sirens wailed on Maple Street as Cole raced towards the mayor's office, and events began to spiral far beyond his control. He threw the half-smoked cigarette out of the window with force. Absurdity upon absurdity. Was this the horror of a level 4 world? Having initially adhered to the investigative route provided by the system, utilizing the Nemotion lantern to gather malevolent memories and subsequently addressing Freddy's singular evil recollection as directed, he now finds himself in a predicament where he must single-handedly confront the eternal sect, which has permeated every facet of the town. Chapter 82. Unchivalrous Tactics. The wail of police sirens reverberated through the air, punctuated by the staccato of gunfire. Cole lowered himself, allowing bullets to whiz overhead, as he exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain control of the silver Dodge Challenger, preventing it from overturning on the asphalt. The escalation of events to this juncture is largely attributable to the paucity of information gleaned from the Nightmare on Elm Street cinematic narrative. Despite Cole's comprehensive viewing of the film's plot, the principal mission that materialized upon his entry into this world necessitated his independent excavation of all pertinent details. Consequently, his options are now reduced to either infiltrating the mayor's office and abducting the cultist's minion or facing summary execution in the streets. This cabal of cultists has already commandeered substantial public authority within the town, enabling them to propagate devilry and terror and to manipulate the populace. Screech. The tires emitted an unnerving screech as they scraped against the ground during a sharp turn. At this moment, Cole could discern the mayor's office in the distance. However, at the intersection ahead, the town's constabulary had established a barricade, poised with firearms, fully prepared. Depressing the accelerator to the floor, given the trajectory of events, only 2 paths lie before him. Either to be slaughtered in the street by the cultists or to launch an offensive, mowing down these miscreants with a heavy vehicle. Brandishing the righteous judgment, he discharged his weapon to suppress the officers while simultaneously ramming through the barricade with a single, forceful motion. The Dodge Challenger, with its engine roaring, resembled a frenzied bull unleashed as it careened headlong through the office's entrance. This scene, not only were the officers blocking the road thoroughly startled, but the office staff gathered by the windows also screamed in terror scattering in a frantic attempt to escape, fearing for their lives from the deranged driver outside. With a swift kick, Cole flung open the car door and discharged a round into the air as a declaration of righteous judgment. The office employees crouched down, raising their hands in surrender. Who was the mayor? Stepped forward. Before them stood a tall, frail man with graying hair, trembling as he raised his hand and stammered, I am the mayor. Cole leveled his gun at the man's head and commanded loudly, everyone else, get out. He then elbowed the mayor, securing him in a chokehold, and whispered, I require a list of the upper echelons of the Eternal Life Church. Deliver it to me, and I assure your safety. Eternal Life Church? I don't understand what you're saying. If it's money you seek, there's 3,000 in my office safe. Outside, more than 20 officers aimed their weapons at him. Cole slammed the gun menacingly against the mayor's skull, seething, Don't play the fool with me, you old fool. If it weren't for Reuben, would I have come here? Give me the list. The mayor's pants began to dampen as his face drained of color. Trembling as he replied, I need to go to my office. At that moment, an officer outside shouted through a megaphone, Cole Walker, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender, we guarantee. But before he could finish, a gunshot shattered the office window, sending all the officers outside ducking behind their car doors to avoid the stray bullets. Cole dragged the mayor towards his office. The elderly man, trembling, cautiously opened the safe and revealed a hidden compartment in the back panel, from which he retrieved an aged notebook and handed it to Cole. I was coerced by them. For God's sake, you have what you wanted. Cole, aiming his gun at the man's head, commanded, call the officers outside. I will take you away. If they dare to shoot, you will meet your end. The abduction of the mayor was not merely about holding him as a hostage. Cole's foremost objective was to carve a path through the perilous situation. Given the number of cultists in this locality, it was no surprise that the town had transformed into a treacherous dark forest, reminiscent of a game of werewolf, where every individual was a suspect. Even if the traitor among the officers remained inactive, survival was not guaranteed. He faced either armed gang members or hired assassins, and the SWAT team from Haramaki City could be alerted. The threat level was at a full 5 stars. When the time came, the situation he would confront would starkly contrast with the chaotic mob of blood slaves in the world of Blade Eye. Instead, he would face well-equipped, highly trained special forces and fearsome armed helicopters. Thus, acquiring the list of cultists from the mayor was his true aim. However, the current predicament was not an absolute deadlock for Cole. He still held on to his last trump card, the voodoo doll pendant hanging around his neck. Defying death, it offered a chance for resurrection. Following this, orchestrating the assassination of the cult's high-ranking members, a dead man, a ghost that could not be captured, would serve as the perfect cover. He would drag the mayor into the vehicle. The officers outside refrained from firing their weapons to ensure the safety of the hostage. It was only when Cole made a U-turn, preparing to drive out of the town, that he noticed 3 young men, reminiscent of the notorious mobsters prowling the streets of Chicago, casually sauntering by with backpacks. They swiftly produced Uzi submachine guns from their garments and aimed them at the Dodge Challenger. The flames of gunfire roared forth. Just as Cole had anticipated, the nearby officers, seemingly under some directive, did not immediately neutralize the armed assailants wreaking havoc in broad daylight. Instead, they allowed the trio to pummel the silver Dodge Challenger into a veritable sieve before they tossed aside their weapons and surrendered to the ground in contrition. Only then did an officer jog over to place handcuffs on them, sharing a knowing smile in the process. Inside the vehicle, the mayor, riddled with no fewer than 10 bullet holes, lay lifeless. Cole's right leg bone had been shattered, and he bore no less than 20 bullet wounds to his chest and abdomen. His heart and lungs were utterly obliterated, the shards of bone piercing through his internal organs. Although the enhanced bloodline of the Daywalker endowed Cole with physical attributes far surpassing that of an ordinary human, the elimination of his vampiric traits resulted in a vulnerability to conventional bullets that he could not share with Blade or his kind. In other words, a human would succumb to death when killed. Yet, Cole's formidable healing abilities rendered most non-fatal injuries incapable of claiming his life. Even now, despite his heart being crushed, he clung to his final consciousness. With his left hand pressed against the wound, his right hand trembled slightly as he lit a cigarette with a lighter. Is this what it feels like to be shot? It truly hurts like hell. Yet, he found solace in satisfying his craving for smoke. Before completely losing consciousness, the voodoo doll suspended beneath Cole's neck gradually crumbled into fine dust, as if weathered by thousands of years, dispersing into the air. At that moment, Cole, who should have succumbed to oblivion, abruptly opened his eyes, now perceiving the world from a divine vantage point, with the scenes unfolding at an accelerated pace. The system notification echoed in his ears. Chase level has been reset to 0. Special mission completed. Reward, chameleon mask. You have entered a revival state. As long as your body remains unburned, you may choose to resurrect at any moment. Ah, revival. Is this not a violation of martial ethics? Chapter 83. Preparing for the assassination. Double, chameleon mask. A mask crafted from the skin of a deceiver, requiring a drop of the mimic's blood, once donned. It can alter your appearance and voice for half an hour. Oh, why on earth does such a creature as a minotaur exist in this world? As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, several social workers busied themselves tidying up the mess in the mayor's office. Outside the caution tape stood a middle-aged man clad in forensic attire, a cigarette clamped between his lips. He lingered for a moment, observing, before discarding the cigarette butt. As he turned to leave, he retrieved an old notebook from his pocket and crossed out a name. Eternal Priest, Yag Odman, the mayor of the town on Elm Street. A cunning old rascal. Without a doubt, the middle-aged man was none other than Cole, adorned with the chameleon mask. After selecting revival in the morgue, he eliminated the on-duty forensic officer and assumed his likeness, striding confidently out of the hospital under the watchful gaze of numerous doctors and officers. The notebook contains the names and contact numbers of all the high-ranking members of the Eternal Life cult, totaling 8 individuals. Among them are the mayor of Chuanmu City, the judge, the chief of police, the Darren brothers who helmed the Darren Group, Father Maki, the esteemed lawyer Noah, state legislator Thomas, and Mayor Yeager. In addition, the notebook features a meticulously detailed schedule. It is no wonder that the cultists reacted so swiftly after Yeager was brought under their control. As time progressed and night fell, outside the Elm Street church, Cole sat in a borrowed car, one hand clutching a cup of coffee while the other held a piece of bread. Beside him in the passenger seat, an empty food bag loomed like a small mountain. To mend his injuries, he had consumed enough food to sustain an ordinary person for 3 days. Glancing down at his watch, he noted the time, 8:40 in the evening. It was nearly time. After savoring the last sip of coffee, his gaze fixated on the distance, where a procession of 9 black luxury cars came to a halt outside the church. Armed security personnel dispersed around the area. Subsequently, 3 elegantly dressed individuals, exuding an air of superiority, entered the church together. Cole could not ascertain their identities, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was to eliminate them and subsequently imprison Freddy's sole malevolent memory. Before proceeding with his plan, he contemplated another matter, the difficulty adjustment in Nightmare Street I. The distinction between a level 4 world and a level 2 world does not solely manifest in numerical superiority or sheer power. It resembles the mechanics of Dark Souls 3, where minor enemies adopt boss-like attributes while bosses exhibit roguelike behavior, prompting a chorus of astonishment from players. Although numerical values hold significance, they no longer dictate the outcome of a battle. A single fatal blow remains just that, a single fatal blow. The system presents a lexicon for world assessments, danger level. In other words, as the danger coefficient escalates, the difficulty of completing the main quest rises steeply, and the survival rate plummets correspondingly. In tandem, the rewards garnered will surpass those of a level 2 world by a considerable margin. Thus, concerning the upper echelons of the cult, Cole harbors grave concerns that those wretches, in their fervent dance with demons in pursuit of immortality, may have forsaken their humanity entirely, becoming mere monstrosities clad in human skins. Only to such an extent do they qualify for the heightened challenges posed by the realm of a nightmare on Elm Street I. As the clock struck 9, Cole, after waiting patiently, ignited a postprandial cigarette. He drove towards a remote thicket, alighting from his vehicle to reveal the trunk. There, a middle-aged man, stripped of his garments and bruised black and blue, shivered in the corner, clad only in his undergarments, mumbling incoherently. At that moment, the duration of the shape-shifting mask had expired. Cole pressed the cigarette against the man's leg and, gripping his hair tightly, demanded, "Why must a decent person serve as a dog to the demons of the cult of immortality?" Sheriff Hall, in pain, could only emit feeble whimpers and cries, his mouth bound by tape. Using a hidden blade, Cole extracted a few drops of blood from the man's arm, allowing them to fall onto the mask, a yellowed, parchment-like visage, before donning it himself. As the blood seeped in, the mask began to writhe upon Cole's face until it seamlessly integrated with his skin. transforming him into the likeness of Sheriff Hall. He then extracted the nearly lifeless cultist from the trunk. Bowing slightly, she seized his hair and coldly remarked, "If heaven is willing to embrace you, remember to be a good dog in the next life." As her words hung in the air, the hidden blade plunged upward from his abdomen, piercing his heart. After disposing of the only cultist who had witnessed his continued existence, Cole drove away, leaving no trace behind. Often, the traitors and moles among humanity are far more detestable than evil itself. Thus, Cole never showed mercy in dealing with them. One kill was merely a number. The sole regret was that he had not brought a complete set of demon hunting gear before entering the world of A Nightmare on Elm Street. The randomly generated main and side quests rendered him unable to foresee the potential encounters before truly stepping into the cinematic realm. Much like demon hunters from the investigation department embarking on a mission where no one knows what awaits them at the site. Cole had sufficient justification for not bringing a full arsenal. Freddy Krueger existed solely in the abnormal realm, and weapons from the material world held no power against him. It was akin to attempting to breach the dimensional barrier with weapons from reality, executing characters that dwell in a virtual world. Having watched the film over 3 times, and aside from the mention of the eternal life cult, even the cult's affairs were left unspoken. However, even in the absence of crossbows, long swords, and ample ammunition, relying on his hidden blade and blood flame techniques was more than adequate to confront a throng of cultists. They were less than human, after all. It is well known that a qualified assassin must effortlessly eliminate threats in a direct confrontation, ensuring their movements and appearance remain concealed. Hence, he parked the car amidst the trees. 300 meters away from the church, donned in Sheriff Hall's attire, Kerr strode confidently towards the church, cigarette in hand. After being halted by the guards, he presented his badge, asserting that he had urgent matters to report to the higher-ups of the sect. He harbored no fears of rejection. With the death of the mayor and the recent investigations, they were in dire need of a new agent. Indeed, just as Kerr anticipated, within 2 minutes, a young girl clad in black and white vestments, her triangular hat emblazoned with the emblem of the Eternal Life sect, swung open the church doors and greeted him with a sweet smile, saying, "Sheriff Hall, the priest wishes to meet with you." Her smile was charming and her appearance delightful, reminiscent of a wholesome girl next door. Upon entering the church, Kerr noticed the pews had been moved to the corners, revealing 7 high-ranking members of the Eternal Life sect, all dressed in similar garments, kneeling at the edges of a demonic summoning circle inscribed on the floor, their expressions grim and their lips moving in incantation. Chapter 84. It's me, you old bastard. Perhaps it was the scent of blood, or perhaps the ancient foe of demons. But the moment Kerr stepped into the desecrated church, an invisible force stirred the flames of the candles, causing shadows on the walls and floor to sway, as if countless tormented souls were wailing in agony from the depths of hell. A sudden gust of wind erupted, akin to the furious roar of hellish demons, seemingly proclaiming, "You, demon hunter Kerr Walker, how dare you tread upon my domain?" The 7 cult leaders and their accompanying followers, eyes consumed by darkness and filled with malice, cast their gazes upon him. Discarding his cigarette, Kerr scanned the church. Only 17 individuals present. Father Maki and Hall must have been old acquaintances. Following the eerie silence that ensued after their initial meeting, he rose and approached Call, raising a hand with a rigid expression and vacant gaze, reminiscent of a wooden carving. "Hal, do you have any new developments regarding the investigation?" Call responded, "The individual we eliminated was a demon hunter, not a federal agent." "A demon hunter? What is that?" Subsequently, the priest instructed a girl resembling a nun to fetch a new set of clerical robes and hand them to Call. With a strained expression, which could best be described as a forced smile, he extended his hand and proclaimed, "Join us, Hal. Witness the arrival of the Father. The eternal world is within our grasp." It must be noted that had this been an ordinary person, witnessing the dark rituals of a cult amidst such an unsettling atmosphere and the malevolent gazes surrounding them, they would likely succumb to terror, gradually losing their sanity, thus becoming easy prey for the cultists to manipulate their thoughts. However, standing here was Call, a demon hunter who not only remained unperturbed, but also harbored a desire to land a few punches on the faces of these old charlatans, provoking cries of distress. With an impassive demeanor, he accepted the clerical robes from the nun and proceeded towards the ritual. Their earlier conversation was audible to others nearby, including the Darrow brothers, who bore striking resemblances to one another, their hooked noses casting depraved shadows as the candlelight flickered upon their faces. A demon hunter? This is the first I've heard of such a thing. Umph. Even if he were indeed an FBI agent, he could not thwart our grand design. Standing opposite him was the police chief of the city, a middle-aged man whose face was partially obscured by a triangular hat. With a cold sneer, he declared that regardless of who it might be, anyone who dared to enter the realm of Chuanmu City would never escape alive as long as he was present. He had submitted a request for SWAT support the previous day, but fortunately, they had managed to eliminate that foolish rat ahead of time. Umph. We follow in the footsteps of our father. How could mere mortals ever stand in our way? After a brief pause, he turned to face Kier, arms outstretched, and solemnly asked, Halbach, do you wish to join us in serving the immortal Father, embracing eternal life, and enlightening the ignorant world? Thus, was this an invitation? For the Eternal Life sect, the addition of a new eternal priest was one of the most significant ceremonies. Upon the chief's invitation, everyone turned with grave expressions toward Kier. The girl standing beside him clasped her hands before her, her eyes filled with longing and fervor. In that moment, it seemed that Kier, on the brink of becoming an eternal priest, could offer her redemption and immortality in an indescribable manner. Kier slowly approached him and discarded his religious vestments. In the next instant, the chief, the eternal priest, furrowed his brow and, with an angry tone, reproached Halbach. Why do you cast aside the divine authority bestowed upon you by our father? As his words fell, the other cultists began to encroach upon Kier, their expressions stiff and their vacant gazes fixed upon him, seemingly attempting to coerce him into compliance through intimidation. Suddenly, Kier smiled and, in the moment he unsheathed his hidden blade, furiously exclaimed, Do I join you? The sharp edge swiftly sliced across his neck. 2 streams of blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The decapitated director's visage remained frozen in a frown until his last breath. The first high-ranking member of the Eternal Life sect was eliminated. As shock enveloped the cultists within the church, he drew his weapon, pivoted, and pressed the trigger. Bang! 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 3 bullets erupted from the chamber, striking the foreheads of the Dallin brothers and the judge of Haruki City, all collapsing to the ground in unison. The girl who had previously gazed at Cole with admiration screamed and fled in terror. Sensing the peril, the remaining cultists hastily made their escape. The guards, alerted by the gunfire, swiftly converged towards the church. Hal, are you out of your mind? Father Maki gasped, stepping back in utter disbelief. Cole removed his mask, aiming his gun at Maki's face, his expression impassive. It's not Hal. It's me, you old bastard. You. After Cole was shot dead, the higher-ups of the Eternal Life sect had acquired his photograph. Seeing the investigator, who had been taken to the morgue, reappear before them, alive and vibrant, the mayor of Haruki City and Chief Justice Noah staggered back, losing the commanding presence they had earlier exhibited in coercing Sheriff Hal to join their ranks. They gasped in astonishment. This is impossible. I witnessed your body being transported to the hospital's morgue. How? Engaging in futile dialogue with the cultists had never been Cole's manner. He pulled the trigger, dispatching the mayor and the judge with 2 shots. As he prepared to eliminate Father Maki, the guards outside leaped in. The number of guards was few, only 4, yet the firepower of their carbines was formidable. 2 individuals rushed to the priest's side, shielding him as he retreated, while the others unleashed a barrage of gunfire in a desperate attempt to eliminate Cole, who was charging towards them. Unfortunately, the confines of the church proved far too restrictive compared to the expanse of the outdoors. With merely a bullet lodged in his shoulder, Cole, like a wraith, dashed forward, eliciting incredulous gazes from the guards. In a manner reminiscent of the cinematic executions of an Assassin's Creed, he leaped, driving his hidden blade into the throat of one guard, then landing upon him. In his final moments, the cultist, still gripping the trigger, accurately struck his comrade, shattering the skull of a fellow adherent and inadvertently fracturing the priest's leg. Withdrawing the blade, Cole seized the barely breathing cultist and hurled him at the 2 remaining guards by the entrance, before using the last 2 rounds from his judgment to pierce their skulls. After replacing his magazine, he picked up the fallen guard's carbine, aiming it at the fleeing cultists, and pressed the trigger as he burst through the door. The muzzle flames of the automatic rifle danced wildly in the night, as cultists fell one by one into pools of crimson. He then retrieved another carbine from the doorstep, still laden with ammunition, and stepped outside to deal with any remaining threats. Among them was a young cultist girl, writhing on the ground in agony, her shoulder and calf punctured by bullets. With eyes that seemed innocently pleading, she gazed at Cole, imploring him for mercy. Perhaps she believed that her youth and beauty could spare her from doom, or that even the terrifying figure surpassing Freddy would hesitate, engaging her in a discourse about her allegiance to the cult of eternal life, perhaps even granting her clemency. The sound of an empty chamber clicked ominously as Cole squeezed the trigger, reverberating sharply in the stillness that followed. The joy of surviving a calamity caused the young girl to involuntarily smile as she shifted away, pleading, "I'm 19 this year, sir, please." Suddenly, Cole grasped her hair, his expression unmoved by her entreaties, as though he were slaughtering livestock. With a merciless thrust of his blade into her heart, he released her and took a few steps toward the church. He paused, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, furrowing his brow as he lowered his head to light it. With one hand nestled in his pocket, he scratched his temple with the hand holding the cigarette. Chapter 85. The faction incident. The god of heresy. After disposing of the last cultist, the system notification chimed abruptly. Faction incident. The second. Current faction. Chaotic good. You scorn hell and forsake heaven. Your sense of justice serves only the mortal realm. Heaven is displeased with your sins and arrogance, while hell detests your insolence and hubris. You have aided heaven by delivering judgment upon the blasphemers. Their souls shall be condemned to hell, enduring the torment of scorching flames. Reward 1. Hell's Ferryman. Reward 2. Increased soul strength. Reward 3. Heaven's gift. Parallel main quest triggered. Seal the god of heresy. Fra. Completion reward. Ether reconstruction. Hell's Ferryman. You may enter hell through a wicked ritual, and your name shall be known to all demons. A certain unnamed demon lord states, "Do you enjoy smoking? I have prepared a luxurious chamber for you, Mr. Cole Walker, where flames roast meat." Soul strength augmentation. You have safeguarded the sacred grounds of the church. A feat accomplished with effortless ease. Your soul strength has seen a slight increase, allowing you to discharge 5 shots of the noon has arrived ammunition without a hint of fatigue. The damage inflicted by the noon has arrived bullets has also been marginally enhanced. Presently, you possess formidable resistance against the incursions of second-tier demons and malevolent spirits. Heaven's bestowal. Your soul is now shielded by divine power, enabling your weapons and spirit to breach dimensional barriers, inflicting severe disruption upon the realms of the abnormal. This effect is limited to the cinematic universe of A Nightmare on Elm Street, dissipating upon departure. You are now a hunter of demons, ordained by the heavens, wielding this power to vanquish those who dare to taint the mortal realm and sacred ground. Is there no notification for the completion of the main quest? Standing beside the lifeless form of Father Markey, a frown creases your brow. Is the soul memory absent from them, or is it possible that something has slipped through the cracks? After discarding the spent cigarette, but a peculiar sensation engulfs Cole, casting doubt on his existence within the realm of reality. The church on Elm Street is not situated in a remote location. The nearest community lies within a mere 500 meters. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of gunfire can travel great distances. Yet, to this moment, the local police station remains unresponsive. Turning, your gaze lingers upon the church floor, marred by a malevolent ritual inscribed in blood. An eerie night breeze sweeps through, causing the candlelight to flicker and dim. The once vibrant church has succumbed to an unsettling silence. The air thick with a pungent, intoxicating incense, foreboding an ominous omen of malevolence. A thin, spectral mist, reminiscent of Freddy's dream realm, begins to infiltrate the church from all directions. Heard a faint chuckle, a magnetic laughter echoing from the distant shore. The demon hunter. As the sound grew clearer amidst the malevolent ritual, an indistinct shadow emerged suddenly, a darkness thicker than mere shadows. An indescribable horror and wickedness enveloped the air, akin to a bone-chilling wind mingling with the anguished wails and screams of the damned from the depths of hell, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Cole stood rooted to the spot, as if the entity before him was not the terrifying demon he feared. Unhurriedly, he extracted a cigarette and placed it between his lips, flicking open the lighter with a click. Raising his gaze to the source of the malevolent force from the abyss, he inhaled deeply and remarked coldly, "So, you are the sole remnant of evil, are you not?" A frigid breeze brushed against the nape of his neck, as though someone were whispering conspiratorially behind him. "Demon hunter, do you wish to protect them?" Upon hearing the siren call of the demon from the far shore, Cole furrowed his brow. "Them? Has someone from the main group fallen asleep?" A jumbled laughter echoed, reminiscent of a radio signal distorted and garbled. "Ah, Mr. Cole, come save us." The taunting voice of Freddy, the one who relished in shrieks, echoed mockingly. The demon mimicked the voices of Tina and Freddy, like a lecherous old man sneering in Cole's ear. Cole chuckled softly, closed his eyes, and activated his seventh sense, even as his vision remained ensnared in the profound darkness. The endless wails of the damned and the mocking laughter of devils intermingled, creating a twisted melody potent enough to rend the souls of ordinary men, resounding audibly in his ears. He, the demon hunter. After the darkness, he beheld a world ravaged by shadows and corruption, akin to a filthy, decaying dungeon. Countless souls of the damned flitted about, reaching out to him as if to drag him into the abyss of hell. With one hand in his pocket, he furrowed his brow, bowed his head, and inhaled deeply. I care not what your true name is. Might you descend from my back now? In a church enshrouded by malevolent forces, a barrier rippled like water, reflecting the grotesque entity lurking behind him. Formless, yet resembling a puddle of black sludge. It extended grotesque tentacles from its mass. The stench was reminiscent of a latrine long sealed. Dozens of tentacles, armed with sharp orifices, writhed and reached out towards the essence of Cole. Suddenly, he sensed that his actions had been detected. Perhaps it was fear of him, or perhaps a realization of heaven's gaze. With the protection of celestial forces and through the seventh sight, Cole glimpsed the dream world where Freddy Krueger pursued the protagonist group. Heretic God Vlad, I shall seek you in hell later. Upon uttering the devil's true name in Latin, an unseen evil extinguished the candles throughout the church, and a chilling wind howled. He discarded the cigarette, adjusted the gas valve, and opened the door to the dream realm. After the sensation of being submerged and dragged into the depths of the sea, Cole found himself once again on Elm Street, shrouded in wisps of fog. At present, the world's plot-altering device remains unscathed. According to the progression of the film's narrative, the first victim, Tina, is destined to meet her demise at the threshold of her home within the realm of dreams. With the accelerator pressed firmly, she speeds towards her fate. A minute later, a frantic Tina pounds on her door, crying out, "Nancy, Rod, open up." The maniacal laughter of Freddy echoes as he lunges at her from behind, pinning her down and raising his bladed glove to strike fiercely at the girl's back. Even from hundreds of meters away, amidst the roar of the engine, Cole can hear her terrified screams. It is too late to drive over, yet he can already see Freddy's silhouette looming over Tina. Kicking open the car door, Cole draws his weapon, Justice, and decisively pulls the trigger. The sacred power of the bullet creates ripples in the dream world, roaring as it pierces Freddy's back. Chapter 86. A violent confrontation with Freddy. A grateful acknowledgement in the dream realm. The seemingly immortal and nightmarish devil lowers his gaze to the hollow in his chest. No longer do terrifying maggots pour forth, but rather, putrid, foul black sludge oozes out. This is the malevolent essence from the heretical god, Vra. No. It cannot be. As a perverse murderer who revels in tormenting others, Freddy experiences once more the terror of being burned alive in the boiler room. No. Boom. With a violent explosion, Freddy's form disintegrates into a mass of black, foul sludge. Subsequently, a wisp of ethereal orange light, reminiscent of the aurora, drifts from the site of his demise, soaring towards the dream gate and merging with the wick of the Nemosin lantern. Tina's sinister memories? Approaching, he helped the girl, the blonde maiden trembling in fear, who, while weeping, clutched tightly onto Cole's arm, pleading from the ground, "Mr. Cole, I beseech you. Nancy and Rod are trapped in the boiler room. That place." He grasped her hand, offering comfort, signaling her to remain calm. The horrific wound, which had nearly claimed his life at the hands of Freddy, dissipated into nothingness after that malevolent memory was extinguished. He divulged the location of the dream's portal to her. Cole drove rapidly towards the staircase leading to the boiler room. It seemed the entrance sensed his arrival, the ground beginning to heal as if it were a living entity. Constricting. Yet, it was too late. He leaped downwards. In the realm of the physical or spiritual, Cole could ascertain their location with his seventh sight. But in the dream world, such methods proved futile. If they were effective, the century-old mysteries of Newcastle would have long been unraveled. Rushing towards the boiler room, Cole shouted, "Nancy, Rod, Cole, I'm here." Following the voice, his gaze pierced through the dense network of pipes, where Glenn was ensnared by Freddy, the blade-gloved hand ruthlessly lunging towards his abdomen without hesitation. The blade pierced his belly, ensuring a temporary survival, yet should Freddy strike again, the outcome would be uncertain. Once one of the main characters succumbed, All of Cole's endeavors in the realm of Nightmare Street, I would be rendered futile. The current situation was dire. Not only was Freddy agitated, but Cole was equally frantic. One was hastening to kill, while the other was equally pressed to save. Freddy. The fury in Cole's voice echoed. Freddy clutched the nearly lifeless Glenn, revealing a cruel smile to Cole. Just as he was about to strike, a muffled thud interrupted, echoing through the air. Nancy, wielding a sturdy pipe, struck Freddy firmly on the back of his head, exclaiming, "Mr. Cole, we are here." As the sole surviving female protagonist in this cinematic tale, Nancy, a girl of similar age to Tina, exhibited a remarkable display of courage and resilience in the face of the dream-stalking killer, Freddy Krueger. Were this the real world, Cole would undoubtedly enroll her in a demon-hunting academy, eagerly awaiting her graduation to recruit her into his team. She was a natural-born demon slayer. Seizing the opportunity while Freddy was momentarily incapacitated, she dashed forward and dispatched him with a single shot. Subsequently, Glenn's malevolent memories transformed into an orange aurora, drifting towards the Nemosin lantern. Upon their encounter, Rod hastily inquired, "Cole, is Tina all right?" "She is safe, Nancy. Where's the Freddy that pursued you?" In contrast to the petrified and trembling Glenn, who was rendered speechless, Nancy stood resolutely beside Cole, her voice steady despite her fear. "This is my dream world, Mr. Cole. Since fear is Freddy's source of power, I prepared numerous weapons and tools after your departure. Now, those two scoundrels are bound to the pipes." With that, she paused, gazing earnestly at Cole. Transmuting fear into anger is the most effective strategy one could devise to confront him. Rod feigned a relaxed smile beside her, saying, "In the real world, I would ensure he'd be left searching for his teeth." Not far away, two Freddy Kruegers were bound to a pipe. Rod clapped Nancy on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done. Let us proceed." He intended to light a cigarette, but turned back to share a glance with Nancy, holding the cigarette box in hand, and said, "Let us head to the church in town. There lies the gateway to dreams." Rod and Nancy exchanged knowing looks. The girl inquired, "Mr. Krueger, are you prepared to confront him?" "Indeed." Subsequently, Nancy handed the steel pipe to Rod and ventured a short distance to retrieve a misplaced baseball bat, stating, "To be honest, Rod and I have long wanted to give him a beating. This bastard has harmed so many while alive. A single bullet would be too merciful." Freddy, now stripped of much of his power, lifted his head and chuckled at the trio, saying, "Heh, when people mention Freddy's name again, I will. Oh no, I let you chase me." "Ah, chase. Oh." Freddy tormented them to the brink of madness. Seizing the moment, the girls swung the baseball bat with fervor, unleashing a flurry of blows. As the embodiment of this dream realm, transcending Freddy's horror, Nancy was the only one, apart from Krueger, capable of inflicting harm on him, startling even Rod with her ferocity. This was far more ruthless than any street brawl. Thus, after 5 minutes of cathartic release, a completely exhausted Nancy collapsed onto the ground. Seemingly unsatisfied, she raised a friendly middle finger toward Freddy and uttered a curse. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed afterward. 2 strands of malevolent memories were snatched away by the lantern. Nancy looked up at Cole and said, "Mr. Cole, may I become a demon hunter? I wish to assist those in need, just as you do." He replied, "Perhaps I would agree if you were to make such a request upon reaching adulthood." Standing before the threshold of dreams, the girl continued, "Will we be able to meet again?" Cole, with his hands tucked into his pockets, fell silent for a moment before extracting a bullet from the magazine of Justice's judgment and handing it to her. A silver bullet, a memento. "Now be on your way." Rod and Glenn did not linger, turning to depart. The girl hesitated briefly before embracing Cole tightly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Cole. I shall never forget what transpired today." The sincerity of human emotion radiated like the warmest and brightest flame amidst the night. In this world, plagued by darkness and riddled with traitors and spies for personal gain, there exists a need to safeguard the souls and hearts of the virtuous. Nancy's father served as the sheriff in the police department, and she was acutely aware of the sacrifices Cole made in his fight against darkness, enduring misunderstanding and disdain from the world to save their lives. She possessed no valuable tokens to express her gratitude, save for a heartfelt thank you and an embrace. Just as Cole had once told her, striving to survive is the best way to show your appreciation to him. Chapter 87. Save it for hell. Farewell to the protagonist ensemble. At this moment, the Nemesis lantern he held flickered erratically, its swirling and distorted light seemingly drawn by an unseen force, pointing towards the distance. Gather sufficient ordinary memories of malevolence, and the lantern's power shall guide you to the singular one. He raised the lantern before him. Indeed, the embodiment of that unique malevolent memory was none other than the heretical god, Vra. Following the emergence of the parallel main storyline, he began to question the accuracy of his assumptions regarding the singular. It appeared that before descending into the abyss, he would place the lantern beneath the windshield, press the accelerator, and heed the guidance of the wick as he sped along. As he drew closer to Freddy's true form, the lantern's radiance intensified. However, at this moment, Cole finally comprehended why the church was engulfed in gunfire while the town remained unresponsive. Elm Street had transformed into a ghost town. The few living souls visible on the streets lay sprawled on the ground, ensnared in an unending slumber. In the rearview mirror, the church receded further away, still shrouded in an eerie malevolent force, a thin mist spreading throughout the town like a dreamscape. 5 minutes later, Cole arrived at an ordinary residence, the piercing cries of an infant resonating sharply. He kicked open the door, revealing a dining table still set with the remnants of a warm dinner. A newlywed couple lay sprawled over the table, utensils in hand, fast asleep. The cries of the infant emanated from the second floor. Lantern in hand, Cole approached the crib, discovering a male infant no more than 3 months old. Upon seeing him approach, the baby, with a pacifier in mouth, erupted into delighted laughter. If the sole vessel of wicked memories is the cultist, Cole merely requires a bullet or a hidden blade to resolve everything. He extinguishes the still smoldering cigarette beneath his foot. Damn it, how could any rational being perpetrate such acts? Without the need for conjecture, Cole can surmise the cultist scheme. They intend to utilize an infant born in a hospital from an ordinary family as the repository of Freddy's essence. Even if the eternal life-sex machinations are uncovered, they would still maintain their foothold in a position of invulnerability. Without the guidance of the Nemosin lantern, Cole would never have traced his way here. He takes a deep breath, allowing a modicum of his rage to dissipate. The cultist's exploitation of human benevolence to obscure their own culpability and depravity incites a desire within him to seize one of these cultists and inquire whether their minds are filled with excrement or muck. Damn those cultists. The bloodshed they have caused is far from sufficient. Assassination mission activated. From this moment forth, for every cultist you send to perdition, your soul's strength shall receive a slight augmentation. Damn it. After I deal with the heretical god and Freddy, I shall hold you miscreants accountable. He gently caresses the cherubic face of the infant boy before turning to descend the stairs. The secret of imprisonment. The conditions for the eternal night cage's use include a moderately sized black wooden box, a drop of the caster's blood, 3 grams of salt, and 1 milliliter of dew from the night of the uncanny world. Upon reaching the ground floor, he rummages through the household's belongings until he discovers an old wooden box containing photographs. He retrieves the group photo and places it upon the table. Then, using a black marker, he paints the box entirely black. He heads to the kitchen to scoop a spoonful of salt. With a kitchen knife, I pierced my finger and smeared a drop of blood in the wooden box. At last, only the dew of night remained to enter the realm of dreams for collection. Everything was prepared. Returning to the nursery, I adjusted the valve of the lantern. Crossing the threshold of dreams, Cole found himself in the true dreamscape where Freddy's essence resided, a boiler room engulfed in roaring flames. Outside, enraged parents wielded clubs and gasoline canisters, their expressions twisted in fury. Yet, everything here was like art encased in amber, suspended and frozen in time. Amidst the crimson glow of the fire, a figure clad in a sweater of red and green stripes, consumed by flames, stood in a posture of running and screaming just outside the boiler room door. Suddenly, the still image shattered like a torn canvas, revealing the hidden truth. It remained the same cold, damp boiler room. Freddy Krueger, the nightmarish slayer, was curled up beside the boiler, his body marred with wounds, and one could even hear the sound of his anguished sobs. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's all they're doing. It was them. If not for the glinting blade-like glove and the blood-soaked striped sweater, it would be difficult to associate such a pitiful figure with the deranged killer Freddy. A confession of a criminal? Cole lit a cigarette, retrieving the condensed dew of night from the nearby pipe. Freddy Krueger raised his head, shivering, and gazed at Cole. Are you here to save me? They forced my hand. That heretical god. He inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow. Perhaps Freddy believed that his tricks could deceive Cole's perception, or that by adopting the guise of a victim, he could evoke a sense of pity. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Cole's compassion would never be bestowed upon such a wretch. The essence of humanity is chaotic. To embrace the darkness or the light is a choice intrinsic to oneself. Justice must be wielded with conviction. Approaching with an air of superiority, Cole coldly pointed at the cowering Freddy, declaring, "Save your words for hell." In that moment, a silver bullet imbued with divine power was unleashed. Suspended in the air as if time itself had halted, the world, constructed from the fabric of a voided dream, resembled countless shattered mirrors. The facade was torn asunder, and the cowardly visage of the victim vanished without a trace. Freddy shielded himself with trembling hands, his terrified screams echoing as he attempted to fend off the sacred force descending from the heavens. No, no. In the next instant, the bullet penetrated his forehead. A burst of celestial light erupted forth, obliterating Freddy Krueger in an instant. Simultaneously, Cole captured a mass of viscous black sludge emanating from the fragments of his being. Within a wooden box, the power of the arcane confinement manifested as dark chains, extending from Cole's soul, enveloping the wooden box in layers. Following a violent tremor, an overwhelming force surged forth, inexorably propelling Cole from the realm of dreams. At this juncture, he stood resolutely with a lantern beside the crib. The wooden box, once a vessel for ensnaring the singular evil memory, had transformed entirely. Now, it was cloaked in obsidian, its texture akin to glass. Through the light, one could faintly discern the slowly writhing black sludge at the depths of the eternal night's prison, the sole remnant of evil memory. The main quest has been completed. Reward obtained, Ether Perception. Ether Perception. You are a natural researcher of the arcane, possessing an acute awareness of disturbances and fluctuations in the immaterial realm. You are an innate witch hunter, able to perceptively sense disturbances and fluctuations on the mental plane. You are a born astrologer, capable of discerning the shifts in the world's operating principles. Though these principles elude verbal expression, you innately grasp their superficial implications. Chapter 88. Special Reward Mortal Body Against the Extraordinary. A brief pause ensued. The system notification echoed in Cole's ear. Retrieving trigger conditions. Condition 1. Condition 2. Assessment passed. You have successfully completed a 4-level world task beyond the system's safety limits. Based on the characteristics of the world and the unfinished parallel main quest, a special reward is being generated. You have received Real Dream Equipment Repository. Real Dream Equipment Repository, an upgraded version of the equipment repository, where all spaces are etherealized and placed within the known dream worlds, offering around-the-clock, all-terrain accessibility. The current equipment repository is being etherealized. As the notification concluded, with a mere thought, a visualized equipment repository materialized within his memory realm, displaying all the gear previously stored in the luxurious apartment: machetes, long swords, crossbow bolts. He reached out to draw a long sword from the void, twirling his wrist before sheathing it in the scabbard that hung at his side after the etherealization was lifted. A 4-dimensional pocket, perhaps? The versatile mask, concealed in his pocket, is thrust into the realm of vivid dreams. Cole pivots and departs. After vanquishing Freddy Krueger, another malevolent entity awaits him in the depths of hell. With a pneumatic crossbow slung over his shoulder, he meticulously secures his gear, a cleaver and a dagger strapped to his legs. He stands at the precipice of a sinister ritual. Activating his 7th sight, Cole locates the entrance to hell and strides boldly into its depths. In the next moment, he traverses dimensions, entering a distorted world where colors swirl chaotically like blended paint. Following a brief sensation of dizziness, Cole finds himself enveloped in an inky darkness, an abyss invisible to the naked eye. The air is thick with a putrid stench of decay, while lurking evils emit a rustling sound, reminiscent of ants scuttling in a dense swarm. Is this truly hell? It bears no resemblance to the place he envisioned during his 7th sight. He retrieves his nuclear flashlight, and, upon pressing the switch, the light flickers erratically, casting an unstable glow. In this wavering illumination, Cole beholds a congregation of grotesque entities, resembling a mass of aphids huddled together. Featureless, elongated bodies crawl upon the ground, their skin a pallid gray akin to that of a flayed corpse. Their movements are unervingly swift, akin to predatory spiders, charged with a palpable aura of bloodlust. They encircle Cole, some slithering along the ground, others clinging to the remnants of crumbled walls, emitting silent howls of anxiety, hesitant to advance. These creatures are identical to the faceless abominations chronicled in the Infernal Codex, entities that straddle the realms of malevolence, demonhood, and mortality. Their threat level is slightly below that of a Tier 1 slaughtering specter, favored by witches as their hunting hounds. When exposed to the light of the nuclear flashlight, the faceless abominations scatter in terror. At this moment, Cole finds himself within an ancient ruin, reminiscent of a site dedicated to sacrificial rites. In the corners of the ground lay a heap of human bones, accompanied by totems of indecipherable significance, dilapidated and forlorn. A road, mostly buried beneath ashes, led to distant steps. Beyond the steps stood a grand palace, reminiscent of the sinister tapestries depicted in malevolent legends. Distorted and grotesque reliefs adorned its walls, while grotesque stone figures of vile beasts loomed ominously, and sacrificial iron frameworks dangled desiccated corpses. A chilling and malevolent breeze emanated from the cracks of the palace doors. Grasping a long knife, Kelly ascended the steps to the palace with deliberate resolve. Behind him, he beheld the heretical deity, Vra, a shapeless mass of black, oozing mud, its tentacles sprawling. At this moment, the divine power bestowed by heaven began to manifest, a silvery luminescence enveloping his weapons, and simultaneously, an ethereal spear, pure as white light, materialized in his hand. A system notification resonated. Heaven and hell are watching you, demon hunter. Invoke the name of the heretical deity, and the spear of judgment shall aid you in sealing. What you perceive is but an illusion. To shake the extraordinary with a mortal soul is not a task of ease, far from the imaginings of ordinary beings, let alone to bellow the true name of an accursed god. In that moment, as Kelly encountered the malevolent force of the heretical deity Vra, his senses were obscured, and his spirit endured countless torments. The indecipherable whispers of demons tormented him, maddening in their persistence. The fabric of time and space warped and inverted, his consciousness seemingly thrust into a meat grinder, crushed repeatedly. A fleeting instant felt as though it spanned an eternity. Finally, as the tentacles of the heretical deity Vra coiled around Kelly, gradually enveloping him, he, as if turned to stone, stirred. He withdrew a cigarette, frowned, and ignited it. With a cold expression and a gaze that seemed to engage in a mental struggle against the heretical deity, it was of little consequence. Has it come to an end? Suddenly, the tendrils enveloping the surroundings were repelled by an unseen force. Cole, with a cigarette in his left hand and a phantasmagorical spear in his right, fell into a moment of silence before erupting in fury. Die? The moment he uttered the true name of the heretical deity, Vra, it resonated with a weight akin to a boulder pressing upon Cole's throat. With every ounce of his strength, he hurled the judgment spear with violence. The spear, imbued with sacred power, tore through the darkness and malevolence of hell, echoing with a solemn sound, akin to a searing iron spear ruthlessly piercing the body of the heretical god Vra. The sound of searing flesh was jarring, enough to instill dread and unrest in mortal hearts. In the span of 2 breaths, the essence of the heretical god Vra was completely dissolved, ultimately sealed within the spear that stood planted in the ground, solidified into form. A system notification promptly followed, ringing in Cole's ears. Your actions have provoked the forces of hell. They have resolved to retaliate against you. You are not a believer of heaven. Upon completion of the sealing, your soul will no longer be shielded by sacred power. The gates of hell are closing. Pursuers are on the way. The main quest has been completed. You have gained ether reconstruction. Ether reconstruction. In an abnormal world, you possess the ability to reconstruct everything around you. Now, let us welcome the greatest dreamweaver in history, the architect of the Ashen world, the creator of true illusions. Wait, what other titles does he hold? A time-limited quest has been triggered. Completion reward, devil hater, failure punishment, rebooting the nightmare on Elm Street. 3 minutes? In a fleeting moment, Cole discerned the origin of this time constraint. At the pinnacle of the palace, from all directions, a relentless tide of faceless fiends surged towards him. Even Cole, faced with such a ghastly sight, felt a shiver run down his spine. Goodness, if a hapless soul afflicted with acrophobia were to witness this, they would surely faint on the spot, bereft of the celestial protection once afforded by divine power. The blood-soaked aura surrounding Cole was woefully insufficient to intimidate the overwhelming horde of faceless abominations. To make matters worse, the gateway to the human realm in the distance was steadily diminishing in size. Chapter 89. Demon Hunter, I curse you. Confronted by the throng of faceless fiends crawling toward him, Cole took one final drag from his cigarette, drew his long knife, and discarded the stub. In the next instant, blood flames roared forth. Boom! The crimson, ejected silver bullet shattered the filthy cranium of a faceless fiend. The long knife, fierce and brutal, cleaved, severed, and pierced. Gushing black ichor ignited like gasoline, flames surging wildly. In this moment, Cole embodied the visage of a wrathful butcher from the underworld, drenched in blood, carving a bloody path through the throngs of faceless fiends toward the gate back to the human realm. The blade dulled, the wrist blade shattered, and the last silver bullet was expended. The hellish gate, now diminished by half, loomed tantalizingly close, yet the faceless fiends piled in between remained insurmountable. Cole had long since lost count of how many vile denizens of hell he had dispatched. Forming a flesh-and-blood barrier, he stood resolute against the faceless malevolence before him, undaunted by death, akin to an insurmountable and terrifying mountain. In this desolate emptiness, reminiscent of a forsaken grave, lay the heretical temple. The scene before him unfolded like an epic tale from ancient mythologies. The relentless tide of faceless fiends surged towards Cole, resembling a cataclysmic flood that devoured humanity. The sharp crack of a breaking blade pierced the silence. Cole forcefully kicked aside the approaching abomination and drew forth his pneumatic crossbow. He pulled the trigger, the fiery bolt, ablaze with blood flames, penetrated the horde of faceless fiends surrounding him as effortlessly as a hot iron plunging into butter, annihilating them in an instant. The path of slaughter left behind a mountain of abominable corpses in his wake. At this moment, he was a mere 50 meters from the gates of hell. The countdown of the system echoed in his ears. Monster Hunter, you have 1 minute remaining. Damn it! The betrayal felt akin to killing the horse that once bore him. With the evils of hell contrasting the goodness of heaven, those who disrespect the Father are deemed heretics. This statement rang true. A congregation of amoral scoundrels, alongside a cadre of self-righteous hypocrites. Now, he found himself ensnared by the seemingly limitless faceless fiends at the heretical temple of the god Vra, as if mired in quicksand. Each step forward a luxury. He retrieved the last broken sword left behind by the Blade Warrior Eye, wielding it like a madman as he cleaved his way toward the gates of hell. Severed limbs and shattered arms flew through the air, black ichor splattering and igniting. Time grew ever more pressing, yet he was still unable to reach the now-have gates of hell. Cole cursed furiously within, his strikes growing increasingly savage. Just as he felt the wings of desperation sprout, he felt the last of the abominations beside him. The system's alert abruptly resonated. You have slain a sufficient number of faceless abominations. Your trait, Bloodthirsty Aura, has undergone its first enhancement. Bloodthirsty Aura Eye. In the eyes of the denizens of the Inferno, you are the executor of hell. They dare not approach. Cole stood still, blade in hand. Viscous black ichor dripped from his sword onto the ground, one after another. The faceless abominations encircled him, seemingly paralyzed by an overwhelming terror, becoming timid and reluctant to advance. The accumulated fatigue from their instinctual combat began to manifest. Cole's chest heaved violently as he took a step forward. The hellish fiends blocking his path emitted silent cries of despair as if beset by an unseen force, crowding and retreating. With every step Cole took towards the gateway to hell, the blood of the cursed entities clung to him, cascading down like a tangible miasma of malevolence. You have 5 seconds remaining, Demon Hunter. Halting before the gate of hell, countless faceless abominations lingered in the vicinity. Driven by more powerful demons, yet trembling in fear at the sight of Cole, hesitant to approach. Cole turned and activated his 7th sight, extending a middle finger towards the formidable demon lurking on the distant shore, smirking as he uttered, "Go screw yourself, coin pool." Simultaneously, his other hand reached for the gate of hell. The power of the ritual transformed into an irresistible force, instantaneously pulling him into the realm of reality. Time-limited mission completed. You have obtained, Demon Hater, the devil's hatefulness. The fiend despises you with a fervor that borders on fanaticism, yet simultaneously harbors an overwhelming dread of your presence. Your ability to instill fear in the devil has been significantly magnified, as has your allure to it. A certain exasperated lord of hell exclaims, "Hunter, I curse you." Upon returning to the mortal realm, Cole collapses onto the ground, his stomach churning violently, as he retches uncontrollably against the earth. Ugh, damn it, ugh. Yet this reaction is not born from fear, nor exhaustion, but rather from the putrid stench of the faceless abomination's blood. The odor transcends the realm of mere foulness, reminiscent of a can of fermented herring mingled with excrement, a truly overpowering miasma. Seated on the ground, He discards his shirt and trousers, crumpling them into a ball and hurling them far away. A sneeze escapes him as he rubs his nose, lighting a cigarette to calm his tumultuous stomach. He then dons a set of garments belonging to the deceased, and before the residents of Elm Street awaken to report their grievances, he drives towards Springwood City. Along the way, the system notification chimes persistently, announcing, "You have completed the main storyline quest of A Nightmare on Elm Street I. Event rewards will be calculated upon your departure. You may remain in this world for 14 days. 14 days. Sufficient time to confront the remnants of the Eternal Life sect lurking in Springwood City and Elm Street." As for now, Cole yearns only for a modest motel where he may indulge in a soothing hot bath. 10 days later, outside the Springwood City Hall, police cars screech to a halt. A young, plainclothes senior detective lifts the police tape and steps inside. His partner, an elder detective on the brink of retirement, stood with his hands on his hips, a deep furrow etched across his brow, and remarked, "James, thank heavens you have finally arrived. The deceased is a state senator. I have already examined the crime scene. The method suggested is the work of the same individual, and he left this behind." Receiving the object handed to him by the old detective, James frowned slightly. It was a silver arrowhead, steeped in Gothic design. Furthermore, there was a note inscribed with a message. "Chuanmu Park, the second trash bin to the right of the entrance. There lies the clue to your case, detective. Yours sincerely, a friend." Tucking the note into his pocket, the seasoned detective James furrowed his brow and said, "I have investigated the background of the deceased, Joseph. They seem to have connections with a local religious group. However, I cannot uncover the specific name of that organization. Let us head to the scene. It is an absolute mess. For heaven's sake, when did Chuanmu City acquire a Dark Knight?" James jested. "A Dark Knight? Vigilantes of the city? I thought individuals of your age rarely indulged in comics." After concluding the examination, following the clues left on the note, this righteous senior detective discovered a completely black crystal ball within the trash bin, along with a letter sealed with wax. Chapter 90. Enriching the Arsenal. Bye. Leaving Haunted Street I World. Processing payment. Number of assassination missions completed, 26. Your soul strength has been slightly enhanced. Now, you are entirely immune to the disturbances caused by demons and evil spirits of secondary rank and below. The resolution of exploration events and faction events has commenced. You are a formidable demon hunter, and these bounties are rightfully yours. You have acquired 48,000 pounds. You have obtained the Nemosin Lantern. The darkness in your vision recedes. Cole stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his upscale apartment, gazing down upon the nocturnal splendor of the capital. His expensive black coat remains as pristine as ever, draped elegantly over him. In fact, he still holds the cup of red tea from before entering the realm of the haunted street. Turning to sit, he instructs the ghostly maid to prepare dinner and hot tea for him. As he nourishes himself, Cole reflects on the spoils of his venture into the haunted street world. Financially, 48,000 pounds, given the purchasing power of this realm, is indeed a substantial sum, sufficient for acquiring a standalone estate in the suburbs of the capital without issue. The Nemosin Lantern, displayed in the real dream weaponry, may aid him in unraveling the century-old mystery of the Newcastle case. As for traits and talents, at this thought, his peripheral vision catches sight of a shadow incongruous with its surroundings, stealthily lurking behind the bookshelf. Finishing the last bite of steak and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Cole remarks indifferently, "Is the task complete?" As his words linger in the air, a woman of extraordinary beauty, almost otherworldly, wraps her arms around his neck from behind and leans in to whisper, "Of course, Mr. Cole Walker. Even if the Finley family unleashes the hounds of the city, they shall not find a single hair of hers, and certainly not that of her unfortunate fiancé." As she draws near, the delicate scent emanating from the woman resembled the subtly sweet fragrance of black mandrake. From the vault of a vivid dream, a thick stack of 3,000 pounds was extracted and placed upon the table, pushed to the center. "Now, they belong to you," he stated. "What about the deposit? In my line of work, I never refund my clients." Cole sipped his hot tea, his gaze indifferent as he observed the witch sitting across the table, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the money. "Oh, is that so?" she responded, deftly retrieving a black velvet pouch from the seam of her chest with 2 fingers, stuffing the money inside with a smile. "I appreciate your straightforwardness, dear employer." Once the transaction was complete, the witch Haley swiftly transformed into a shadow. Before departing, her voice rang with delight. "Should you wish to commit murder, do not forget to seek me out at the bakery on Downing Street. you wealthy demon hunter. Hee. Cole had initially anticipated that it would take at least a week, yet he was taken aback by the efficiency of the peculiar immortal witch. The Finley family would likely be unable to even locate the departed spirit of Celia. Eliminating that troublemaker from the cryptocurrency pool lightened Cole's spirits considerably. It was a pity he could not hear her screams before her demise. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Cole visited the logistics department and found Grace diligently working at the lathe. Due to the overwhelming noise in the workshop, the two retreated to the office on the second floor. Grace, utterly indifferent, brushed aside her greasy hair with her oil-stained gloves, leaning against the filing cabinet, and teasingly remarked, "Brave witch hunter, my dear Captain Cole Walker, what wind has blown such a prominent figure from the investigation department to my humble abode today?" She gestured for Ava to place a large black suitcase on the table. Cole signaled for him to wait in the car. Upon opening the suitcase, it revealed Van Helsing's pneumatic crossbow and a broken longsword. He stated, "Prepare 1,000 silver-tipped bolts for me. They need not be tempered with blood. Furthermore, the strength of this longsword, even with the enhancement of sequential mystic arts, remains inadequate." As a professional in weaponry, Grace took the short sword, paused in silence, and inquired, "Cole, have you used this to chop stones?" After a brief sniff, her brows furrowed as she quickly pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Good heavens! Why does this smell so foul?" Grace felt no inclination to ask further. The matter of its condition held no relevance for her. The strength can be enhanced, but it requires more time. The last time you were in such a rush, I had to use inferior steel. She accepted the cigarette Cole handed her, igniting it with a lighter, adding, "As usual, 10 blades, 1,000 bolts, and I shall have them ready for collection in a week. As for this intriguing item, may I borrow it for a morning? Once I've examined it, I shall arrange for its return to your office. Of course, charge the expenses to my account." Naturally, as Grace examined the pneumatic crossbow, she remarked, "It is truly remarkable. Where did you acquire it?" She retrieved a pre-written list from her pocket and placed it upon the table, stating, "The items on this list must be delivered to my apartment before dusk. It is essential for the task at hand." "You are referring to the assignment in Newcastle, are you?" "Ah, do not take it to heart," she continued, her tone shifting to one of earnestness as she fixed her gaze upon Cole. "I mean it, Cole. There have always been reckless individuals who fancied themselves capable of vanquishing the mirror murderer on the fourth day, unraveling century-old mysteries, and then ascending the ranks to fame and fortune overnight. Alas, they all met with a grim fate, their ends most tragic. Just ensure you fulfill your duties." As Cole turned to depart, Grace shrugged, resigned to his retreating figure. "Very well, you are the boss. I shall heed your directives." After exiting the logistics department and seizing the final day of his holiday, Cole resolved to replenish his meager arsenal in the realm of authentic dream weaponry through a shopping spree. Beyond the combat necessities, he sought gold bars, clothing, emergency rations, medical supplies, and other urgently required items. The gold bars could be exchanged for equivalent currency in any world, while the diverse clothing options paired with varied masks created a perfect combination for assassination and stealth operations. The emergency rations and medical supplies were, quite simply, what their names implied. Having gathered all his provisions, which included gold bars valued at 2,600 pounds, sufficient to fill a small safe, 20 sets of uniquely styled garments, and gourmet canned goods reserved for the elite, along with 30 standard medical kits, Cole perhaps indulged extravagantly at the Mond Bank. The manager, while conducting business, accompanied them throughout, showering them with flattery in an effort to secure Kel as a potential major client for their bank. At the Dietrich high-end clothing chain, the executive manager warmly invited him to a private lounge, where bespoke tailoring services awaited him, much to the delight of the glamorous socialite accompanying him, who frequently cast flirtatious glances in his direction. In Chapter 91, Gilded Reflections, the following morning, Hardy, back from his holiday, shared a passionate farewell kiss with his enamored nurse outside the headquarters of the Demon Hunters Guild. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered Chien and the esteemed Miss Vera Morgan. "Good morning to you both," Chien greeted with a cheerful wave. Hardy noticed Vera, clad in the guild's signature black and red coat, with low-heeled boots and shoulder-length chestnut hair. The brisk, damp morning air had reddened her nose and the skin on her cheekbones slightly. With one hand tucked into her coat pocket and tugging at her white scarf, she inquired, "Is the train to Newcastle departing at 7:40? Has the captain not arrived yet?" Hardy, glancing into the distance, replied with a smile, "He is on his way." Duke Hoshi #1 came to a gentle halt. Upon disembarking, he retrieved a cigarette. A diminutive figure hurriedly produced a lighter. Leaning in to ignite the cigarette for Kel, asking, "Boss, shall we depart now?" Casting his gaze down at his watch, he responded, "Wait." The four stood outside. Before long, a woman seemingly impervious to the early winter's chill approached Kel, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in fishnet stockings paired with a short skirt. Her gait was alluring as she strode toward him, clutching a stack of documents. Accompanying her were 3 men in the guild's uniform, 1 middle-aged and 2 younger gentlemen. A woman extended her hand towards Cole, adjusting her glasses, and spoke in a soft voice, "I am Samantha Stern." "Good morning, Mr. Cole." She then turned and, in a rather pedantic tone, introduced, "Allow me to present to you the deputy leader and 2 members of the Special Cases Unit, Scorpion Tail Task Force." Before Samantha could continue her lengthy introduction, a middle-aged man interrupted, extending his hand to Cole. "Hendrik Vonder," he stated, from the upper confinement sequence. "Here to assist you with your investigation in Newcastle." Cole, along with Hugo, exchanged greetings with a handshake. Hendrik then addressed the woman, "Miss Stern, it is getting late. I will discuss the specifics on our way." With a slight smile, the middle-aged man added, "Don't mind her. Miss Stern has always been like this. Let us be off. We can talk more en route." At 7:40, the train to Newcastle whistled to life. Seated, Hendrik cast a glance at the 2 young team members, engaging in intense conversation with Vera Morgan. "May I call you by your first name, Cole?" "Certainly," Cole replied. Hendrik organized his thoughts before continuing. "You handled the recent witch resurgence incident exceptionally well, garnering considerable admiration from a high-ranking official. My assignment here, aside from assisting with the investigation," he lowered his voice, "is primarily to ensure your safety, as well as theirs." Following Hendrik's gaze, Cole looked towards Vera and the others. "Sometimes, certain customary matters do not necessitate elaborate explanations. The Royal Demon Hunter Corps of the Munsy Empire, a vast bureaucratic entity comparable to the Imperial Cabinet, has long been a realm where nepotism reigns supreme, allowing individuals to secure positions within the Corps merely to languish in desk jobs. The century-old unsolved case in Newcastle, despite its notoriety, poses far less peril than many primary-tier demon extermination missions. A case that has eluded resolution for over 2 centuries merely serves as a notable highlight on a hunter's or some." Following this line of reasoning, it seems that Cole, favored by a certain influential figure, is indeed among the gilded members of the Corps. As anticipated, seated by the window, Cole ignited a cigarette and inquired, "What of the investigation?" Hendrik shrugged, shaking his head in resignation, and replied with a smile, "Cole, you cannot genuinely believe you can unravel that case, can you? As a senior, I must caution you. Once in Newcastle, under no circumstances should you attempt to summon that entity before a mirror. A century ago, someone did just that, and a week later, when the demon hunters discovered him, he had been transformed into sausage, hanging from a clothesline on the street. It is said that his companions were haunted by nightmares for 6 months thereafter, and they never dared to touch sausage again. Is that so?" Cole remained silent, his gaze drifting to the outside. At that moment, Hardy, seated across the table, leaned into the corridor and said with a grin, "Boss, care for a game? Someone's brought in some money today." Chien, clutching a deck of cards, furrowed his brow. Hendrik raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed by Cole's arrogant demeanor. He donned his top hat and took a seat beside Hardy, extracting a stack of coins from his pocket and slapping them onto the table. "Deal the cards, lad," he commanded, fed up with the incessant harassment from the 2 wealthy scions. As an aspiring monster hunter with ideals, Vera maintained a composed expression, casting a sidelong glance at Cole, who was seated alone by the window, smoking. She rose and positioned herself opposite him, attempting to distance herself from the bothersome duo. Unfortunately, Carl and Hugo were not inclined to let her off so easily. In a sense, Vera, in her youthful and radiant prime, was strikingly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. Her skin was alabaster, and her delicately upturned nose added to her allure. Following her lead, Carl, a young man with golden hair, casually draped his arm over Cole's shoulder and grinned. "Hey, brother, I heard you survived 2 encounters with witches. How does it feel?" The response from Cole was a deathly glare, cigarette clenched between his lips. The young man, visibly embarrassed, withdrew his arm and forced a smile, saying, "I mean no harm, just a bit curious." After their mutual disinterest became apparent, they exchanged glances and fell silent. At 3 in the morning, The train arrived at its final destination, Newcastle. As they disembarked, they were greeted by the city police department, represented by the senior officer Haynes, who was specifically tasked with handling the mirror killer case. Following a round of insincere pleasantries, they boarded the vehicle arranged by the city hall and set off towards the Blue Sea Hotel. Upon passing the signposts, they officially entered the confines of Newcastle. A faint scent of decay lingered beneath Cole's nose, reminiscent of a damp and moldy coffin. He glanced up at the rearview mirror within the vehicle, where his reflection stared back. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps the glare from the streetlights played tricks on his vision. In that fleeting moment, Cole perceived a subtle smile from the image in the mirror. As the light from the street lamp flickered through the car, his reflection returned to its original state. The senior officer driving, Haynes, continued to ramble on about the history and rumors surrounding the mirror murderer. Surely, you have heard of that peculiar nursery rhyme. But in Newcastle, one can look into a mirror, yet must never utter it aloud, not even a glance. Now, the last remaining copy of that tale is confined within the police department's archives. Should you wish to see it, I can. Hendrik interjected, stating that no one wished to behold such a thing, Officer Haynes. Chapter 92. Conflict. The following morning at 10 o'clock, after breakfast, the group boarded the municipal vehicle, en route to the site of the most recent incident, 122 Prince Street. As they sat in the car reviewing the case files, Cole furrowed his brow. A family of 7 had vanished without a trace overnight, and 3 days had since elapsed. The residents bore no signs of forced entry or struggle. The police investigation yielded no results, ultimately attributing the mystery to the enigmatic mirror murderer. This macabre urban legend, steeped in grotesque curiosity and bloodshed, is known worldwide. Yet no one has ever witnessed his true form. The ominous entity, does it truly exist? The various esoteric research institutions remain vague on the matter. Among the fortunate survivors, at this moment, Carl and his companion stand in the grand hall of the residence where the incident occurred. 2 young demon hunters, adorned in gilded attire, gather at the entrance, whispering amongst themselves and occasionally erupting into laughter. To them, investigating this century-old unsolved case in the cursed city of Newcastle feels akin to a delightful excursion. Hendrik, having dispatched all personnel from the city police department, solemnly addresses the group, stating, "From this moment forth, any investigation pertaining to the mirror killer case in Newcastle requires my explicit consent. You are strictly forbidden from conducting any investigative activities without my presence or authorization. Is that understood?" Carl and Hugo, whose primary purpose for being here is to bask in their newfound status, would never voluntarily engage in such a perilous case that could lead to their demise. They all nod in acknowledgement of the directive. Hendrik then turns to the members of the Black Serpent team, anticipating their affirmative response. Hardy mimics the earlier demeanor, one hand tucked into his pocket, the other holding a cigarette, and frowns as he asserts, "I will only heed the captain's orders." Observing the displeasure on Hendrik's face, Quinn awkwardly clears his throat and interjects, "Mr. Fonda, while we do not wish to offend you, this is the protocol of the Black Serpent Task Force. Unless the captain grants permission, we shall only follow his lead on field missions." At this, Hendrik Fonda, as a senior figure within the confined hierarchy of the Scorpion Tail Task Force, feels his composure begin to wane, regardless of his experience or age. "What do you mean?" Cole paused in silence, lowering his head to light a cigarette. He addressed Hardy and Keene, stating that the peril of this case far exceeded their imagination, and urged them to heed his instructions, assuring them that he would take care of them. Upon receiving their affirmative responses, Hendrik's demeanor softened. Vera inquired, "What about you, Captain?" Cole frowned, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, and replied coldly, "I will handle this case myself. Do not involve yourselves if you wish to avoid peril." At this juncture, he cast a glance at the middle-aged man, adding, "Including you, Mr. Hendrik." Carl, with a rather flippant demeanor, whistled and clasped his hands behind his head, jesting, "So, Cole, do you possess the confidence to resolve this case?" Hugo could not suppress a laugh. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I mean no offense, Mr. Cole Walker, but as a mid-tier exiled hunter, dealing with the Newcastle case does not seem to fall within your purview, does it?" No sooner had he spoken than Hardy retorted with a serious expression, "Do you even understand? The Bathurstown massacre and the Witch's Return incident fall squarely within the purview of the Black God Squad." Insulted by the diminutive man's words, Hugo scoffed. "That was merely your good fortune, you mud-dweller, a vessel of malevolent power, nothing more. Do you truly believe that only you are capable of handling it? How laughable." Vera furrowed her brow, advancing toward Hardy and angrily pointing at Hugo's nose. She exclaimed, "You bastard. Repeat what you just said." As tensions escalated, Carl, sensing the disarray, attempted to intervene, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Hugo, who raised his middle finger at Hardy, cursing, "Go eat shit. Filthy mudsling." After berating Hardy, he noticed Cole's gaze and defiantly raised his middle finger before exclaiming angrily, "Unconvinced? What about the action team leader? With just a word from me, I could expel you from the demon hunting squad." Carl swiftly grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "Cole, for heaven's sake. Hugo, enough. Shut your foul mouth. Is there not enough trouble already?" In contrast to the brash and reckless Hugo, who was lost in his fury, the seemingly frivolous yet astute blonde youth understood that during mission operations, these seasoned action team leaders were not to be trifled with. He quickly offered a conciliatory smile, saying, "Cole, Hugo merely intended to make a jest. Originally, he had hoped to provide everyone with a way out of the escalating tension. However, Hugo forcefully shoved him aside again, striding up to Cole with his neck craned defiantly, shouting, "Do you want to fight, you mudslinger?" Compared to the smooth-talking Carl, Hugo's arrogance was palpable. Earlier on the train, he had remained silent, seated by the window, smoking. In his eyes, Cole, with his icy demeanor, appeared almost unbearably haughty, provoking Hugo's desire to land a punch on that unapproachable face. "Fight? Really?" Cole extinguished his half-burnt cigarette, feeling amused at the prospect of someone daring to propose one of his favorite pastimes. Fortunately, the peacemaker Carl was quick to act, pulling Hugo aside with an awkward smile, stating, "Captain Cole, I apologize on behalf of Hugo for his exceedingly foolish remarks." Seeing the two young gentlemen finally settled down, Cole coldly inquired, "Have you had enough of this commotion?" Hugo let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied. "Your salary for this month will be deducted, Hugo. Your probation assessment has been postponed by 6 months. What?" Carl swiftly silenced her, a forced smile on his face. Lowering his voice, he exclaimed in anger, "Fool. Do you wish to be expelled from the Demon Hunting Corps? Moreover, that individual is someone neither you nor I can afford to provoke. Damn it. Close that troublesome mouth of yours." Once the situation calmed down, the golden-haired youth approached Carl, shaking his head in resignation, and sighed as he spoke, "After this mission concludes, I will personally come to apologize. I hope Captain Carl will not hold a grudge against that brainless fool." Unlike Hugo, who was a simpleton, he understood from their first encounter that the captain of the Black Serpent Squad was undoubtedly a ruthless character capable of killing without a second thought. Offending him would lead to dire consequences before the mission's conclusion. Seeing him voluntarily seek reconciliation, Hardy let out a scoff and said, "Boss, let's put this matter to rest for the duration of the mission." Chapter 93. The terrifying puppet. Following that, Carl accompanied Hugo outside to cool off. Hendrik arranged for Hardy and the others to investigate in the room, attempting to uncover clues overlooked by the police. He then walked over to the window with Carl. The vice captain, whose face bore the marks of time spent on the front lines of the Demon Hunting Corps, spoke with a composed demeanor, "Mr. Carl Walker, let us speak plainly. According to protocol, as a medium, you are required to come to Newcastle for any cases during your tenure. However, there is a certain individual who does not wish for you to encounter any trouble here. Do you understand what I mean? A significant figure? I cannot disclose his identity to you." After finishing his cigarette, Cole discarded the butt out of the window, choosing not to continue the tedious topic of bureaucratic discourse. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a furrowed brow, he remarked, "There is no place safe in Newcastle, Mr. Hendrik." In contrast to Hugo, Hendrik harbored little bias against Cole himself, aside from his dutiful adherence to the orders from above. As fellow action team leaders engaged in the frontline battle against unspeakable evils and darkness, keen intuition and vast experience were equally significant. Were he to single-handedly investigate the malevolent vessel of the tormented witch Kira in Bath, the task would prove daunting, regardless of whether he could unveil the truth or merely survive. As the conversation shifted towards the expertise of the monster hunters, Hendrik paused in silence before inquiring, "What have you perceived?" Cole offered him the cigarette pack, but the middle-aged man shook his head, indicating his abstention from smoking. The city was permeated with a scent of decay, reminiscent of the musty odor emanating from a damp coffin. The scent of decay? Hendrik frowned and replied, "Many years ago, the Monster Hunting Guild collaborated with the local police department for a major search operation, employing 1,000 hounds. Yet, this incident was never mentioned in the final report." As he spoke, he inhaled sharply, adding, "Moreover, I have not detected any noteworthy foul odors." Cole patted his shoulder, drawing him closer as they made their way toward the staircase leading to the second floor. That is the scent of death, Mr. Hendrick. A fragrance not belonging to our world. Not belonging to this world. Do you imply that there exists an entrance to hell in the city of Newcastle? Kerr chuckled lightly, releasing his grip on his shoulder as he remarked, did not the Institute of Mysticism provide its name? The mirror world otherwise. From whence did the moniker mirror serial killer originate? At that moment, Hardy's voice echoed from the second floor. Chief, this place indeed exudes an eerie atmosphere. The petite young man, cradling a teacup, descended the stairs and continued, I employed sequential sorcery to trace the whereabouts of the teacup's user, but alas, I found nothing. As described in the police files, it was as if they had vanished from existence. Well, that description may not be entirely accurate. It is akin to, too. Vera and Sheen also emerged from the upper floor, both shaking their heads to indicate the absence of any leads. Kerr closed his eyes, activating his seventh sight. If the disappearance of this family was a murder disguised as a supernatural event, he would surely perceive the lingering spirits haunting the room. Yet, once again, he encountered only emptiness. Just as the investigation reached an impasse, a piercing scream from the street suddenly captured everyone's attention. Hardy hurriedly rushed to open the door, glancing around before turning to say, Chief, something has happened. As one of the top 10 cities in the Munsy Empire, Newcastle features intricately designed residences intertwined with towering edifices. A young couple residing across from the Gerhard family sat pale-faced by the roadside, with the young wife being cradled in her husband's arms as he whispered words of comfort. Meanwhile, two nearby officers were simultaneously requesting backup from headquarters and working to disperse and reassure the panicked crowd. One individual, suppressing the urge to vomit, removed his coat to conceal the horrifying object that had been extracted from the garbage bin. The acrid stench of blood mingled with the foul odor was perceptible even from across the street. Cole and his companions hastily made their way over, with Hardy arriving first. Upon uncovering the coat and catching a glimpse of what lay beneath, his complexion drained of color, and he staggered back 2 steps. Damn it. Quinn, who had a vivid recollection of Newcastle's terrifying legends, cleared his throat and addressed Vera. Miss Vera, if I were you, I would certainly refrain from lifting that garment. Is that so? The young girl, who seldom succumbed to the harshness of reality, defiantly circumvented Hardy and forcefully tugged at the coat covering the ground. In the next moment, an overwhelming visual shock coupled with a noxious stench assailed her senses, causing her face to pale. The unbearable wave of nausea compelled her to abandon the garment and rush to the roadside, where she clung to a telephone pole and succumbed to a fit of violent retching. You could never truly fathom the horror of 3 bodies disassembled and then reassembled. Dark blood oozed from the connecting points, and their wide, hollow eyes stared blankly ahead. The stitched smiles resembled the maniacal laughter of someone who had lost their sanity after witnessing hell. Cole, recovering the garment that Vera had discarded, took a deep breath. Even he, witnessing such a bizarre and grotesque horror for the first time, felt his sanity waning. This ghastly entity was equally repulsive and uncanny as the malevolent spirit he had encountered in Bath. Aside from the 3 heads, the remaining limbs were affixed to serve as feet. Hendrick inquired of the young couple who first discovered the doll, attempting to extract any useful information from them. 5 minutes later, Vera, wiping her nose and tears with a handkerchief, approached Cole, clutching her stomach, visibly shaken. Captain, do we have any leads? Hardy, with 3 cigarettes clamped between his lips, seemed to seek solace from his fear in this peculiar manner. What leads could we possibly have? Mrs. Donnelly found it in the trash when she went out to dispose of some rubbish. Aside from this, we have nothing to investigate. He sighed in frustration. The case in Newcastle has a history spanning over 200 years. The likelihood of us uncovering anything substantial upon our arrival is virtually non-existent. After the questioning concluded, Hendrick chatted briefly with the local officers before approaching them, stating, this matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Remember, do not attempt any independent investigation. Clearly, Vera Morgan, the obstinate demon-hunting intern, was reluctant to heed his directives, retorting, I merely had a bout of stomach troubles this morning. I can manage. You need not worry about me, Mr. Hendrick. At that moment, Quinn surveyed the officers setting up a perimeter and the onlookers, suddenly inquiring, where are Carl and Hugo? Why have they not appeared? He cursed, those 2 fools. I have warned them at least 10 times not to wander off in Newcastle. Hardy, you and Quinn should check the nearby pubs. Cole gestured for them to comply with the directive. As I light a cigarette, my gaze falls upon the sinister doll concealed beneath the coat. According to the urban legends that have circulated for centuries in Newcastle, the Mirror Killer, known only by the sound of his presence, is said to employ such methods to create gruesome artworks. Yet, legends remain mere tales, lacking substantial evidence for validation, leaving us to speculate. Furthermore, Cole entertains another possibility, that there may be more than one Mirror Killer, or perhaps, rather than living beings, what exists in the abnormal realm are entities resembling an indistinct collective of supernatural forces. These are not tangible killers of the material world, but rather abstract personifications of malevolence. Are they cultists, demonic deities from the abyss, or something else entirely? This 200-year-old mystery looms like an iron cage shrouded in layers of black cloth. And until the fog is lifted, no one can assert its truth. Now, another perplexing matter arises. Although Cole possesses the traits of ethereal perception and ethereal reconstruction, he finds himself at a loss when it comes to the so-called mirror world. Within the realm of mysticism, the material world and the abnormal realm, aside from specific intersections, remain unaffected by one another, akin to two parallel lines. In the world of Elm Street, he could rely on sleep or approach someone in slumber, utilizing the Mnemosyne lantern to enter the dreamscape. However, in Newcastle, without effective mediums or conduits, even with the Mnemosyne lantern, Cole struggles to interact with the abnormal realm. The smile in the rearview mirror from earlier during the car ride still lingers in his mind. Even now, he cannot discern whether it was a genuine occurrence or merely a figment of his imagination. If he were to witness the supernatural forces of the mirror world, with his keen perception of the abnormal world, he would undoubtedly notice something amiss. Unfortunately, aside from that putrid odor, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It reminded him of the shoe on Carl's foot. Hendrik, upon hearing the noise, hurried over, grasping the shoe in his hand, his brow furrowed. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "If it were Hugo, this could be his prank, but if it's Carl, this is bad." Without further ado, he disregarded the cars traversing the street and dashed across, shouting Carl and Hugo's names while clutching the shoe. Damn it. Hardy stood beside Carl, swallowing hard. Disbelief etched on his face. "Boss, it can't be that those two were taken right under our noses," Chin asserted firmly on June 13, 1717. During the Grey Wolf Task Force's investigation in Newcastle, a similar incident occurred. Therefore, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Carl and Hugo have been abducted by the Mirror Killer. Vera appeared to be seeing this bashful young man for the first time, gazing at him in astonishment. "Really?" Hardy tightened his coat. "Chin possesses an exceptional memory, Miss Vera." The four crossed the road, and Hendrik placed the shoe on the windowsill, addressing Carl. "If this is indeed a prank, I will certainly report it to the court for severe punishment. Do they think this is their own backyard? Nonsense. Next time." Carl furrowed his brow, signaling him to remain silent. Under the curious gazes of the others, he pushed open the door and swiftly made his way to the backyard. Standing beside a flower, I gazed skyward for a moment before bending down to grasp a handful of soil. "Hardy, is this where you discovered that shoe?" The petite figure nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. Right at the spot where you currently stand, Chief. Have you uncovered something?" After a brief silence, Cole articulated a fact that caused the faces of all present to pale. "That entity was here moments ago." Hardy managed a faint smile, replying, "Such jesting is hardly amusing." Hendrik hurried over, casting a serious glance at the soil clutched in Cole's hand. "Mr. Colewalker, as the team leader, you must take responsibility for your statements. Are you truly certain that entity has been here?" He instructed Hardy to fetch a cup to collect the soil. Cole remarked, "I previously informed you that this city is shrouded in drifting death and decay. As we approached this house, the stench intensified dramatically. This very spot where I stand is the epicenter of that odor, although it has been gradually dissipating." As he spoke, under the astonished gazes of the others, Cole conjured forth a Mnemosyne lantern as if by magic, nearly causing their jaws to drop. "Chief, how did you accomplish that?" Cole replied coldly, "Come stand beside me. Do not move without my command, understood?" Hendrik said nothing further, positioning himself beside Cole, while the others also gathered around as the scent began to fade. Kerr adjusted the gas valve, directing his gaze towards the engraving of the observer's eye. In the next moment, an exceedingly tall figure emerged, its head resembling that of a skeletal goat, draped in a dark robe, wielding a scythe in one hand and a hooked chain in the other, evoking the spectral image of the harbinger of death. It flickered like a reflection upon a disturbed surface of water, vanishing in an instant under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Subsequently, A profound silence enveloped the courtyard, thick with an oppressive atmosphere. The onlookers exchanged glances, until Hardy finally shattered the stifling stillness. Could that be the murderer from the mirror? Hendrik's complexion turned ashen, rendering him speechless. Only Chien, arms crossed and brow furrowed, murmured, the skeletal goat, the dark robe, the paradise of death? Once assured of his thoughts, he raised his head and spoke. Captain, if memory serves, there exists an ancient poem that describes such an attire. They are virtually identical. The original text is. Before he could finish, Hendrik firmly covered his mouth, warning, we are in Newcastle, Chien. You must not recite the original text aloud. Just keep it to yourself. Releasing his grip, Chien replied, very well. Faced with this bizarre and indescribable situation for the first time, Villa forced a semblance of calm and inquired, what shall we do next? Report this matter to headquarters, or? Chien appeared to recall something, hesitating to speak. Hendrik, noticing his reticence, sighed. Just express your thoughts, as long as you refrain from reciting that poem's original text. Grasping her brown curls with evident tension, Chien endeavored to quell the terror swelling within her heart. Ladies and gentlemen, she began, there is a matter concerning the poem Paradise Lost. If the verses therein are indeed truthful, I fear we may not escape Newcastle alive. Chapter 95. Poetry. The truth. Few possess the fortitude to confront death, as it embodies an instinctual dread of the uncontrollable darkness and the unknown. To Vera Morgan, born with a golden key, the solitary demon hunter was perpetually shrouded in a veil of artistic allure, much like a lone hunter traversing the night, exuding an intoxicatingly cold charm. Joining the Black Serpent Brigade was, in a sense, a reflection of her ideal image of life, as it resonated with the survivor, Cole, from the Bathtown Massacre, which compelled her to coerce her uncle into seeking Cole's aid. Now, the ominous specter of death loomed like a pair of scissors, ruthlessly tearing through that artistic veneer, seizing her locks and confronting her face to face, emitting a deathly whisper that could drive one to madness. She recoiled, stumbling back against the fence. All eyes turned toward her. The girl clasped her hands behind her back, her expression taut, feigning composure as she declared, I'm fine. You need not concern yourselves with me. Hendrik sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Miss Vera, Chaz and I are old acquaintances. Before arriving in Newcastle, he specifically instructed me to look after you. However, given the current circumstances, Hardy drew deeply on his cigarette, inhaling sharply to steady his nerves. Ominous signs of death. In his hand, Cole held a metallic flip-top lighter. Flicking it twice before addressing Chien, read to me the original text regarding the harbingers of death. Chien, visibly anxious, replied, Mr. Hendrik, death has manifested as a certainty. Speak, for perhaps Cole may possess a solution. At that moment, the gaze of everyone in the backyard fixated upon Cole, hoping that this formidable demon hunter, who had previously achieved unprecedented feats on 2 occasions, could conjure yet another miracle. Gathering his thoughts, Chien began to articulate. On the day of catastrophe, the deceased beheld the mountain of bones. The black veil has been lifted. On the day of destruction, the night spirit offers a blood and flesh sacrifice. The stage of terror has been set. On the day of rebirth. He paused briefly before continuing. In 1734, the Royal Archaeological Institute discovered this passage, the lost paradise of death, within Dante's tomb. However, the content following the day of rebirth was shattered by a laborer assisting in the excavation. Thus, this constitutes all that I know. When it came to theoretical knowledge, Chien expounded with fervor. Dante was the most renowned mystic and theologian of the year 480 BCE. His doctrine rooted in fatalism and the concept of the fated individual. Yet, in 1573 CE, Warren Snow, acclaimed as the father of modern mysticism, dismantled Dante's teachings, positing that within the realm of mysticism, the observer's spirit and Hendrik, with a pained expression, interrupted his lengthy discourse, furrowing his brow and stating, enough with the ramblings, simply deliver your conclusion. Chien inhaled deeply. According to the verses, having beheld the skeletal goat, we are undeniably the dead of the fateful day. Coupled with Warren's theory, it is precisely our observation that precipitates the occurrence of this day of disaster. Setting aside fatalism, the notion of rebirth is also mentioned subsequently. Thus, I perceive that death may not be our sole conclusion. In fact, we might seize this opportunity to uncover the truth behind the unsolved mystery of Newcastle and ultimately resolve it. Hendrik furrowed his brow and remarked, the day of disaster, the day of annihilation, the day of rebirth. Is it the 3-day rule? Indeed, as investigators, we inherently possess the attribute of observers. Should we linger until the fourth day? The likelihood of being discovered would increase exponentially until we are found. This discourse astonished everyone present, causing them to regard the previously unassuming and reticent youth with newfound respect. Vera, who prided herself on her theoretical knowledge, was left speechless after listening to Quinn's discourse and conclusions. Hardy let out a hearty laugh, putting an arm around his shoulder and exclaiming, "Huh, you have truly surprised us. No wonder the chief signed your recruitment letter." The petite man's words remained unfinished. Suddenly, as if a dark curtain had descended upon the sky, the sun dimmed, and the stench of decay wafted through Newcastle, carried by a gentle breeze. This scene was not only perceived by them. All citizens of Newcastle, even the farmers and travelers far beyond the city limits, sensed this ominous portent. On Highway 3 leading to Newcastle, vehicles traveling in both directions hastily applied their brakes. Upon disembarking, gazing at the signpost, the light was gradually engulfed, shrouding the city of Newcastle in a cloak of darkness and sand, enveloping it in silence. A journalist from a nearby city, having perceived the distant anomaly, hurriedly embarked on a journey to investigate. At the pinnacle of the Imperial Royal Institute of Mystical Studies, the ether-capturing device emitted a piercing buzz. At that moment, Hardy gaped in astonishment at the transformations surrounding him, loosening his grip on Qian's arm. "Chief." Hendrik's complexion was ashen. Yet now, he could finally detect the foul stench of decay that Cole had previously mentioned. It was the sin of death, intertwined with an insurmountable dread that the feeble could not resist. Vera wrestled with her fears, her right hand clenched into a tight fist as she inquired, "Qian, having analyzed so much, do you have any viable strategies?" "Well, to be honest, when it comes to matters of the arcane." Cole, who had remained silent thus far, inserted a hand into his coat pocket, discarding the spent cigarette with indifference. Regardless of whether the mirror murderer or the mirrored realm truly exists, the methods of the material world cannot exert any influence over the abnormal realm. As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve a desiccated leaf from the ground, holding it aloft. Under the fearful gazes of the onlookers, that leaf, which had long since withered yet retained a semblance of resilience, rapidly disintegrated as though it had weathered millennia, swept away by the wind within mere seconds. Qian, pressing his forehead in disbelief, gasped, "How is this possible?" "Sorcery," Cole continued. "The intelligence from the demon hunting group is profoundly flawed, even misguiding our investigative direction. The so-called mirror murderer does not exist. Those who have gone missing, it is reasonable to assume, must have been ensnared by some abnormal realm. Otherwise, the results yielded by Hardy's sequential sorcery could not possibly indicate their absence." Upon hearing this, Qian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Captain, do you mean that the reality of Newcastle is overlapping with some etheric, abnormal world?" "Indeed. 60 years marks the convergence cycle between the reality of Newcastle and the abnormal realm, as the conduits of communication predominantly manifest in places where mirrors are present. Hence the rumors of a mirrored world and the mirror's murderer." Chapter 96. Newcastle and the mirror producing the Nemosin lantern. Cole continued, "Vera, accompany Hardy and Qian to the city police station and instruct them to issue a city-wide danger alert. Mr. Hendrik, you shall accompany me." Despite her trepidation, Vera Morgan still loathed being treated like a mere child. "Captain Cole, I am fine. Whatever assistance you require, I can provide. This matter is beyond your capacity to aid me. Now go." Without further inquiry, Qian hurried towards the police station. Hendrik, brow furrowed, remained silent for a long moment before inquiring, "Do you have a strategy?" Hardy reluctantly dragged Vera from the backyard of the Gerhard residence. Cole stood still, gazing up at the dark, yellowish dust clouds that obscured the sun. Ominous clouds churned, forming a colossal skull of a goat, towering in the sky like the grim reaper surveying the mortal realm. Terrified screams and wails echoed through the streets, accompanied by the mournful chimes of bells. Steeped in a profound malevolence, whispered, indistinct murmurs, reminiscent of the murmurs of the departed, wove incessantly through the air of Newcastle. Disaster Day. If the content of the poetry holds truth, the following day may herald the day of destruction. The night spirit offers a sacrificial feast of flesh and blood. At that moment, the entire city could be inexorably drawn into an unpredictable realm of chaos. Follow me. Ascend to the second floor of the Gerhard mansion and locate a mirror. Adjust the gas valve to align with the position of the door. What was once a reflection of a bathing room transformed in an instant into a dilapidated street, severely weathered. This is the world within the mirror. Place your hand upon its surface. Now, the vice captain of the upper confinement execution team, no longer regarding Cole with the eyes of a senior, spoke with a grave expression. "Mr. Cole Walker, are you certain we should proceed? You may withdraw, to be frank." Hendrik, having spent many years in the demon-hunting profession, had never felt such trepidation since his inaugural mission. With an air of irresponsibility, he pondered whether the situation in Newcastle had escalated to the extent that it warranted the involvement of the slaughter sequence or even the judgment sequence's task force. One was assigned to upper confinement, the other to mid-level exile, both entangled in the safety of an entire city. With this thought, he couldn't help but slap his forehead, chiding himself for being so old and timid, clinging stubbornly to bureaucratic conventions even in such dire times. He lifted his gaze to meet Cole's indifferent eyes. The youth felt no fear. Why should he, an elder, cower? Resolute, he placed his hand upon the mirror. In the next moment, the surface of the mirror rippled like molten syrup, slowly consuming all. Oh, the force of the impact nearly caused him to regurgitate his breakfast. "Cur, you wretched." "Hush." After uttering a curse, I rose from the ground, poised to teach that inconsiderate scoundrel a lesson in respecting the elderly and the young. Yet, I discovered he had already entered the mirrored realm. In this dim and somber atmosphere, everything appeared severely weathered, grim, and dilapidated, permeated by a stench of decay. Beneath the waning, illusory sun, elongated shadows flickered beneath my eyelids. Instinctively, Hendrik rolled on the ground, seeking refuge behind a wall. Rising, he murmured, "What shall we do next?" As he spoke, he cautiously peeked outside, his expression shifting dramatically, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. The mirrored world bore a striking resemblance to Kerr's earlier conjecture. When the abnormal realm intersects with the material world, it is not merely humanity that gets ensnared. The entities within also risk being expelled. However, those that detach from the etheric world and inhabit this realm will inevitably lose their vitality. Much like the eerie apparition that manifested across from Gerhard Street, or rather, the Night Spirit. Following this line of thought, if the mirrored world were to completely overlap with the material realm, the consequences could extend far beyond the demise of one or two souls. Once the Night Spirit, lingering nearby, departed, Kerr inquired, "What weapon are you adept with?" "A weapon?" Hendrik's eyelid twitched imperceptibly. Surely, he couldn't be contemplating rushing out to confront that ghastly entity, could he? "A handgun," he replied. And then, the stone held in Cole's hand writhed and twisted under Hendrik's astonished gaze, ultimately transforming into a conventional Colt M1900. As he handed the weapon to Hendrik, Cole remarked, "The bullets fired from this gun are effective within a 50-meter radius around me. Remember, this is an abnormal world. Do not rely on your common sense to discern its elements." Understood. Regarding the complete detachment of this bizarre world from Newcastle, Cole had previously employed a flash of insight while crafting weapons for Hendrik. Head to the town hall and seek Karlheim's. Perhaps due to its dilapidated state, it was difficult to distinguish, yet this place mirrored the layout of Newcastle perfectly. They were currently situated approximately 3 kilometers from the town hall. Navigating past the numerous night spirits lurking beneath their watchful eyes would not be a simple endeavor. Before departing for the town hall, Cole methodically retrieved various pieces of equipment from the armory, donning them while under Hendrik's peculiar scrutiny. Hendrik expressed, "In this day and age, there are few monster hunters who wield cold weapons." To which Cole coldly replied, "It is a necessity of the arcane arts." In stark contrast to the relatively orderly architecture of Newcastle, the mirrored world was littered with crumbling ruins, providing ample cover for the two as they evaded the wandering night spirits and the robed skeletal goatmen. An hour and a half later, utilizing the ability to reconstruct with ether, the two individuals approached the vicinity of the town hall, where an abundance of skeletal goat-like figures roamed restlessly. Numerous night spirits clung to the walls of the building, resembling spiders, occasionally emitting chilling crackling sounds that sent shivers down the spine. Without the power of etheric reconstruction, it would be akin to a fool's errand for Cole and his companion to infiltrate such a place. Taking refuge behind a wall, Cole placed his right hand upon the ground, and in an instant, a tunnel leading into the town hall began to materialize, as if softening like cream. They stooped to enter, carefully restoring the passage they had traversed. Just as they were about to reach the town hall, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from above, accompanied by the distinct, mechanical-like crackling of the night spirits.